A reddish-orange planet filled the viewport, sparking immediate concern. "What the? What's going on?" one of the travelers exclaimed. Another passenger voiced their doubt, questioning their arrival. "Is this the right place? Are we at the wrong location?" A young technician, diligently working on a console, confirmed their position. "It's correct. Planet number 177-4652-2245.B2CO92C.423. The technician, having completed their task, announced, "We've arrived at the exact destination." The spaceship, a sleek crimson vessel, descended towards a planet. On Earth, the on-screen text declared. Meanwhile, a voice boomed across the ship's intercom. "Hey! Robert! Get over here now! You damn food thief!" The ship continued its descent, its engines glowing faintly against the backdrop of space. The technician, a man with green hair and glasses, peered at a holographic display. He muttered, "I'm sure this is the right place, but..." Traveler 2, a woman with dark hair, voiced her concerns. "A place drenched in radiation, with not even a trace of oxygen." She continued, adding that there's supposedly a high-value wanted criminal hiding here. Traveler 1 and the technician gazed out at a distant planet, its surface bathed in the golden light of a rising sun. Meanwhile, a third traveler, Traveler 2, appeared, his expression one of apprehension. Traveler 2's concern stemmed from recent intelligence. A high-ranking member of the Black Blood Gang had been sighted. And this intel was confirmed by another traveler, Sunja, who expressed disbelief at first, but then confirmed the grim news. Sunja, assessing the situation, grimly concluded that if the gang member had come to this planet, it could only be with suicidal intent. The harsh conditions of the planet were laid bare: oxygen saturation at a mere 23.76%, high radiation contamination levels, making it a death trap. Traveler 1 questioned the feasibility of human survival on the harsh planet, prompting a thoughtful expression from Sunja. The technician, Robert, explained that with a top-notch radiation shield and a high-capacity internal energy drive, survival for about 6 hours might be possible. A detail that Sunja, Traveler 2, and the technician considered. Sunja, addressing Robert, gave a curt acknowledgement. Sunja then directly challenged Robert, questioning his willingness to risk his life if their mission yielded no results. Robert, taken aback by the question, expressed uncertainty about jeopardizing his life so readily. A spaceship hurtled through the inky blackness of space. A vortex of swirling crimson and gold opened before them, revealing a desolate, ruined landscape. The planet's surface was a harsh expanse of cracked earth and shattered remnants of what appeared to be a once great city. The coordinates were confirmed: 117.07, 36.25. This place was once known as Mount Tai. Two figures, silhouetted against the setting sun, stood before a weathered stone archway, the remnants of an ancient gate, at the foot of a majestic mountain. Sunja, her face partially obscured by a mask, stared down at the desolate landscape, a question forming in her mind. Mount Tai? That Mount Tai? The thought echoed in her head as she surveyed the debris-strewn ground. The technician and travelers confirmed her suspicions. Yes, this was the legendary location, the origin of the Mount Tai star system, now reduced to a trash dump. Sunja's gaze fell upon the scattered refuse, her expression hardening. This trash dump? She reflected on the Martial Alliance's neglect of their sacred ground, questioning their priorities and lack of upkeep. The image of Mount Tai, once revered, now lay in ruins, a stark contrast to its former glory. Why didn't they clean it? What do they do for money? Isn't it their sacred ground? One of the travelers, cynical and jaded, voiced his doubts about the Martial Alliance's involvement, stating that they would never undertake any action that didn't generate profit. Meanwhile, the other traveler, seemingly more confident, confirmed that they had arrived at their destination. The desolate landscape stretched before them, marked by the remnants of a weathered structure and scattered debris, a stark testament to the planet's ravaged state. Despite the apparent emptiness, the confident traveler insisted that the target was directly beneath their feet. His words were met with skepticism from his companion, who questioned the accuracy of the coordinates. The confident traveler, however, remained steadfast in his assertion, prompting a closer examination of the area. Traveler 2, clad in red and black tactical gear, questioned Traveler 1's intentions with a skeptical, "What are you planning to do?" Traveler 2, undeterred, confidently asserted, "Whatever's down there, it's alive, right?" She then activated a device on her belt, activating its internal energy drive. A message appeared on the device's screen, activating internal energy drive. Traveler 2, seemingly unfazed by the depth of their location, muttered to herself, "If I were buried that deep, I'd have suffocated long ago." She then extended her hand, channeling a surge of green energy. A powerful surge emanating from her palm. With a determined expression, she commanded, "Open it up." The ground before her violently cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber below. Traveler 2 unleashed a burst of energy, creating a swirling vortex, the force of which sent a nearby earthen mound flying into the air. Traveler 1, caught off guard, muttered a request for a heads-up next time. Traveler 1 and Traveler 2, having witnessed the results of Traveler 2's actions, stood at the edge of a newly formed chasm. Traveler 1, looking down into the chasm, asked Sunja if there were any signs of life below. Sunja, her face partially obscured by a mask, subtly adjusted the device in her ear, a thoughtful expression on her face. A faint signal indicated the presence of life within the chasm created by Traveler 2's energy blast. Meanwhile, Traveler 1's assistant, monitoring the chasm's depth on a sophisticated interface, confirmed the significant size of the newly formed cavity, noting its considerable depth. Traveler 1, receiving the report, immediately instructed his captain to deploy the electronic ladder, preparing for a descent into the chasm. Traveler 1 watched as Sunja, without hesitation, leaped into the chasm, her descent echoing the traveler's own impatience. He muttered to himself, commenting on her hot-headed nature. The chasm's depths revealed a narrow, seemingly endless tunnel, a faint light visible at its far end. Sunja, undeterred, called out, "Let's go together," as she continued her descent. She landed gracefully at the bottom, her arrival seemingly unnoticed by a figure lurking in the shadows. Traveler 1 followed. Traveler 1 and Traveler 2 stood before a large, imposing stone doorway set into the chasm wall. The entrance was flanked by 2 tall pillars, each inscribed with ancient text. The carvings detailed and intricate, hinting at a history lost to time. The inscription read, "The world fears me and has imprisoned me with the great dharma of esoteric teachings. If you clumsily try to awaken me, death will greet you first. Li Mok Jin." Traveler 2, peering at the writing, questioned aloud, "What does it say?" "It looks like writing." Traveler 1, addressing Sunja, instructed, "Sunja, translate it." Sunja, a skilled linguist, examined the text. She explained, "It's in an ancient language used around 2,000 years ago. Roughly, it means, don't open if you don't want to die." Traveler 1, expressing his apprehension, stated that he did not want to die. Traveler 2 countered, asserting that the threat was obvious, a hidden enemy was present. Traveler 2 pondered aloud whether the threat was written in an ancient, indecipherable language. Sunja, the translator, considered the possibility. Traveler 1, uncertain, questioned if it could be possible. Despite his uncertainty, Traveler 2 remained optimistic, noting that it was a good sign that they were being warned against opening the inscription. Traveler 2 concluded that if they were being warned against opening the inscription, there must be something valuable inside. An indecipherable inscription, composed of 3 stylized characters, was presented, followed by the appearance of a man with light blue hair, wearing sunglasses and a respirator mask. Sunja, her expression intense, was shown from the chest up, wearing a red outfit and a mask. Traveler 1 and Traveler 2 stood before a large, imposing structure, their backs to the viewer, observing a distant figure. A lone figure sat atop a grand stone dais, shrouded in mist, their back to the viewer, creating a sense of mystery and isolation. Traveler 1, peering into the gloom, muttered to himself, "What's that? It looks human, but..." Traveler 2, her expression unreadable behind her mask, observed the figure descending the steps. The figure's boots made barely a sound on the stone as it continued its descent. Sunja watched from a distance, her posture suggesting both caution and a desire to understand. The figure, shrouded in shadow, sat with its arms crossed, its head bowed low, obscuring its face. Traveler 1, still apprehensive, questioned, "Well, is it alive? Is it human?" Traveler 1, apprehensive, voiced his uncertainty, muttering that the figure had been buried for 2,000 years and might not even be alive. Meanwhile, Traveler 2 and Sunja remained observant, cautious of the mysterious figure who had appeared and sat down, obscuring their face. The mysterious figure, passive and enigmatic, pointed a finger, their expression unreadable. Their finger then moved to point at the figure on the altar. From an elevated vantage point, the mysterious figure and the figure on the altar were clearly visible, their positions emphasizing the enigmatic nature of the scene. Sunja, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fear, tilted her head, questioning what was happening. A mysterious figure pointed a finger at the figure on the altar, causing a surge of purple energy to erupt from its head. The energy coalesced into a ghostly, hair-like form with glowing red eyes. Sunja, witnessing this, exclaimed, "What is this?" her hand glowing with a golden light as she reacted to the sudden manifestation. She raised her hand, a golden aura surrounding it, seemingly attempting to interact with or dispel the spectral entity. A spectral manifestation appeared, causing Sunja alarm and surprise, prompting her to unleash a golden energy blast from her hands. The energy surged upwards, forming a brilliant golden pillar of light that pierced the heavens. Meanwhile, Traveler 1 observed the phenomenon from a spaceship window, witnessing the beam of light emanating from a distant planet. A beam of light shot out from the planet, and a vehicle was seen traveling through the beam towards the spaceship. Traveler 1, observing from a distance, witnessed a sudden, bright flash of golden energy and exclaimed, What is happening?" Traveler 2, alarmed by the event, urgently questioned, "Captain, what's going on? What was that just now?" The scene shifted to a dimly lit corridor where a concerned voice called out, "Young. Robert! Answer me! Why aren't you answering? Answer, Captain Young. Hey! Young." The final panel revealed Captain Young, injured and slumped against a wall, blood staining her mask. Young lay unconscious on the ground, the aftermath of a powerful event evident around her. Sunja, her face etched with worry, knelt beside her, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed upon Young's injured form. Traveler 2, witnessing the scene, cautiously approached Sunja, asking, "Who are you?" A mysterious, shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its voice echoing with power, "Who dares to awaken me?" Sunja, her eyes blazing with determination, looked up, ready to confront the newly awakened entity. Sunja remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the mysterious entity that had just awakened. While Traveler 2 cautiously observed the scene from a distance, questioning Sunja's identity and intentions. The newly awakened entity, a powerful man, questioned the one who had disturbed his slumber. His words, "Is this a challenge?" hung heavy in the air. A silent challenge echoing in the vast chamber. He wondered aloud if a martial artist capable of challenging him had finally been born. Meanwhile, Young lay injured and unconscious, the aftermath of the entity's awakening. Traveler 2 found Young injured and unconscious on the floor, her body slumped against a wall. He cautiously approached. The scene was dominated by the imposing figure of the mysterious man, his back to Traveler 2, his long, dark hair obscuring his face. Sunja, still recovering from the awakening of the mysterious man, struggled to understand his strange, guttural language. Her real-time translator activated, she muttered, "What the hell is he saying? I can't understand a word." The mysterious man, sensing her confusion, issued a chilling threat, "If you do not answer, I will kill you." The mysterious man's form was obscured by his long hair, but his raised arm and threatening posture conveyed his lethal intent. Sunja, her face contorted in fear and determination, braced herself for the coming confrontation. The mysterious man, newly awakened, raised a hand, his voice a low growl, "I will kill." Sunja, witnessing this, reacted instantly. "What kind of monster is this?" she exclaimed, launching a powerful energy blast. The energy arcing towards the mysterious man, who effortlessly deflected it with a burst of his own power, countering with a devastating attack. "Die!" he roared, unleashing a wave of fiery energy. The force of the blast pushing Sunja back. He continued his assault. "Die! Die! 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 Die!" his voice filled with rage. Sunja, despite the ferocity of the attack, managed to brace herself, her body glowing with energy as she prepared to counter the onslaught. A radiant light emanated from a large, ornate doorway set deep within a cavernous space. The scene shifting abruptly to a coastal vista as the sun dipped below the horizon. Sunja, in a fighting stance, prepared herself amidst a swirling, ethereal blue energy. A warning flashed across a blue box. "Warning. Drive overload. 1.2 cycles out of 1.14 have been used." She gasped, clearly strained. A dark vortex opened before her, a prelude to further exertion. Another blue box appeared. "Please recharge your internal energy." A shadowy figure loomed behind her, observing. A mysterious, cloaked figure stood amidst a desolate landscape, its features obscured by a thick mane of dark hair. The word "Sang" was visible, seemingly emanating from the figure. Traveler 1, observing from a distance, voiced their confusion. "What the? Why is it still the same?" The figure's true nature was revealed through a thought bubble. It was revealed that the figure's martial arts style, a combination of the Quan Aum Golden Summit Divine Art and the Red Mist Divine Palm, contained many impurities, suggesting it was learned through theft. This observation led to a harsh judgment. "In other words, you're just a thief scraping by with grave robbing." The figure reacted violently, a surge of purple energy erupting from its feet as it launched itself into the air. The scene transitioned to Sunja, who appeared to be in a state of exhaustion, possibly due to the energy surge from the mysterious figure. Sunja, her eyes wide with alarm, looked upward, a surge of purple energy emanating from an unseen source. The energy coalesced into a blinding flash, throwing her off balance as she stumbled back. Her vision blurred, the world around her a chaotic swirl of color and motion. The thief, enraged, unleashed a furious attack, his voice a guttural roar. "You shall die." Sunja, weakened and disoriented, fell to the ground, her body trembling. She looked back, seeing the Traveler 1 lying unconscious on the ground. Sunja, the woman in red, lay on the ground, unconscious. Traveler 1 was also unconscious nearby. Sunja muttered, "What is this, now?" She looked at Traveler 1's body, concluding, it must have died. Sunja reasoned that exposure to such radiation without a shielding field would naturally result in death. The mysterious man, with teal hair and a mask, approached Sunja cautiously. He seemed concerned, observing her condition. He checked Traveler 1's vital signs, stating, "It's still alive, the breathing is normal and so is the pulse." Confused, he questioned, "Huh? Then why?" A woman with blonde hair and a headset, seemingly monitoring the situation remotely, offered a possible explanation. "It seems it collapsed from energy depletion." The mysterious man examined Traveler 1, his assessment grim. "The body is fine," he stated, "but the battery inside its stomach is drained." Sunja, witnessing the examination, tilted her head, a question forming in her mind. Stomach. The scene shifted to show Traveler 1 lying unconscious on the ground, with Sunja and the mysterious man observing from a distance. So it fainted from hunger? It was starving? A spaceship, resembling a futuristic semi-truck, soared through the cosmos, its silhouette stark against the fiery backdrop of a distant planet. Meanwhile, inside the ship, a man with vibrant turquoise hair and sunglasses exploded in anger. "Why did you bring it along? You should have left it behind," he shouted. His outburst was directed at a woman with dark hair, who responded calmly, "Didn't you see it go berserk earlier? It's worse than a cockroach exposed to radiation." The woman's retort only fueled his rage further. At least a radioactive cockroach would be worth a few bucks. This crazy monster isn't worth anything. Why did you bring it along? The scene shifted to reveal the source of their argument, a large, unconscious creature lying on the floor of the ship, its form wrapped in bandages. The woman stood over it, her expression unreadable. Her gaze was intense, her thoughts a mixture of concern and frustration. The mysterious man, his face a mask of barely contained fury, glared at Sunja and the unconscious Traveler One. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with tension. The scene shifting to the interior of a spaceship. Traveler One lay on the deck, swathed in bandages, while Sunja and the mysterious man stood over them, their expressions mirroring the unresolved conflict. Sunja declared that the rescued creature was of immense value, worth a significant sum of money. The scene shifted to show Sunja, the mysterious man, and Traveler One aboard a spaceship. The mysterious man's expression remained one of anger and frustration, while Sunja stood calmly, but with a hint of concern and defensiveness in her posture. The young, blonde-haired Traveler One, seemingly unconcerned, stated that the value of ancient martial arts increased with their proximity to the original source. The final panel showed an ancient, ornate door, the inscription on which indicated its age, 2,000 years old. Traveler One explained that 2,000 years ago, martial arts were highly developed, and even low-grade techniques from that era are worth at least 10,000 credits. But the mysterious man they found was an unimaginable grandmaster, at least S rank or higher. Traveler One continued, speculating that if he truly is S rank, they'd hit the jackpot. Sunja voiced a concern, what if he wakes up like that? Sunja reassured them, explaining that the mysterious man is bound with celestial silkworm thread used for spaceship repairs, even the head of the Shaolin sect couldn't cut it. Then, with a confident smirk, she effortlessly ripped the restraints. Sunja's eyes widened, a question mark hovering above her head. As she, along with Traveler One and another individual, observed a mysterious, hair-covered figure emerging from a doorway in a futuristic-looking room. The figure, enraged, declared, "How dare you, lowly grave-robbing thieves, try to desecrate me? I will tear you to shreds." A surge of purple energy erupted from the figure. As Traveler One reacted instantly, exclaiming, "Damn! See? I knew this would happen," and engaging in combat with the figure. The battle between Traveler One and the mysterious figure continued, with purple energy crackling around them. A monstrous entity, radiating purple energy, materialized before Traveler One, holding a tray of what appeared to be cooked sausages. The tray overflowing with a large number of sausages, glistening under the dim light. Sunja and another individual watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The other individual seemed to be questioning Sunja silently. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity greedily devoured the sausages, its hunger seemingly insatiable. Sunja and Traveler One cautiously approached the entity, their movements suggesting a plan to approach the situation carefully. Sunja, confronting Traveler One, questioned him, "How did you know?" Sunja, her expression weary, observed the mysterious figure. She commented that it appeared to have been starving for a considerable time, and that the best thing for a hungry beast was sausage. The mysterious figure, seemingly satisfied after consuming a large quantity of sausages, let out a contented "ah" as Traveler One and Sunja watched from a distance. A red spaceship approached a large, fiery planet. The image then shifted to show the ship from below, as if it were descending. The mysterious figure, awakened from a long slumber, questioned the bounty hunters who had inadvertently disturbed his rest. He mused that they weren't grave robbers, but rather bounty hunters whose actions had unexpectedly roused him from his deep sleep. He then reflected on the passage of 2,000 years since his time, and the state of the world. Humans, after endless conflict, had destroyed their world and retreated to the skies. Sunja, observing the figure, commented that things had stabilized since then. She explained that humanity, in an effort to prevent further destruction, had instituted a ban on all weapons except for martial arts, even nuclear weapons. The mysterious figure's gaze fell upon his own hands, lost in thought. A spaceship soared through the cosmos, its trajectory taking it towards a vibrant, orange-hued planet. Inside, Sunja, arms crossed, confidently informed the mysterious figure about the current era, year 1105 of the galactic calendar. The mysterious figure, his back to the viewer, sat in contemplation, processing the information about the galactic calendar. Sunja continued, explaining that the figure now lived in the sky, a fact he was only beginning to grasp after his 2,000-year slumber. This revelation prompted an outburst from the mysterious figure, who slammed his fist on the table, furious at the perceived deception and demanding to know their identity. His anger manifested as a surge of dark energy, his hair standing on end as he unleashed a furious threat. "Do you really wish to die?" Traveler 1, Sunja, and the mysterious figure, now revealed to be a powerful being from a distant planet, were positioned on a raised platform. They pointed towards a distant celestial body. The camera angle shifted to focus on the mysterious figure's back, his long, dark hair obscuring his face. A closer view revealed a glimpse of his face, still mostly hidden by his hair. The perspective changed again, showing the mysterious figure gazing out at a vast, fiery planet from a window, a planet that Sunja identified as his former home. "See? That place over there, Fuzzball, no, Grandpa, no, Master, is where you lived," Sunja explained. Sunja stood before the mysterious figure, her expression serious as she revealed this crucial piece of information. The panel focused on Sunja's attire and posture, emphasizing her confidence and determination as she faced the powerful being. The mysterious figure gazed at the image of a fiery, ravaged planet, a question forming in his mind: that place is the world I lived in. Sunja, observing the figure's reaction, added, "Totally ruined now, though." She then pressed further, "Anyway, now that you've seen it, do you believe us?" The mysterious figure, overwhelmed by the revelation, exclaimed, "Even if I want to believe, I can't. You expect me to believe that the land I was standing on is round?" Sunja, witnessing his disbelief, sighed, "Ah, how astonishingly ignorant." Traveler 1, witnessing the exchange, tilted his head in confusion, "Huh?" The mysterious figure recoiled, his body shuddering as an overpowering stench assaulted his senses. "Ag! What's that smell?" he exclaimed. Sunja, unimpressed, pinched her nose. "Hey! You'll learn the rest later, but first, how about a shower? Maybe trim your hair too. We're going to have to stay together for a while anyway." The mysterious figure, still reeling from the revelation of his past, tilted his head in confusion. "Shower?" His confusion quickly turned to a dawning understanding as he processed the suggestion. "A bath." Traveler 1 and Sunja led the mysterious figure to a nearby bathhouse, its entrance marked by a steaming symbol, where he finally succumbed to the cleansing power of a shower. The mysterious figure's discarded clothing lay on the floor, a testament to the recent shower. Water droplets still clung to the tiled surface. Traveler 1 and Sunja stood in a brightly lit corridor, observing the aftermath. Traveler 1 questioned Sunja's decision, asking, "Why didn't you just leave the hair as is?" The mysterious figure's bare feet, still damp from the shower, stepped onto the floor, leaving a trail of water. Traveler 1 expressed concern, voicing his fear that something mummified might emerge from within the figure. Sunja, arms crossed, watched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The mysterious figure continued to walk, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly in the quiet hallway. The mysterious figure, still damp from a recent shower, wrapped a towel around his waist, carefully drying his hair as he continued to get ready. He emerged from the shower area, where Traveler 1 and Sunja were waiting. The mysterious figure asked, "Is there more of what I ate earlier?" Sunja's eyes widened in surprise at the mysterious figure's question and demeanor. Traveler 1, equally startled, could only manage a stunned, "Who are you?" A crimson spaceship, resembling a futuristic semi-truck, hurtled through the cosmos, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Traveler 1, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazed out at the breathtaking expanse of space, his hands pressed against a transparent surface. "It does seem like this is the sky after all. I once lamented the world's narrowness. Vast and strange." The traveler pinched himself, questioning the reality of his situation. Sunja, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, gently pinched Traveler 1's cheek. She then asked, "So, how old are you?" Sunja, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, addressed Traveler 1. She stated that hibernation years don't count towards one's age. Meanwhile, in a spacious observation room overlooking a breathtaking cosmic vista, Traveler 1 and Sunja stood together. A third individual, observing them from a nearby console, muttered that the situation was definitely not normal. A high-angle, wide shot reveals a bustling, circular structure, possibly a marketplace or social hub, with numerous small tables and patrons scattered throughout. The architecture is a blend of futuristic and possibly ancient styles, with glowing neon accents and intricate, dark metalwork. Traveler 1's face is shown in close-up, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disorientation. His expression reflects a profound sense of unease and wonder at his surroundings. Sunja's eyes, dark and intense, are shown in a close-up, conveying a mixture of concern and curiosity. His gaze seems focused and observant, suggesting a thoughtful assessment of the situation. The scene shifts to a neon-lit establishment, possibly a restaurant, with a sign in a foreign language visible above the entrance. The overall atmosphere is vibrant and slightly chaotic. Traveler 1 sits at a table, voraciously consuming a large pile of sausages. Two other individuals observe him with expressions of disbelief and astonishment. One of the observers comments on Traveler 1's prodigious appetite, prompting Sunja to explain that Traveler 1 had endured a period of starvation lasting 2,000 years. Observing Traveler 1's voracious appetite, Sunja's companion commented, judging by his eating, that might be the case. The scene shifted to a bustling restaurant, various patrons occupied different booths, their conversations and meals a blur of activity. A moment of quiet observation from an unseen figure, their expression unreadable. Wang the 18th, the innkeeper of the Wild Crane Inn, sat behind his desk, a question hanging in the air, "You're looking for a broker?" He explained, "It must be someone rich and tough. Because it's extremely expensive and valuable." Wang the 18th mused to himself, how expensive must it be for Blazing Devil to be so frantic? Wang the 18th, a portly man with purple hair and spectacles, pondered aloud, puffing on his pipe, how much would a full collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts be worth? A woman with dark hair, dressed in a red jacket and black pants, considered the question thoughtfully. She mused internally, if they were all originals, and all S rank. Wang the 18th continued to puff thoughtfully on his pipe, his expression unreadable. A scene shifted to reveal Wang the 18th seated in a grand room, flanked by two guards in dark teal robes. He sat calmly, smoking his pipe. Wang the 18th, seemingly lost in thought, muttered to himself, could it be real? If they're S-rank originals from 2,000 years ago, they must be incredibly valuable. Wang the 18th, seated on his ornate chair, declared with finality, 0 credits. A man in a conical hat, seemingly a subordinate, responded with a questioning, "Pardon?" Wang the 18th, emphasizing his point, repeated, 0 credits, I said. Wang the 18th continued his assessment, his thoughts revealing themselves, if such things existed, one book alone could buy a planet and more. And she claims to have found a bunch of them? A mere mid-tier bounty hunter, the blazing demon. An unidentified woman, seemingly impatient, interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense and just kick them out." The man in the hat inquired, "Where's Sunja?" The unidentified woman, her expression sharp and calculating, informed her companion that the intermediary had promised to contact them immediately upon finding a buyer for the manuscripts. However, a flicker of doubt crossed her face as she added a hesitant "but." Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair slumped over a table littered with an astonishing number of empty plates. The scene suggested a prodigious appetite, the caption expressed disbelief at the sheer volume of food consumed. The unidentified woman's companion, a man with distinctive spiky white hair and sunglasses, reported that, thankfully, the young man's eating spree had recently come to an end. The unidentified woman sighed, admitting that if it weren't for the money involved, she would have reacted far more strongly to the situation. A door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior beyond. Wang the 18th and the unidentified woman sat in a bustling restaurant, a cacophony of sounds and smells filling the air. When a sudden shift in the atmosphere caused the unidentified woman to look up sharply. Her eyes widening in surprise as she spotted a group of individuals in dark robes. Recognizing them as members of the Heavenly Demon sect. The unidentified woman's expression turned serious. She whispered, "Those people are." A group of individuals, clad in dark robes and bearing the insignia of the Heavenly Demon sect, entered a bustling restaurant. Their leader, a powerfully built man, surveyed the room with a stern gaze, their presence causing a ripple of unease among the patrons. The members of the sect stood silently, their expressions impassive. The leader's robe bore a prominent emblem, the character for demon. Meanwhile, seated nearby, the unidentified woman's eyes widened in alarm as she recognized the sect members. A gasp escaped her lips, a silent question hanging in the air. Wang the 18th, observing from a distance, noted both the arrival of the Heavenly Demon sect and the unidentified woman's sharp reaction. His concern grew. Wang the 18th, utilizing a technological device, observed a bustling restaurant from a distance. His surveillance system highlighted several individuals seated in booths. The image zoomed in on a group of individuals, their attire clearly marking them as members of the Heavenly Demon sect. The unidentified woman, witnessing this, reacted with alarm. A conversation unfolded between the unidentified woman and the man in the conical hat. They discussed the arrival of the Heavenly Demon sect, identifying the group as the Red Wolf Platoon, inspectors for the sect. The unidentified woman expressed concern over their presence. The unidentified woman, startled, questioned if the group was indeed the Heavenly Demon sect. Meanwhile, another individual, seemingly a waiter, nervously stacked plates, clearly disturbed by the unfolding events. The man in the conical hat confirmed that the group was indeed the Heavenly Demon sect, clarifying that Heavenly Demon sect was the correct term to use. Wang the 18th, a young man with dark hair and a pensive expression, stood amidst a stack of plates, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. A woman with dark hair, dressed in red, questioned him. "How do you know the Heavenly Demon sect when you've been asleep for 2,000 years, she asked. Wang responded, "So the Heavenly Demon sect existed even back then? But why don't the people flee? If they were truly demon sect members, people should be fleeing in panic." The woman explained, "Why would they? The Heavenly Demon sect has its quirks, but they still pride themselves as the foremost orthodox sect in the entire universe. And they really are the best." Wang, still looking concerned, muttered to himself, "The Heavenly Demon sect, as an orthodox sect." Wang the 18th stared into the distance, a profound sense of wonder washing over him. His long-held dream, once distant and empty, felt suddenly within reach. A question forming in his mind, had his dream truly come true? Elsewhere, a man and a woman sat in a diner booth, their conversation subdued. The man appeared pensive, while the woman seemed to be waiting patiently. The man suddenly slumped over, muttering something unintelligible. Wang the 18th looked down at the unconscious man, his face etched with concern. The man, a level 2 wanted criminal, lay slumped over the table, his body still. A data screen appeared, displaying the man's profile: male, internal energy 52.7C, loaded martial art, 5-star black bird art, wanted on charges of robbery and assault. Wang the 18th's expression softened. He murmured, "Today is your lucky day. You're not our target." He continued, "So go to the Martial Alliance right now and turn yourself in. If you don't," his voice hardening with a hint of menace. The unconscious man's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and fear. Wang the 18th's hands hovered over the man's chest, a subtle energy emanating from them. The unidentified man looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and arousal. As Wang the 18th gently touched his forehead. Admirable, Wang the 18th thought, impressed by the man's unexpected resilience. Elsewhere, an older man, observing from a cafe, mused to himself, that seemingly impossible dream of mine. Referencing the events unfolding before him. 2 other men at the same cafe table shared his sentiment, commenting, "You young ones have made it come true." "How admirable," one of them added, his tone filled with a sense of wonder and respect. A young man, seemingly unrelated to the previous scene, reflected on the situation. How much suffering must these young ones have endured to achieve such a stature, he thought, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. Wang the 18th, compassionate and observant, offered the unidentified man, who was aroused, fearful, and in awe, a chance to surrender. The older man in the cafe reflected wistfully on his past dreams, while the younger man observed with awe and concern. The unidentified man's fear was palpable as he stared wide-eyed at Wang the 18th. Wang the 18th's inner thoughts were revealed. He questioned whether the man was simply a child with social difficulties. He then clarified his assessment, stating that the man's social skills were simply lacking. Wang the 18th addressed the unidentified man directly, emphasizing his good fortune in encountering him today and highlighting the man's vulnerability had Wang sensed any martial energy. The unidentified man was then shown being subdued by Wang the 18th, his fate uncertain. Wang the 18th subdued the unidentified man with a swift, decisive move, leaving the criminal completely immobile. The older man and young man in the nearby cafe watched, their expressions reflecting their surprise and concern. The young man voiced his confusion, questioning the unidentified man's stillness. The other man, equally perplexed, admitted uncertainty. Meanwhile, the unidentified man, his face obscured, clenched his fists, a surge of frustrated energy evident in his tense posture. As his internal energy drive system, QIOS, activated his blood wolf demon art. The power surged, driving his system to maximum capacity. His eyes glowed with demonic power as he struggled against Wang the 18th's control, a silent scream of defiance forming in his mind. He desperately tried to break free. The unidentified man, defiant and empowered, unleashed a surge of demonic energy, his body crackling with purple lightning. The raw power twisting into a vortex of destructive force around him. He stood amidst the chaos, a figure of malevolent might. Meanwhile, in a nearby cafe, the older man and young man watched the spectacle unfold, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Their quiet observation punctuated by the growing intensity of the magical disturbance. Elsewhere, a group of figures in dark cloaks, their faces obscured, stood silently, observing the unidentified man's display of power. Wang the 18th, having seemingly subdued his opponent, now looked on with a mixture of surprise and concern, the aftereffects of his battle still lingering. Wang the 18th, along with two other individuals, observed the unidentified man from a distance. One of them commented on the unidentified man's seemingly poor physical condition, prompting the unidentified man to demand, "You, who the hell are you?" The unidentified man's internal energy and martial arts skills were scanned, revealing that he was unregistered in the database and possessed no detectable internal energy. This fact shocked Wang the 18th, who had just attempted to kill him, leading him to question how someone with zero internal energy could still be alive. The explanation was revealed to be the blood wolf demon art, a lower-level martial art among the heavenly demon body cultivation arts. A surprisingly resilient technique that had been passed down through generations. Despite its low level, the unidentified man's survival was deemed commendable. The unidentified man, reflecting on his encounter, concluded that his training methods were flawed, but also noted that his meeting with Wang the 18th was significant. Wang the 18th, a powerful cultivator, confronted the unidentified man in a grand hall. He declared, "Today is the opportunity of a lifetime for you, isn't it? So let me personally correct it for you." With a roar, Wang launched a devastating attack, shouting, "You lunatic! Die!" His powerful blow descended towards the unidentified man, who remained surprisingly calm. The unidentified man countered with a fiery surge of energy, unleashing the Red Wolf Demon Claw, first form. The intense energy manifested as a fiery claw, a testament to the power of the Blood Wolf demon art. In a swift counterattack, the unidentified man used the Red Wolf Strike to deflect Wang's attack. The unidentified man, facing Wang the 18th's surprise attack, unleashed the Blood Wolf demon art. A massive explosion erupted. The force of the Red Wolf explosion sending shockwaves outwards. As onlookers, the older man and young man from the cafe watched in stunned silence as the unidentified man continued his assault with Red Wolf Tremor Wave and Red Wolf Ghost Claw. Wang the 18th, caught in the full force of the unidentified man's techniques, was sent sprawling across the ground, the earth cracking under the sheer power of the attack, leaving him defeated and vulnerable. The unidentified man, having neutralized the threat, calmly observed the scene, a slight escaping his lips. A pair of eyes, glowing faintly, peered out from an inky black void, the vast expanse of space swirling with nebulae and stardust below. Wang the 18th, cloaked and defiant, descended from the heavens, his purple dragon-emblazoned cape billowing behind him. However, the unidentified man's gaze was unwavering, his eyes burning with an intense crimson light. Enough, he thought, his expression hardening. With a swift, decisive movement, the unidentified man seized Wang the 18th's head, his grip firm and unrelenting. The force of the attack sending Wang crashing through the ground, a wave of energy erupting as he impacted the earth below. "It's crude," the unidentified man observed, unimpressed. A blinding flash of turquoise energy engulfed Wang the 18th, signaling his defeat. Wang the 18th launched a furious attack, but the unidentified man effortlessly countered, sending his opponent crashing into the ground. The impact created a small crater as dust and debris filled the air. The cloaked figures watched intently, their faces obscured by shadow. Meanwhile, the older man and young man in the cafe, witnesses to the incredible display of power, exchanged wide-eyed glances. A young woman with dark hair and a man with teal hair and sunglasses watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. Wang the 18th lay defeated, his body broken and bruised. The unidentified man, seemingly unfazed, addressed him with a dismissive comment, "You've learned it all right, but learned it like a parrot." The unidentified man stood tall, his silhouette framed against the rising dust, a figure of quiet dominance. The unidentified man stood over his defeated opponent, Wang the 18th, who lay injured and incapacitated amongst the rubble. He delivered a final, dismissive statement: "True martial arts are not just about imitating but adapting and making them your own." He then addressed Wang directly, issuing a curt command: "Now, if you understand, get up and try again." The scene shifted to a grand, cavernous hall where the unidentified man stood defiantly, his back to two cloaked figures. One of the figures, impatient, shouted, "Get up, I said." Three cloaked figures, including a woman with silver hair, appeared, their faces obscured by shadows. Their leader, enraged, bellowed, "You brat! How dare you against the platoon leader?" Suddenly, the cloaked figures launched a coordinated attack against the unidentified man, their blades flashing. One of them screamed, "Kill him!" Wang the 18th lay defeated on the ground, his body bruised and battered. Nearby, several cloaked figures also lay still, casualties of the recent conflict. The unidentified man stood over him, his expression unreadable. He seemed unfazed by the destruction around him. A medical device hovered over Wang the 18th's injured eye, attempting to assess the damage. His mouth hung open, revealing broken teeth. The unidentified man surveyed the scene from a distance, his back to the camera. The bodies of his defeated opponents lay scattered before him, a testament to his overwhelming power. The man's thoughts echoed, "Unbelievable." Following Wang the 18th's defeat, a report was delivered to Zhang Ritak, commander of District 32 of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The report stated that while the Red Wolf platoon suffered severe bruising, their lives were not in danger. Despite this, Zhang Ritak remained contemplative, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The fact that his elite platoon had been so easily defeated by an unknown stranger weighed heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, news of the incident reached Zhou Chumrock, senior elder of District 32. He expressed concern over the Red Wolf platoon's state and questioned the unidentified man's lack of registration in the Martial Alliance database. The unidentified man's identity remained a mystery, prompting further investigation. Zhang Ritak and Zhou Chumrock stood before a large screen displaying a report. The report confirmed that while the unidentified man's companions were registered bounty hunters, he himself was not. A group known as S-Devil, specializing in apprehending B-class or lower petty criminals. Led by someone called Sarah Young, the Blazing Devil. Zhou Chumrock, arms crossed, contemplated the information. Her expression was one of deep concern. Meanwhile, the unidentified man sat calmly at a table, seemingly unconcerned, cutlery in hand. Zhang Ritak, Zhou Chumrock, and a third individual sat around a table in a high-tech room overlooking a star-filled expanse. a holographic projection of a woman appeared, detailing the unidentified man's profile, a well-known bounty hunter operating in both orthodox and unorthodox worlds. After a recent incident, he'd fled to Wild Crane Inn, but his trail was traceable. Joe Chumrock questioned whether a pursuit team should be dispatched. But Jong Ritak, displaying a resolute expression, declared that he would personally handle the matter. Joe Chumrock, seemingly unconvinced, stared intently at Jong Ritak. Jong Ritak, having made his decision, stood and left, while Joe Chumrock bowed respectfully. A gloved hand reached out and pressed a glowing green button, activating a large screen displaying a wall of static, before resolving into a clear image of a man in a dark suit. The screen showed a large, imposing figure, a man in clerical garb, his face calm and serene. He addressed District Commander Jong Ritak, who stood before the screen, his expression unreadable. The man on the screen spoke, his voice calm yet firm. It's been a while, District Commander Jong Ritak. Is there perhaps a request you have? The face of a stern, older man filled the panel, his sharp eyes narrowed in intensity. His expression was one of calculating assessment. Meanwhile, Jong Ritak stood before a vast viewport, gazing out at the star-dusted expanse of space. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication, for our Greenwood group? A sleek, dark vessel hurtled through a vibrant, swirling nebula, streaks of electric blue and crimson light painting its path. Arriving at a futuristic docking bay, where Jong Ritak emerged, his expression contemplative. He sat at a table, a simple plate before him, fork and knife held firmly in his hands, a stark contrast to the advanced technology surrounding him. Awaiting someone. Two figures, a woman in red and a man with striking blue hair and sunglasses, entered the room, their presence exuding an air of authority. They approached the table where Jong Ritak sat, observing him silently, the tension palpable in the sterile environment. Jong Ritak's two companions, the unidentified woman and the unidentified man, expressed their shared apprehension. The unidentified woman, in particular, questioned Jong Ritak's statement, prompting the unidentified man to inquire about the nature of his concerns. The unidentified man, having witnessed the same event, confirmed his shared experience with Jong Ritak, describing how a mysterious figure swiftly incapacitated multiple opponents with a single blow. A wide shot revealed the aftermath of this swift attack, showing several figures lying defeated on the ground after being struck by the mysterious individual. The unidentified woman and the unidentified man watched from a distance as the dust settled, the scene highlighting the overwhelming power displayed by the unseen assailant. Jong Ritak, still shaken from witnessing the unidentified man's power, reflected on the recent events. He mused that if he fought those attackers seriously, he might have won, but admitted that even at his best, he could only hope to scratch them, given their A-rank status. Especially considering how easily the unidentified man dispatched them. The unidentified woman and man observed Jong Ritak's reaction to the aftermath of the attack. The scene showed the lingering effects of the unidentified man's overwhelming power. As they carefully examined the scene, the unidentified woman and man continued their assessment of the situation, their expressions conveying a mixture of curiosity and calculation. Jong Ritak sat at a table in a sleek, metallic room, his expression a mixture of weariness and quiet observation. He meticulously arranged his cutlery, seemingly unfazed by the unidentified woman standing nearby, a subtle glow emanating from his forehead. He muttered to himself, "Food first." The woman, impatient, interrupted his meal. "No, let's talk first," she insisted, her voice sharp and demanding. She abruptly kicked the table's leg, causing it to tilt precariously. Her eyes narrowed as she addressed him, "You. What's your name?" The woman, arms crossed defensively, waited for a response. Her posture conveyed a mixture of suspicion and guardedness. Another individual, a man, appeared beside her, adding to the pressure. He smirked, echoing her question, "Are you deaf? What's your name?" Jong Ritak sat at a table in a sleek, modern room, a plate of food before him. Two other individuals, a man and a woman, sat across from him, their expressions intense. A server, seemingly a robot, carried a large tray of food, steaming slightly. The woman leaned forward, her voice sharp. "Don't even think about it. Not until we're done talking." Jong Ritak remained impassive, his gaze fixed on his plate. He picked up his utensils. The woman and man exchanged a look. The man, with a condescending smirk, spoke. The woman's demand was clear: name. The scene shifted to show Jong Ritak, the man, and the woman still seated at the table. The man's name, Lee Mok-jin, was revealed in a speech bubble. Lee Mok-jin pressed further, his tone inquisitive. "What's your identity? Like, your past profession?" Jong Ritak sat with his arms crossed, a calm expression on his face despite the intense scrutiny from Lee Mok-jin and the unidentified woman. Meanwhile, Jong Ritak's thoughts drifted, a pensive silence enveloping him as he contemplated the situation. His gaze remained fixed, betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. Lee Mok-jin, his expression one of suspicion and disdain, uttered the words, "Heavenly Demon." The revelation hung heavy in the air, the implications of the title sinking in. The scene shifted to a wider view, showing Jong Ritak, Lee Mok-jin, and the unidentified woman seated around a table in a sterile, futuristic room. Jong Ritak processed the shocking revelation, a mixture of disbelief and internal conflict swirling within her. The words "heavenly demon" echoed in her mind. Her confusion deepening as she questioned the absurdity of the accusation. She wondered if Lee Mok-jin had simply consumed something that affected his judgment. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere filled the room as Lee Mok-jin, suspicious and accusatory, confronted Jong Ritak. An unidentified woman observed the scene from a distance. The tension escalated, punctuated by the sharp, almost violent energy emanating from the scene. The visual effect emphasized the intensity of the moment. Lee Mok-jin's gaze locked onto Jong Ritak, his suspicion unwavering. The woman's observation continued, her expression unreadable. Target detected. A system message flashed, indicating the woman's advanced surveillance capabilities. A young woman, seemingly monitoring the situation remotely, focused intently on her console, her expression serious and concerned. Lee Mok-jin, highly suspicious, voiced her conviction. "I knew it. It must be the Heavenly Demon sect. After he beat up the Red Wolf platoon, they wouldn't leave us alone. Come on." Meanwhile, the unidentified woman, monitoring the situation remotely, analyzed the data streaming across her technological interface. She concluded, "It's not the Heavenly Demon sect." A large screen displayed the insignia of a skull and crossbones, identifying the approaching fleet as Greenwood. A massive Greenwood fleet emerged from hyperspace, its ominous presence filling the void of space. Numerous ships, each bearing the skull and crossbones emblem, advanced in formation. The sheer scale of the Greenwood Armada was breathtaking, a terrifying display of military might. Observing the approaching fleet from a distance, an unidentified man stood silently, his back to the viewer, contemplating the unfolding events. Kim Sungbom, the Black Tiger of the Crescent Moon and leader of the Galaxy Division of Greenwood's 72 strongholds, was shown in a dramatic close-up. A subordinate officer approached Kim Sungbom, questioning whether they should deploy an EMP to capture the target. Kim Sungbom, considering the question, asked for confirmation that the targets were indeed bounty hunters, and was informed that they primarily operated on the outskirts of the galaxy, their leader known as Blazing Devil, Ser-young. Kim Sungbom pondered the implications, questioning why the Heavenly Demon sect would involve itself with such a small group. His contemplative expression hinted at a growing suspicion and unease. A man stood before a large portrait of a stern-faced individual with light hair, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a group of bounty hunters discussed their mission, accepting a bounty with unusual completion conditions. They were instructed not to capture their target, but to erase them from existence. The implications of this order hung heavy in the air as one of the bounty hunters voiced his shock. "Kill them?" Meanwhile, an unidentified man and woman observed the situation, noting the unusual circumstances and the potential for something more significant to be at play. Kim Sungbom, his gaze fixed on the bounty hunter's leader, mused, "They are far more adept at taking lives than we are, they must have a reason for specifically entrusting us with this task. His suspicion deepened as he considered the implications of the mission's unusual parameters. Meanwhile, the unidentified man, observing from a distance, voiced his apprehension: there must be a trap inside that ship. The Greenwood fleet, a formidable armada, loomed large in the inky blackness of space. The sheer scale of the approaching fleet was a stark contrast to the small group of bounty hunters, and the unidentified woman, witnessing the scene, noted, they brought a whole crowd with them. The unidentified woman, monitoring a screen, reported that the situation was more complex than it seemed. The arrival of the Greenwood fleet, part of the 72 strongholds of the Galaxy Division, indicated a full-scale mobilization, causing the other woman to react with alarm. The entire Galaxy Division's arrival meant that their division leader was also present. A realization that struck her with a sense of foreboding. Observing the approaching fleet from a distance, an unidentified man expressed his awe at the spectacle, while the woman in red, still apprehensive, muttered the name Kim Sungbom, identifying him as the Black Tiger, a formidable figure even she couldn't easily defeat. A sentiment echoed by another individual, who emphasized the danger posed by Kim Sungbom, stating that anyone who confronted him would be dead within 3 moves. Prompting a defiant retort from the woman in red, who confidently declared her ability to overcome the challenge if she focused her efforts. One of the crew members suggested a quick surrender, stating that they had nothing to lose and shouldn't panic. Meanwhile, the unidentified woman took charge, ordering everyone to follow her commands. She calmly anticipated the Greenwood fleet's attack, predicting they would first use an EMP to disable the ship's energy systems, and then board the ship, fully armed. She stated that she would permit both actions. The unidentified woman, displaying technological prowess, reviewed data on multiple screens, monitoring the approaching fleet. The crew member questioned the difference between this strategy and a simple surrender. The unidentified woman addressed a young man, warning him, "Don't panic. When the EMP hits, the ship will shake a bit. But don't worry, there's no destructive power. Because of the space laws, those guys can't use ship weapons either." She continued, explaining, "Oh, didn't understand that? Anyway, don't interfere. Once they take what they want, they'll leave us be. If a fight breaks out and things escalate, I can't guarantee anything." As the Greenwood fleet locked onto their position, the woman's expression turned serious. "Locked on? Brace for impact." A young woman with blonde hair and a red cap stared in disbelief, whispering, "No, it's photon cannon." The camera focuses on a woman with dark hair, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she realizes the gravity of the situation. A ship-destroying weapon was being used against them. A massive, skull-emblazoned ship unleashed a devastating blast of energy, its power clearly visible in the bright yellow light emanating from the weapon. The woman's fear was palpable as she exclaimed, "They're trying to kill us." The dark-haired woman's eyes widened in shock and fear, her mouth slightly agape as she muttered, "Crazy." An older man, possibly a superior officer, observed a small ship fleeing the scene from a viewport. He commented, "Division leader, this violates space regulations. It might cause trouble later." Another man, in military attire, reviewed documents, thoughtfully considering a course of action. He muttered, "Capturing and quietly disposing of them would be." A man with glasses, his face partially obscured by shadow, voiced his apprehension. "No," he stated, "I have a bad feeling. Just blow them to dust and complicate the matters." He continued, outlining a plan to shift responsibility. "We can shift all the responsibility to the client, the Heavenly Demon Sect." A curt order was given, "Fire when ready." 2 women, one in a red jacket and the other in a yellow hooded top, found themselves in a dire situation. "Warp, can we warp?" one exclaimed in panic, as alarms blared around them. The woman in red was met with grim news. "No. We're surrounded on all sides," the other woman responded, her face etched with worry. The situation worsened. "Not working. Remember when we sold parts for living expenses?" the woman in yellow cried out in despair. Lee Mok-jin, from a shadowed vantage point, issued a single, chilling command, "Fire." A colossal beam of energy, erupting from a massive warship, streaked across the sky, plummeting towards the unsuspecting bounty hunters below. Lee Mak-jin watched with grim satisfaction as his plan unfolded, his face contorted in a silent scream of triumph. Jang Ritak, meanwhile, remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe. The energy beam impacted with devastating force, engulfing the bounty hunters' ships in a blinding inferno, leaving behind only a trail of fiery destruction. Lee Mak-jin, from his elevated vantage point, observed the fiery aftermath of his orchestrated attack, a smug expression playing on his lips as he watched the bounty hunter's vehicle engulfed in flames. His gaze lingered on the details, a subtle satisfaction in his eyes as he confirmed the success of his plan. The fiery explosion consumed the bounty hunter's vehicle, leaving behind only a trail of destruction. A scene of devastation that would soon be attributed to Jang Ritak, as per Lee Mak-jin's meticulous scheme. The flames danced and swirled, mirroring the turmoil in Lee Mak-jin's mind as he contemplated his next move. A massive, fiery explosion engulfed the space, the source appearing to be a large, metallic disc-shaped object. As several smaller ships, seemingly bounty hunter vessels, were caught in the blast radius. One of the ships, damaged but still functional, attempted a desperate escape, its engines sputtering, only to be consumed by the expanding inferno, leaving behind only debris and a lingering heat signature. In the aftermath, a lone figure, clad in white armor, stood silhouetted against the fiery backdrop, a long spear held firmly in their grasp. A woman, witnessing the destruction from afar, whispered in disbelief, "What's that?" Lee Mak-jin, still triumphant from his recent scheme, held a terrified young woman captive. He clutched her tightly, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and calculation. Meanwhile, a man in glasses, his face pale with shock, muttered to himself, 8-foot fighting ghost. The name seemed to trigger a powerful reaction. A vision of Elena, a woman clad in white armor, wielding a long sword, appeared before him, bathed in a blue ethereal glow. The man whispered her name, Elena. Jang Ritak stared, his reflection in the glass a distorted mask of fear and confusion. As he watched Lee Mak-jin and the captive woman from the other side of the transparent barrier. The man in glasses stood beside them, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A vision of Elena, the 8-foot fighting ghost, materialized before them. Her ethereal form radiating power as she stood poised with her weapon. A small, red vehicle sped past her. Elena turned, her back to the viewer, facing a fleet of menacing, skull-emblazoned spaceships. The scene ended with a sense of impending doom. The man in glasses, his expression a mixture of shock and awe, stared into the distance. A vision, perhaps, or a premonition. A vision of Elena, a figure cloaked in white armor, her long blonde hair flowing behind her. She stood with a powerful weapon, her back to the viewer. A scene that seemed to hint at a conflict of immense scale. The dialogue bubbles revealed a discussion about a terraformation-grade shield and the need to maximize the photon cannon's output to penetrate it. The implication was clear: a significant threat required drastic measures. A gravity of the situation underscored by a stark question: are we trying to start a space war, just to deal with a cockroach? The response was equally blunt: that person isn't easily handled. Activate the teleportation. The man in glasses, now with glowing red implants visible on his temples, prepared for action, his expression resolute. The weight of the decision, and the potential consequences, were clearly etched on his face. Elena, seen from behind, stood poised and ready, her weapon held firmly in her grasp. The scene ended with a sense of impending action and a looming threat. The man in glasses pondered aloud: if it's the 8-foot fighting ghost Elena, she's an S-class bounty hunter. She's so unpredictable that even the leaders of most sects avoid her. Why is she here? Jang Ritak continued, it's more puzzling why she saved us. If she hadn't blocked that photon cannon, we'd be atomized by now. A mysterious woman with silver hair and futuristic armor walked away from a glowing green energy source, leaving behind a cloaked figure in a white robe. The woman's presence was imposing. Elena, her face partially obscured by a mask, stood against a backdrop of stars. A thought bubble above her head contained only an ellipsis. The man in glasses, addressing her, claimed to be Kim Sungbom, her younger brother, reminding her of their meeting 2 years prior at their mother's birthday. He received a dismissive "get lost" in response. Kim Sungbom then formally introduced himself, not as her brother, but as the leader of the 72 strongholds of Greenwood. Elena responded that telling her to get lost was the same as telling all of Greenwood to get lost, a statement she could not accept. The scene concluded with Elena and Kim Sungbom facing each other on a circular platform, the vast expanse of space behind them. Elena stood defiant, a fiery aura emanating from her as she prepared for battle. 2 onlookers observed the scene, one commenting that a fight was imminent, while the other, a man with dark hair, expressed concern about the difficulty of the upcoming confrontation, even for Greenwood's formidable forces. A third observer, seemingly a man with dark hair and a piercing in his ear, watched from afar, his expression unreadable. Elena, her back turned, questioned the meaning of the term "mother lioness." As another observer, wearing a mask and glasses, noted Elena's tendency to resort to violence to settle disputes. A masked man, surrendering, declared, "Anyhow, I surrender." He continued, explaining that he didn't want to fight, considering it a loss, especially for such a crappy job. He proposed a peaceful resolution, but requested an explanation for the conflict. The masked man questioned if Elena's targets overlapped with his, offering to yield if they did. Elena, clad in white armor, remained silent, her expression unreadable behind her mask. Kim Sungbom, observing from a distance, muttered, "As expected." The masked man, his face partially obscured, pondered the situation. But why? For what purpose would she come for such useless things, he mused, his internal question reflecting his confusion. Elena, Kim Sungbom, and an unidentified third individual found themselves trapped behind a transparent barrier, their expressions a mixture of surprise and apprehension. As a blonde woman in armor, wielding a futuristic weapon, appeared above them. "Hand it over, or everyone dies," she commanded, her tone cold and unwavering. The threat echoed, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Elena, Kim Sungbom, and the third individual watched from behind the glass as the armed woman descended. Their apprehension was palpable. Elena's wide eyes reflected her concern as she stared at the approaching threat. Kim Sungbom, eyes wide with alarm, voiced his apprehension. "Does she want to rob us too? What do we even have?" Elena, peering through the glass, questioned her companion. "Ah, Captain, did you stash something valuable without telling us?" Kim Sungbom quickly denied this, stating, "No, right? We don't have anything like that." They both pressed their hands against the glass, contemplating the situation. There was nothing here that could attract an S-rank bounty hunter like the woman outside. Kim Sungbom gazed pensively out the window, lost in thought. Elena, observing Kim Sungbom's pensive expression, speculated, "Do you perhaps know that woman? Maybe you had a fling in the past, or dated and had a big breakup before running away." Kim Sungbom insisted, "It's not because of me." Elena, however, reacted with a questioning, "Huh?" Elena then surmised, "It's probably because of that child." The three individuals, Kim Sungbom, Elena, and the masked man, stood together in a brightly lit, futuristic-looking room. Elena, arms outstretched, addressed them cautiously, beginning with, "What do you?" Kim Sungbom, turning his back to Elena and the masked man, calmly stated, "Nothing to fear." A large, metallic door, segmented and glowing with turquoise accents, dominated the scene. The room was sterile, echoing with an unnerving silence. Then, a holographic image flickered to life, revealing a young woman with long dark hair, partially obscured by a backwards baseball cap. Her face was masked, adding to the mystery. Suddenly, the figure propelled herself forward, a burst of purple energy trailing behind her as she rocketed towards three onlookers, Elena, Kim Sungbom, and the masked man, who watched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Landing gracefully on the ground, the masked girl stood amidst a swirling purple aura, her arrival both unexpected and dramatic. Elena's eyes widened in shock, her mouth formed a silent exclamation point as she stared at the newcomer. Kim Sungbom's expression mirrored her surprise, a question mark forming above his head. The masked girl's expression remained inscrutable, her eyes conveying nothing but a quiet intensity. Elena's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, What's with her? Kim Sungbom, equally surprised, looked on. Kim Sungbom reflected, she followed us from the inn. She had presence but no form, so I left her be. But to conceal her breathing too, such an advanced stealth technique. He mused, seems martial arts have developed in the meantime. However, the masked girl's stealth wasn't due to skill alone. A young woman with blonde hair explained, it's not a stealth technique, she's wearing a stealth ring. She elaborated, it's quantum technology, really expensive stuff. Elena confronted the masked girl, demanding, why did you sneak onto our ship? Yongwarin, the masked girl, revealed her name, I'm Hua Rin, Yongwarin. Elena, unimpressed, retorted, who asked for your name? Kim Sungbom, observing a holographic display showing a fleet of spaceships, questioned, after you? Are you their target? Hua Rin, looking down, murmured, probably. A blonde woman in futuristic armor, standing before a fleet of spaceships, stated, as long as I'm alive, they won't stop. Someone, possibly Kim Sungbom, reacted in surprise, Hua Rin. Did you just say Hua Rin? Kim Sungbom, his brow furrowed with concern, questioned Elena. You know her? The older man, his voice booming, exclaimed, how could I not? She's the main vocalist of Pronosion. Hua Rin, taken aback, whispered, what? The man continued, his excitement palpable, the galaxy's top rookie idol duo. Even you know it. Dynamite Doo-Doo-Doo. She's the main vocalist of the idol group that sang that hit song. I play it all the time, and you dance every time. He grinned, adding, I was right. Wow, she's even prettier in person. The man then leaped, seemingly preparing for action. Kim Sungbom displayed a phone screen showing Hua Rin's profile, 162 centimeters, 47.4 kilograms, blood type AB, ESFP personality type, and an allergy to cats. He added that she was from Manhwa, the same place as Elena. A stark warning was issued, this is your last warning. 10 minutes. Hand her over, or everyone dies. The blonde woman, seemingly in charge, listened intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. Elena, Kim Sungbom, and Hua Rin stood together, apprehensive, as the threat hung heavy in the air. Kim Sungbom, looking concerned, questioned Hua Rin, but, Miss Hua Rin, why are they doing this? What's the reason? Hua Rin remained silent, her expression unreadable, lost in thought. The blonde woman, her expression cold and calculating, issued a curt dismissal to Hua Rin. Doesn't matter, she stated, her tone brooking no argument. She continued, clarifying her position. Let's be clear. You're an uninvited guest. You have nothing to do with us. The ultimatum was delivered with chilling finality. So, you need to leave. Elena, witnessing the tense exchange, whispered urgently to the captain, Captain. The captain, however, remained resolute. I've made my decision. He declared, his back to the others, his resolve unwavering. As the captain. Elena, her expression a mixture of worry and defiance, stood alone in a sleek, futuristic corridor. Elena voiced her concerns to the captain and another officer, arguing against Hua Rin's expulsion. She pointed out that Hua Rin was the main vocalist of Pronosion. The captain, however, remained resolute. He explained that protecting Hua Rin was impossible given their current struggles against Greenwood and the threat posed by Elena, a powerful 8-foot fighting demon. He argued that even if they held their ground, Hua Rin's fate was sealed, and their own survival was in jeopardy. The captain concluded grimly that their fate was death, regardless of their actions. Elena, silhouetted against a glowing doorway, walked away, her future uncertain. With a resolute expression, the captain slammed his fist onto a large red button. The resulting activation causing a system-wide alert to flash across the facility's monitors. He muttered, I'm in pain too. As he watched Hua Rin's expulsion proceed. A system voice announced, door lock disengaged. Gate open. Gate open. Hua Rin, her head bowed, walked slowly through the opening gate. Her shoulders slumped with a mixture of defeat and quiet defiance. She looked up, a hint of sadness in her eyes. A captain's hand rested gently on her shoulder as she departed, a silent acknowledgement of the difficult decision he had made. Kim Sungbam and Elena stood together in a brightly lit corridor, a question mark floating above Elena's head. Sungbam reassured her, saying, "Didn't I tell you? Don't worry." Elena, however, looked unconvinced and exclaimed, What? When did he get in there?" The pair walked down the corridor, their backs to the viewer, towards a large, glowing red portal. Meanwhile, a man with gray hair and glasses peered into a circular monitor, muttering, That's what I'm saying?" Elena, in a desperate struggle, yelled, "See crazy! Close it! Close it now!" Meanwhile, Kim Sungbam observed from a distance, his thoughts revealing a surprising assessment. "Let's just see what happens. That guy's really strong too. He might even defeat Elena." A spaceship was seen escaping through a newly opened gate into the vast expanse of space, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. "Insane? That's space out there." Elena, still frantic, urged Sunja, close the gate. Quickly. Sunja, however, could only watch, her expression reflecting a grim realization. As she stated, "It's too late." Elena, desperate, frantically tried to close the gate, her fingers grasping at the smooth, metallic surface. But the gate remained stubbornly open, revealing a vast expanse of stars beyond. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered, "This insane nutcase." Kim Sungbam watched from the doorway, his expression a mixture of surprise and grim assessment as he saw Hua Rin escape through the gate and into the blackness of space. The blonde woman simply sighed, confirming the gate's unyielding nature. As Hua Rin floated in the void, Kim Sungbam's warning echoed in her mind, "Thank you, but they're really strong martial artists. You need to be careful." Elena watched Hua Rin with a mixture of concern and disbelief as Kim Sungbam's hand rested on Hua Rin's shoulder. Kim Sungbam's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Hua Rin's unexpected action. Hua Rin, seemingly without any protective gear, was propelled into the vacuum of space, coughing and struggling for breath. Elena's expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment as she questioned Hua Rin's lack of a protective shield. Don't tell me you don't have a shield." Hua Rin's desperate cough echoed in the silence of space as she tumbled away from the gate. Elena's eyes darted upwards, a look of confusion and concern etched on her face as she processed the unexpected turn of events. Elena watched in disbelief as Hua Rin was violently ejected from the ship, a silent scream forming on her lips, tumbling helplessly through the vacuum of space. Kim Sungbam's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the event. A small, distant red vehicle, presumably a rescue craft, was the only thing visible in the vast expanse of space. The blonde woman, having arrived on the scene, observed from a distance, her expression unreadable behind her mask. The gravity of the situation was palpable. A stark warning appeared: outside is -300 degrees. And the pressure would burst your internal organs within 10 seconds. Why would you go out there without a shield? Hua Rin coughed violently, his body contorting as he was propelled into the vacuum of space, his eyes bulging as he struggled against the unforgiving environment, his vision blurring as the lack of oxygen took its toll, his body turning a ghastly blue as he succumbed to the harsh conditions of space. His eyes fluttered closed, his body limp. Hua Rin, unconscious, drifted through the inky blackness of space, her body gently cradled by a young man with dark hair. The young man's face was partially visible, his expression one of intense concentration as he activated a nanoshield, a protective layer of energy shimmering around them. "Nanoshield activated," the system announced. Panic etched itself onto his features as he frantically urged Hua Rin to wake up, his voice filled with desperate pleas. "Wake up! Are you alive? Breathe! Breathe already!" A blonde woman observed the scene from a distance, her expression unreadable as she silently questioned the unfolding events. "What are you doing?" The young man, startled by the sudden appearance of the blonde woman, looked up, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of fear. He clutched Hua Rin closer, his face a mask of worry. As he held her close, a wave of relief washed over him as he realized she was still alive. He muttered to himself, "You worry for no reason. This one is the supreme being of heaven and earth. Nothing in this world can threaten this woman." Elena and the young man stood together, observing the scene from a distance. The young man appeared pensive, a slight frown etching his features. Elena's expression was one of concern, her eyes fixed on the events unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Hua Rin, still unconscious, floated alone in the vast expanse of space. She was suspended above a large, circular platform, a faint blue glow emanating from its surface. The young man's question echoed in the silence, "But, how do I get down from here?" With a determined expression, Hua Rin slowly began to descend from the platform, her movements deliberate and careful. From afar, the blonde woman watched the scene unfold, a mixture of relief and curiosity in her eyes. She murmured to herself, "Thank goodness, seems like she wasn't too late." However, her relief was short-lived. The blonde woman, a seasoned expert, knew the dangers of space. She stated, "She was very late. Even the greatest master can't withstand space without a shield for less than a minute." A monitor displayed data on the young man's recent ordeal. The screen showed that he had endured the vacuum of space for an improbable amount of time, 6 minutes and 13 seconds. Remarkably, all his vital signs were normal. Elena, the young man, and the blonde woman stood together on a metallic platform, their backs to the viewer, observing something in the distance. A caption appeared, stating that the young man had far surpassed human limits. The blonde woman, clad in futuristic armor, stood opposite a cloaked figure on a circular platform, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. A close-up on the blonde woman's face revealed her intense, focused expression. Elena, her eyes narrowed, commented that she heard the blonde woman was a fighting maniac, her aura being no joke. Further emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Elena noted the presence of Kim Sungbom of Greenwood. Elena, apprehensive but observant, instructed the young man to avoid interfering, stating, "Don't cause trouble. I'll handle it. Don't intervene." Elena then encountered the blonde woman, greeting her with a cheerful, "Oh. Nice to see you, nothing bad happened, right? You're still healthy as ever?" The blonde woman, whose reputation preceded her, introduced herself as Ser Young, leader of the Five Devils, remarking, "I've heard a lot about you too, but seeing you in person is even better. You know me, right?" The blonde woman's gaze was intense, her expression unreadable behind her mask. Meanwhile, Kim Sungbom, his presence a silent threat, observed the scene from a distance. A close-up on a hand, presumably Kim Sungbom's, revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. Elena and a young man walked hand in hand, their figures silhouetted against a backdrop of stars. The young man's face etched with worry. He glanced at Elena, his apprehension evident. Elena reassured him, "No need to be nervous. I'm here with you, aren't I?" But his unease persisted. He confessed, "But, that woman, she's not human." Elena revealed, "She's a ghost. A fighting ghost. Ever since she was young, she's been traveling the world looking for opponents. Apparently, no one has survived meeting her so far." Further emphasizing her power, Elena added, "She even built a spaceship as a fighting arena just to travel and fight." Elena observed a young man, impressed by his dedication to martial arts. She mused, what a remarkable child. A young one dedicating their heart and soul to martial training, a rare talent indeed. But Elena knew there was more to the young man's story than met the eye. Elena, attempting to de-escalate a situation, suggested, whatever the case may be, we, as fellow Central Plain people, should talk peacefully." However, Sarah Young, the blonde woman, revealed her true nature with a burst of energy as she declared, "I talk with my sword." The raw power emanating from Sarah Young was undeniable, leaving a trail of bright blue energy in her wake. The scene ended with a powerful display of Sarah Young's abilities. Sarah Young, the blonde woman, unleashed a wave of energy, propelling herself forward with incredible speed. Her powerful boots leaving trails of shattered ice in their wake. the force of her movement creating a vortex of swirling energy around her. She landed gracefully, her spear held firmly in her hand, ready for battle. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the ground, seemingly summoned by Seryung's actions. The young man, observing from a distance, braced himself as the shockwave reached him. Elena, her face contorted in anger, confronted Seryung. "What are you doing? I said let's talk, why are you swinging your weapon out of nowhere?" Observing from a distance, a man in a green robe and a high-tech mask offered a brief assessment. Not bad. Seryung's attack, though not at full power, proved difficult to evade. Elena, still crouched low, registered the near miss. The young man's thoughts confirmed her identity. Was it Blazing Devil Seryung? However, it would have been better not to dodge. A surge of teal energy erupted around Seryung as she explained, "Your opponent is a mad scorpion that gets more poisonous the more you provoke it." Elena, her eyes narrowed, understood the implication. "You'll just die more painfully." A powerful surge of energy erupted, causing a visible tremor in the air. Seryung, the blonde woman, crouched low, seemingly controlling the chaotic force. Meanwhile, a young man with a partially obscured face observed from a distance, his expression apprehensive. The energy subsided, leaving behind a swirling vortex of icy mist. The young man and a young woman, both seemingly caught off guard by the display, stood amidst the dissipating energy, the young woman letting out a small, startled hiccup. The young woman looked at the young man, seemingly seeking reassurance or explanation. A masked figure, possibly a scientist or researcher, stared in disbelief, a single red light glowing ominously from within their mask. "What is that?" Meanwhile, Elena and the young man watched from a distance, their reactions contrasting sharply. The young man dismissed the event as insignificant, commenting that it looks grand, but it's just a noisy firecracker. Elena, however, remained cautious, noting that the person at the center of the event appeared unscathed despite the intensity of the display. Seryung, the blonde woman, was at the epicenter of the event, a powerful energy emanating from her. She calmly instructed herself to regulate your breathing. Good, good. A surge of energy, a wave of purple light, erupted from her, showcasing the immense power she wielded. The energy continued to build, intensifying, culminating in a breathtaking display of raw power. Leaving Seryung kneeling, exhausted but clearly in control of her abilities. The young man, unimpressed by the display of power he had just witnessed, looked away, a subtle frown etching itself onto his features. Meanwhile, Seryung, the blonde woman, stood defiantly, her power visibly waning, leaving her exhausted but resolute. A surge of purple energy erupted from her, a powerful display that caught the attention of everyone present. She addressed the young man, her voice carrying a commanding tone, "Child." The young man, clearly annoyed by her interference, retorted, "Hey! I told you not to get involved." He then turned to address the others, demanding, "What business do you have here? If you have something to say to this child, say it to me." His expression remained unchanged, a mixture of annoyance and guardedness as he watched the unfolding events. The young man, standing protectively, declared, "This child is under my protection, so any business with this child goes through me." A masked figure's eyes glowed intensely as a report appeared, "No identification, and no internal energy drive equipped." The report continued, raising a question, "So, he's a nameless natural from the outskirts?" A young man with dark hair and a piercing dismissed the masked figure, stating, "If you have no business, then leave." He raised his hand, a faint glow emanating from it. The glow intensified, culminating in a brilliant burst of light, revealing a powerful energy surge. Seryung and the masked man watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. The young man, seemingly effortlessly, deflected an energy blast with a single palm. The energy crackling around his hand as he effortlessly absorbed the force of the blow. Elena's attack, powerful as it was, proved no match for his mysterious abilities. He then calmly questioned her, "Is this your business? You want to fight me?" A surge of energy enveloped him, highlighting his defiant posture. Elena, observing from a distance, was stunned. Her internal monologue echoed her disbelief, deflecting the fighting ghost Elena's strike with just a palm. How can he do that without internal energy? Elena, wielding a staff, attacked the young man, her assault a blur of motion. But he effortlessly deflected her blow. The young man's internal energy, exceeding 3 cycles, was clearly superior. He questioned her motives, his expression a mixture of curiosity and defiance. Elena's internal energy drive was operating at 90% as she launched another attack. The force of her strike causing a visible surge of purple energy. But the young man remained unfazed, his internal energy drive now at 95%. He noted her use of 3 cycles of internal energy and her switch to Wudong's Red Sun Divine Art. A masked man, seemingly a scientist or researcher, observed the aftermath of Elena's attack, his internal monologue questioning Elena's unexpected strength. Incredible, was Elena always this strong? The young man, having deflected Elena's attacks, stood silently, his expression unreadable. A moment of quiet contemplation before a blonde woman, Sarah Young, questioned him, "Are you going all out now?" The young man prepared himself, a surge of energy emanating from his body. As purple energy crackled around him, he countered Elena's attack. A powerful energy blast deflecting her spear and sending a shockwave through the area. Sarah Young observed, a warning sound echoing in her mind, warning sound. Sarah Young, the blonde woman, watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She silently observed the young man's power, his aura radiating an intensity that seemed to defy comprehension. As he stood, seemingly unfazed by the events that had transpired. Her words, "leaving for the world. I won't stop you," echoed in the silence, a testament to her helplessness in the face of his overwhelming strength. A mysterious figure, cloaked and imposing, addressed the young man. Further training was permitted, the figure declared, but death was strictly forbidden. The young man, already exceptionally strong, was acknowledged to be nearly invincible. Few in the world could even threaten him. But the figure revealed a shocking truth, "But remember, I am your mother." A single rule was established to ensure the young man's survival. A ring, imbued with power, was presented. Should the ring ever sound, the young man was to flee without hesitation. This was the ultimate directive, a desperate measure to protect him, no matter the cost. A stark warning filled the panel, "It means the opponent is beyond your reach. If you ignore the warning, you'll surely die." The blonde woman, revealed as the young man's mother, launched a powerful, purple energy blast. The blast engulfing her in a blinding light, her eyes reflecting the image of her son. Her voice echoing with urgency, "What are you hesitating for? Run away with your tail between your legs." She continued, her words sharp and commanding, "Know your place. What do you think you can do? Just hide away and live." The final panel showed a vast, shadowy crowd, their forms indistinct in the dim light, suggesting a looming threat. A young girl with long, light hair stood before a large crowd. The woman addressed her, "Greet them, these are your siblings." She continued, explaining, "They have different fathers, but they were all born from my womb." The woman then asked, "Ah, and what was your name, again?" Suddenly, a powerful energy surge emanated from the girl, her hair flaring outwards in a vibrant purple aura. The intensity of the energy increased, the aura growing brighter and more intense. The numbers 100%, 105%, and 110% appeared sequentially, indicating a rapid increase in power. A surge of immense, blue energy erupted from the young girl, radiating outwards in a powerful wave. The raw power leaving her visibly drained but also strangely empowered. Her eyes held a newfound intensity. The aftermath settled, revealing a young man with dark hair and piercings, his expression one of quiet contemplation. Beside him, a woman in red, her eyes wide with concern, watched him closely. In the distance, a figure stood silhouetted against a star-filled sky, their long blonde hair flowing behind them like a celestial river. The figure's lower body was partially obscured, but glimpses of advanced, glowing armor hinted at extraordinary abilities. The young girl, exhausted but strangely awakened, collapsed to the ground, a surge of powerful energy emanating from her as a radiant, star-shaped weapon materialized in her grasp. The young man, contemplative, observed the scene, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. He muttered to himself, what an unheard of talent. Transcendental awakening with transformation. Time, he reflected, and martial arts had both moved on. He continued, though with a hint of apprehension, but it's a bit too much. The blonde woman, Sarah Young, watched him intently from a distance. The young girl, now seemingly clad in advanced armor, stood before the young man, the weapon held aloft. The intensity of the energy radiating from her was palpable. The young man, bracing himself, recognized the technique, the chaotic storm sword technique of a Mei sect. He reacted instinctively, dodging a powerful energy blast. The girl countered with another attack, this time identified as the Sun and Moon twin wheels of the Kunlun sect. The clash of energies was immense. The young girl unleashed the sun-piercing spear technique of the Dinsong sect, followed immediately by the falling sun blade technique, leaving the young man momentarily stunned as the full power of her combined attacks became apparent. The text boxes revealed the technique's origins: the sun-piercing spear and falling sun blade from the Dinsong sect, the dog-beating stick and drunken 8 immortals step from the beggar's sect, and the 4,000 red needles from the esoteric sect. Sarah Young, the blonde woman, reacted swiftly, launching a powerful energy blast, sending the young man flying backward, leaving behind only the lingering aftereffects of immense power. Sarah Young observed the aftermath, a thoughtful expression on her face. The young man lay defeated and injured, his body still radiating residual energy from the impact. The young girl stood alone, her breathing heavy but her eyes filled with a newfound strength. She looked towards the sky, a sense of wonder and uncertainty mixing in her gaze. Two women, seemingly onlookers, watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. The scene was silent, save for the faint whispers of the wind. The young girl stood, radiant in her newly awakened power, a celestial being clad in shimmering, metallic armor. Her blonde hair flowed around her, framing a face obscured by a featureless helmet, yet radiating an aura of immense strength. A breathtaking display of power emanating from her very being. For luminous swords, extensions of her will, orbited her, their golden light piercing the darkness. Meanwhile, the young man, defeated and injured, watched from afar, his eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. The blonde woman, Sarah Young, observed the scene with keen interest from a distance. The young girl, with a swift, decisive movement, launched herself forward, propelled by an energy blast that left a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The number 190% appeared, a stark indicator of her amplified power. The intensity of the energy blast was overwhelming, leaving the young man standing alone, defeated, in the aftermath of her overwhelming display of power. The young girl unleashed a devastating energy blast, a wave of raw power that engulfed the young man, sending him flying backwards, his body racked with pain. "Stop, child," a voice boomed from a distance. The young girl stood amidst the dissipating energy, her expression unreadable. The distant observer commented, "Your talent is admirable, but you've crossed the line of righteousness." The young man lay defeated, his body smoking slightly. The observer continued to watch from afar. The observer's words echoed in the girl's mind, "Your awakening shows wounds and desires. You are being consumed by yourself." The image showed the girl's face, reflecting inner turmoil. Inner demons, the observer concluded, their gaze unwavering. A surge of energy emanated from the young girl's hand, a bright blue orb pulsating with raw power. As she declared, "Any further, and I'll have no choice but to kill you to stop you." The young man, despite his injuries, stood firm, his resolve unwavering as he declared, "I promise to protect this child." Meanwhile, observers in the distance reacted with alarm, one shouting, "Heart sword!" A mystical symbol, glowing with vibrant colors, descended between the young girl and the young man, signifying the start of a life-or-death duel. The two combatants stood poised, ready to face their impending confrontation. The young girl, powerful and determined despite inner conflict, unleashed a wave of energy, shouting, "I said stop." The blue energy surged outwards, a visible force, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. In the distance, a figure in a mask and glasses watched the unfolding events with alarm and concern. Sarah Young, the blonde woman, also observed, her expression one of deep concern. Meanwhile, the young man, resolute and determined despite his injuries, braced himself for the impending confrontation. A powerful energy wave, emanating from a central source, pulsed outwards, engulfing several large, dark vessels in a blinding flash of light, leaving behind only a brilliant, expanding star in the inky blackness of space. A one-eyed, mustachioed commander in a military uniform stared in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning horror. As a blinding flash of light erupted in the distance, visible even through the window of his command center, a figure in a dark coat watched from afar, a mixture of relief and uncertainty etched on his face. The commander coughed, the sound strained and weak, as a powerful energy wave, emanating from the source of the explosion, washed over him. He was clearly affected by the wave's power, his body visibly trembling. The image focused on a man in a robe, his face bloodied and bruised, collapsing to the ground, defeated. The commander, weakened but alive, exclaimed, I'm not dead," his voice filled with disbelief and relief. He stood alongside another figure, their faces etched with worry. The other man, his face pale, continued, "Had the teleport been even 0.1 seconds late, I'd have been torn to pieces." A powerful energy wave had just ripped through the area, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The words, "For heaven's sake," appeared on the panel, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Amidst the debris, the figure in the distance, still shaken, voiced their outrage, "Are you insane? We almost all died." The scene shifted to show the figure kneeling on a floating rock, gazing at the commander, who stood a short distance away, a faint blue energy emanating from him. Restraint was not an option, the commander braced himself for the inevitable. The energy wave hit, leaving him wounded and bleeding, but alive. The figure in the distance watched, a mixture of anger and relief evident on their face. "W.H. Watt, are you hurt?" they asked, their voice laced with concern. The commander, still catching his breath, explained, "I faced a power much stronger than anticipated." The aftermath of the battle was clear, the commander's weapon lay shattered into pieces, a testament to the overwhelming force he had just endured. The commander and the figure in the distance stood amidst the debris of a shattered starship, the aftermath of a devastating energy wave still visible in the ravaged space around them. The commander, wounded and shaken, clutched his side, a trickle of blood staining his lip. His gaze was fixed on the distant figure, a question hanging heavy in the air, "Is she dead?" But as the dust settled, a figure emerged from the heart of the explosion, cradling the seemingly lifeless form of the blonde woman. The golden light surrounding them suggested a powerful protective force had been at play. A caption appeared, confirming the observation, "A stronger force protected her." The figure, cloaked and mysterious, continued to hold the woman close, shielding her from further harm. The woman's eyes, though closed, flickered open, revealing a steely gaze that hinted at a hidden strength and resilience. The crisis, it seemed, was far from over. A beam of golden light pierced the darkness, illuminating a scene of devastation. Debris littered the ground, remnants of a powerful energy surge. The commander, wounded but alive, watched in disbelief. His eyes widened as he witnessed the aftermath, a young woman with blonde hair at the center of the destruction. He gasped, "West Heaven Sword Matron." From a distance, a figure watched protectively. The blonde woman, though seemingly unharmed by the blast, was clearly shaken. The commander, still recovering from his injuries, could only watch as the massive ship above them continued to break apart, raining debris down upon the ravaged landscape. The golden light intensified, emanating from the blonde woman's location. A young man with dark hair and piercing eyes stood defiantly amidst the chaos. He seemed to be the source of the protective energy that had shielded the blonde woman from the blast. His presence commanded attention, a silent promise of protection. His feet were planted firmly on the ground, a stark contrast to the swirling energy around him. The scene ended with a sense of lingering mystery and unresolved tension. The blonde woman, seemingly lifeless, floated in a luminescent green liquid. Her long hair fanned out around her as she drifted in the large, cylindrical container, observed by a cloaked figure standing before the tank. The figure's face was obscured by shadow. close up on the blonde woman's face, her expression unreadable. A faint trace of blood stains her lip. A young man, two women in dark attire, and a cloaked figure stand before a kneeling man in a white robe. The atmosphere is tense. The two women in dark clothing hold hands, one wears a black top and skirt, the other a red jacket and black pants. They appear calm but watchful. The kneeling man speaks, "I couldn't have known that you would be coming, mother." He continues, pleading, "Punish me for my lack of loyalty and filial piety." The blonde woman, from a distance, commands, "This is not your place to intervene. Act as if you aren't here." A kneeling man, his face etched with fear and remorse, uttered a barely audible plea for forgiveness. As the blonde woman, her expression unyielding, made a gesture of command, causing two onlookers to react with surprise, one muttered about the West Heaven Sword matron showing respect, while the other questioned the display of courtesy. The blonde woman, identified as the West Heaven Sword matron, explained that she had violated the dueling code by intervening due to familial affection, offering to cut off her arm as an apology. But the other woman, observing the scene with her companions, dismissed the offer, stating there was no need for such drastic measures. Before asking a pointed question, "Is she your daughter?" a young man, addressing a woman with dark hair, exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey! That's the West Heaven Sword matron you're talking to." West Heaven Sword matron. The woman, with long blonde hair, simply replied, "Yes, she is." The young man and the dark-haired woman exchanged glances, and the young man continued, "Then that's all. Family takes precedence over the dueling code." The dark-haired woman, still slightly apprehensive, added, "Please, just speak politely. That woman is one of the five immortals, the West Heaven Sword matron." The young man, seemingly unfazed, stated, "Bad, she'll split you in two just by glaring." The blonde woman, the West Heaven Sword matron, knelt before a large machine, her back to the young man and the dark-haired woman, who observed her from a distance. The commander and the young man stood on a metallic floor, their backs to the viewer, observing something beyond the frame. A large cruise ship, seemingly adrift in the vast expanse of space, surrounded by several smaller, dark, triangular objects. The image focused on the cruise ship, its name and a helipad visible. A caption box revealed that the blonde woman's consciousness had not yet returned, and the location she passed through before her current state was Manhwa. The young man and a woman with long, light purple hair stood on the ship's deck, overlooking the star-filled void. The woman questioned the young man about his possible connection to the heavenly demon sect. The young man, his back to the viewer, gazed out at the cosmos, lost in thought. A caption box revealed that the martial arts demonstrated by the revered master earlier seemed to be the Demon Heart Sura sword technique. The woman with purple hair's face is shown, her expression unreadable. On a ship's deck at night, the woman with purple hair and the young man stand, their conversation continuing. The woman with purple hair admits that while there was once a deep connection between the young man and the heavenly demon sect, time has eroded even the strongest bonds. She reflects that time corrodes even the strongest connections, dissolving bonds dearer than life itself. In a separate room, the commander observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, the woman with purple hair concludes her assessment of the young man, stating that he is indeed an extraordinary figure. The woman with purple hair observed the young man, her assessment precise and thorough. His chi and internal energy were perfectly refined, his martial arts skills honed to a peak state. A level of mastery typically only achievable during the height of one's martial arts career. There was no trace of artificial enhancement. The young man, seemingly in his early 20s, remained unaware of her scrutiny, prompting the woman with purple hair to consider a remarkable possibility: rejuvenation. Aboard a futuristic vessel, a scene unfolded. A request was made. A challenge issued, a serious fight. The blonde woman's lips parted slightly, a silent gasp escaping as she remained unconscious. The young man, leaning against a railing overlooking a vast, starlit expanse, listened intently. Though outwardly polite, his words carried a hidden threat, each syllable sharpened like a blade honed against flint. His keen hearing even picked up the faintest whispers of the matron, a testament to his exceptional perceptiveness. He acknowledged the inherent risk of their impending confrontation, a fight between them would inevitably result in death. The woman with purple hair, observing from afar, agreed. She concluded that one of them was destined to perish in the upcoming battle, a casualty of their unwavering strength. A surge of purple energy enveloped her, a prelude to an unknown power. A powerful beam of purple energy erupted from the deck of a large cruise ship, illuminating the night sky. The woman with purple hair watched from the dock below, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the young man contemplated the situation, questioning the necessity of conflict. He mused, but, do we have any compelling reason to fight? A close-up revealed the intense focus in the commander's eye, a single exclamation point emphasizing his sudden realization. The young man, despite his earlier hesitation, resolved to act, stating, "Let's do it if we have a reason in the future. I still want to see more of the world." The blonde woman, seemingly unconscious, was shown floating in the air, surrounded by a purple aura, her hair flowing wildly. From above, the scene shifted to show the blonde woman being propelled into the air by a surge of purple energy from the ship, the source of the initial beam. A colossal fleet of warships dominated the star-dusted expanse of space, their imposing silhouettes stark against the cosmic backdrop. As two sleek cruisers detached themselves from the main force, their engines igniting with a brilliant, cerulean energy, propelling a smaller, crimson vessel forward with focused beams of light. The smaller ship was clearly being escorted. Inside one of the larger ships, the young man reviewed the data, his expression grim. It was a request from the Heavenly Demon sect, and it was a silencing kill, he thought, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. A definition appeared on screen: silencing kill, meaning to kill to prevent secrets from leaking. The implications were chilling. Meanwhile, aboard another vessel, the commander stood silently, observing the unfolding events. A figure approached, confirming his suspicions with a simple, "Yes, indeed." The blonde woman, still unconscious, was shown in profile, her expression unreadable. A thought bubble above her head contained the words, "I can't understand." The young man, grave and concerned, pondered aloud. He mused that the person clearly possessed supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Demon sect, but questioned why the sect would want him dead. He continued his internal monologue, questioning why Greenwood would be hired for such a mission. It didn't make sense. Recent information revealed that the Heavenly Demon's Red Wolf platoon had been annihilated by an unknown entity. The commander, observing the situation, considered a connection between these events, questioning if they could be related. In a large, brightly lit room, the commander addressed the woman with purple hair, who stood by a window overlooking a starry expanse. He knelt before her, while she remained aloof. He stated, "No need to overthink." The commander continued, explaining that whatever the situation may be, her imagination wouldn't be able to deduce it. A woman with long, silver hair, cloaked in crimson, addressed a kneeling man. "Just thoroughly track their movements and report. You can at least do that, right?" He responded, his voice low and strained, "We from Greenwood pride ourselves as the best in the world at tracking." The man's face was partially obscured, but his eyes, a striking blue, were visible. He stated, "I belong to Greenwood's command." The woman remained silent for a moment, then said, "I will trust you, but track them without interfering." The man nodded, his expression grim. He seemed to be weighing his options carefully. Finally, he spoke again, his voice filled with a quiet desperation, "I do not want my child to get hurt." A balding man in a lab coat, his face etched with worry, whispered, "M.O. Mother." Meanwhile, a cloaked figure with silver hair stood before a dark doorway. He calmly stated, "By the way." The balding man's anxious expression deepened as he looked over his shoulder. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair appeared, his voice sharp with concern as he exclaimed, "Hey! What mess have you gotten yourself into this time?" A young woman with dark hair peeked out from behind him, her eyes wide with apprehension. A woman with short, dark hair and a red top confronted them, her posture aggressive and tense. The woman in red, her face contorted with fury, confronted the young man and the young woman. "What did you do?" she demanded, her voice laced with barely controlled rage. "That got you involved with Greenwood? Or 8-foot fighting ghost Elena? And on top of that, West Heaven Sword Matron. Did you flip the world upside down? What did you do? The young woman, her expression somber, replied, I am really sorry, but I honestly don't know why either. The young man, the young woman, and a small child sat at a table in what appeared to be a futuristic cafeteria. A balding man approached them. The young woman continued, explaining, clearly, they were the same hometown people, but everyone was trying to kill me. So I ran away, all the way here. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, continued to devour a large quantity of street food. The woman in red, seemingly confused, questioned the young woman, I don't have a clue about what you're saying. Sunja, do you understand? Sunja, the young woman, responded, shaking her head slightly, no. I find it hard to grasp as well. A moment of stunned silence followed. As Sunja coughed up blood, her face contorted in pain, causing the man with teal hair to exclaim, wait, what did you just say? Manhwa? He continued, his voice rising in alarm, you mean the Manhwa planet? My hometown, Manhwa? A thought bubble appeared, containing a cryptic statement, humans are utterly abnormal. The woman in red coughed, her face pale, as she stood in a large, metallic chamber filled with glowing green tubes. Her long, white hair framed her face, accentuating her distress. She continued to cough, her gaze fixed on the unconscious blonde woman submerged in a pool of murky water. The woman in red then asked, what happened on Mount Hua? The blonde woman's eyes, wide and filled with an ethereal glow, stared blankly ahead. Water cascaded from her hair, clinging to her pale skin. The neon glow of the wild crane ensign illuminated the night, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding it. A young man with purple hair stood silhouetted against a fiery, celestial arc, watching as a figure in white streaked across the sky. The figure in white, seemingly weightless, moved with impossible speed, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake. A powerful energy radiated from the scene. The young man's eyes widened as a shockwave, marked by a resounding boom, erupted from the distance, shaking the very ground beneath his feet. Seated upon a grand throne, a portly man with purple hair and stern expression surveyed the scene from within a dimly lit chamber, flanked by two imposing figures in dark robes. In a dimly lit room, two figures sat across a table. One, a woman in red, posed a question, how much would a full collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts be worth? The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Before the woman continued, if they were all originals and all S-rank? A blinding flash of light erupted across the desolate landscape, a figure, cloaked in radiant energy, moved with impossible speed. The figure's form was vaguely humanoid, yet ethereal, its movements defying gravity and space itself. Commander Zhang Ritak, observing from a distant monitor, gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed the impossible spectacle unfolding before her. A holographic projection flickered to life, displaying a figure of immense power wielding a sword. The commander, observing from below, muttered, what do you think? Quite a familiar martial art, isn't it? The image shimmered, details sharpening as the commander continued to study the display. The blonde woman, her expression unreadable, observed from the side. The commander acknowledged the display's significance, stating, I acknowledge that it is a level of martial prowess never seen or heard of before, but I don't understand what you mean by familiar, sword matron. The sword matron, a woman with long, flowing white hair, maintained a calm, enigmatic expression. Meanwhile, the balding man, his face etched with concern, watched the unfolding events with a furrowed brow. The commander pressed the sword matron for answers, noting her apparent lack of knowledge regarding a certain individual. A close-up revealed a symbol within the young man's eye, hinting at a hidden connection. The commander questioned the sword matron's motives, specifically regarding her pursuit of that individual and Greenwood's involvement. The sword matron deflected, stating that the matter was internal to their sect and not something the commander should concern himself with. The commander's expression hardened, showing his displeasure at the evasion. The scene shifted to reveal the commander standing alone in a brightly lit room, seemingly deep in thought. The sword matron, cloaked in crimson, stood poised before the commander. Her long, slender blade glinted menacingly. With a swift, precise movement, she lunged, her blade arcing through the air. The blade found its mark, piercing the commander's throat. Blood welled up, staining his collar. The commander, mortally wounded, clutched at his neck in shock and agony. His eyes wide with disbelief as he gasped for breath. He had been completely unprepared for such a sudden attack. The sword matron's expression remained unchanged, a cold, calculating gaze met his dying eyes. "Are you declaring war? Against our heavenly demon sect?" he managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. A narration describing the sword matron, a woman driven by her obsession with martial arts, to the point of devouring her own children, is shown. She is not motivated by profit or loss. The panel shows her wielding a glowing red sword, a symbol of her immense power and ruthlessness. The commander, facing the sword matron, is given an ultimatum: answer or die. The scene is filled with intense purple energy, highlighting the imminent danger. A balding man observes the confrontation, noting the futility of opposing the sword matron. Even if all 1076 martial artists of District 32 attacked together, they couldn't surpass her. The sword matron declares, "Let's begin." The commander, engulfed in flames, prepares for a desperate counterattack, knowing he must act quickly to overcome the overwhelming odds against him. The sword matron's face, illuminated by an ethereal purple glow, is shown in profile. Her expression is one of cold confidence. A caption box reveals a crucial piece of information: that's the Demon Heart Sura sword technique. The commander's face is shown, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He is clearly taken aback. The sword matron unleashes a powerful, purple energy blast from her sword, striking the commander. He reacts with surprise and concern. The energy is clearly potent. The sword matron explains, "The heart sword that cut down my daughter was the Demon Heart Sura sword technique, second in the heavenly demon sect's martial hierarchy." The commander, visibly shaken, mutters to himself, "That can't be. The Demon Heart Sura sword technique has been a lost martial art for thousands of years." The sword matron revealed a swirling vortex of energy, a display of the Demon Heart Sura sword technique. "It exists only in legend, no one in our sect has ever practiced it," she declared, the words echoing the technique's mythical status. The commander, his face etched with shock and apprehension, stood before her, his own power seeming insignificant in comparison. He pressed for answers, his voice tight with urgency. "I've told you what I know. Now I'll ask again. Why did you pursue that person?" The young man, seemingly unaffected by the intense display of power, remained stoic and observant. Meanwhile, the balding man watched the unfolding events with a mixture of surprise and keen observation. The young man's stoicism continued, his expression unchanged amidst the charged atmosphere. A young man and a young woman with dark hair stood amidst a burst of radiant energy, their expressions serious. They had been pursuing a mysterious girl. The image showed a celestial body, identified as the Talavatra orbiting star system. A red spacecraft, propelled by bright teal thrusters, approached a planet in the Talavatra system. A sweeping vista of Manhwa planet's Hwaham County unfolds, showcasing a bustling city teeming with life and activity. The scene shifts to a title card, identifying the location as Manhwa planet, Hwaham County. Then, the perspective changes again, offering another view of the city, this time focusing on a specific market area. The commander observes the city from a distance, expressing surprise at its emptiness. "What's this? It's completely empty." The commander continues to question the scene, pondering aloud, "Why is no one here? Is it a holiday?" The young man, observing the same scene on a monitor, counters the commander's assumption, "I don't think so. All the store doors are open." The commander and the young man surveyed the scene before them. Mount Hua, a town with over 10,000 inhabitants, was eerily deserted. The young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, worked diligently on his tablet, analyzing data related to the town's unusual emptiness. His findings led him to a startling conclusion: something terrifying must have occurred, forcing the residents to either flee or perish. He urged the commander to act swiftly. The young man, identifying Mount Hua as his hometown, expressed a desperate need to save it, his voice filled with urgency. In a sudden, desperate move, he grabbed the commander, causing the commander to cough and struggle for breath, gasping for air. Tears welled in the commander's eyes as the young man's grip tightened, his pleas for release growing weaker with each strained breath. The young man and a girl with dark hair stood before a distressed commander, who struggled to catch his breath. "What's going on? If you know anything, speak up," the commander demanded, his voice strained. The young man hesitated, then replied, "Well." The girl looked concerned, as the young man continued, "I've detected a life signal." A blonde woman, wearing a hat with an H on it, sat before a computer screen. "Judging by the location, it's inside Manhwa's main headquarters, in the Jaha Pavilion," she stated. Two other individuals, a man and a woman, reacted to this information. "The Jaha Pavilion, isn't that where the leader of the Manhwa sect resides?" the woman questioned. The blonde woman confirmed, "Yes. It's a very strong life signal, but just one person." The girl with dark hair, her expression unreadable, paused, a single thought echoing in her mind. As she gazed upon the imposing Jaha Pavilion, its silhouette shrouded in mist. The titled Jaha Pavilion appearing starkly against the muted background. A grand staircase leading to the pavilion's entrance, illuminated by softly glowing lanterns. The young man, the woman in red, and the man in brown stood before the ancient structure, their figures silhouetted against the ethereal glow. The woman in red, her gaze sharp and focused, prepared to enter the mysterious pavilion. A towering figure, clad in a powerful combat suit, stood amidst the ancient architecture of the city. The suit, a marvel of engineering, featured a triple-barreled weapon mounted on its shoulder. Its imposing presence casting a long shadow. The man inside the suit, his face partially obscured by futuristic sunglasses, spoke with seething rage, "Whosoever touched my homeland, I will not forgive a single one of them." Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded between two individuals observing the scene from a distance. One questioned, "Is your combat suit still functional? Didn't you stash it away in the warehouse as soon as you got discharged?" The other replied, "I thought you had already sold it off. Once a Special Forces soldier, always a Special Forces soldier. I oil and polish it every day." The scene shifted to a dark, imposing entrance, seemingly leading to a hidden passage. A question was posed, "How's the signal, Sunja?" Sunja, focused and attentive, responded, confirming the detection of a life signal and noting its increasing strength. "Yes. However, the life signal is getting stronger." A commander, seated in a high-tech chair, reviewed data on a screen. A warning flashed, "It might not even be human. Be careful." The young man and the blonde woman, observing the life signal, reacted with alarm. "What? Not human," exclaimed the young man, as the blonde woman suggested deploying a reconnaissance drone to identify the source. Meanwhile, the man in combat suit burst onto the scene, shouting, "I'll kill it. Come out now, you damn monster. The Special Forces are here." The girl with dark hair, observing the scene from a distance, muttered to herself, "Ha, causing a ruckus just because we're in his hometown." The girl with dark hair, along with the young man and the man in brown, cautiously entered the dark tunnel, their words a quiet, "Let's follow in. Stay alert." The girl with dark hair peered into the darkness ahead, a bright light emanating from the tunnel's end. A fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the Jaha Pavilion in a wave of intense heat. The flames consuming the ancient structure as the ground trembled violently, leaving behind a scene of devastation and smoke. The girl with dark hair, her eyes glowing with an unnatural red light, witnessed the destruction with a mixture of fear and awe. Her thoughts raced, a question mark forming above her head as she struggled to comprehend the events unfolding before her. Suddenly, another woman with dark hair appeared, her face inches from the first girl's, both sharing a moment of intense, unspoken understanding. The Jaha Pavilion erupted in flames, engulfing the woman in red and the man in brown. The young man shielded the girl with dark hair, their faces etched with shock and fear, as the inferno consumed the structure around them. The young man's gaze was fixed on the devastation, his expression one of stunned disbelief. The girl with dark hair, equally horrified, whispered, "What was that?" The young man, still reeling from the sudden destruction, urged the girl with dark hair to leave. He helped her to her feet, and together they fled the scene, leaving the woman in red behind. Leaving the woman in red behind, her question hanging heavy in the air, is he alive or dead? A heavily damaged, metallic figure emerged from the smoke, its form vaguely humanoid, suggesting a possible connection to the destruction of the Jaha Pavilion. The young man and the girl with dark hair walked away from the devastation, leaving behind a large, damaged mech and the woman in red. The woman in red, gazing at the mech, anxiously questioned, "Sunja, is he really dead just like this?" A blonde woman, seemingly monitoring the mech's status, responded, "No, he's fine. Luckily, the combat armor did its job." The woman in red, still concerned, countered, "Then why isn't he answering?" The blonde woman explained, "He's probably just scared out of his mind." The mech let out a heavy sigh, and the woman in red looked on in a mixture of relief and concern as the young man and the girl with dark hair continued to walk away. A young man with dark hair stood, gazing upward as a beam of purplish energy descended from above. The energy twisting and shifting, resembling a luminous, ethereal vine. Then coalescing into a single, glowing point. The point blossoming into a radiant, pink flower-like form, engulfed in flames. The flower's light enveloped the young man's eye, causing him to let out a gasp of surprise. As petals of the ethereal flower dispersed, leaving him standing amidst a shower of pink sparks. A powerful surge of pink energy erupted, illuminating a dark chamber. The young man stood bathed in its glow, his back to the viewer, seemingly unaware of the transformation occurring within him. The energy intensified, taking on a swirling, ethereal quality. His face, now visible, showed a mixture of awe and dawning understanding. From a distance, a woman in red observed the scene, a question forming on her lips, "Is it him? The source of the life-form signal?" Another voice, calm and authoritative, answered, "Yes. If the data is correct, he is the leader of Manhwa." The woman in red, her expression unreadable, observed the pink blossoms drifting around her. A title card appeared, proclaiming, "Flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign Young Jiksen." Her eyes widened slightly as she recognized the young man's transformation, muttering, "He is Manhwa's sword sovereign." A pink plum blossom materialized in the young man's palm. The blossoms glowed intensely as he achieved the peak of the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart technique. The fact that the plum blossoms opened from the heat confirmed this. However, the woman in red noted an unusual detail, "But why have the plum blossoms bloomed in purple?" The young man's cultivation surged, culminating in a breathtaking display of purple plum blossoms. A radiant spectacle that enveloped him in a mystical aura of purple flames. The blossoms rained down, a testament to his mastery of the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart technique. His daughter, witnessing this transformation, could only whisper, "Dad." Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of awe and apprehension. Bathed in an intense purple aura, the young man sat upon a throne-like structure, his body radiating power. He had successfully completed the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart technique, merging it with the purple mist divine art. The woman in red and his daughter watched, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The woman in red anxiously asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" A narration box explained the limitations of the techniques they had learned. Even the elders of Manhwa could only master one. If extreme yang is fire and extreme yin is water, the consequences of merging both were unknown. Another narration box revealed a crucial piece of lore: when a martial artist's desires surpass their limits, a demon takes root in their heart. The young man's transformation was not complete, a dark energy pulsed within him. The narration concluded with a stark warning: that person is no longer human. The young man's newfound power came at a terrible cost. The woman in red warned, "Take the others and flee. His fight won't be an easy one." She continued, her voice laced with apprehension, "Even I can't guarantee your safety." The daughter, witnessing her father's transformation, felt a surge of fear and awe. She leaped into action. Her movements a blur as she attempted to intervene. "Stop," she cried. But the woman in red, desperate to prevent further escalation, shouted, "You can't go." However, it was too late. The young man's transformation was complete. The young woman, her dark hair flowing, unleashed a wave of violet energy, her body radiating power. Meanwhile, a young girl with blonde hair and a beanie watched a screen, her expression one of quiet concern. The screen displayed a scene of intense conflict, the young man, engulfed in flames, and the woman in red desperately trying to intervene. The timer on the screen read 17 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The young woman in black, her movements swift and precise, channeled her energy, attempting to reach the source of the flames. The timer ticked down, 17 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Her efforts intensified, the violet energy surging around her as she struggled to control the overwhelming power. The young woman's eyes glowed with intense purple energy as she struggled to contain a powerful surge. The raw power threatening to overwhelm her. Meanwhile, the young man stood engulfed in ethereal blue flames, his form contorted by a demonic presence. The woman in red, desperate, watched from afar as the young man's transformation progressed, a scene witnessed by the girl in the beanie on a distant screen. A powerful figure, cloaked in shadow, embraced the girl in the beanie, their touch radiating a golden light. A comforting warmth amidst the chaos. The girl's eyes widened as she felt a surge of power. The girl in the beanie, now visibly shaken, whispered, "What is this?" The young woman, still reeling from the demonic encounter, stared blankly ahead. A faint glow surrounded her, the residual energy of her struggle slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, a voice announced, "It's normal, the world has returned to normal." The girl in the beanie, still processing the power surge she'd experienced, reacted with disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Another voice, calmer this time, confirmed, "It's normal now." A wide shot revealed a bustling city square at 1804, the time displayed on a digital overlay. The demonic influence was gone, the city was alive with people going about their daily lives. A man, observing the scene, murmured, "I see people on the streets." An aerial view showed a bustling city, its streets teeming with people, lanterns illuminating the night. The scene shifted to a street-level perspective, revealing a vibrant marketplace filled with vendors and shoppers, a stark contrast to the previous image's aerial view. The young woman and the girl in the beanie were present, observing the scene. The text, "The people who disappeared," appeared on the screen, setting a contemplative tone. An older man with long dark hair and a contemplative expression was shown, his face etched with worry. The text, "They appeared all at once," followed, suggesting a sudden and unexpected return. The city of 3077 was bathed in the warm glow of countless lanterns, its bustling streets and vibrant marketplaces a stark contrast to the emptiness that had preceded it. A testament to its recent restoration. The scene was a picture of normalcy, yet a subtle tension lingered in the air. Inside a small cafe, the young woman, the girl in the beanie, the young man, and the older man sat together, their expressions a mixture of relief and unease. The woman in red was also present, observing the scene quietly. The young woman voiced her suspicion, questioning if the bioscanner malfunctioned, given the previous reports of missing people. The girl in the beanie confirmed that they had checked the scanner together and it was functioning normally. A close-up on a character's eye, revealing a bioscanner displaying the message, "Even now, it's normal." The scene shifts to a bustling restaurant. A digital overlay shows that the patron's internal energy levels are all at 0%. The overlay confirms that everyone, children and adults alike, are completely drained of internal energy. The woman in red observes the scene, commenting that it's fine since everyone appears healthy. An older man, alongside the woman in red, remarks that they initially believed the people were dead, but now that they're alive, it's alright. He expresses hunger and decides to order food. The older man approaches a server to place an order, prompting a comment from the server about the older man's earlier fuss. The older man, seemingly unconcerned with the world around him, mused aloud, it must be nice to live so simply." A moment later, he noticed the server approaching and announced his order. The server is coming over. "Here. I'll have a double serving of noodles, and a large special dompa pork." The server, a young woman with dark hair, approached the older man and his companions, seemingly oblivious to his inner thoughts. The older man continued, "And She continued to serve the group, seemingly unfazed by the older man's comments, moving through the bustling outdoor restaurant. From an elevated perspective, the scene showed the restaurant's lively atmosphere, filled with various patrons enjoying their meals. The server continued her rounds, seemingly oblivious to the older man's earlier musings. Meanwhile, the older man, still seated, questioned, "What the? Was she too busy to hear me? I was talking to her directly." An older man, seated at a table in a bustling restaurant, noticed the young woman server approaching and called out, "She's coming back this way. Excuse me. I want to order." The young woman, however, seemed oblivious to his call, continuing to walk past him. A young man with striking blue-green hair, sitting at a nearby table, watched her go, then casually raised his hand in greeting. He seemed surprised by something, tilting his head and muttering, "Huh?" A girl with blonde hair and striking golden eyes explained to a young man with dark hair, "It's not that they didn't hear, it's like they can't see us." She continued, "No one in this restaurant has ever stopped to look at us. Even when we're right in front of them, they just pass by as if we're part of the scenery. They're not aware of us at all. As if we never existed in the first place." The young man and girl in the beanie sat at their table, seemingly unnoticed by the other restaurant patrons, continuing their meal. The woman in red declared, "I don't want to get involved." A caption appeared, "I have a bad feeling about this." An unseen hand poured tea from a teapot into a cup, the steam rising gently. An older man sat alone, calmly drinking tea in a grand room overlooking a city at sunset. He sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Despite the girl in the beanie and the young man standing directly in front of him. The girl whispered, "Dad." The girl in the beanie, concerned, whispered to the young man, "He can't see us." She continued, explaining, "He's been like this since I returned from my tour. But," she added, "there was something odd. The strange thing is, he does all his work and tasks normally." She detailed his routine: he drinks tea, goes for inspections, eats meals, tends to the garden. The young man and the girl in the beanie watched the older man from a distance, his obliviousness striking. The young man, exasperated, concluded, "It's no use, he can't see us." The young man, attempting to disrupt the older man's routine, tossed a small object towards him. But the girl in the beanie immediately protested, warning him that interfering would be a bad idea, as she knew that disrupting his routine could have unforeseen consequences. The young man, however, ignored her warning and lunged forward, engaging the older man in a sudden, unexpected confrontation. The older man, initially surprised, reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and deflecting the young man's attack with practiced ease. The young man was sent flying backwards. As the older man's counterattack followed, a blur of motion ending with the young man on the ground, defeated. The young man, fueled by a misguided sense of bravado, launched a surprise attack on the older man. But the older man, with practiced ease, deflected the blow with his sword, countering swiftly and precisely. The young man found himself disoriented and trapped within a flurry of sword strikes, each blow landing with increasing force, leaving him battered and breathless. The older man, his movements now imbued with a purple energy, stood over the defeated young man. His expression remained calm, almost amused. The girl in the beanie, witnessing the escalating conflict, intervened, shouting, "Enough! It's dangerous." The young man, fueled by anger, launched a swift attack against the older man. He moved with surprising speed, but the older man effortlessly deflected the blow, his movements calm and precise, countering with a burst of energy that sent the young man reeling. The force of the impact created a blinding flash of light. As the girl in the beanie cried out, "Stop! Just stop!" Her intervention was met with a moment of stunned silence before the dust settled, leaving the young man defeated and injured, while the older man stood victorious, radiating an aura of calm power. The young woman remained absent from the scene. The older man, now emanating a powerful purple energy, stood imposingly, his victory complete. The young man's body glowed with an intense purple energy, a chaotic mix of extreme yin and yang. He was exhibiting an unstable power. A surge of energy that alarmed the girl in the beanie. She urged him to return the teacup to the older man, warning that otherwise, his rampage would worsen. The young man's power was overwhelming, pushing his body beyond its limits. He was nearing a point of no return. Meanwhile, the older man stood calmly, a vortex of purple energy swirling around him. He seemed to be drawing power from an impossible realm. And with a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful counterattack. The energy manifested as a brilliant white flower, a symbol of overwhelming power, ending the young man's uncontrolled outburst. A large, white flower pulsed with purple energy, its petals glowing intensely. The scene was accompanied by a caption, "A human, yet not a human." What is the story behind this? The girl in the beanie urged, "Hurry." The young man, overwhelmed by power, collapsed as a purple energy erupted around him. The girl in the beanie watched in alarm as the energy subsided. The older man calmly held a metallic orb, its surface gleaming faintly. The young man, overwhelmed, lost control of his powers, a surge of purple energy erupted from him. The energy spiraled outwards, creating a vortex of chaotic power. He stumbled, falling towards a swirling, purple orb wielded by the older man. The orb pulsed with a counteracting energy, absorbing the young man's power. The purple energy was drawn into the orb, leaving behind only a faint glow. The energy dissipated, leaving behind a single, purple butterfly-shaped remnant. The young man, his body racked with uncontrolled power, was violently pulled into a swirling vortex of purple energy. As the girl in the beanie watched with wide, worried eyes, her gaze fixed on the ominous purple sphere. The older man calmly reached out, his hand glowing with a faint purple light as he grasped the sphere. His power surging as he channeled the chaotic energy, his form radiating an aura of immense power. The young man, now subdued, was flung back, the purple energy dissipating as the older man's control solidified. The older man, having successfully contained the young man's power, calmly sipped tea, his expression betraying no hint of exertion. The older man, serene and composed, sat in a sunlit corridor, meticulously preparing tea. He moved with practiced grace, his actions betraying a deep calm. Meanwhile, the young man, his power recently suppressed, watched from a distance, his expression a mixture of weariness and quiet resentment. The girl in the beanie, ever vigilant, observed both the older man and the young man, her gaze sharp and alert. Her relief at the contained power was palpable, yet a sense of unease lingered. Two moons hung in the night sky, their pale light illuminating a scene of quiet contemplation. The girl in the beanie and the young man stood on a balcony, overlooking the bustling city below, observing the crowds from a distance. Their expressions were a mixture of relief, unease, and quiet watchfulness. A woman in a red jacket, accompanied by a man with light blue hair and sunglasses, moved through the crowd. The woman observed the scene with a thoughtful expression, remarking on the repetitive nature of the people's actions, likening them to wind-up dolls. The man beside her briefly interrupted, requesting a moment of their time. A voiceover stated that if a certain repetition is interrupted. A man with a bun and a crossbody bag spoke on his phone, his back to the viewer. The man with blue hair asked what was going on. He approached the man with the bun, who was still on the phone, and briefly touched his shoulder. A close-up on the man with blue hair's sunglasses showed a reflective gleam. The man with the bun looked up, surprised, as he continued his phone call. The man with the bun, mid-conversation on his phone, looked up in surprise. As the man with blue hair approached him, a questioning look on his face. He uttered a single word, "Hey?" The two men, along with several others, walked through a bustling night market, the air filled with the glow of lanterns. When suddenly, everything stopped. The man with the bun continued his phone call, seemingly oblivious to the sudden stillness. But the man with blue hair reacted with a startled, "What?" The man with blue hair stared, bewildered, muttering, What was that just now?" He continued, his voice laced with uncertainty, "Was that a teleport?" The small, yellow-clad figure beside him responded, "I don't know." The woman with dark hair and a red jacket, appearing suddenly, challenged him, "What do you mean you don't know, Sunja?" If you don't know, who would? The man with blue hair, Sunja, looked thoughtful, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, the woman in red offered her assessment. Judging by the particle waveform, it seems like teleportation, but the scale is too large. The man with blue hair stared at the deserted cityscape, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Where did everyone go? He wondered aloud, the emptiness of the once vibrant streets amplifying his unease. The woman in the red jacket, her gaze sharp and analytical, offered a grim assessment. From her perspective, it was clear, all signs of life have disappeared. She continued, her voice low, from the entire planet. The small yellow figure, eyes wide with shock, could only utter a single word, what? The woman with the red jacket explained, when everyone disappears like that, those things appear. A wide shot revealed a bustling city square, filled with people going about their daily lives. But an unsettling stillness began to creep in as the scene shifted to show a large group of soldiers marching in formation. The soldiers were unlike any seen before, their faces obscured by featureless, helmet-like masks. From a high vantage point, the city was shown to be completely overtaken by these enigmatic soldiers, their numbers seemingly endless. The man with blue hair, the woman with the red jacket, and the small yellow figure watched in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting a mixture of shock and apprehension. The woman with the red jacket voiced her concern, stating that the situation appeared extremely dangerous. The woman in the red jacket, eyes wide with apprehension, whispered a question to her companions, androids? Those are androids, right? But why do they all look half-finished? A closer look revealed the approaching figures to be less than human. They were robots, their metallic bodies gleaming under the dim light. The small yellow figure, surprisingly calm despite the unsettling sight, explained, they're not androids, they're construction droids. They are early models, created for simple labor like planetary development, equipped with low-capacity AI, their cognitive abilities are limited. The woman in red, relieved, let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so they're just construction robots? I freaked out for nothing. The woman in the red jacket, the man with blue hair, and the small yellow figure stood amidst a group of robots, each wielding a sword. The man with blue hair, ever observant, noted the unusual sight, while the woman in red expressed her initial concern. The small yellow figure reassured them, stating that according to the 3 laws of robotics, the droids were incapable of harming humans. But the man with blue hair remained skeptical, pointing out that the robots were still armed. He mused that they were likely using swords as tools instead of weapons. Meanwhile, the woman in red attempted to direct the robots, asking them to move aside and avoid frightening the nearby people. As the robots continued their task, seemingly oblivious to her requests, the woman in red, though initially concerned, now appeared relieved, having understood the robot's nature. The small yellow figure, having successfully navigated the situation, moved swiftly and powerfully through the scene. The woman in the red jacket watched in disbelief as the robots, previously dormant, suddenly sprang to life, their movements erratic and violent. The man with blue hair, ever observant, narrowed his eyes, his skepticism growing with each chaotic swing of the robot's swords. His reflection revealed a microcosm of the unfolding chaos, each robot a tiny, menacing figure in his dilated pupil. The robots, now a whirlwind of steel and fury, launched a coordinated attack, their blades flashing under the setting sun. A powerful explosion rocked the city, the force of the blast visible even from a distance. From afar, a woman in black observed the devastation, her expression unreadable, as the city was engulfed in flames. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a baseball cap, explained, they're the ones. Once all the people disappear, they show up. And then they attack every living thing they see. The woman's statement is illustrated as the man with blue hair and the woman in the red jacket are shown fighting off a swarm of small, metallic robots. The robots, relentless and numerous, swarmed the city, their metallic bodies gleaming in the chaos. The woman in red and the man with blue hair fight valiantly, but they are clearly outnumbered. The scene shifts to show a massive swarm of robots emerging from a tall building, their numbers seemingly endless. The scale of the attack is overwhelming. The young woman in black, having witnessed the attack firsthand, recounts her experience. When I came back after finishing the tour, I was attacked too. Her expression is serious, her gaze fixed on something unseen, hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. A woman reflects on her survival, stating, "If it hadn't been for my father, I probably wouldn't have survived." The scene shifts to a mysterious, dimly lit corridor, emanating a purple glow, hinting at a hidden, powerful location. A place where, for some reason, they never come. A hand adorned with a ring touches a dragon statue, suggesting a connection to this hidden place. A man with long black hair sits on a throne, seemingly meditating or channeling energy, purple sparks emanating from him. His face etched with determination, he asks, "Where my father is?" A powerful, purplish energy pulsed in the center of a dark alleyway, petals swirling around it. The woman with the red jacket and the man with long black hair watched, their expressions filled with concern. The man's face etched with worry. "He's hanging on," she stated, her voice barely a whisper. The woman, surprised, questioned, "What?" She learned the extent of his struggle. He was burning his entire internal energy, even his soul, preparing to face any inner demons that might appear. The woman's gaze softened with understanding. "It must be because there's something he has to protect, no matter what," she mused, a hint of respect in her tone. Her eyes reflected the gravity of the situation, a silent acknowledgement of the man's unwavering resolve. The woman in the red jacket watched the critically injured man, his life force dwindling, and thought, "How admirable." Meanwhile, the man with long black hair, despite his perilous state, resolved to continue his fight. "All right, I'll take care of this. Let's go," he declared, starting his journey. His determination fueled by a desire for vengeance, he walked onward, his mind set on confronting those responsible for his injuries. "I want to take a good look at the face of the scum responsible for this." Elsewhere, a man with short brown hair and glasses cautiously examined the scene, searching for clues. The woman in red observed him from above, her expression unreadable. A wide shot revealed a large building, its roof teeming with numerous figures, suggesting a significant presence or gathering. A wide shot reveals a tense standoff. A man and woman, seemingly leaders, stand defiantly before a large circle of humanoid robots, each armed with a sword, poised for attack. The robots' blank faces and glowing red eyes reflecting the fiery sunset, creating an ominous atmosphere. The woman, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, exclaims, Why are they doing this? Why are the droids attacking humans?" Her companion, a man with glasses, adds, "Sunja. Is that even possible?" A young woman with blonde hair and a beanie, seemingly an expert in robotics, explains, "Impossible. The intelligence systems of androids still cannot violate the 3 laws of robotics. Attacking humans isn't even an option for them." The man with glasses, his expression thoughtful, simply utters a question mark, prompting the blonde woman to offer a possible explanation. "Then why are they acting like this? Are they malfunctioning? Or maybe they don't see us as humans?" The man with short brown hair and glasses, his expression one of deep thought, muttered to himself, "Combat androids, capable of attacking humans." Suddenly, the woman in the red jacket shouted, "Here they come again." She swiftly drew her sword, yelling, "Sunja. Hold on tight and hide well." The young woman with blonde hair and a beanie, Sunja, immediately took cover as the androids attacked. The woman with the red jacket moved with practiced grace, her blade a blur as she cut down several androids. Each strike precise and deadly, a whirlwind of motion against the metallic onslaught, leaving a trail of deactivated androids in her wake. A blinding flash engulfed the woman in the red jacket and the young woman with blonde hair as they were thrown backward, the impact leaving them both disoriented and gasping for breath. The blonde woman, still clutching the red-jacketed woman, whispered, "What?" The man with short brown hair and glasses, observing from a distance, saw the aftermath of the explosion and the figures of the attackers. They were not androids, as he had initially assumed, but rather, imposing mechanical constructs piloted by human-like figures. "They're iron gangster," he muttered, recognizing the unique design. This work borrows elements from the original novel of the same name but is reinterpreted in a different direction to create an independent story. A large force of the Iron Gangster, a robotic army, marches through a city under a dusky sky, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. The woman with the red jacket sits atop a damaged vehicle, surveying the devastation. Blazing Devil Tang Seryung, accompanied by the intelligent android Sunja, is shown to be injured but alive. Former First Sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit's Special Tactical Division, Robert Carlyle, is also present. The S-Devils, a group of bounty hunters operating on the galaxy's outskirts, are mentioned. A holographic projection flickered to life, displaying a recent battle scene. Two robotic figures stood sentinel, observing the replay. Count Richel, his back to the viewer, watched intently. The scene depicted a conflict involving the Iron Gangster. A voice, presumably belonging to another individual present, questioned whether the individual in the projection was from the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit. The same voice continued, adding that the individual was from the Special Tactical Division. The screen showed a close-up of a robotic figure, its weapon charged and ready. Count Richel was asked if he should issue an elimination order. Richel, his face partially obscured by a mask, remained silent, his expression unreadable. A young man with dark hair and a hoodie stood amidst a scene of devastation, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He surveyed the wreckage of what appeared to be a fierce battle, his internal monologue questioning the sudden end to the conflict. What's going on? From a high vantage point, the extent of the destruction was clear. A city block lay in ruins, littered with deactivated robots and debris. The battle, it seemed, was indeed over. A victorious, heavily armored figure emerged, boasting about his complete victory. I went all out this time. The camera focused on a damaged robotic arm, highlighting the extent of the destruction wrought during the battle. The same armored figure continued, revealing his anticipation for this very moment. I've been waiting every day for a day like this, he declared, his damaged robotic arm sparking. The armored figure, victorious in a recent battle, boasted, so I kept everything well oiled. The woman with the red jacket, nursing her injuries, reflected, what would have happened today if I had listened to someone and sold my equipment as secondhand? She continued her internal monologue, remembering, we were forced to sell it back then due to the lack of money for ingredients. If I hadn't held out, how could we have dealt with all of them today? The young woman with blonde hair and beanie observed, we didn't deal with them, they retreated on their own. If they had kept attacking, we wouldn't have survived. A young man, examining a discarded robotic limb, questioned, but, what is this? Armor? You wear this metal thing. The woman in the red jacket, still recovering from her injuries, corrected Sunja and the young man with short hair. It's not armor, it's a droid. A robot. Sunja, confused, questioned her. A DRO, bot. What? Talk in a way I can understand. What are you saying? Exhausted, the woman in red explained, you wouldn't get it even if I explained it. Sunja, roughly summarize it for him. The young woman with blonde hair and a beanie offered a simpler explanation to Sunja. Think of it as a machine that can think and act like a person. Sunja, still pondering the implications, muttered to himself, no matter how much the world changes, how could a chunk of metal mimic a human? His eyes widened in sudden realization. The young woman with blonde hair and a beanie offered a simplified explanation of the robot's nature. Her words accompanied by a sound effect suggesting a scream. Sunja, witnessing the aftermath of a battle, reacted with shock and confusion upon seeing the destroyed robots and the injured woman in a red jacket. The scene depicted a wide shot of the devastation, emphasizing the scale of the battle. The blonde woman then explained to Sunja that she hadn't yet told Sunja's companion about the robots, stating that they had been busy. The final panel showed a close-up of more robot remains, highlighting the intensity of the conflict. The aftermath of a fierce battle lay scattered across the ground, broken robot parts, metallic debris, and a lingering sense of destruction. Sunja, carrying the injured woman with the red jacket, surveyed the scene. The woman's explanation of the robot's advanced technology hung heavy in the air. A system message flashed, this individual is not registered in the database. Sunja's face reflected a mixture of surprise and concern. A replay of the battle showed the robot's internal energy drive, indicating they were of purely natural origin. The young woman with blonde hair and beanie offered a simplified explanation. Count Richel observed the replay, his expression thoughtful. He dismissed Sunja's actions as foolish, but considered the man with long black hair a significant threat. He concluded that the man with long black hair posed a serious problem. Count Richel, his face partially obscured by a mask, appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant and contemplative. A stark contrast to the man in the purple jacket, whose expression was one of intense focus and calculation. The Count's thoughts were interrupted by a statement regarding a first sergeant, described as the best of the best. A system message appeared, urging vigilance and investigation, emphasizing the need for a definite purpose. The message was accompanied by a visual of a celestial body, a sphere of light streaking across a star-filled expanse. The sphere, glowing with an ethereal green energy, moved with purpose and speed. A large, spherical object, seemingly a transport pod, was shown rolling into a hangar-like facility. The pod slowed, coming to a stop near two figures, Count Richel and the man in the purple jacket. A figure emerged from the pod, descending a small ramp. The figure's feet were visible first, clad in slippers, followed by the lower half of their robe. They approached two figures waiting in a brightly lit chamber. The figure, fully revealed, bowed slightly before the two men. "Thank you for coming such a long way, officer," they said. Count Richel bowed deeply, his expression one of quiet anticipation. As a disembodied voice echoed, "Yes, it's been quite a journey." The speaker's mouth was wide open, revealing a gaping maw. And the man in the purple jacket observed the scene with keen interest. The voice continued, "So, it better be worth the effort." A glowing hand descended upon the man in the purple jacket, leaving him seated in his wheelchair, seemingly under its influence. The man in the purple jacket sat in a technologically advanced chair, his body bathed in an ethereal blue light. Count Richel, observing from a distance, inquired, "Do you see anything by chance?" The small, bald figure in the chair, seemingly a child, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a medical bay, where the Count and the man in purple were examining the child. Count Richel gently touched the child's head, asking, "Does it hurt?" The man in purple responded, "The pain has greatly subsided. However, my head still feels a persistent heat." The child, nestled in a supportive device, stirred slightly. A faint heat emanated from their small body, but they reported no pain. "Heat? There is no pain, but the heat remains," the child seemed to wonder silently. The man in the purple jacket, seated in a wheelchair, nodded slowly in response. "Indeed," he confirmed, his expression grim. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the man's body, causing his eyes to widen in pain. His face contorted in agony as the residual effects of a recent procedure overwhelmed him. "Ugh," he groaned. A wave of nausea washed over him, forcing him to clutch his stomach. "Vu," he cried out in distress, the intensity of the pain evident in his strained features. A searing, crimson handprint pulsed on the man's forehead, the residual energy radiating outward in faint wisps of smoke. Count Richel and another man observed from a distance. The child, seemingly unaffected by the intense energy, tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured, Count Richel examined the man's injuries, noting, "This is a bit different. The original scar has swollen, but the second one is rather indented. It doesn't seem like the same martial arts technique." The child, however, countered, "They are the same." The child's statement caused Count Richel's eyes to widen in shock. He realized, this is the scar from the Nine Palm. The image shows a close-up of a person's mouth, seemingly in shock or surprise. A stark, dark purple background filled with stars, suggesting a vast, cosmic setting. Count Richel and another individual, possibly a priest, observe a child seated in a chair. The Count explains that the Nine Palm is a low-tier martial art taught to introductory disciples. The child, surprisingly, states that they mastered it by the age of 7. However, Count Richel notes that the scar from the Nine Palm on the injured man seems different from what the child describes. The child explains that the essence of the Ninein poem lies in cold energy, but the injured man's injury was inflicted with internal energy, thus resulting in different scars. The man in the purple jacket lay defeated in a crater, the aftermath of a powerful blow clearly visible. The text below him read, "By the one who struck Sunjin Wuyue." Count Richel, observing the scene, pondered the implications. His internal monologue echoed, "Is that even possible?" Reversing the fundamental nature of martial arts is like making fire out of ice. The child, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, calmly observed a bowl of black bean noodles. A thought bubble above the bowl read, "It's theoretically possible." Theoretically. Turning to the count, the child suggested, "But for now, shall we eat first? How about some black bean noodles?" Count Richel's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and contemplation evident in his gaze. Korean text appeared below, expressing his internal turmoil. A man with silver hair and sunglasses, his expression unreadable, stated that they were iron gangsher. A woman in a red jacket, seemingly unconcerned, stood before a large pile of sausages. She casually ate a sausage while pondering the meaning of iron gangsher. The woman explained that it was a rumor she had heard during her active years. A rumor about the development of a new combat android that included humans in its parameters for killing. A young man scoffed, declaring that android intelligence circuits are designed based on the 3 laws of robotics, making it impossible for them to harm humans. However, a woman in a red jacket countered that to bypass those laws, the Iron Gangsher project replaces the intelligence circuits with the brains of deceased humans. The woman's explanation was accompanied by a visual of a large, futuristic vehicle, labeled as the Iron Gangsher project, flying over a traditional Asian cityscape. The young man, now visibly disturbed, questioned the small, robotic companion beside him, asking if it was truly not human. The robot calmly offered to remove its head, or even disassemble its limbs, if the young man wished. The young man, however, simply remarked on the bizarre nature of the situation. The young man in the black hoodie suggested they eat, his expression a mixture of weariness and apprehension. As the woman in red explained the details of the Iron Gangsher project, noting that while the attack made a strange sort of sense, it was also too absurd to believe. The woman in red, arms crossed, voiced her disbelief at the project's use of dead people's brains, calling it insane. The young man sat silently, his gaze fixed on the table, clearly disturbed by the information. The woman in red, noticing his reaction, questioned him, asking what was wrong. Her expression showed concern as she observed his troubled demeanor. The woman in the red jacket, Sunja, sat alone, a faint ah escaping her lips as she stared at a nearly empty griddle. The remnants of what appeared to be hot dogs lay scattered on the surface. Sunja then turned to address the man in the black hoodie, sharply instructing him, "Sunja, grill some more hot dogs and feed him." The man in the black hoodie, however, responded with a flat, "We're all out." Sunja stood, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the scene. 2 other figures, seemingly subordinates, watched her from a distance. She turned away, muttering to herself, "It does feel like we're caught in a rather unlucky situation." Her internal monologue shifted to a more critical tone, "Such disrespectful beings." The scene opens in a futuristic, metallic corridor. A woman in a red jacket stands observing a man in a black hoodie seated at a table, a third individual also present. A purple aura emanates from the hooded man. As he mutters angrily about the theft of his food, specifically mentioning the end of an era of martial world etiquette. The purple aura intensifies, highlighting the man's anger and frustration. The woman in red and the third individual exchange confused glances. The woman asks what the hooded man is saying. The third individual shrugs, admitting he doesn't understand. Suddenly, the woman's expression changes as she realizes the identity of the hooded man. He is the supreme heavenly demon. The woman in the red jacket stared, her eyes wide with shock and recognition. As she processed the revelation of the man in the black hoodie's true identity as the supreme heavenly demon. Confusing. We'll deal with it later. Priorities first, one by one, she declared, her voice firm despite the turmoil within. Meanwhile, the third individual, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, urged the woman to leave with him. "Let's go together," he exclaimed. A small, yellow-haired individual echoed the sentiment, adding, "Me too," as they both attempted to leave the scene. The supreme heavenly demon, however, remained seated, seemingly unfazed by their attempts to leave. The final panel showed a close-up of an empty, greasy food tray, the remnants of a meal now gone, a stark visual representation of the conflict's origin. A shallow, metallic tray sat on a dark surface, remnants of a viscous, golden liquid clung to its sides, a single, flickering flame at its center. A gloved hand reached into the tray, gently nudging a small, orange fragment. The man in the black hoodie observed the scene with a thoughtful expression, a finger tapping against his chin. Elsewhere, scattered metallic debris lay scattered across a cold, gray floor, the remains of several robotic figures. A cloud of smoke still lingered in the air. A large, metallic disc was carefully lifted, revealing a scorched surface. The woman in the red jacket stood before a massive, futuristic vehicle, its glowing blue engines humming faintly. Her arms crossed, a contemplative expression on her face as she surveyed the scene. The camera pans to a scene of destruction, the aftermath of a battle littered the cobblestone streets. Debris and broken machinery scattered everywhere. A man with teal hair and sunglasses examined a piece of damaged metal, muttering to himself, "So poorly made, what's wrong with these joints? The alloy is weak too." The small, yellow-haired individual, holding a piece of the broken machinery, explained, "It's because this is a prototype. It's not the finished product." The final panel shows a close-up of a damaged robot, its internal systems glowing faintly, suggesting a recent power failure. The woman in the red jacket's eyes glowed with an intense, golden light. As the small, yellow-haired individual asked, "Are you trying to see something?" The yellow-haired individual continued their explanation, pointing at the damaged robot's head, "Their neural networks are also simple." They further elaborated, "The intelligence circuit is equipped with the primitive MZ07 chip." The damaged robot lay broken on the ground, a testament to its limited capabilities. "It's at a level that's embarrassing to call artificial intelligence." The yellow-haired individual held up the MZ07 chip, concluding, "The MZ07 chip is optimized for receiving commands, so it lacks autonomous will." The woman in the red jacket, her eyes narrowed in thought, questioned the small, yellow-haired individual, "Then they were remotely controlled?" The woman in red jacket waited for a response, her expression unreadable. The small, yellow-haired individual confirmed, "Yes. Each individual unit." The small, yellow-haired individual continued, providing further details, "The total number of droids that attacked us was 9,817, based on my detection." Drawing a chilling conclusion, the small, yellow-haired individual stated, "So, that means at least 9,817 humans were controlling those droids." A vast, subterranean facility was revealed, filled with rows upon rows of containment units, each glowing with a vibrant blue light, hinting at the horrifying scale of the operation. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by a mask, stood before a formation of humanoid droids. The figure's imposing presence emphasized by the stark, cold lighting of the industrial setting. Elsewhere, a young man was submerged in a transparent tank filled with a glowing blue liquid. His body limp and unresponsive, the tubes connected to the tank suggesting a state of suspended animation. The woman in the red jacket, alongside the man in the black hoodie, posed a question: what was the total population of the Manhwa district? The small, yellow-haired individual listened intently, their expression thoughtful. A powerful, purple energy surged from a central point, illuminating a dark chamber. The energy coalesced into a figure, a man in flowing white robes, his face etched with concern. The words, "Just one person is missing," appeared above him. A young woman with long black hair, dressed in a black top and cap, observed the scene from a nearby dragon statue, a pensive expression on her face. A pale-skinned man with a severe expression and bloodstains on his face appeared, asking, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" He commanded a state of immobility and lockdown for District 32. Further emphasizing that no one was to move, leave, or enter, and that all dispatched personnel were to return immediately. A small, bald individual sat across from a pale-skinned man in a dark suit. The small individual questioned, "But why?" The pale-skinned man responded, "These are precarious times. He continued, explaining that 2,000 years of peace under the martial alliance had led to its decline in prestige. The power of the major sects had waned. The pale-skinned man posed a question: "Do you know what happens when the fangs of the tiger that ruled the mountain fall out?" The small individual, seemingly understanding the implication, replied, "Wolves will take over." The pale-skinned man in the dark suit sat alone, his expression a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. He contemplated the precarious political landscape, the fragility of the martial alliance, and the looming threat of conflict. His thoughts were heavy with the weight of responsibility. Across the table, the small, bald individual listened intently, his gaze fixed on the man in the suit. Absorbing the gravity of the situation, he understood the metaphor of the weakening tiger, the impending power vacuum, and the potential for internal strife within the alliance. The man in the suit continued, explaining that without the strong central authority of the tiger, the individual wolves would inevitably turn on each other. And the strongest among them would become the first target. The implications were clear: a brutal struggle for dominance was imminent. The pale-skinned man in the dark suit addressed the small, bald individual, explaining that while the martial alliance had fractured into smaller factions, the remaining members would unite to eliminate a significant threat. He emphasized the precariousness of their position, necessitating extreme caution in their actions. The pale-skinned man then questioned whether the unidentified individual wielding their sect's martial arts was connected to this emerging threat. The small, bald individual responded that he didn't know, highlighting this as a more significant problem. The small, bald individual revealed that he had received an emergency communication just before arriving, reporting that an unknown individual was heading toward Manhwa. This revelation caused the pale-skinned man to react with alarm, shouting, "Manhwa?" The pale-skinned man in the dark suit stared, his expression etched with alarm and concern. His gaze was intense, reflecting the gravity of the situation. As the small, bald individual relayed a dire warning, an unknown element had been placed on a powder keg, ready to explode. If even a spark ignited it, the world would be consumed. The bald man continued, emphasizing the need for understanding the situation before taking action. Actions would follow, but only after a thorough assessment. A cosmic event unfolded, depicted as two celestial bodies colliding, one smaller and seemingly impacting the larger one, emitting a bright green energy. The pale-skinned man, from a distance, observed this celestial event, a single bright star shining in the night sky, a silent witness to the impending catastrophe. The pale-skinned man in the dark suit felt a surge of apprehension, his eyes fixated on the imposing figure before him. The man's expression was one of cold determination, his gaze unwavering. A cosmic event unfolded across the heavens, painting the night sky with vibrant hues of orange and purple. The clouds glowed with an ethereal light, a spectacle both beautiful and unsettling. The small, bald individual relayed a grave warning: "So, you're saying the disappeared people show up again at night?" A young woman, her face etched with worry, responded, "Yes, except for my dad, he stayed behind." A powerful, purple energy erupted from a central point, illuminating a grand hall. Two figures, the pale-skinned man and the small, bald individual, watched in awe and trepidation as the energy pulsed and expanded, the intensity of the light growing with each passing moment. The young woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, stood firm amidst the swirling energy. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted from a man in traditional robes, his form engulfed in radiant light. Meanwhile, a young woman and a taller, dark-haired woman stood in a dimly lit corridor. The young woman anxiously inquired about the time until sunset. The taller woman explained that on Manhwa, day and night cycle every 6 hours. The young woman, upon hearing this, reacted with a look of surprise, realizing the implications. A moment later, the taller woman also registered something unexpected, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. The energy surge's aftereffects were still visible as pink petals drifted through the air. A powerful surge of energy emanated from the dark-haired man, his actions seemingly involuntary. As he embraced the young woman, a gentle yet potent aura surrounding them both. The young woman observed the event, her thoughts revealing the man's actions are a daily occurrence, repeating every sunrise. She noted that he performs these actions unconsciously, even stroking her head. Meanwhile, the pale-skinned man in the dark suit watched from a distance, sipping tea and observing the scene from the garden. The young woman reflected on the previous year, recalling the same actions repeated on her birthday. She noted that this phenomenon is not unique to her, as others experience similar daily repetitions. The scene concluded with a statement that others experience similar daily repetitions, highlighting the unusual nature of this planet's time cycle. The young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, felt a hand gently place a hat upon her head. Meanwhile, the taller, dark-haired woman in a red jacket looked out at the empty streets, her voice laced with worry as she questioned the absence of others. "But Captain, no one showing up?" From a rooftop overlooking the city, the pale-skinned man in a dark suit observed the unusual emptiness of the streets below. The city, usually bustling with activity, was eerily silent. The dark-haired woman, still concerned, turned to the small, bald individual, her voice sharp with urgency. "What's going on? Why are they late today? Sunja, do you detect anything?" The small, bald individual, Sunja, responded hesitantly, their voice barely a whisper. "There is something, but..." Sunja's voice trailed off, their expression one of dawning realization. "It's fading." The young woman in the red jacket paused, a look of confusion washing over her face as she muttered, "Huh? What?" A strange energy enveloped her, causing her to gasp, "Oh. You?" The energy intensified, leaving her disoriented and frightened as she exclaimed, What?" Meanwhile, the taller, blonde woman, her eyes wide with alarm, whispered, "The ye captain's vital signs are disappearing." The pale-skinned man in the dark suit and the small, bald individual watched from a distance as the energy subsided, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. A skull-adorned spaceship, dark and imposing, traversed the star-dusted expanse of space. Its trajectory a stark contrast to the serene beauty of a nearby planetary system, visible through a large window. Where a small, bald individual, concerned and perceptive, stood observing the cosmos. "Chief," he stated, his voice carrying a note of urgency. A system alert flashed on a nearby screen. A teleportation was detected from the center of the Manhwa planet a short while ago. Analysis confirms the moving entity as Blazing Devil Young. A pale-skinned man in a dark suit, observing the situation intently, inquired, "What's the destination?" A small, bald individual, his face etched with concern and apprehension, reported a recent teleportation event. The report detailed the teleportation originating from the second moon of Manhwa planet, a celestial body identified as Genta. A pale-skinned man in a dark suit, his expression one of keen curiosity and observation, inquired about the destination of the teleportation. The images showed a vast, cratered lunar landscape. A swirling vortex opening up on the surface. And finally, a figure, Blazing Devil Young, was shown being pulled into the dark abyss, his body disappearing with a cry of "Kya!" He exclaimed, "What's happening? My body is disappearing." Sarion's body began to shimmer, a disconcerting light enveloping her as she exclaimed, What is this? Why is my body disappearing?" Panic seized her as she continued, "No way? Am I dead? Did I die and become a ghost?" Terror gave way to desperate pleas, "No. Bring me back to life. I still have so much to do." Yet, as her form dissipated, a strange calm settled over her. A moment of confusion followed, as she uttered a single word, "Huh?" Saryung found herself fully materialized, seemingly unharmed, and equally bewildered. Saryung found herself in a stark, dimly lit chamber, her disorientation palpable. The space echoing with an unnerving silence. Before her sat a cloaked figure on a leopard print beanbag chair, a metallic humanoid standing guard nearby. The air thick with unspoken tension. The figure's presence exuded an aura of power and mystery. Saryung's eyes widened, her confusion deepening as she processed her surroundings. A silent question forming in her mind, "Who's that?" The cloaked figure remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. The scene shifted, revealing a wider view of the chamber, a large, empty space with the same unsettling atmosphere. A skull-adorned spaceship appeared, its arrival described as unusual by an officer. The officer noted the absence of consent from the transported entity during the teleportation process, concluding that it was an unauthorized, unilateral teleportation, forbidden by galactic law. The seriousness of the situation prompted a subordinate to suggest reporting the incident to higher authorities. The chief, however, questioned if there was anyone above him in the chain of command, only to be reassured by his subordinate that he held the sole commanding authority. A subordinate officer knelt before his superior, the chief, head bowed low in submission. The chief, a tall figure in a long robe, observed him with a calm, assessing gaze. "Good, just keep monitoring it for now," he instructed, his voice measured and controlled. The chief's gaze drifted towards a viewport displaying a distant moon. Regardless if they are truly using technologies forbidden by the galactic law on that moon, he mused. That implies significant backing, possibly from a high authority. He paused, considering the implications. The chief continued, addressing his subordinate, "So, don't intervene recklessly and make sure to investigate thoroughly before taking any action." The officer remained prostrate, listening intently. "We need to assess whether knowing about that place brings us more harm than benefit," the chief concluded, his expression serious. A woman with long blonde hair and striking blue eyes looked shocked. She exclaimed, questioning what she had just heard. And then, she was asked about a meeting at Manhwa. The scene shifted to show the woman kneeling before an elderly figure seated on a throne. The tension was palpable. With a mask covering her lower face, the blonde woman revealed a shocking truth: the person she met at Manhwa claimed to be her father. The blonde woman sat, hands bound, her expression one of shock and confusion. As she recalled the elderly figure's words, "The one who fathered me." A flashback showed her in a duel on a raised platform against the elderly figure she had lost. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief and horror. She looked out at a vast, alien landscape, a planet visible in the distance, her expression unreadable. The scene shifted to the elderly figure, who observed the planet, a contemplative expression on his face. He thought, "The one who defeated my daughter and claimed to be her father." A close-up on a hand, glowing with teal energy, suggests the use of a powerful ability. A man with blue hair shouts, "We have to save the captain." He leaps down, preparing for action. Another man, seated at a table, angrily declares, "Some bastard dared to kidnap our captain." A young man with dark hair asks, "What's she saying now?" A small, robotic figure responds, "I don't know. Anyway, it's swearing. I don't really want to translate it." The dark-haired young man and a black-haired girl discussed the possibility that the captain's kidnapping was connected to other incidents on the planet, noting a lack of concrete evidence. But the girl countered that evidence existed regarding the disappearances from Manhwa planet, suggesting a forced, unilateral teleportation. A practice forbidden by galactic law, as a robotic figure explained. The blue-haired man, enraged, insisted on immediate action to rescue the kidnapped captain, while the dark-haired young man questioned his outburst. The robotic figure, seemingly reluctant, walked away. The black-haired girl explained that the blue-haired man, known for his volatile temper, suffers from PTSD stemming from his military service, and struggles to control his anger when stressed. His outburst was a result of this. The dark-haired young man, concerned, tried to calm the blue-haired man, urging him to let go of his anger. But the girl noted that once his anger flares, he becomes unresponsive to reason. The black-haired girl, sighing, apologized for the outburst. The scene shifts to show the three individuals, the blue-haired man, the dark-haired young man, and the black-haired girl, sitting together in a sterile, futuristic room. The girl with blonde hair and a black beanie, her expression one of weary boredom, stared blankly ahead. A thought bubble above her head revealed her inner commentary: he could compete in an anger management contest. Meanwhile, a red spaceship, resembling a futuristic semi-truck, soared through the cosmos. The girl, still observing, noted that technically, long-range teleportation is impossible, making interplanetary transfer out of the question. A view of two celestial bodies, one a large planet and the other a smaller moon, appeared. The girl concluded that the teleportation must have occurred either within Manhwa planet or one of its moons. The dark-haired young man, curious, asked, so? Where is it? The blonde-haired girl, her expression analytical, stated that since Manhwa planet showed no life signs except for the Sword Sovereign, it could be ruled out as the location of the teleportation event, leaving only two possibilities, the moons Genta and Cycerus. However, she noted that while both moons showed signs of life, the proximity made it difficult to pinpoint the exact location. The dark-haired young man, standing beside her, gazed out at the moons from their futuristic observation deck. He voiced his frustration, so we have to guess? The blonde-haired girl simply responded with a thoughtful The scene ended with the two of them looking thoughtfully at the two moons. The blonde-haired girl, still deep in thought, reasoned aloud, since the captain is obsessed with gold, I'll choose the golden one. She pointed towards a distant celestial body, a golden orb in the inky blackness of space. Cycerus, she declared. The dark-haired young man's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. A contrasting image of a pale blue moon, Genta, the second moon of Manhwa planet, appeared, offering an alternative location for the teleportation event. In a dimly lit, cavernous space, a blonde-haired woman and a dark-haired young man stood facing each other, their expressions serious. A figure in a dark cloak sat in a leopard print chair in the background. A close-up revealed specifications for a powerful energy drive, an externally mounted 1.9 giga internal energy drive and a 3.3 giga ultra-high-density internal energy drive embedded in the body. Further details clarified that the only external weapon was an electronic soft sword attached to the waist. The blonde woman, intrigued, questioned the 3.3 giga internal energy drive. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, seemingly oblivious to the exchange, calmly examined a glowing object in his hands. Losing patience, the blonde woman sharply demanded, "Who are you? Are you deaf?" The blonde-haired girl's impatience was palpable, her gaze, sharp and unwavering, was fixed on the cloaked figure. A single, delicate sprout emerged from the earth, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Its two tiny leaves unfurling slowly in the dim illumination. As the cloaked figure, seemingly oblivious to the girl's presence, knelt before it, his expression unreadable. A small, robed figure addressed someone unseen, whispering, "Master." The unseen individual, partially visible, knelt nearby, seemingly listening intently. The robed figure continued, "There's an issue I need to discuss." The unseen individual responded, "I know. It's related to the events at Manhwa planet, isn't it? And you have been tasked with resolving it." A small sprout emerged from the ground, a single dewdrop clinging to one of its leaves. The robed figure instructed, "Do not act impulsively, and wait until the bud fully blooms. Only then can you tell if it's a poplar tree or a willow tree." A cloaked figure, their face partially obscured, observed the sprout. They stated, "We must wait until the entities backing him are completely exposed. Only then can we strike decisively." The robed figure, his voice laced with a hint of both instruction and patience, questioned the younger man, "But I raised you to understand as much, have you not matured enough? Or?" A beat of silence hung in the air as the younger man contemplated the question. Before the robed figure continued, "There is another issue." "Isn't there? What could it be that has brought out your childishness?" The younger man, his expression thoughtful, responded to the pointed question. During his investigation into this matter, someone unexpected appeared. This individual had mastered our martial arts, reaching the level of reversing energy flow. And also knew our sex secret technique. The younger man, his face contorted in concentration, unleashed the demon heart Sura sword technique. The robed figure observed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Moreover, he noted that the younger man had reached the pinnacle of mastery in this technique. However, a problem arose: this individual was not affiliated with their sect. The robed figure's concern deepened, he issued a chilling instruction: "Kill him." A small, seemingly insignificant plant sprouted from the ground, a new and unexpected development. The robed figure, his face contorted in a mask of rage and determination, screamed, "An anomaly! A monster! Find him and kill him without fail. He must be killed." A single, wide-eyed expression of shock and fear filled the next panel, followed by a close-up of the younger man's face, his expression unreadable. The younger man, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, sat in a meditative pose, his eyes closed peacefully amidst the vast expanse of space. He sat atop a large, spherical object, seemingly a planet, floating in the inky blackness of space. A woman in a red suit approached a robed figure seated on a leopard print couch in a dimly lit garage. She questioned him, "Who are you? Didn't you hear me?" The robed figure, seemingly unfazed, calmly took a sip from a small cup. He responded curtly, "Check it." A moment later, a high-tech projectile launched from an unseen source, aimed directly at the woman. The projectile's trajectory was briefly visible as a red streak across the dark space. The robed figure remained impassive, a ghostly skeletal figure momentarily appearing behind him before vanishing. The projectile struck its target, the woman in red, who was clearly surprised and unprepared for the attack. The woman in red, her expression a mixture of surprise and defiance, confronted the robed figure. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded. She unleashed a burst of energy, a golden wave surging from her hand. But the robed figure's robotic minion swiftly countered, its metallic hand intercepting the attack and sending the woman sprawling. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she felt a sharp pain. The robot's grip tightened around her throat. The robot's red eye glowed menacingly as it prepared to strike. The woman in red, her face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief, exclaimed, "What the hell? How is it so fast?" as she struggled against her unseen assailant. Meanwhile, the robed figure sat calmly on an ornate chair, a look of serene confidence on his face. He seemed unfazed by the woman's struggle. The robed figure addressed the woman, his voice calm and measured, "Accept it. Resistance is futile." The woman in red, still struggling, launched a powerful kick toward the robed figure. But the robed figure effortlessly deflected the attack, his movements impossibly fast. The robed figure then calmly stated, "From now on, I will ask a few questions. Answer them properly, and I will grant you a life free of eternal suffering." The woman in red, fueled by a desperate rage, launched a fierce attack, her blade a blur of motion as she aimed a blow at the robed figure. But the robed figure remained calm, their movements deceptively slow yet precise, easily deflecting the woman's assault with a casual flick of their wrist. As the woman's attack was met with a counter-offensive, a swift and powerful strike that sent her reeling. The robed figure's movements were a whirlwind of controlled power, their defense seamless and their counterattack devastating, leaving the woman in red disoriented and vulnerable. The robed figure, his face partially obscured, made a statement, "It's useless. This device contains data on all martial arts in the world." The woman in red, still recovering from her previous defeat, launched a swift attack. But the robed figure effortlessly countered, his movements precise and controlled, leaving her breathless and disoriented. She exclaimed, "It's true," realizing the device's power. The woman in red, struggling to comprehend the device's capabilities, muttered, "It's reading all my movements." She scoffed, "Don't make me laugh," and unleashed another desperate attack. The woman in red, fueled by a desperate fury, launched another attack against the robed figure. But her blade was deflected with contemptuous ease. The robed figure barely moved, their movements fluid and precise, sending the woman in red sprawling across the ground. She crashed against the cold, unyielding floor, her breath ragged. The robed figure remained motionless, their gaze unwavering, a silent predator observing its defeated prey. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, the woman in red attempted a desperate counterattack, spinning and aiming a blow at the robed figure's legs. But the robed figure anticipated her every move, effortlessly intercepting the attack and leaving the woman in red vulnerable once more. The robed figure calmly sipped from a small cup, his expression unreadable. The woman in red launched a swift attack, her energy weapon a blur of motion. But her assault was met with a practiced counter. She realized her strategy was ineffective. "So that's how it is, this won't work, huh?" She continued her assault, but the robed figure effortlessly deflected each blow, creating an afterimage as she moved with incredible speed, only to find herself disarmed and vulnerable. The robed figure's hand reached out, stopping her attack with ease. The woman in red, having exhausted her arsenal of attacks, lay defeated on the ground, her body splayed out in a defeated posture. Her mechanical limbs askew, sparks flying from her damaged chassis. The robed figure watched calmly, their movements precise and controlled as they effortlessly deflected the woman in red's final, desperate strikes. Each parry a testament to their superior martial arts skills. The woman in red's attack was over. With a final, powerful burst of energy, the robed figure unleashed a devastating blow, sending the woman in red hurtling across the metallic floor. The robed figure channeled their energy, a brilliant blue light emanating from their weapon. The weapon glowed intensely, radiating power. And with a swift, precise movement, they launched a final, decisive attack. The attack connected with the woman in red, a blinding flash of light erupting at the point of impact, sending her hurtling backward, her body racked with the force of the blow, leaving her defeated and incapacitated on the ground. The robed figure unleashed a final, devastating attack, a whirlwind of energy emanating from their hand. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air, striking the woman in red directly in the chest with a blinding flash of light. The impact sent the woman in red reeling backward, her body convulsing from the sheer force of the blow, leaving her incapacitated and defeated on the ground. The robed figure, calm and poised, launched a swift counterattack against the woman in red. A blindingly fast strike that sent a shockwave rippling through the air, piercing the woman in red's defenses with precision, and striking her directly in the chest. The impact sent her reeling backward, leaving her incapacitated and falling from the sky. The robed figure watched her descent, a hint of triumph in their eyes. The robed figure then turned their attention to the shattered remains of a small, crystalline device clutched in their hand, a grim expression settling on their face. The robed figure, calm amidst the chaos, held a shattered device. He muttered, "Dark Heaven Blood Dragon Dagger." The words echoed the power he wielded, a power that had just brought down the woman in red. The named Sichuan Tang clan appeared, a testament to his victory. His attack had been swift and decisive, a flash of light ending the confrontation. The woman in red's metallic body lay broken and inert. She crashed to the ground, defeated. The robed figure stood over her, his expression grim but resolute. The woman in red, despite her defeat, remained defiant, her eyes narrowed in a glare. She was wounded, but not broken. Her final words, barely a whisper, echoed in the desolate space, "Who are you?" The woman in red, sweat beading on her brow, glared with fierce determination. A trickle of blood stained her lip. She muttered, "Shit, this is troublesome." The robed figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, observed her with a calm, almost clinical detachment. He spoke, his voice a low monotone. "The Sichuan Tang clan was exterminated 10 years ago without a trace. How do you know their martial arts?" The woman in red, seemingly sensing a desperate need for a powerful counter, began to glow with an ethereal green energy. As energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex around her, she declared, "Since it has come to this." The woman in red, desperate, channeled her energy, activating the Xuanwu Divine Art Drive, a forbidden technique of the extinct Sichuan Tang clan. A surge of emerald green energy erupted from her, silencing her opponent with a sharp "shut up." The robed figure watched, intrigued, as the energy formed a towering pillar. The pillar expanded, dominating the sky, preparing for an all-encompassing attack. A blinding flash of light erupted from the pillar's apex, leaving the robed figure's eye glowing with an emerald green light, reflecting the power unleashed by the woman in red. The aftermath of the woman in red's devastating technique was revealed. It was called the Infinite Rain Blossom Technique. The robed figure, calmly observant, watched from a distance as the technique's energy dissipated, leaving behind a scene of immense power and destruction. The energy signature was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. A large vessel, seemingly a luxury cruise liner, was shown departing into the cosmos, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Elsewhere, a conversation took place between two individuals. The circumstances of their meeting were described as strange. One of the individuals, a woman in dark armor, spoke of a request she had received, but ultimately failed to fulfill. The woman in white armor awoke to find herself before a robed figure, her consciousness only momentarily lost. The robed figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, observed her with an air of quiet intrigue. She stood, her weapon at the ready, as she walked away from him, leaving the robed figure alone in the vast, empty space. The robed figure's single visible eye reflected his confusion. He still didn't understand why she had appeared before him. The woman in white armor walked away, her expression unreadable, her thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. The title card Unilateral appeared, hinting at the one-sided nature of the encounter. A robed figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, addressed the woman in white armor. "There's no need to be surprised. I called you here to grant your wish." The woman, her expression questioning, tilted her head slightly. The robed figure continued. "Didn't you want to become stronger? Didn't you want to see the world beneath your feet?" The robed figure explained, "That is why, even after earning the infamous title of 8-foot fighting ghost, you turned even spaceships into duel arenas, pursuing nothing but battles. But the closer you got, the more distant the path became, leading you to despair, crying every night in hopelessness. The robed figure concluded, that's why I called you, to give you strength. The strength to look down upon the world." The woman in white armor, her face partially obscured by her mask, voiced her confusion and suspicion. "Who are you? What the hell are you talking about?" she demanded, her inner thoughts revealing her bewilderment and growing unease at the robed figure's unsettling knowledge of her. The robed figure's response was curt and dismissive. "It was infuriatingly unpleasant," he stated, his tone suggesting a deep-seated annoyance. He seemed to imply that the woman's questions were trivial compared to the larger issue at hand. He rose from his seat, a subtle shift in his posture indicating a change in the dynamic of their interaction. The robed figure's actions suggested a shift from explanation to action. The scene shifted to a large open space, where the robed figure and the woman in white armor stood facing each other, poised for conflict. "So we fought." The narrative jumped to a moment of intense physical struggle. The woman in white armor was on her knees, her neck grasped by the robed figure, a clear indication of his dominance in their confrontation. Despite her predicament, her expression remained resolute, suggesting a refusal to yield despite the overwhelming odds. "No matter what I did." The robed figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, loomed over the fallen woman. Emerald energy crackled around him, a stark contrast to the woman's defeated posture. A testament to his overwhelming power. It was useless, the text declared, summarizing the woman's failed attack. The woman, her red uniform stained with blood, gasped for air, her body trembling under the robed figure's grasp. Her eyes, though filled with pain, held a flicker of defiance. The robed figure tightened his grip, his touch imbued with the same emerald energy that surrounded him. The woman's blonde hair cascaded around her as she was held captive. "I will make you strong, just like me," he declared, his voice a low, menacing whisper. His intentions, however, remained unclear. The robed figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, addressed the woman in white armor, his voice a low, commanding tone, "My daughter, answer my question." He tightened his grip, a faint green energy sparking around his hand. The woman winced, blood trickling from her mouth. The robed figure continued, "If you do, I will make your weak body strong." But he added a chilling caveat, "at the cost of abandoning your useless mind." The woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, considered his offer. Later, the woman, now seemingly empowered, sat before a grand gate, her armor gleaming with an otherworldly energy. The robed figure's actions had transformed her. The woman in white armor stood, radiating power, blue energy pulsed beneath her skin. This power, she thought, marveling at the newfound strength coursing through her. A surge of energy flowed through her limbs, enhancing her physical capabilities beyond what she previously thought possible. Meanwhile, the robed figure's eyes, visible only as a single, piercing blue gaze, watched her from afar, a hint of satisfaction in their depths. Elsewhere, a young woman with blonde hair, wearing a black beanie and futuristic attire, frantically typed on a console. "Why aren't we leaving? Hurry up and go," she urged, her voice laced with anxiety. A man with gray hair and a rugged appearance sat beside her, seemingly unconcerned. He glanced at the radar screen, a single red blip indicating an approaching threat. The blonde woman in a beanie, monitoring the radar, uttered a single word, "Well." A blip appeared on the screen, growing steadily larger. It was a large, red spaceship, resembling a massive truck, approaching their location at high speed. The spaceship continued its approach, its size and speed becoming increasingly alarming. A red spaceship, propelled by a bright light, traversed the inky blackness of space, a distant star glowing faintly in the background. Meanwhile, inside a spaceship's control room, the gray-haired man, his face etched with concern, watched the approaching vessel on the radar. The blonde woman in a beanie, beside him, exclaimed, "What the hell is that? Tell them to move. Otherwise, I'll just crush them." He responded, "I can't." "Why?" The gray-haired man explained, "It may look small, but it's a Celestial-class battleship. Our ship can't even compare to it. Moreover, it belongs to the Heavenly Demon Sect." The blonde woman's eyes widened in alarm at this revelation. The gray-haired man's eyes widened, a stark expression of alarm etched across his features. As he stood in a brightly lit corridor, flanked by the blonde woman in beanie and another man. The atmosphere was tense. A young man with dark hair sat alone at a table in a stark, metallic room, seemingly lost in thought. His gaze fixed on a simple meal of 2 sausages. The silence was heavy with unspoken anxieties. The small, bald figure in a black robe, previously seen with the others, now stood alone, his back to the viewer. A sense of isolation and foreboding emanating from his posture. His expression remained unreadable. A man, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, questioned the presence of a small, robed figure. "Excuse me, but what brings someone from the Heavenly Demon Sect to this place?" The robed figure, unfazed, calmly identified himself. He was the first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The man, seemingly reassured, invited the robed figure to speak freely. The man's expression shifted as he focused on the robed figure, a look of surprise and disbelief washing over his features. "That little kid?" The robed figure explained that he had a pressing request, prompting his visit. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, seemingly preoccupied, quietly urged the robed figure to stay out of the matter. A narrative summary of the incident is revealed. The mastermind is someone named Richel Archimond, a former top scientist who oversaw the development of military weapons for a defense contractor under the human government. His project was known as the Steel City. However, due to the inhumane nature of the development process, he was expelled and subsequently disappeared. Now, he is hiding and conducting experiments on a much larger scale. In other words, his expulsion was not a simple dismissal. The young man with dark hair, seemingly unconcerned, ate a piece of meat while listening to the robed figure's explanation. The figure revealed that Richel Archimond was receiving increased funding from secret sources, and that these sources appeared to be factions within the human government's military. The man in sunglasses listened intently, his expression betraying his growing interest in the unfolding revelation. The young man continued to eat, his gaze fixed on the robed figure. The young man's expression shifted to one of concern as he processed the information. The young man's internal monologue reflected his shock and disbelief. Who the hell is this person actually? The robed figure, calmly sipping a drink, warned, "Exactly. This is beyond what civilians can handle. So, stay out of this." The man in sunglasses, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, "But what about our captain? Our captain has been kidnapped?" The robed figure responded, "There's nothing we can do about it. All you can do is pray for her." Enraged, the man in sunglasses slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "What kind of nonsense is that? Shut up and get out of here. We're going to rescue our captain." He continued, "If you stop us, I don't care who you are, we won't let it slide." The young man with dark hair, observing the scene, calmly stated, "Listen to me. I'm not trying to intervene, but I'm not gonna do as you say either." The robed figure, seemingly a child, stated that using others as tools meant taking on the responsibility. The young man with dark hair, unimpressed, internally scoffed at the child's attempt to manipulate him. The young man politely inquired about the robed figure's identity, addressing him as Noble One. He questioned whether the robed figure's presence was truly the reason for his arrival. The robed figure remained silent, his expression unchanged, and declared that if the young man's intentions were otherwise, they had nothing to do with each other and never would. The young man with dark hair pressed the robed figure, questioning if he had any connection to the heavenly demon sect. The robed figure simply responded that he had no connection to the sect. The young man, still skeptical, demanded confirmation, reiterating the importance of the robed figure's denial of any ties to the heavenly demon sect. The robed figure, from atop a table, declared that all his future actions would be independent of the sect, and that the sect itself would uphold this claim. Satisfied, the young man with dark hair gave a wave and departed, stating that he was busy. Elsewhere, a red spaceship fired a projectile at a large, metallic sphere hurtling through space. The young man with dark hair gazed out at the star-filled expanse from a spacecraft window, a bright, singular star shining intensely in the distance. His back to the viewer, his posture suggesting contemplation and quiet resolve. He turned, his expression unreadable, a slight frown playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in another part of the ship, a small, bald figure sat calmly before a holographic interface, monitoring complex data streams. A scene suggesting advanced technology and meticulous planning. A man with light blue hair and sunglasses, seated in a command chair, declared, "All right, let's go. Let's do this properly." A woman with blonde hair, wearing a black beanie with a large H, responded from a nearby console, "Yes, but the coordinates have changed." An announcement was made, instead of the moon Cycerus we designated before, it's changed to the moon Genta now. The small, bald figure calmly observed the update on his monitor. The man in sunglasses reviewed the information, his expression unchanged. A woman in a dark, form-fitting suit lay sprawled on the floor, her legs extended. A taller, slender figure with pale skin and long white hair loomed over her, its hand gripping the woman's arm. The scene shifted to a large, industrial-looking room, where the same woman lay on the ground, the tall figure still holding her. The woman, her face partially visible, looked up at her captor and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The back of a tall figure with long, white hair is shown, clad in metallic armor. Their posture suggests calm control. Meanwhile, the woman in the dark suit lies on the floor, eyes now open. The tall figure with white hair asks, "Have you awakened?" The tall figure continues their internal monologue, "I can't believe you've already woken up. It seems there's something special about the noble bloodlines. Lady of the Sichuan Tang clan." The woman in the dark suit, disoriented, asks, "Where are we? What are you doing to me?" The tall figure responds, "Do not worry. I intend to free you from pain." The back of the tall figure with white hair is shown again, their forms silhouetted against a bright light. A young man is submerged in a tank filled with glowing blue liquid. The tall figure with white hair observes him, stating, "I will erase your memories, even the darkest parts of your past." The tall figure continues, addressing someone unseen, "Giving you a simple and useful life where you'll know nothing but obedience." The woman in dark suit awakens on a cold floor, groaning in pain. She struggles, but her movements are weak and uncoordinated. The tall figure explains, "It's no use. I've blocked all the meridians in your body and paralyzed your nervous system." Two small, robotic devices are shown moving near the woman's body. The tall figure adds, "Your body will no longer listen to you anymore. All you can do is just stay still and wait for me like a good pet." The woman in the dark suit awoke, paralyzed and terrified, her body unresponsive. The tall figure with white hair loomed over her, a calm and unsettling presence. He stated, "It's no use," implying the futility of her struggle. The tall figure's imposing form filled the frame, his advanced technology suit a stark contrast to the woman's helplessness. His cold, blue eye, devoid of emotion, observed her with clinical detachment. A shadowy figure, possibly the young man with dark hair, was shown from behind, small and vulnerable, suggesting his current state. The tall figure addressed the unseen figure, warning, "Don't dream foolish dreams. You can kill people of the Sichuan Tang clan, but you can't dominate them," revealing a power struggle and a complex plot. The woman in the red jacket awoke with bloodshot eyes, her face contorted in silent agony. The tall figure with white hair observed her from a distance, a look of detached concern on his face. He approached, his hands glowing with an ethereal green energy, and placed them on her chest, the energy flowing into her body. The tall figure explained, "It's called pigeon blood poison. People born in the Tang clan receive a grain of deadly poison in their heart as a gift. It's meant to be used when they die." The woman's eyes widened in understanding, a flicker of horror crossing her features. The woman in the dark suit cried out in pain as the tall figure with white hair grasped her hand, a searing, yellow energy emanating from the point of contact. The tall figure explained that the more her heart burned, the stronger the pigeon blood poison became, capable of melting even metal. He then addressed her with a harsh insult, calling her an ugly monster. The woman's eyes glowed with an intense red light as she declared, "Let's die together." Her face contorted in a terrifying expression, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. She lunged at the tall figure, the yellow energy intensifying. Consumed by the pigeon blood poison, the woman in the dark suit lunged at the tall figure with white hair, attempting to strike him with the deadly toxin. The tall figure reacted swiftly, intercepting her attack and restraining her arm. The poison's effects were already taking hold. The woman's eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson, her face contorted in agony and rage. With a surge of violent energy, she broke free from his grasp, blood dripping from her mouth and eyes. A red alarm blared, signaling a critical system failure. The tall figure, his expression grim, watched as the woman in the dark suit stumbled, her body racked with the poison's effects. The scene ended with the tall figure's masked face, a look of deep concern etched upon his features. A warning alarm blared, the stark red letters flashing across the screen, "Intruder detected. Intruder detected." The young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured by a shadow, stood alert. A hexagonal pattern glowed faintly on his cheek, a sign of his enhanced abilities. Meanwhile, a heavily armed figure, clad in advanced combat armor, crouched low, ready for action. His eyes, visible behind mirrored sunglasses, scanned his surroundings. The young man remained vigilant, his posture tense as he observed the armored figure from a distance. In the distance, a massive, fiery spectacle unfolded. Countless red particles ascended into the night sky, forming a swirling vortex above a desolate landscape. The young man watched, his expression unreadable. The armored figure moved, its heavy boots crunching on the ground, its movements suggesting a stealthy approach. From a high vantage point, the young man with dark hair witnessed a horrifying spectacle unfolding in the distance. A massive army of humanoid robots, each armed with a sword, advanced in perfect formation. Their red optical sensors glowed menacingly. The young man with dark hair stood on a desolate plain, his apprehension growing as he witnessed a massive robot army emerging from a crater in the distance. The robots, countless in number, advanced in formation, their red optical sensors glowing ominously. An armored figure, unseen until now, appeared behind the young man. "I'll take care of those things. You can just go and save the captain," the armored figure declared, before launching into action. The armored figure, revealed to be the tall figure with white hair, engaged the robot army, his powerful mech unleashing a barrage of fire, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From a high vantage point, a lone robot witnessed a brilliant streak of light shoot across the night sky. The young man with dark hair, his expression one of disbelief, muttered, "Ha!" Meanwhile, the armored figure found himself plummeting through a vortex of robotic enemies. A fiery trail marked the tall figure with white hair's devastating assault on the robot army. The resulting explosion rocked the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The tall figure with white hair, victorious in his assault, hovered above the battlefield, a grim expression etched onto his face. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the collapsing robot army, a fiery inferno consuming the remnants of their ranks. The young man with dark hair, still reeling from the spectacle, approached the tall figure, his voice barely a whisper. Ugh. Still. You should help me a little bit before you go. From a distance, the armored figure watched the destruction unfold, his own battle a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. The tall figure with white hair, seemingly unfazed by the young man's plea, muttered, "Damn it." His response was immediate, a burst of energy propelling him forward as he exclaimed, "I don't know either." The tall figure with white hair stood silhouetted against a soft, orange glow, their expression unreadable. A sense of quiet contemplation hung in the air. Meanwhile, the woman in dark suit observed a large-scale battle unfolding before her. A seemingly endless wave of robots advanced, their movements precise and relentless. The armored figure fought valiantly against the robotic horde, their movements a blur of steel and fury. Their sword flashed, deflecting laser fire and slicing through metallic limbs. One robot, larger than the others, unleashed a volley of fire from its MZCT-106 recoilless laser cannon. Another robot fired its TTR-8 automatic laser multi-missile, the projectiles streaking towards their target. The relentless barrage continued, but the armored figure's defense held firm. Despite the overwhelming odds, they fought on. The armored figure continued their desperate struggle against the overwhelming robot army, their blows creating shockwaves of energy that momentarily scattered their metallic foes. But the relentless tide of robots pressed forward, their numbers seemingly inexhaustible. The armored figure leaped, using the momentum to deliver a powerful blow. A small anti-gravity rocket, launched from the midst of the chaos, was identified as Special Forces equipment, now obsolete. The rocket impacted, creating a massive explosion that momentarily cleared a space in the battlefield, but the robots continued their advance. The tall figure with white hair observed the scene, noting the outdated nature of the anti-gravity rocket and the continued assault of the robots. Their expression was one of contemplation, a hint of concern in their eyes. Their thoughts turned to the armored figure, a retired soldier whose actions puzzled them. Why was this individual, seemingly alone, fighting so valiantly against such overwhelming odds? A commanding voice issued an order: "Get rid of him and take care of the rest as well." The instruction was given to a group of robots, who stood poised and ready to carry out their directive. The robots moved with swift, synchronized precision, their metallic bodies a blur of motion as they engaged in a fierce battle. A chaotic scene of flashing lights and metallic clashes filled the frame, highlighting the intensity of the conflict. Meanwhile, a report came in: "The intruder has entered District 8. The tall figure with white hair, observing from a distance, processed this information. A further update followed, past District 8. Now entering District 7. The pursuit was relentless, the intruder's movements tracked with precision. The armored figure, despite being overwhelmed, continued to fight, their movements suggesting a determined resistance. The metallic glint of a blade was visible, a testament to their unwavering resolve. The tall figure with white hair, his face partially obscured by a mask, stared intently ahead, his expression unreadable. His gaze held a mixture of concern and grim determination. Meanwhile, the armored figure was suspended within a transparent containment unit, bathed in an ethereal blue light. The fluid surrounding him seemed to hum with energy. A system message flashed across the screen: District 4, District 3, District 2. Unable to analyze entry location data. Rows upon rows of similar containment units stretched into the distance, a chilling testament to the scale of the operation. The tall figure's eyes widened in shock. "No way," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the hum of the machinery. Another system message appeared, reanalyzing intruder location data. The image shifted to show a single, armored figure, its helmet gleaming with an inner light. Finally, a final message concluded the sequence: "The current location is." The image exploded in a blinding flash of light. A blinding flash of light erupted, emanating from the center of the room. The intense energy momentarily obscuring everything in a radiant glow. Before dissipating to reveal the armored figure, seemingly disintegrated, leaving only scattered fragments of his armor. The tall figure with white hair watched, a mixture of shock and concern etched on his face. The armored figure's remains were then carefully collected and placed into a containment unit. The process appeared to involve advanced technology, with numerous tubes and blowing fluids. The unit sealed, the process complete, leaving the tall figure with white hair to contemplate the events that had just transpired. A sense of unease hung in the air as the tall figure with white hair stared into the containment unit, the fate of the armored figure uncertain. Rows upon rows of containment units filled a vast chamber, each holding a seemingly disintegrated figure within a glowing blue fluid. Meanwhile, the tall figure with white hair, his metallic body partially obscured by smoke and debris, emerged from the wreckage of a destroyed structure. He moved with a deliberate, almost weary gait. A powerful energy surge emanated from him, momentarily clearing the surrounding smoke to reveal his form before dissipating once more. A young man with dark hair, barefoot, appeared in a dimly lit corridor, his expression unreadable. The scene was marked by the remnants of a recent destruction. The tall figure with white hair's gaze hardened, his single visible eye reflecting a mixture of determination and apprehension. The young man with dark hair stood, his expression unreadable, a stark contrast to the devastation surrounding him. He observed the aftermath of a powerful struggle, the remnants of a conflict between the armored figure and the tall figure with white hair scattered across the industrial landscape. The young man's gaze drifted towards the tall figure with white hair, who watched from a distance, apprehension etched on their face. The tall figure's eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of fear and determination, reflected the intensity of the recent battle. The tall figure with white hair stared at the scene before him, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched onto his face. His internal monologue echoed his visible surprise, "Who the hell is this guy actually?" The tall figure and the young man with dark hair stood side by side, observing the aftermath of a recent conflict. The tall figure's apprehension was palpable, while the young man maintained an unreadable expression. The armored figure lay deactivated on a metallic table, seemingly disintegrated within a containment field. The young man with dark hair and the tall figure with white hair watched from a distance, their gazes fixed on the scene. A closer view revealed the armored figure, now seemingly lifeless, blood staining her attire. Her arm appeared to be severely damaged. The tall figure with white hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, turned to the young man with dark hair, his voice laced with urgency, "Who are you?" The young man remained silent, his expression unchanged as he continued to observe the deactivated armored figure. The scene ended with the focus on the injured woman, highlighting the severity of her wounds. The young man with dark hair stood amidst a futuristic, sterile environment, his expression unreadable. A speech bubble above him contained the words, "You've ruined a child who's just entered her youth into this." Continuing his silent observation of the scene. Another speech bubble appeared, "On top of that, you're not treating other people with any respect either." His gaze hardened as he processed the implications of his actions. The final speech bubble read, "You're nothing but a monster." The young man turned, his back now to the viewer, walking away from the scene of the conflict. He seemed lost in thought. The tall figure with white hair appeared, his face partially obscured by a mask, his single visible eye glowing with an eerie blue light. He seemed to be in a state of shock and distress. His eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A close-up on his face showed a look of intense fear and disbelief. The words, "that gaze," appeared below. The scene opens with a confrontation. A powerful, otherworldly figure, clad in sleek, dark armor, stands amidst shattered fragments of what appears to be a floor. Its eyes glow with an eerie light. "Didn't I ask who you are? What exactly are you up to?" it demands. A young man with dark hair, wearing a casual hoodie, steps forward, extending a hand towards the armored figure. The tall figure with white hair, previously unseen, is now visible, lying on the ground, seemingly injured and terrified, amidst the debris. The scene is one of chaos and destruction. A glowing blue energy blade lies discarded on the ground, adding to the sense of a recent, intense struggle. The young man's face is partially obscured, but his eyes convey a resolute determination. "I refuse to talk with anything non-human," he declares. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound echoes as the young man's blade strikes the ground, creating a small explosion of energy. A wave of energy, a vibrant blue, surged through the air, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The tall figure with white hair was caught in its path, his eyes widening in surprise as the energy washed over him. Meanwhile, the young man with dark hair stood poised, a glowing blue energy blade materializing in his hand. His movements precise and controlled as he wielded the ethereal weapon. The tall figure with white hair, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttered to himself, "Void manipulation. He clearly doesn't have an internal energy drive installed. Then how can he use void manipulation, which can only be performed by those who have reached the transcendent level?" The tall figure with white hair, already injured, watched in disbelief as the young man with dark hair approached. His internal monologue reflected his alarm. "Ugh, this is bad. Why does he have to come at such an important time?" His thoughts continued, laced with self-reproach. "Damn it. If only I hadn't been hurt by that crazy woman." The young man with dark hair, wielding a beam of energy, moved with terrifying speed. The beam pierced the tall figure's chest. The impact left a glowing void in its wake. The young man stated, "Not only non-human, you're not even a warrior." He stood over his defeated opponent, the energy beam still emanating from his hand. The young man with dark hair, amidst the intensity of battle, found himself momentarily distracted. "How can you think about useless things in the middle of a fight?" he mused, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. His focus snapped back to the tall figure with white hair, who launched a swift, powerful attack. A flurry of blows aimed at overwhelming him. But the young man effortlessly deflected each strike, with a calm precision that belied the danger of the situation. The tall figure with white hair recoiled, a look of surprise and dawning fear in their eyes. The young man, having anticipated his opponent's every move, advanced, leaving the defeated tall figure with white hair behind him as he walked away. The young man with dark hair unleashed a final, powerful blast of energy, sending the tall figure with white hair sprawling to the ground, defeated and injured. He stood over his fallen opponent, calm and victorious. With the tall figure subdued, the young man approached a medical pod where a woman lay unconscious. He stated, "With this, I've repaid for what you did to this child." The woman, bearing visible wounds, remained still. The young man's expression hardened. He declared, "Now, the only thing left is the price for pissing me off." Turning his back to the unconscious woman, the young man addressed an unseen adversary, warning, "Brace yourself, since the price for pissing me off will be quite expensive." A surge of dark energy erupted from him. The aftermath of the battle was stark. The young man with dark hair stood over his defeated opponent, the tall figure with white hair, who lay unconscious and injured. The white-haired figure's hand clutched a small, glowing device, a faint spark of energy still flickering from its surface. His thoughts turned inward. "How unlucky," he muttered to himself, his expression grim. The weight of his recent victory did little to alleviate the growing sense of dread. He realized the scope of his predicament. Not only did he have to contend with the woman from the Sichuan Tang clan, but now he also faced this formidable new opponent. The tall figure with white hair, despite his defeat, remained defiant. His internal monologue revealed his desperate situation. "With the injury from before, my internal energy drive's operational rate is below 40%. There's no chance for me to win right now." A surge of determination filled him. In that case, he declared, his resolve hardening. He made a critical decision: activate the internal energy drive. The young man with dark hair launched a final, desperate attack against the tall figure with white hair. The energy of his strike surging forth in a brilliant, emerald wave. The tall figure, despite his injuries, activated his internal energy drive, his eyes glowing crimson. But the resulting surge of power proved too much, exceeding his operational limits and causing uncontrollable heat output. Danger warnings flashed across the scene. The young man, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the fading energy, his thoughts turning to the strange skill that had brought him to this point. "What a strange skill, how did the world end up like this?" he mused. He turned, his gaze falling upon a nearby medical pod. Leaving the scene of the battle, he was calm, but apprehensive about the future challenges that lay ahead. A wave of dread washed over the young man with dark hair as he witnessed the horrifying truth: the tall figure with white hair was initiating self-destruction. His face contorted in agony, blood staining his clothes, a grim testament to the brutal battle just fought. The young man's apprehension intensified. He knew this meant certain death for the tall figure. And perhaps, a devastating consequence for himself as well. The young man braced himself, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. As the tall figure with white hair's body began to violently convulse, his internal energy drive spiraling out of control in a catastrophic surge of power. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the tall figure in a maelstrom of energy. The young man shielded his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. The tall figure's internal energy drive overloaded, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A blinding flash of light consumed the area. A system message appeared on the tall figure's interface: TTR-8 missiles depleted, please reload. Another system alert followed: the photon cannon energy is depleted, please reload. The tall figure's suit began to malfunction, as evidenced by the sparks and smoke emanating from its various components. The internal energy drive was failing. More system errors cascaded. The Vio laser claymore is malfunctioning, inspection and repair are needed. The fireproof suit is malfunctioning, a new item replacement is required. As the tall figure lay amidst the wreckage of his suit, his final words were a regretful, "See. I told you. If only you had helped me a little bit earlier, I would have taken care of them all perfectly." A legion of robotic soldiers, their metallic bodies gleaming under a dusky sky, advanced relentlessly. Their movements were precise, unwavering. Suddenly, a powerful figure, seemingly made of metal and bearing a large weapon, crashed to the ground amidst the ranks of the robots. "Stop. Let's take a break for a moment. You damn bastards," it shouted, interrupting their advance. The figure, its face partially obscured, addressed the robots with a defiant tone. "You guys don't know who I am, do you?" it challenged. With a final, dramatic flourish, the figure revealed its identity. The ground trembled as the figure's internal energy drive failed catastrophically, resulting in a powerful explosion that consumed the figure completely. The force of the blast scattered debris across the battlefield. Amidst the wreckage, a figure stood defiantly. "I am Robert Carlyle, the Sergeant Major of the Special Tactical Unit from the Northern Galaxy Combat Forces," he declared, his voice echoing with authority. A voice, calm yet foreboding, cuts through the chaos, but don't get too scared. Robert Carlyle, the tall figure with white hair, is revealed, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, wielding two gleaming blades. He stands defiant, a warrior poised for battle. A multitude of robotic figures, their red eyes glowing menacingly, surround him. He shouts a battle cry, "Bring it on!" The ensuing battle is a whirlwind of motion. Carlyle leaps into the heart of his robotic foes. His blades a blur as he cuts down his opponents with swift, precise movements. He falls, seemingly into a chasm. A flash of light erupts from the depths, marking the end of his confrontation. His expression is one of confusion, a question mark hanging in the air. A blinding light erupted from the desolate, cratered landscape, illuminating the aftermath of the battle. The intense radiance spread across the barren terrain, obscuring details in a brilliant white glow. The light gradually subsided, revealing a scene of devastation and silence. The young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood amidst the wreckage, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. He appeared to be in a state of shock. His expression was one of profound trauma, a stark contrast to the intense light that had just faded. The muscular figure, his back to the viewer, stood poised, two knives held aloft. Dust swirled around him, the remnants of a recent conflict. A colossal mushroom cloud bloomed behind him, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The explosion's fiery heart pulsed with incandescent energy, radiating outwards across a desolate landscape. From a distant vantage point, a celestial body, Manhwa's moon, was observed. A brilliant flash emanated from its surface. A man, his face etched with alarm, looked upwards, his eyes wide with shock. A formal announcement echoed, "We have detected an electromagnetic field explosion of gigaton scale from Manhwa planet's moon." The young man with dark hair watched from a distance, a growing unease settling over him. As he witnessed the aftermath of a massive explosion, The scale of the devastation was immense. Meanwhile, within a high-tech facility, a military officer and a bald man in glasses observed the event on a monitor. "This is getting more serious," the bald man muttered. The officer, his face grim, reported, "An electromagnetic field explosion of this magnitude can only be caused by military personnel. I think the human government is involved in this matter." The bald man, his expression serious, issued a chilling order: "Delete all records, including the footage. We saw nothing here." The military officer, his face etched with concern, stared into the distance, a single exclamation point punctuating his silent apprehension. A massive, emerald explosion erupted in the vast expanse of space, its radiant energy rippling outwards in concentric circles. The bald man in glasses, seated before a console, calmly observed the event on his screen. Meanwhile, the young man with dark hair stood in stunned silence, witnessing the aftermath from a distance. The young man with dark hair, surveying the scene of devastation, muttered, "What's happening?" Dozens of figures lay scattered across the desolate landscape, their metallic bodies inert. The bald man in glasses, his expression unchanged, reacted swiftly, his fingers flying across the console. A military officer, his face etched with alarm, called out, "Captain." The young man with dark hair, now standing amidst the fallen figures, shouted, "Captain." Amidst the devastation of a massive explosion, a young man with dark hair frantically searched for the captain, his voice echoing, "Where are you, Captain?" Meanwhile, the bald man in glasses, his expression calm and resolute, oversaw the systematic deletion of all records pertaining to the catastrophic event. The intense light of the explosion filled the panel. A blinding flash that momentarily obscured everything, leaving only an overwhelming sense of destruction in its wake. The young man, his face etched with horror, cradled an unconscious woman in his arms, the aftermath of the explosion a stark contrast to the quiet determination on his face. The young man with dark hair carefully cradled the unconscious woman in his arms. She was injured but alive, a testament to his quick thinking and bravery amidst the chaos of the explosion. Her pale face and blood-stained clothes a stark reminder of the devastation he had just witnessed. His expression was one of grim determination, a silent vow to protect her. His head hung low, the weight of the event pressing down on him. The young man's shoulders slumped under the burden of his recent ordeal, a silent testament to the horrors he had just escaped. He was clearly shaken, but his resolve remained. Meanwhile, the bald man in glasses observed from a distance, his expression unchanged, a calm exterior masking a calculated plan. He had already initiated the process to erase all records of the explosion, ensuring the incident would remain buried. Manhwa planet had returned to normal, at least outwardly. Two figures stood amidst a field of vibrant red flowers, the vast expanse of a desert stretching behind them. One, an elderly man, knelt, tending to a small sapling, while the other, a bald man in glasses, observed from a distance. The text above them revealed that the test subjects of a recent experiment had returned to their daily lives, their memories of the event erased. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace, filled with people going about their business, seemingly unaware of the recent events. The text confirmed that the subjects had no recollection of the experiment. The elderly man, now alone, pondered the situation, remarking that it felt like a strange ghost story. He questioned how such a feat was possible. The bald man in glasses, appearing as a chibi-like character, offered an explanation. The only possibility was that they had managed to commercialize entropy inversion. He then addressed the elderly man, requesting a simpler explanation, acknowledging the other's superior intellect. The bald man in glasses explained that entropy inversion is a technology capable of reconfiguring time itself, even resetting it. However, due to the risk of creating multiple universes, experimentation with it has been banned. He continued, revealing that not only did he complete the technology, but he also managed to invert the memories of all the subjects used in the experiments simultaneously. Furthermore, he has also developed other forbidden technologies, such as unilateral teleportation, among others. The elderly man listened, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. The bald man in glasses is a genius whose abilities far surpass his reputation. With such great abilities, the military factions and the human government will likely support him. The elderly man, however, expressed his concern, stating that those greedy humans don't realize the danger of playing with such powerful forces, capable of destroying themselves and even the world. The final panel shows the elderly man's worried expression, and he asks, "So, is he dead?" The bald man in glasses, his expression unreadable, simply stated, "I'm not sure." The elderly man, his face etched with worry, responded, "If you're not sure, that means he's still alive." The bald man turned away, his small form silhouetted against the bright sky. He stood amidst a field of vibrant red flowers, the elderly man watching him from a distance. The elderly man instructed him, "Make sure to get rid of him properly." The elderly man continued, "And also get rid of that person who's using the martial arts from our sect." A young man with dark hair and piercings, his face obscured by shadow, simply replied, "I understand." A small, bald figure, clad in dark robes, sat cross-legged atop a large, metallic sphere, seemingly in deep meditation. The sphere itself orbited within a vast, star-dusted expanse. A view of cosmic scale, emphasizing the figure's isolation and serenity. The scene shifted to a bustling city, where an elderly man received news from a messenger. "I've heard what happened from my daughter," the messenger reported. A tea set sat on a low table, steam rising from the cups and teapot, suggesting a recent pour. The elderly man expressed his gratitude to the young man, stating, "I don't know how to thank you for saving my daughter and those rebels." But added a note of caution, "They're more like puppets." The young man, seemingly pensive, revealed a new piece of information: "There are more evildoers behind this incident. A little kid told me about it." The elderly man, thoughtfully sipping his tea, observed, "The Manhwa clan has weakened." Continuing, "It's impossible for someone to dare to act against the highest faction on this planet. But that's just my assumption." The elderly man's words hung heavy in the air. "It seems you will close your eyes to this as if it never happened." The young man, startled, reacted with a sharp intake of breath. He was clearly unsettled by the accusation. His internal monologue echoed the elderly man's words, "How can he see right through me?" The elderly man observed the young man, his thoughts turning to the young man's composure. "Even though he's still young, but he's so calm when we're talking about this incident." A wave of suspicion washed over the elderly man. His internal question hung in the air: who is this person actually? The elderly man's focus shifted to the gravity of the situation. "The most important thing for me is to ensure the survival of nearly 10,000 Manhwa clan members. I don't care if I have to throw away my pride." The young man, seemingly at ease despite the gravity of the situation, reflected on his past. He recalled a time when, having reached the pinnacle of power, everyone treated him with deference. But now, the elderly man's casual impoliteness felt strangely normal. The elderly man, his expression one of deep contemplation, found the young man's demeanor perplexing. His thoughts lingered on the young man's aloofness, wondering if such detachment stemmed from a belief in his own absolute supremacy. Finally, the elderly man, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, posed a direct question: "May I ask who you really are?" The young man, lost in thought, muttered to himself, "If you're going to live with your eyes closed, then just keep them closed. Opening them just adds to the trouble." The elderly man observed him from across the room, his expression unreadable. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the observation, continued his journey, passing through a doorway into an adjacent room. He paused, his back to the viewer, and voiced his intention: "I want to ask something because I don't know much about the world in this era." His question, a product of his unusual circumstances, was specific and revealing: "Is there some technology that can reconnect severed limbs?" Acknowledging the strangeness of his inquiry, he added, "I know this sounds ridiculous, but I've been experiencing so many absurd things lately." A large, crimson spacecraft, resembling a futuristic semi-truck, soared through the inky blackness of space. A young woman lay supine on a bed, her eyes closed, bathed in a warm, golden light. Her feet were then submerged in a sleek, metallic chamber, glowing with an inner light. The chamber slowly filled with a luminous fluid, completely enveloping her body. A technician, a young woman with blonde hair and a beanie, observed the process intently, studying a holographic tablet. The tablet displayed a detailed anatomical model of a human body, overlaid with various charts and graphs, indicating the progress of the procedure. A young woman, clad in dark attire and a beanie, emerged from a futuristic doorway, carrying a glowing orange object. She approached another individual, her expression unreadable, and inquired about the captain's condition. A tall man with teal hair and sunglasses, seemingly a superior officer, responded gravely to her question. The young woman's face fell as she received the grim news: the situation was dire. The officer explained that the captain's arm had been severed, but it could be reattached quickly if they acted fast. However, a more serious complication arose: the captain's blood was full of a unique, self-produced poison with no known antidote. A young woman, her face etched with worry, reviewed the captain's medical report. The report detailed the spread of a potent poison, defying neutralization efforts. The poison was relentlessly encroaching upon the captain's vital organs. An officer, his expression grim, urged immediate action. "Then we have to go to the big hospital, right? Why haven't we left yet? Come on, let's go." "Now," he exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency as he scooped up the captain's medical report. The young woman, her eyes downcast, responded with a disheartening update to Kana and Nebula. "She won't be able to last until then." The officer paused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "So, what should we do?" The officer recounted the captain's final words, a poignant message of defiance against death. She wished to explore the vast expanse of space, forever. Susunja, her expression grim, resolved to acquire funds for superior armor. Meanwhile, an officer, his features sharp and alert, muttered the name Susunja. The camera pans to a futuristic corridor, emphasizing the sterile, technological environment. A gloved hand filled a cup from a water fountain. Susunja, her face etched with worry, quietly drank from her cup, lost in thought. Susunja, her face streaked with tears, smashed a nearby object in frustration. The act of physical manifestation of her despair. Her eyes, wide and brimming with unshed tears, reflected the weight of her worries. Each drop sliding down her cheek mirrored the growing desperation in her heart. Gazing out at a massive starship, a symbol of both hope and the daunting task ahead, Susunja felt a renewed sense of determination. The ship represented her only chance to earn the funds for better armor. She would not be deterred. Susunja stood on the deck of a starship, gazing out at the vast expanse of space. A small, red spacecraft zipped past in the distance, her eyes following its trajectory across the star-dusted void. A determined expression settled on her face as she contemplated the opportunities that lay ahead. The journey to acquire better armor had begun. From a high vantage point, Susunja looked down at the town below. A man in traditional garb approached, his expression unreadable. Then, a colossal starship appeared in the sky, dwarfing the buildings below. The man spoke, informing her that the vessel belonged to the West Heaven Sword Matron. The man's gaze was intense, his features sharp and defined. His words confirmed Susunja's hope: a path to employment and better protection had presented itself. An unidentified man stood on a balcony, gazing into the distance. He appeared thoughtful, lost in contemplation. His back to another figure, who seemed to be observing him. The observer, a man in yellow robes, spoke, expressing frustration. "We've tried contacting several times, but there's been no response." The man on the balcony responded calmly, "It seems she didn't come here to see me, so, just let her be." The man in yellow protested, his anger rising. "This is the territory of our sect. Even if it's the West Heaven Sword Matron, this behavior disregards our sect. It's disrespectful." The man on the balcony, maintaining his composure, advised, "Calm down. The Manhwa sect is currently in the process of reconstruction and growth. We need to avoid conflict with other sects at a time like this." The unidentified man and the man in yellow robes stood on a balcony, overlooking a serene landscape. A sense of unease hung in the air. The unidentified man spoke, his voice calm but firm. He stressed the importance of patience, emphasizing that it was the sect's strongest weapon in their current predicament. He explained that they must endure until the Manhwa sect was strong enough to retaliate. The man in yellow robes listened, his expression a mixture of anger and resignation. The man in yellow robes stood alone, his anger simmering beneath the surface. A single thought echoed in his mind. A silent contemplation of the situation. His face was a mask of grim determination. A large cruise ship sailed across a bright blue sky. Inside, a man in a dark jacket approached a robed figure. He explained that he sought an audience with a revered master, but it seems he might offer unexpected assistance instead. The robed figure, observing a young woman in a regeneration chamber, offered to reattach her severed arm if requested. The man, astonished by this advanced medical capability, expressed his amazement at the world's advancements. However, the robed figure cautioned that removing the blood poison that had spread throughout the girl's body would be the most challenging aspect of the procedure. The robed figure's expression turned serious as they contemplated the difficulty of the task ahead. The unidentified man, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, recognizing the blood poison afflicting the girl as a secret technique of the Sichuan Tang clan. He mused on the girl's hot temper and foolishness. A fact confirmed by the woman in the red robe, who observed that the blood poison in the girl's heart was a secret technique of the Sichuan Tang clan, only permitted for use by the clan's nobles. The unidentified man, standing before the woman in the red robe within a technologically advanced chamber, requested her assistance in healing the afflicted girl. He formally requested the woman's aid, his plea to heal the girl echoing in the sterile environment of the chamber. As the woman's sharp, observant gaze lingered on the unconscious girl within the containment unit, the woman, having agreed to the man's request, then calmly asked him to state his terms for her services. A man in a red robe, his face partially obscured, addressed the unidentified man. He stated that there was someone the unidentified man must meet, and he would open the way for him. The unidentified man, his voice laced with killing intent, was clearly very angry. He noted that the man in the robe seemed familiar. He explained that he felt like he knew the person he was seeking, someone he had met before, not too long ago. He had wanted to beat this person to death. The robed man interrupted, stating that if that person was the unidentified man's target, he was too late, the target was already dead. However, a young woman with light hair contradicted him, stating that the target was still alive. She explained that the problem was the target had hidden himself in a much deeper place. The scene shifted to a large, dimly lit warehouse, piles of metallic debris scattered across the floor. This was the Humanity Government's Southern Galactic Core military droid disposal site. A woman with light hair stood before a large, metallic container, her back to the viewer. She held something wrapped in a dark red cloth, carefully cradling the bundle in her arms. Her expression was unreadable. The woman turned, her face partially obscured by her long, light hair. A sense of quiet determination emanated from her. The woman with light hair stood before a large, metallic cylinder at a military droid disposal site, a determined look on her face. The cylinder hummed, its surface shimmering with faint energy. A bright, turquoise liquid cascaded from the top of the cylinder, pooling at the base, forming a small, shallow pool. The woman cautiously entered the pool, her expression unchanged. She emerged from the pool, her body shimmering with the same turquoise light, now clutching a small, metallic object. She appeared calm, but a hint of triumph flickered in her eyes. The Count, his body glistening with water, sat huddled on the ground, his head bowed low. A woman with light hair approached him, draping a dark robe over his shoulders. "Congratulations on your return to life, Count," she said. He looked up, his expression weary and confused. The scene shifted to reveal a futuristic, aquatic chamber. The Count and the woman stood within, the woman speaking. "I am Rachel Archimond, a vessel of the Count." Rachel continued, "Just wait a little longer until all of your memories return." Rachel Archimond stood before a luminous doorway, its ethereal glow reflecting in the tranquil waters at her feet. Meanwhile, the Count, his face partially obscured by a dark mask, sat in contemplation, his expression one of quiet introspection. Rachel's profile was visible, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders, her gaze distant and thoughtful. A glowing orb shattered into fragments, accompanied by Rachel's whispered words, "And you will love me again." The unidentified man and Rachel stood before the remnants of the glowing orb. The unidentified man stated that the place where the orb disintegrated was where the military disposed of their droids, suggesting the Count might be hiding there. Rachel, in a red robe, explained that the facility was operated by the human government and under the watchful eye of its planetary defense forces. A young man, his dark hair styled simply, pondered aloud, "This human government, is it akin to an official body?" A small child, seemingly in a high-tech facility, offered a cryptic response. A child once mentioned the same thing. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a woman with long, light hair and a man in dark clothing stood before an ornate screen. The woman, in a red robe, explained, "An official body, that's a term that hasn't been heard in thousands of years." She continued, addressing the man, "Yes, the human government is an official entity. They have a distant but non-hostile relationship with the martial arts world." The man, intrigued, questioned, "So, you mean they don't get too close, but don't stay too far either?" The woman sighed, a hint of weariness in her expression. She observed, "The habit of the elite to maintain their power hasn't changed, huh, TSK? He speaks as if he's from thousands of years ago." The scene opens with a question hanging in the air: who is this person, exactly? The woman with light hair, weary but insightful, responds pragmatically, "Well, let's get to the point. What do you want me to do?" A high-ranking military officer, the planetary defense commander, is shown alone, deep in thought. His expression is one of grave concern. He receives a critical order: "Please divert the attention of the planetary defense forces." The commander, observing from a high vantage point, witnesses a catastrophic event unfolding below. A large explosion engulfs a facility, sending plumes of smoke and fire into the air. Later, the commander receives a report confirming the destruction. "I just received a report. They said the lab was completely destroyed?" The close-up on the commander's insignia confirms his high rank within the planetary defense force. Major Bernardo, a high-ranking officer, reported to his superiors, "We encountered an unexpected problem." He continued, explaining his actions, "So, I erased all evidence. Maintaining secrecy of this project is our top priority." Major Bernardo's superior observed, a hint of amusement in his tone, "Seems like your tongue wasn't injured, huh? You're still able to speak quite smoothly." The superior pressed further, his concern evident, "I'm curious, will your tongue still work as well in front of the project investors? If they find out you destroyed it, I doubt even one of your lives will be enough to calm their anger." Bernardo, despite the implied threat, remained resolute. "This project hasn't completely failed. The Steel City project is just part of the process." He concluded, his tone suggesting a degree of success. "We've gathered enough data through this experiment. So, you could say that this project is a success." The planetary defense commander, a man of stern countenance and advanced age, sat in his office, a thoughtful expression etched onto his face. Meanwhile, a masked figure, accompanied by the woman with light hair, exited a building. The masked figure's gait suggested a sense of urgency. They entered a sleek, modern office, where the planetary defense commander awaited. The masked figure spoke, his voice low and measured, "By the way." The woman with light hair remained silent, her gaze fixed on the commander. Her expression was unreadable. The masked figure's expression shifted, revealing a hint of impatience and boredom beneath the mask. Back in his office, the commander sighed, revealing his inner thoughts, "I've been stuck in the middle of nowhere for too long, I'm getting bored." The planetary defense commander, weary and bored, considered a proposition: "If it's too hard to make a new one, just lend me yours for a few days." The masked figure and the woman with light hair exited a building, their departure marked by a sense of finality. They walked away, leaving behind the commander's contemplation. The commander, still seated, reflected on their departure. He muttered to himself, "I shall consider it." The masked figure, now alone in a Stark office, expressed his contempt, "Piece of trash, treating something that's not even human like a person, how insolent, tisk." Rain fell heavily outside, mirroring the somber mood. Under a dark, rain-swept sky, a woman in a crimson jacket and black bodysuit stood poised, a glowing blue staff in hand. Her silhouette stark against the backdrop of a weathered gate. The rhythmic patter of rain punctuated the scene. Inside, a young man with dark hair mused, "Why are these memories so gloomy?" Outside, the woman with the blue staff and the woman with light hair walked away together. The woman with light hair observing her companion with a thoughtful expression. She remarked, "You seemed like someone with a frivolous demeanor. It turns out you've been hiding behind a thick mask all this time." The masked figure remained silent, their expression unreadable. The woman with the red jacket and dark hair stood resolute in the pouring rain, her crimson eyes reflecting a fierce determination. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, approached, extending a hand towards her. "Let's go. I've come to take you." Her resolve hardened. "No. I must protect the transference gate." The woman with light hair, observing from a distance, spoke, her voice laced with pity. "This is not reality, but your delusion. You no longer have anything to protect." She continued, her words cutting through the rain. "You've lost everything, that's why you're trapped in your delusion. Let's go back." Despite the pleas, the woman with dark hair stood defiant. "No. I must protect this gate even if it costs my life. No one can pass through." The woman with dark hair and a red jacket stood defiant, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination, even as rain lashed down around her. A single red drop traced a path down her cheek. A stark contrast to the dull gray of the stormy sky. A sharp object pierced her chest, a sudden, unexpected attack, sending her hurtling backwards through the air. She flew past the masked figure and the woman with light hair, her body arcing through the downpour. The woman with light hair, her face streaked with blood, uttered a single, desperate phrase, "Take you away." The woman with dark hair landed hard, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief as her vision swam. Her crimson eyes reflected the harsh light. A sudden, intense pain flooding her senses. Submerged in a vibrant green liquid, she struggled, her body sinking beneath the surface. A woman with long, white hair sat passively in a technologically advanced chair, her body connected to various tubes and monitors. The internal energy drive was recharging, 3.6 cycles recharged, with a charge rate of 84%. The woman's expression remained unchanged as she was asked about her physical condition. Meanwhile, another woman, dressed in a red and black outfit, approached from a hallway. Her presence causing a slight shift in the atmosphere. The woman in red and black addressed the white-haired woman, her tone clinical, "Your reattached arm will be uncomfortable for a while. Focus on rehabilitation until your neural network settles." The white-haired woman, eyes downcast, replied quietly, "Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay this debt." The woman in red and black dismissed the gratitude, stating, "You're overestimating yourself. Debts are shared between people of equal standing." She continued, her gaze sharp, "No matter what relationship you have with the Sichuan Tang family, you're invisible, even to the side glances of my peers." Finally, she added, "Moreover, there was no reason to use up all my internal energy to save you." A monitor displayed 92%, indicating the woman in red and black's internal energy reserves. The white-haired woman, still recovering from her ordeal, questioned the woman in red and black, "Then, why did you save me?" The woman in red and black responded curtly, "You're not qualified to ask that question either." She then revealed a disturbing detail, "By the way, to cultivate the half-blood poison in your heart, the Sichuan Tang family is really cruel." The white-haired woman, seemingly in pain, added, "I almost couldn't get it out." A small, segmented creature, dark with red markings, was shown in a cup. The narration confirmed, the rumors were true. They say it's the deadliest poison, only passed down to the head of the Tang family. The woman in red and black looked down, her expression unreadable. A close-up on a man's face, his eyes glowing red. He pleads, "Please give it back to me. That's my soul." Meanwhile, a woman with blonde hair lies in a technological device. A voice announces, "Beep. Internal energy drive is fully recharged." The woman in the device, her eyes filled with sadness, hears the woman in red and black say, "You've already activated the half-blood poison and chosen death. That means you've abandoned the poison. The woman in red and black holds a small, insect-like creature in her hand. She states, "It's no longer yours." The woman in red and black stands, her expression unreadable. She seems to be considering something. She then offers something to the blonde woman, saying, "It has become mine, but I shall give it to you." The white-haired woman, the weak, held a small, insect-like creature in her hand. In return for the antidote she received, she was asked to divulge every detail she knew about a certain man. A request that caused the woman in red and black to pause, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The man with dark hair watched, his eyes wide with concern and a silent plea in his gaze. Meanwhile, another man, his expression serious and determined, explained his reasons for seeking out a revered master. He wished to repay a kindness received. Dismissing further discussion, the man with dark hair stated that a cup of tea was sufficient for him. The older man, however, clarified the distinctions between debtor and creditor roles, emphasizing that the Manhwa sect does not engage in debt collection. He offered sincere advice in return for his assistance, to avoid the sword matron of the West Heaven, describing her as a venomous spider dwelling in the deep, dark abyss. The image of the white-haired woman, now revealed to be the sword matron, filled the panel. Her face partially obscured by shadow, hinting at her dangerous nature. The scene shifted to the woman in red and black, striding purposefully through a metallic corridor. The sound effects suggest her heavy steps. The woman in red and black, her eyes narrowed, stood before the white-haired woman, her expression unreadable. The sword matron, whose imposing figure filled the dimly lit corridor. The matron's gaze was cold and calculating. A close-up on the matron's face revealed a steely determination behind her mask. The woman in red and black continued her advance, seemingly unfazed by the matron's presence. The sword matron spoke, her voice devoid of warmth, "Don't be relieved that you survived. You'll die by my hand." The matron stood tall and resolute, her white attire stark against the dark background, a symbol of her unwavering resolve. The woman in red and black, her expression a mixture of confusion and defiance, questioned the reason for their confrontation. "Why? Did we have some kind of debt to settle? I don't remember anything like that." The white-haired woman, her eyes cold and unwavering, revealed the truth. "That's because my mother saved you." The two women stood facing each other in a long, dimly lit corridor. The tension was palpable. The white-haired woman observed the woman in red and black, a hint of recognition in her gaze. "Ha, like mother, like daughter, you two really are alike." Undeterred, the white-haired woman issued a chilling threat. "Don't ignore me. You will definitely die by my hands." The final panel showed the white-haired woman, her face partially obscured, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The woman in red and black, defiant, walked down a long, metallic corridor, muttering whatever to herself. She continued her journey, her footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space, until she reached a large chamber where the white-haired woman stood waiting, sword in hand. The woman in red and black, her expression hardening, was questioned by the sword matron about her informal tone. "Why do you keep speaking informally to me? How old are you?" Unfazed, she responded, "I appreciate your advice, but I'll handle it my way." Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a hoodie calmly poured tea, seemingly oblivious to the brewing conflict. One man, observing the scene from a shadowed corner, mused, "I don't know what request she made, but her true intention must be something else." He continued his internal assessment, adding, "She's probably after someone significant to her." A legend was recounted, in Jianghu, any man who meets the West Heaven Sword Matron will never escape her grasp. The West Heaven Sword Matron stood with her back to the viewer, her long, white hair a striking contrast against her crimson cloak. A man, observing her from a distance, explained, "It's because of the ideals she desires." The man, recalling a past encounter, revealed, "I, too, once met her in my younger years. She stated, 'I want to bury your child. A child born from our combined genes would be the most perfect being in this world.'" A man, his face etched with contemplation, recalled a woman of breathtaking beauty and radiance. Even though he was already engaged, he found it hard to refuse her. Even now, he sometimes regretted rejecting her. Rumor had it that over 100 men had succumbed to her charms. The narrative shifted to reveal a stark, technological environment. A figure in dark robes stood amidst floating data screens. All those men had provided her with their genes. The man, haunted by memories, reflects on the white-haired woman's past actions. He recalls how she abandoned her partners after using them, earning her the moniker Black Widow, a chilling testament to her ruthless methods. The man continues his contemplation, comparing the woman's actions to those of a Black Widow spider, and wonders aloud about the sheer number of children she must have produced as a result of her actions. The scene shifts to reveal a vast expanse where hundreds of individuals stand, a visual representation of the scale of the white-haired woman's actions. The number is staggering, possibly exceeding 100, mirroring the number of genetic samples she collected. The man, now visibly shocked, questions the feasibility of such a feat, pondering the woman's age and the implications of her actions. An elderly man, steeped in tradition, shook his head, muttering, "That's not it." He revealed a shocking truth about the white-haired woman: she uses gene cultivation to create children in test tubes, capable of producing hundreds at once. The image showed a vast, sterile laboratory filled with rows of glowing green tubes, a scene of unsettling technological advancement. The man observing the white-haired woman reacted with a quiet, "Wow. Seems like the world's really become strange." His expression reflected a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. He pondered the implications, voicing a question: but why does she want so many children? Raising children is not an easy task, is it? The man's thoughts were revealed. The white-haired woman sought to achieve a dream she could never fulfill. But she had never been able to create a copy that satisfied her. It was then that the man caught her eye. The elder man warned him, "Be careful. Getting close to her is dangerous." The man, observing the scene, could only express his dismay. What a shame. He wondered, what is? The man, standing before a glowing doorway, mused to himself, it would have been nice if the white-haired woman were his type. He also wished he had a child of his own. Meanwhile, an elder man sat silently in a dimly lit room, his expression unreadable. A young man with dark hair and striking red eyes appeared, his expression one of quiet contemplation. A woman with dark hair and red eyes embraced a light-haired man, exclaiming, "I knew you'd survive. I believed in you, Captain." The light-haired man, slightly uncomfortable, was being embraced tightly by the woman. He politely asked her to step back, explaining that her embrace was making him uncomfortable. The light-haired man, overwhelmed by the dark-haired woman's enthusiastic embrace, exclaimed about her, while a smaller, yellow-skinned figure looked on. The scene unfolding in a futuristic-looking cafeteria. The woman, still clinging to the light-haired man, expressed gratitude for his actions. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a hoodie sat alone, drinking from a can, seemingly lost in thought. The dark-haired woman, her red eyes intense, approached another individual, stating her intention to ask a single question. Her gaze fixed on him. She observed him, noting his age, confirming a suspicion. Silence hung in the air as the dark-haired man listened intently to the woman's unspoken thoughts. The light-haired man, still slightly uncomfortable despite his reunion with the dark-haired woman, eats a sausage. The dark-haired woman, observant and curious, notes his meal and makes an assessment. Concluding that he is much older than he appears, she exclaims, "I knew it. Not denying it is like confirming it, right? You're older than me. No, maybe even a grandpa. It's obvious." With a swift movement, she snatches the plate from him, scolding him to stop eating unhealthy food and instructing her subordinate, Sunja, to bring him something healthier and softer. She sternly commands him to put down whatever he is holding, her expression serious and warning. The light-haired man sat alone, eating, a faint purple aura surrounding him. A sudden surge of energy erupted from him, causing a violent shockwave that sent nearby individuals reeling. The intensity of the energy was palpable, leaving those present stunned and wary. John Retak, the Heavenly Demon Sect's District 32 commander, pondered a revelation. "What did you just say?" A flashback revealed a past encounter, where it was recounted that around 2000 years ago, a man voluntarily sealed himself in an underground stone chamber in the Mount Tai star system on Earth. The light-haired man, his expression one of disbelief, questioned the information he had just received. A revelation that sent a shockwave through him. The white-haired woman, her face illuminated by an inner light, revealed a name, the heavenly demon supreme. The intensity of the moment was palpable, the weight of the name heavy in the air. His eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A high-angle shot revealed a large, futuristic machine, its numerous metallic arms converging on a central core that pulsed with a bright, cyan energy. A lone figure stood observing from below. As the machine's energy intensified, the cyan glow expanding and intensifying, filling the chamber with an otherworldly light. Until a figure emerged from the heart of the machine, cloaked in darkness, their face partially obscured by a mask. The figure possessed long, flowing white hair. The figure's eyes, visible beneath the mask, held a cold, calculating gaze. Their expression was one of quiet power and barely concealed weariness. A close-up revealed a numerical display: 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. The process was nearing completion. A high-angle shot reveals a complex technological apparatus, a network of metallic arms converging on a central point, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. The scene shifts to a closer view, highlighting the central chamber where a small, rectangular object is suspended, surrounded by the glowing arms. The word IKKKK is prominently displayed above. A woman with long, white hair, dressed in dark attire, observes a data screen, reporting both data input and output are stable. A light-haired man, his face partially obscured, inquires, "What about the power?" The white-haired woman responds, "The maximum power is 85 cycles. If the object exceeds its maximum limit, it will enter self-destruction mode." The scene focuses on the light-haired man's face, a hint of apprehension in his eyes, as he hears a voice command, "Come here, come to your master." The white-haired man, his face partially obscured by a mask, extended a hand, palm upward, in a gesture of command. A faint blue glow emanating from the cards within a technological device. The inscription is visible above the device. The cards pulsed with energy as the white-haired man observed the process intently. His expression remaining impassive, betraying little of his inner thoughts. A small, spider-like device, containing a glowing blue chip, materialized in the man's hand. The activation was complete. A close-up on the man's hand, emphasizing the intricate detail of the device. A light-haired man in military uniform poured coffee, his movements precise and practiced. He paused, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as he looked at the elder man seated across from him. The elder man asked, "What is that?" The light-haired man presented a small, spider-like device, its metallic legs gleaming faintly. It was clearly a piece of advanced technology. He explained, "The product you requested, the Iron Gangshur project." In a dimly lit office, a white-haired woman in dark robes stood before a high-ranking officer, her hand glowing with faint blue energy. As she presented a small, spider-like device, the officer, skeptical, questioned the nature of the object. And the woman explained that it was part of the Iron Gangshur project, capable of transforming humans into combat-ready enhanced androids, indistinguishable from ordinary people and possessing superhuman martial arts abilities based on internal energy. The officer, however, remained unconvinced, noting that the device did not look human. The white-haired woman simply replied that it would soon appear human. With a flick of her wrist, the woman unleashed a burst of energy from her hand, the device seemingly absorbing the power. A small, glowing blue insect flew into the light-haired man's nose. He uttered a single, surprised syllable, "Ah." The insect burrowed deeper, its luminescence intensifying, causing the light-haired man to cry out in pain, "Gjah." His body convulsed as the blue light spread through his veins. His eyes glowed crimson, and he roared in agony, "Grrrgh." The transformation was complete. The light-haired man was now a grotesque parody of his former self, his face contorted in a silent scream as he let out a guttural, "Grrrgh." The white-haired woman explained, "This is a parasitic android. It was specially designed to enter the human body, paralyzing brain nerves, and taking control of the central nervous system. The scene shifted to an elder man in military uniform sitting across a large desk from the white-haired woman, who poured him a cup of tea. The white-haired woman continued, which means, it turns the infected humans into living androids with extreme abilities. The elder man listened, his expression one of dawning horror. A close-up revealed the android's powerful, augmented arm, bound in dark restraints, pulsing with energy. The white-haired woman concluded, in other words, the Icon Gangshur project is a perfect killing machine. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, observed the horrifying transformation of the light-haired man. He muttered to himself, but why does he look like that? The image of the light-haired man's grotesquely deformed body, his flesh contorted and marred by strange, pulsating veins, filled the panel. His features were distorted in a silent scream. The white-haired woman, her face partially obscured by a mask, calmly explained, it's because the genes are different from the experimental samples. She continued, in this case, the immune system resisted, causing his body to become deformed like this. Meanwhile, a small, spider-like android, its metallic body gleaming faintly, scuttled across a desk, its movements quick and precise. It was clearly a piece of advanced technology. The light-haired man, now a monstrous figure, collapsed to the floor, his body racked with pain and the effects of the experimental procedure. The transformation was complete. The elder man, his face etched with worry, sat at his desk, a small, spider-like device resting before him. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman, her face obscured by a mask, prepared the device for tomorrow's showcase, her movements precise and deliberate. She explained that the prototype was ready, and they needed to show it to the investors to quell their complaints. But the elder man reacted with outrage, exclaiming about the nonsense of the situation and the 10 years he had waited, questioning the wisdom of showing the investors a monster as a result of their $500 million investment. The elder man's frustration was palpable as he stared at the white-haired woman, his silence heavy with unspoken accusations. The white-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, continued to manipulate the small device, a faint blue glow emanating from it as she touched it gently. The white-haired woman, her expression unreadable, issued a curt command, "Go now. Go to your true owner." A surge of blue energy erupted from a device held by the white-haired woman, striking the elder man. The energy coursing through his body as he looked up in shock. The elder man, his body now glowing with the same blue energy, stumbled back. The energy beam continuing its trajectory, shattering a nearby window. Despite the unexpected outcome, the white-haired woman remained calm, instructing someone off-panel to inform the investors that the perfected prototype would launch the following day. The white-haired woman stood calmly amidst the chaos, her dark robe contrasting sharply with the fallen, mangled body of the elder man. An observer watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. As a beam of intense blue energy shot out from the device she had activated, striking the distant planet with devastating force. The energy beam continued its trajectory, a bright streak across the dark expanse of space, witnessed by a dark-haired man observing from a nearby corridor. His face partially obscured, his expression unreadable as he watched the event unfold. The planet, fractured and wounded, continued to crumble under the impact of the energy beam, a testament to the power unleashed by the white-haired woman's experiment. Aboard a spaceship, the woman with dark hair and red eyes stood confidently amidst her crew, who were hunched over glowing consoles displaying complex data streams. A light-haired crew member reported, "We've reached the limit. If we go any closer, we'll be trespassing on the security line. What's your next order, Captain?" The woman with dark hair and red eyes, seemingly lost in thought, gazed out a viewport, her expression unreadable. Another crew member, a man with light hair, urgently informed her, "Captain, this is the military droid disposal site that is managed by the human government." The light-haired man continued, his voice laced with anxiety, "If we screw up, we'll all become official fugitives of the human government, you know that, right? And if that happens, we won't be able to even eat peacefully anymore." The woman with dark hair and red eyes finally broke her silence, stating, "We detected a west signal from the West Heaven matron ship 4,770 kilometers away on the other side of this moon." The woman with dark hair and red eyes reviewed the mission parameters on a holographic display, her expression calm but resolute. Observing a large, ominous structure through the ship's window. The light-haired man beside her muttered anxiously, "Looks like she's in a completely safe zone, damn." The dark-haired woman, the captain, issued orders, "Prepare the landing pod. You all stay here. If things go wrong, let's pretend we don't know each other." The light-haired man watched her leave, his apprehension evident. A dark-haired man remained in the background, observing. The dark-haired man, alone, looked up, a single thought crossing his mind: "We've arrived." He continued, his voice barely a whisper, "But from here, only the two of us will go." The woman with dark hair and red eyes, the captain, addressed the light-haired man, stating, "Why are you tagging along? You stay here too. I'll go alone." The light-haired man looked up, his expression one of apprehension and concern. The captain continued, sarcastically addressing the dark-haired man with exaggerated respect, "I need to go with you, sir, because I need to control the landing pod, sir." The dark-haired man, along with the light-haired man and the captain, stood poised in a corridor, preparing for departure. The captain's thoughts revealed her true motivation: "That's not it. I also have a score to settle with that bastard." The light-haired man called out to the captain, "Captain." The dark-haired man looked upward, a pensive expression on his face as he was told to stay, that he had an even greater debt to settle. The woman with dark hair and red eyes reacted with wide eyes and a gasp, clearly surprised by the statement. The dark-haired man continued, explaining that the debt was part of the past and that clinging to it would prevent him from moving forward. He walked away, alone, his back turned to the others, emphasizing his resolve to leave the past behind. The light-haired man and the woman with dark hair and red eyes watched him go, their expressions unreadable. A man in a dark coat stood before a large, glowing eye-shaped screen, his back to the viewer. The screen displaying a report. According to the report, the prototype of the Iron Gangsher project has been completed. An older man, his face etched with worry, received the news. He commented that the Iron Gangsher prototype was scheduled for tomorrow's showcase, but there was a possibility of failure, according to headquarters' assessment. Headquarters decided to thoroughly examine the finished product before the showcase. A final decision was made: postpone tomorrow's showcase. The image of a large, glowing eye filled the screen, its iris a pale yellow. An elder man, his face etched with worry, contemplated the potential failure of a project. His thoughts were grave, the consequences of failure loomed large. A younger man, standing before a large screen displaying a single, intense eye, delivered a harsh assessment. The project was already compromised, he declared, a failure from its inception due to the unethical use of the Manhwa sect as test subjects. The secrecy surrounding the project was paramount, yet it had been breached. The committee was now investigating the incident, and the consequences of their actions were becoming increasingly dire. The elder man stood rigidly, his posture reflecting the weight of responsibility. The situation was critical. He knew decisive action was needed. Regardless of the project's ultimate success or failure, the incident had to be covered up. The only question was how best to achieve this. A close-up of a stylized eye, its iris a swirling vortex of color, emphasized the pervasive sense of surveillance and the ever-present threat of exposure. A red energy surge erupted in a grand hall, its destructive force centered in the room's ceiling. Leaving an elder man, dressed in military attire, to stare in stunned silence at the aftermath. His face was etched with worry and a heavy burden of responsibility. The elder man slumped back in his chair, muttering to himself, "Damn it! I just had to get mixed up with that monster." His eyes widened in alarm as the reality of the situation crashed down upon him. An alarm blared: "An intruder has been detected within the boundary line." The elder man's face contorted in a mask of sheer terror as he grappled with the implications of the security breach. The aftermath of a catastrophic event was laid bare, a desolate landscape littered with debris, a lone, damaged container half buried in the dust. The container, once a vessel for discarded technology, now lay broken and exposed, a testament to the destructive force that had struck. Footprints led away from the wreckage, disappearing into the distance towards a horizon marked by the skeletal remains of structures, hinting at a once thriving settlement now reduced to ruins. The younger man stood amidst the devastation, his expression unreadable, his bare feet leaving prints in the fine dust. An emergency alert blared. Just now, an emergency alert was detected at the droid disposal site. The message, delivered through a distant, unseen system, confirmed the scale of the disaster. The younger man, still reeling from the destruction of the droid disposal site, stared blankly ahead. His face etched with the shock and horror of what he had witnessed. His expression was one of profound disbelief. A small, metallic insect-like creature, unlike anything he'd ever seen before, scuttled across a vibrant orange flower. Its presence both intriguing and unsettling. The younger man's eyes widened in surprise. Later, a young woman with dark hair, also seemingly unaware of the catastrophic event, discovered a similar creature in a potted plant on a balcony. Her initial reaction was one of confusion and wonder, as she voiced her astonishment. "I've never seen a bug like you before. Where did you come from?" The young woman, her eyes wide with surprise, stared at the strange insect-like creature before her. Its multifaceted eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. The younger man, standing beside her, recoiled slightly, a mixture of confusion and apprehension clouding his features. A man with long, white hair and a dark mask covering half his face stared intently ahead, his expression unreadable. The masked man stood in a dimly lit, futuristic corridor. Observing a younger man from a distance as he walked away, leaving behind scattered fragments of what appeared to be broken crystals. The younger man, seemingly disturbed, muttered to himself, "That man." Observing the younger man on a screen, a superior officer declared, "He's a pure natural." A scan of the younger man revealed, no internal drive has been installed, and no weapons are detected. The officer, considering the lack of registration, concluded, judging by the fact that he's not registered in the database, he might be an unregistered vagrant from a remote area. He then muttered to himself, "A beggar from the countryside who wandered in by chance. Unlucky bastard." Despite this assessment, the officer gave a curt order. "Still, trespassing the military boundary is unacceptable. Eliminate him." The younger man, unaware of the order, continued walking along the desolate landscape. The younger man, seemingly unaware of the impending danger, walked across the desolate landscape. A colossal, metallic creature, its form vaguely humanoid but clearly artificial, lay defeated in the dust. Its metallic limbs splayed out, a testament to the battle just concluded. The young man's sword, still held loosely in his hand, glinted faintly in the harsh sunlight. Meanwhile, within the confines of a sleek, modern command center, a superior officer sat calmly, a cup of tea resting on the table before him. He received a report, his expression unchanging. "He's not someone you can handle so easily," the report stated, highlighting the unexpected difficulty of the situation. The officer, a man of considerable age and authority, showed only a slight flicker of surprise. His gaze was sharp, his demeanor cold and calculating. An urgent message flashed across a nearby screen: "Emergency alert. Deploy all defensive weapons immediately." The officer, however, remained unmoved. He dismissed the warning with a dismissive wave of his hand. "He's just a pure natural," he muttered. "Why are you making such a fuss?" A laptop screen displayed a replay of the younger man's recent battle against a powerful mechanical enemy. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, walked away from the defeated machine, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The superior officer observed the replay with a mixture of surprise and annoyance. A close-up revealed the officer's worried expression. On-screen text appeared: "Analyze the martial arts technique he just used. If necessary, connect to the main data center of the central government to find out." The superior officer, agitated, confronted a subordinate, demanding an explanation for the younger man's actions. Hey! What are you doing? I'm the one in charge here. Are you trying to defy my authority?" The superior officer warned the younger man, "Isn't that irrelevant right now? If this project fails, you won't be safe either." He then ordered, "Stop him no matter what. If you want to cling to even a scrap of your undeserved power, at least do your job as a gatekeeper properly." The superior officer, seething with anger, muttered to himself, "That arrogant bastard." A report flashed on a nearby screen: "The intruder has reached the second defense line." The superior officer's face was grim. As another report appeared, beam laser cannons and the guard droid battalion are on standby for deployment. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, observed a younger man on a screen. The younger man was walking away from a large industrial complex, his gaze lingering on the younger man's retreating figure. A single, intense glint shone in his eye. The younger man continued his solitary walk along a desolate shore, the industrial structures looming in the background, unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, a superior officer barked orders in a dimly lit corridor, "Bring her quickly. We need to speed up the project." A blonde woman in a black dress stood before a large, metallic structure, her hands clasped in front of her, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. The scene was peaceful, the sky a clear blue. She turned, her back to the viewer, as a dark-haired woman in a short black dress approached from afar across a grassy field. The dark-haired woman walked with a determined stride, her footsteps barely disturbing the grass. The onomatopoeia chabak, chabak indicated the sound of her steps. The blonde woman watched the approaching figure, a thoughtful expression on her face. She murmured to herself, "She has arrived. I'll take her in." The close-up on the dark-haired woman revealed a young woman with a serious expression, wearing a black baseball cap and a small heart-shaped pendant around her neck. A swirling vortex of energy erupted from the ground, accompanied by the onomatopoeia iho-hiho. A young man with dark hair stood nearby, observing the phenomenon with a mixture of awe and apprehension. His expression was one of quiet curiosity as he watched the vortex intensify. The vortex continued to grow, its power seemingly limitless. The young man muttered "ha" under his breath, clearly surprised by the unexpected display of power. The vortex intensified further, revealing a dark, ominous structure within its core. The young man stood before a colossal, radiant vortex of energy, its power both awe-inspiring and terrifying. He muttered to himself, "I'm not even surprised anymore," as the energy pulsed around him. A question formed in his mind: what are you, then, as he gazed up at the immense power? A vortex manifested a gigantic hand, its presence dwarfing the young man. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as he was dwarfed by the immense hand. A close-up on his face revealed a mixture of fear and fascination. From the swirling vortex of energy, a colossal hand emerged, its fingers piercing the ground. The ground cracked and shattered under its immense weight. A scene of devastation unfolding before the young man's awestruck eyes. The vortex pulsed with raw power, a cosmic maelstrom of energy. An older man, observing the event from a distance, watched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. His expression reflected a deep concern as he muttered to himself, "What's this?" Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked and enigmatic, dismissed the spectacle with disdain, sneering, "He's making a fuss over something so trivial, tisk." A high-ranking officer sat at his desk, the words "recover the body and identify him" displayed on a screen before him. The system began detecting a biometric signal. The officer's expression shifted to one of deep concern. The system reported that the signal was normal, prompting the officer to exclaim, "What kind of nonsense is that? How can someone crushed by Tathagata's divine palm still be alive? And on top of that, the signal is normal? So he is unharmed?" A large, imposing hand emerged from the dust, its size dwarfing the surrounding environment. The hand's presence filled the frame, emphasizing its immense scale and power. A faint golden light emanated from a small wound on a hand, a subtle glow hinting at an extraordinary event. The light intensified, spiraling upwards into a vortex that resembled a celestial opening. A high-ranking officer observed the scene with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair walked across a night sky, seemingly unburdened by gravity. He was drawn into a swirling vortex of energy, a powerful force pulling him into its depths. A voice, filled with malice, commanded, "Kill him. Now." The officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed an extraordinary event. A swirling vortex of crimson energy opened before him. A terrifying spectacle of cosmic proportions. The young man, caught in the vortex's pull, uttered a silent prayer as he was consumed by the otherworldly phenomenon. The true Tathagata Buddha energy is achieved through emptiness. How can it be filled with such impure violence? His hand reached out, desperately grasping for something, anything, to hold on to. But the vortex relentlessly pulled him further into its chaotic depths. The young man, his eyes glowing faintly, dismissed the image before him as a mere imitation of a Buddha statue. As he was suddenly engulfed by a colossal, swirling vortex, appearing as a gigantic hand reaching down from the heavens. The vortex emanating from a radiant light, seemingly originating from the Buddha statue itself. A beam of light shot out from the statue's hand, seemingly pulling the young man into its depths. The statue, now seemingly ascending into the heavens, leaving behind only a trail of clouds. The young man was pulled through the vortex at an incredible speed, disappearing into the radiant light. A close-up on a seemingly holy image, a Buddha statue, its features distorted by an intense, golden light. The light intensifies, forming a vortex that pulls the young man upwards. From a distant vantage point, the vortex is seen as a bright column of light piercing the clouds, emanating from the statue. An older man, possibly a high-ranking official judging by his uniform, watches the event unfold from an office, his expression one of awe and concern. The vortex dissipates, leaving behind only dust and the statue, seemingly untouched. The young man, now standing before the statue, speaks, "No matter how fake it is, I punched a hole in Buddha's head, so there's no way I'm going to nirvana, tisk." The young man, still slightly bewildered from his recent supernatural encounter, mused to himself. He didn't believe the commotion he'd witnessed was significant enough to warrant her attention. A thought quickly dispelled as he looked out at the vast, desolate landscape before him. A massive army, seemingly endless in number, marched across the barren terrain. The older man, observing from afar, scrutinized a digital image of the same army. His analysis complete, he confirmed the identification of the martial art technique employed by the army. It was the advanced Demon Heart Sura sword technique, a highly specialized skill from the Heavenly Demon sect. The title card declared, "The Heavenly Demon Sect." An older man, his face partially obscured by a mask, urgently demanded, "Connect me to Commander Bernard immediately." A connection attempt was made, resulting in static interference, BZZT. BZZZT. The older man exclaimed, "What's going on? Establish the connection. This is an emergency." His face showed growing alarm. The older man, his face etched with alarm, heard a voice and looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. A woman in a crimson cloak stood before him, her silver hair falling to her shoulders. Her expression was unreadable. The older man, recognizing her, gasped, "Yanawa, you." Yanawa observed him calmly. "To speak my name so easily, it seems we once shared quite a deep connection." The older man's face fell. "Do you not remember me?" Yanawa's gaze softened slightly as she considered his question. Yanawa explained that her appearance had changed drastically due to a lab accident, resulting in the loss of half her face and a significant increase in height and physique. The older man, however, recognized her and recalled a visit she made to his lab at the Galactic Citadel 25 years prior. The older man's expression shifted to one of confusion and disbelief as he processed this unexpected encounter. His confusion deepened as he struggled to reconcile the Yanawa he remembered with the woman before him. The weight of the past hung heavy in the air as he stared at her, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. The scene shifted to Yanawa sitting in a dimly lit laboratory, her calm demeanor suggesting a measured approach to the situation. The older man, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and disbelief, stared at Yanawa. "Who?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. He continued, his gaze lingering on her features, "You're even more handsome than the rumors said." Yanawa remained impassive, her expression unreadable. The older man's words seemed to have little effect on her. He added, a hint of awe in his voice, "With a scientist with the greatest talent throughout history, who also has good looks." Yanawa's eyes flickered slightly, a subtle change in her demeanor. She stated calmly, "I've encountered unparalleled luck today." Her gaze intensified as she approached the older man, her voice low and deliberate. "I want to bury your child." A child combined with our genes would be the most perfect being in this world. The older man's blue eye, visible beneath his mask, held a mixture of surprise and apprehension. As he stood in a dimly lit industrial setting, Yanoa's presence looming before him. The older man's posture stiffened, his fists clenching slightly as he braced himself for whatever was to come. Yanoa's expression was unreadable, her gaze intense as she confronted him. She demanded, "Tell me. Do you really not remember me?" Yanoa's hand rested on the hilt of a glowing crimson blade, her response a cold, dismissive, "I don't keep memories of failures." Yanoa's words hung in the air, leaving the older man pensive. His mind grappled with the implications of her claim, a forgotten past resurfacing. A past that caused him discomfort. He was clearly troubled by the forced resurgence of this memory, a memory Yanoa had deliberately brought to light. The older man stood alone in a vast, industrial space, the weight of Yanoa's revelation settling upon him. He was clearly isolated and burdened by the implications of his forgotten past. As Yanoa watched him from a distance, her expression unreadable. The scene ended with a sense of unresolved tension between them. Dust and debris floated in the desolate landscape, remnants of a recent, violent event. A lone, damaged crate lay half buried in the sand, a silent testament to the destruction. The older man's face, etched with worry and fear, filled the panel. His eyes, wide with apprehension, reflected the gravity of the situation. A stark, octagonal message box appeared, declaring, 73% of the perimeter forces are lost. The words hung heavy in the air, underscoring the scale of the defeat. Surrounded by burning, destroyed signs, a commander-like figure stood, his back to the viewer, his posture conveying despair and defeat. He radioed for support, his voice laced with desperation, "Defense impossible. Requesting support from headquarters." The older man, a high-ranking military officer, stared upward, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. As the devastating consequences of Yanoa's actions became horrifyingly clear, the room around him crumbled, debris raining down, leaving him shaken and vulnerable amidst the chaos. His face, etched with fear, reflected the scale of the military defeat. Amidst the destruction, a young man, Lee Mok-jin, entered the scene. His presence adding another layer of complexity to the already catastrophic situation. The older man, eyes wide with terror, could only stammer, Who are you?" Lee Mok-jin, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, calmly responded, "Lee Mok-jin. It's already written on your report. If you've got any problems, bring it to me." Amidst the aftermath of a catastrophic military defeat, an older man stood in shock, his face etched with terror. Lee Mok-jin appeared unexpectedly, his demeanor calm and assertive amidst the chaos. He casually inquired about the whereabouts of a half-formed monster. The older man, still reeling from the devastation, responded with a bitter remark about failures, highlighting the scale of Yanoa's indirect impact. Yanoa, unseen but ever present in her influence, appeared in the next panel, declaring that she had not failed, she had finally created something. She stood before the older man, a powerful red sword in hand, her declaration echoing the culmination of her obsessive ambition. Yanoa's words revealed her deep-seated desire to become a perfect, absolute being, an obsession that drove her actions despite the catastrophic consequences. Yanoa, her face partially obscured by a mask, stood amidst the wreckage of a catastrophic military defeat. She declared, "But I completed it. I've thrown away my entire life. I even put my heart and soul into it to finally achieve this." Her gaze fell upon rows of glowing containment units, a chilling testament to the scale of her project. A bitter resentment filled her as she continued, "And yet, you don't even remember me." Lee Mok-jin, his presence unexpected, stood before Yanoa, a red energy blade materializing in his hand. The tension between them crackled in the air. He moved with a swiftness that belied his calm demeanor, his blade aimed at Yanoa's heart. The older man, witnessing this confrontation, could only watch in horrified silence. The blade pierced Yanoa's shoulder, but she showed no sign of pain or surprise. Instead, a flicker of recognition crossed her face as she stated, "I remember you." Yanoa's internal monologue revealed her growing unease. But the more I remember, the more uncomfortable I feel, she thought. A dark, metallic corridor stretched before Lee Mak-jin. He stood at the entrance of a large, imposing doorway. The heavy door opened, revealing a brightly lit space beyond. Yanawa's dark hoodie concealed her features, only her piercing earrings visible. As she stood over the fallen older man, his body slumped against a metallic pillar in a desolate, industrial setting. Lee Mak-jin watched from a distance. Blood stained the older man's clothing, a stark contrast to the cold, metallic floor. The wound was clearly fatal. Lee Mak-jin's thoughts were stark, the details are clean. He observed Yanawa, noting the precision of the strike. She's really cut through his heart without a trace of hesitation, he mused. Yanawa's lack of mercy was evident, even to a detached observer like Lee Mak-jin. No matter how meaningless the connection might have been, she really showed no mercy, he concluded. The older man, mortally wounded, gasped, "Don't talk," recklessly. He continued, his voice strained, "She just doesn't know my value." His final words were a desperate plea, "Soon, she will understand, and she will see, and she will remember me forever, as someone who's valuable." Lee Mak-jin, observing from a distance, spoke to the dying man, "Forget everything, whatever it may be. You are already dead." He added, "Oblivion is the greatest gift of death, so accept it. That way, your path to the afterlife will be easier." The older man, eyes defiant, whispered, "You're wrong." Lee Mak-jin stood over the dying older man, the scene bathed in the cold light of the facility. The older man, despite his failing strength, glared defiantly. His eyes fixed on Mak-jin with a mixture of resentment and something akin to grudging respect. Mak-jin's expression remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. A large metal door hissed open in the distance, revealing Yanawa and another woman, their silhouettes stark against the bright light beyond. Mak-jin subtly shifted his weight, his attention drawn to the newcomers. Yanawa, her long blonde hair a striking contrast to her dark clothing, stood tall and composed. The other woman, shorter and dressed in black, remained silent and observant. The older man's final breath escaped his lips. The shorter woman's face remained obscured by her cap, her expression unreadable. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension, the silence broken only by the faint hum of the facility's machinery. Lee Mak-jin turned his back on the deceased, his gaze lingering on Yanawa and her companion as they approached. The weight of the recent events settled upon him, a silent acknowledgement of the complex web of events that had transpired. Yanawa's face, partially obscured by a cap, showed a serious expression. Lee Mak-jin, distressed, approached Yanawa, his words a mixture of concern and confusion. "Child. Why are you?" Lee Mak-jin's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed something unexpected. A blinding flash of light erupted from the distance, revealing a figure with long, flowing blonde hair, their face partially obscured by the intense light. The figure's appearance suggesting a state of distress or shock. An alarm blared, accompanied by a bright flash of light. On-screen text revealed the dire state of the base: 91% of the defensive barrier and 86% of the power engine were lost, rendering repairs impossible. A voice announced over the intercom that the escape ship was ready for evacuation. Director Bernard reacted with disbelief and anger to the evacuation order, vehemently denying that he had given such instructions. He questioned why anyone would abandon the base, especially given the situation. Another voice, identified as Director Bernard's, calmly explained that he had, in fact, ordered the escape ship to be prepared. Bernard's face showed a mixture of grim determination and resignation. A final message appeared on screen, a small token of consideration for the sake of old times. A figure in a military uniform stood, a bright light emanating from their chest as their form began to disintegrate into shimmering particles, the remnants of their body dissolving into dust. Yanawa watched, a mixture of shock and concern etched on her face. Yanawa, her expression unreadable, stood firm. She silently contemplated the scene before her. A large section of the ceiling above them fractured and fell away, revealing the vast expanse of space beyond. A large, metallic object, seemingly a spacecraft, drifted into view. The vessel slowly descending towards the damaged structure. A small, red spacecraft approached a massive, gray warship from below. Inside the warship, Yanawa, Lee Mok-jin, and a child watched in shock as the spacecraft materialized seemingly out of nowhere. What is that? When did it appear? Yanawa's eyes widened in alarm as she stared at the sudden appearance of the vessel. The blonde-haired figure, moments before disintegrating, stated, "A second ago. It warped here." A colossal spacecraft, its hull gleaming with an ethereal light, descended from the inky blackness of space. Lee Mok-jin, noticing something else, urged, "That's not the problem, Captain. Look over there, at the insignia." A colossal, dark gray spacecraft descended, its lower section visible, revealing a complex, glowing, teal grid pattern. The craft's underside displayed a swirling, galaxy-like insignia. Lee Mok-jin, his eyes wide with alarm, whispered, "The human government." The blonde-haired figure, previously present, was caught in a sudden, intense burst of golden light, disintegrating completely in a fiery flash, leaving behind only scattered embers as Yanawa watched, her expression a mixture of shock and fear. Lee Mok-jin, eyes wide with alarm, witnessed a blinding flash of light emanating from a distant point. As the blonde-haired figure, suspended in mid-air, began to disintegrate into shimmering particles, leaving behind only a faint, lingering warmth. He reacted instantly, dropping to his knees in shock. Mok-jin's whispered words, "What the hell did you do?" hung heavy in the air, reflecting his disbelief and dawning horror. Yanawa, observing from a distance, was equally shocked by the sudden, violent demise of the blonde-haired figure. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery orange hair, her face partially obscured, spoke of the blonde-haired figure's immense potential, describing her as an empty vessel capable of absorbing unimaginable power. That level of strength, she stated, was merely the beginning. The blonde-haired figure, nearing the peak of their power, felt a strange sense of completion. They pleaded with someone unseen, urging them to remain still for treatment before anything else. The blonde-haired figure declared their task finished, knowing the other self also understood. A barely audible whisper escaped their lips, "Count." Then, the figure granted freedom to their other self, stating, "Now, I shall grant you free will. Live as you wish." As the other self watched, the blonde-haired figure disintegrated into particles of light. The blonde-haired figure, weakened but resolute, extended a hand towards Yanawa, releasing a small, glowing blue orb into the palm of a man with long, white hair. The orb pulsed with faint light. The man, his face obscured by shadow and a mask, carefully cradled the orb. It seemed to throb with a faint energy. The blonde figure's voice, though faint, carried a final message: "Enjoy that strength, to your heart's content, tread upon the world and live." With a final, strained whisper, the blonde figure added, "With that strength, no one can even look you in the eye, enjoy." As the words faded, the blonde figure disintegrated into shimmering particles, leaving only the glowing orb behind. Yanawa watched, speechless, as the remnants of the figure vanished. The blonde-haired figure's body disintegrated, leaving behind only a small, glowing orb in a pool of viscous liquid that resembled a heart. Yanawa watched, speechless, from a distance, taking in the surreal scene before her. The orb pulsed with an ethereal light, its energy palpable even from afar. Lee Mok-jin cautiously approached the remnants, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. He reached out a hesitant hand, his internal monologue filled with uncertainty as he considered the implications of touching the mysterious object. Lee Mok-jin picked up the orb, a silent warning echoing in his mind: "One lifetime of a madman is more than enough. Whatever the story behind it is, just ignore it." The blonde-haired figure disintegrated in a flash of golden light, their final words echoing, "It wasn't a life of madness, he just lived desperately and fiercely." Lee Mok-jin watched, apprehensive, as the remains settled, leaving behind only a faint warmth. The blonde figure, now deceased, spoke again, their voice barely a whisper, "And don't worry, my life is also over now." They explained their actions, stating, "Since he gave me free will, so I'll live as I please." The blonde figure, having granted freedom to their other self, continued, "The life I've always wanted most." And then, with a final burst of light, completely vanished. Yanawa, nearby, could only watch, speechless, the aftermath of this extraordinary event. A young woman with short, dark hair stood bathed in a radiant, golden light. The intense glow illuminating her features as she watched the blonde-haired figure disintegrate before her. The blonde-haired figure, embracing her other self, uttered a final command, "Now. I'll give you freedom as well." A blinding light erupted as the two figures merged, their forms dissolving into pure energy. The blonde-haired figure, before her final disintegration, issued a single, urgent warning to the dark-haired woman: "If you ever meet me again, leave now. Get out of that place as soon as possible." The blonde-haired figure, cloaked in a deep red garment, stood within a geometric framework of metallic beams. Their voice, though unseen, carried a final instruction: "Embrace me tightly like this." A golden light enveloped them, their form dissolving into shimmering particles, leaving behind only scattered fragments that faded into the ambient light. The air crackled with residual energy. Yanawa, witnessing the event from a distance, turned and walked away, her back to the scene of the disintegration. Yanawa's expression was one of shock and concern, her eyes wide as she processed what she had just seen. Yanawa, her eyes wide with shock, watched as the blonde-haired figure disintegrated before her, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. A moment later, she turned and walked away, leaving the scene undisturbed. Lee Mok-jin, having witnessed the event from a distance, knelt down, his expression unreadable. A system alert blared, announcing the detection of a Leviathan-class battlecruiser near the atmospheric boundary and lunar orbit. The news displayed on a shattered screen in a dimly lit room. A high-ranking officer, Director Bernard, sat at his desk, his expression unreadable. A subsequent message clarified that the vessel belonged to the Human Government Inspection Bureau. The officer's gaze remained fixed, his thoughts obscured. The enormity of a Leviathan-class battlecruiser, belonging to the Inspection Bureau, registered in the officer's mind, prompting a reaction of surprise and perhaps concern. Director Bernard stared upwards, his eyes wide with alarm. The words "orbital bombardment" looming large before him. A Leviathan-class battlecruiser, a colossal vessel of war, hung in the darkness above. A small, red craft detached itself from the ship's underbelly, observing the scene below. The blonde-haired woman, her face etched with concern, mused aloud, "That might be it. Like how an elephant can't see a mouse by its feet, we're too small." She continued, her gaze distant, "Elephants have good eyesight, they've already seen us." Meanwhile, Director Bernard stood with his back to the camera, a digital distortion effect shimmering around him. The orange-haired woman, her expression unreadable, stood before him, seemingly unaffected by the digital anomaly. Lee Mok-jin and Yanawa watched from a distance, their faces reflecting a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The orange-haired woman's eyes, sharp and intense, remained fixed on something unseen. A fragment of conversation was overheard, a voice, strained yet curious, whispered, "Hey, you are." Lee Mok-jin and Yanawa, apprehensive, watched from a distance as Director Bernard, surrounded by a digital distortion, interacted with the orange-haired woman. The woman seemingly unaffected by the anomaly. The blonde-haired figure, meanwhile, remained concerned, their gaze fixed on the scene, sensing a larger, unseen presence. Yanawa's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on her. The orange-haired woman turned, her back now to the others, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be waiting for something. The orange-haired woman, addressing someone unseen, stated, "The Sichuan Tang case is under the jurisdiction of the Martial Exchange Department. Bureaucrats hate taking on other departments' work, and I'm just a typical bureaucratic type." The orange-haired woman, her expression carefully neutral, stated, "So let's pretend we didn't see each other." The blue-haired man, seemingly agitated, reported, "Emergency report to the committee. No 9 Alpha Droid Disposal Moon investigation results." The blonde-haired woman, her face etched with concern, explained, "Due to an unknown bug, the quantum power plant overheated, resulting in the control center's paralysis and massive droid rampage. Recovery or control actions are deemed impossible. Requesting change in operation plan." The orange-haired woman listened intently, her gaze unwavering, before calmly adding, "Based on field assessment, recommending the 6-art operation plan." A large, damaged spacecraft hung precariously above a desolate lunar landscape. The blonde-haired woman, her face etched with worry, reported to the woman in red, "No, everything's fine. All droids have been shut down." A wide shot revealed a desolate landscape, littered with the deactivated bodies of numerous droids. The woman in red, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioned, "Then why?" The orange-haired woman calmly explained, "Per the 6-ART operation plan, we authorized the use of localized orbital bombardment following emergency track regulations. All further operations are entrusted to the judgment of the on-site commander." A close-up on the face of a man with light blue hair and glasses showed his serious expression. The words "orbital bombardment" appeared on screen, followed by the orange-haired woman's quiet response, "Thank you." The orange-haired woman, her expression serene, adjusted her coat. She reported to her colleagues, "Fortunately, it was handled without complications." The implication was clear: the orbital bombardment had been successful. A slight smile played on her lips, a quiet satisfaction at a mission accomplished. From a distant starship, a powerful beam of energy shot out, a green laser cutting through the void of space. The beam arced towards a desolate, rocky planet below, striking its surface with devastating force. The orbital bombardment was complete. A green laser beam sliced through the desolate, reddish-brown landscape, pulverizing rocky debris in its path. The beam's impact creating a massive crater amidst a field of wrecked, metallic structures, leaving behind only scattered fragments and a smoking hole in the ground. A metallic, drill-like object, embedded in the ground, began to rotate rapidly, spinning faster and faster, creating a vortex of dust and debris, before finally disappearing underground with a low rumble. The orange-haired woman, her expression serene, stood in a metallic corridor. She seemed pleased with the outcome of recent events. Meanwhile, Yanoa, her face etched with worry, received an urgent message. The message instructed her to escape immediately, using a small ship to travel half a light-year in 5 minutes to reach safety. Lee Mok-jin and Yanoa watched as the orange-haired woman and her associates, their forms shimmering with energy, prepared to depart. The orange-haired woman stated that she hoped they would not meet again, as she disliked bothersome encounters. The two stood in a long, metallic corridor, observing the departing figures. The atmosphere was tense. Yanoa, still apprehensive, wondered aloud about the meaning of the orange-haired woman's cryptic message. Her expression reflected her confusion and growing unease. Yanoa, a young girl with blonde hair, stood in a transparent containment unit, looking apprehensive. Beside her, a man with teal hair and exaggerated features displayed a look of wide-eyed panic. As a woman with dark hair and a red outfit watched from outside, her expression one of concern. Orbital bombardment. What's that supposed to be? She wondered aloud, her voice laced with uncertainty. The woman's question was answered by a view of a small, dark object hurtling through space. It's a weapon that can annihilate moons or entire planets. I heard rumors, but I didn't believe it actually existed, she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of awe and terror. The teal-haired man and the woman in red both reacted with shock and disbelief. Is that even possible? How can a planet be destroyed? The woman cried out, her eyes wide with horror. A calm voice cut through the chaos. It's possible. Whatever they fired is now piercing towards the moon's core, the voice stated matter-of-factly. Meanwhile, Yanoa, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe, focused intently on a holographic display, her expression one of quiet concentration. A celestial body, fractured and crumbling, hung in the inky blackness of space. The blonde-haired figure, her face etched with worry, stared at the destruction unfolding before her. 3 minutes left, she muttered, we need to escape. Yanoa and a teal-haired man watched, apprehensive, as shimmering particles drifted through the air near a doorway. The teal-haired man's expression shifted to one of alarm. He seemed to sense something amiss. Yanoa, her eyes wide with concern, reached out a hand, seemingly trying to grasp something intangible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure in a green coat stood before a panoramic view of a damaged planet, a message appearing on screen, we've reached the core. Activating. A close-up on a determined face, eyes gleaming with resolve. The word detonate appears below, a stark command. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, the aftermath of a devastating attack. Scattered across the barren ground lie the broken remnants of countless robots, their metallic bodies twisted and shattered. A closer view reveals the extent of the destruction, focusing on a single, mangled robotic arm, still clutching a small, glowing object. The camera pulls back, showing a wider expanse of the battlefield, littered with debris and the ghostly remnants of smoke. A panoramic view showcases the full scale of the devastation, revealing a once thriving industrial complex now reduced to rubble, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. In the distance, amidst the chaos, a figure plummets from a collapsing structure, the impact echoing the scale of the destruction. The aftermath of an orbital bombardment was catastrophic. A massive industrial structure lay in ruins, its metallic components scattered across a desolate landscape. A wrecked spaceship, its hull breached and smoking, drifted amidst the debris. A stark warning appeared, expected time to full explosion, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Inside a sleek, futuristic vessel, a figure stood calmly, issuing orders. Prepare for shockwave. Activate shields at 100%. Another figure, a woman with dark red hair, interjected, a hint of amusement in her voice. Reduce to 80%. It'll be more thrilling that way, won't it? Elsewhere, a small, cube-shaped escape pod hurtled through the ravaged landscape, narrowly avoiding falling debris. Its sleek design a stark contrast to the chaotic destruction surrounding it. The pod continued its escape, leaving the devastation behind. Yanawa, witnessing the aftermath of the bombardment, muttered to herself, quite a getaway. Meanwhile, an older man with gray hair, likely a pilot, gripped the controls of an escape pod, thinking, I knew he was sharp. He watched the destruction unfold, voicing his concern, but why aren't they running? If they stay to watch, they'll be pulverized. The blonde-haired figure's escape pod, a sleek red vessel, accelerated away from the bombarded area with powerful thrusters, leaving a trail of bright cyan energy in its wake. Yanawa, observing the escape, reacted with a surprised, huh. A reddish-brown escape pod, propelled by powerful, cyan-blue thrusters, streaks across the sky above a war-torn planet. The planet's surface is scarred by explosions and fires. Inside, the blonde-haired pilot grips the controls, her expression one of grim determination. Beside her, a man with gray hair and sunglasses shouts in panic. Captain! We're all going to die like this. We can't save him. But the pilot, undeterred, retorts with defiant confidence, we won't die. My lifeline is long. I'll live at least to 80. And my fate line is super long too. She explains, I don't have poem lines. According to the system, I'll live a long, healthy life without any issues until I'm 5,000 years old, but still, this is just wrong. The young blonde woman, seemingly unfazed by the perilous situation, stares ahead with a calm, almost serene expression. The planet's core exploded, sending shockwaves across the surface, as a high-speed escape pod launched itself through the ravaged landscape, leaving a trail of fiery debris in its wake. Inside the escape pod, the blonde-haired pilot monitored the rapidly rising atmospheric temperature, now at 300 degrees. Her co-pilot, panicked, shouted, Captain! We're already doomed. We're roasts now. Despite the dire situation, the blonde-haired pilot remained calm, her focus unwavering as she detected a faint survival signal. The atmospheric temperature had reached 700 degrees. A catastrophic event unfolded as fiery debris rained down from the sky. Amidst the chaos, a figure, seemingly unharmed, carried a woman in their arms. The woman's arm bore severe burns, a testament to the intensity of the bombardment. The man, his face streaked with soot and grime, showed remarkable resilience despite his injuries. He continued to carry the injured woman, his determination unwavering. The aftermath of the bombardment resembled the hellscape of a fiery abyss. A monstrous figure emerged from the devastation, its horns and glowing eyes radiating power. The blonde-haired figure, battered but defiant, stood amidst the ruins. He thought, am I finally reaching death? The monstrous being opened its maw, revealing a terrifying array of teeth and a glowing light within. The blonde-haired figure, despite his injuries, spoke with bitter sarcasm, "How regrettable. If only you'd come yesterday. If you had come yesterday, I would have gladly walked into your mouth. But today," his eyes blazing with defiance, he declared, "but today is no good." The blonde-haired figure, cradling an unconscious child, declared, "I've made a promise to protect this child. Then, vowing, so retreat. In return, I vow to you. Once this child is safe, I'll seek you out." As the figure retreated, a voice called out urgently, "What are you doing? Get on board now." The blonde-haired figure, carrying the child, approached a large vehicle, its door open, revealing a bright interior. And escaped in a vehicle that took off, leaving behind a scene of fiery devastation. The orange-haired woman, standing in a metallic corridor, read a stark warning. The ambient temperature was at 1,500 degrees, with an explosion imminent in 10 seconds. A faint survival signal was detected inside the base. The woman's expression turned grim as she processed the information. The temperature would rise to over 6,000 degrees, a level unsurvivable even for a god. She muttered to herself, relieved that she wouldn't have to write a report. The aftermath of a massive explosion was shown, the base in ruins, and a large ship severely damaged. The blonde-haired figure, clutching the child, piloted their escape craft through a chaotic asteroid field, the ship's engines roaring as it weaved between massive, fiery rocks. The craft sustained heavy damage, its hull scorched and sparking as it narrowly avoided collisions. Inside the ship, the orange-haired woman frantically urged the pilot to open the pressurized door, the escape craft's systems warning of critical damage. The blonde-haired pilot struggled to reach the controls, her movements hampered by the intense heat and the shaking of the ship. Finally, she managed to open the internal door, escaping the damaged craft as it was engulfed in flames. The pilot reported a 93% shield loss and an external temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees, making opening the external door impossible. The orange-haired woman stared at the countdown timer, a grim expression etched on her face. "Our remaining shield will be breached, then we'll all burn to ashes," she thought, resigned to her fate. She muttered, "We're going to die anyway." As the seconds ticked down, the final second arrived, and a blinding flash engulfed the base in a devastating explosion. The shockwave sent debris flying as the base was completely destroyed. Yanoa, witnessing the destruction from a distance, felt a mix of relief and horror. The blonde-haired figure, having escaped with the child, looked back at the fiery spectacle, a sense of grim satisfaction mixed with exhaustion evident in their expression. The blonde-haired figure, having escaped the destruction, carefully cradled Yanoa in his arms. He sat on the cold, metallic floor of what remained of the base, his breath ragged but his expression one of grim satisfaction. A faint haze of smoke still clinging to the air. The orange-haired woman was gone, a victim of the explosion. Yanoa remained unconscious. The blonde-haired man's gaze hardened, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination etched onto his face. A silent prayer for the fallen woman forming on his lips. He was alone, but he had succeeded in his mission. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their voice echoing in the desolate space, "It's been a long time. I didn't expect to see you again." A cloaked figure, their face obscured, sat alone, a single thought echoing in their mind: "We were destined to meet, even if it took 2,000 years." The figure sat in a stark, metallic chamber, the only light source emanating from a doorway far ahead. A young woman, Yanoa, sat opposite, her eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. A long, silent moment passed between them, the only sound the faint hum of unseen machinery. The scene opens on a narrow, dark passage carved into the side of a cliff, a still, murky pool of water reflecting the dim light at its entrance. A single candle flickers in the gloom, casting long shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The words, "Go ahead, ask your question," appear in a speech bubble above the candle. Yanoa, unconscious, lies on a makeshift bed near the candle, watched over by a mysterious figure in dark robes. The figure sits calmly, radiating an aura of quiet power. The figure's gaze is intense, focused on Yanoa. A question forms in the figure's mind: "How can you be so sure that I have a question for you?" The figure continues their silent observation, a subtle shift in their expression suggesting a realization. A thought crosses their mind, if not, then your esteemed self wouldn't have sought me out here. The figure's thoughts trail off, their eyes still fixed on Yanoa. A final thought concludes their internal monologue, to the edge of the living world. The scene opens on a desolate, swampy landscape, shrouded in mist and overgrown with gnarled trees. A narrow waterway winds its way through the murky waters, leading to a dark cave mouth, partially submerged in the water. The overall atmosphere is one of foreboding and mystery. Inside a dimly lit cavern, the mysterious figure sits cross-legged, his back against a rough stone wall. A katana rests beside him, he appears weary, his expression contemplative. A single candle flickering nearby. "You are weary," he thinks, observing Yanoa's unconscious form. "You tread upon countless corpses, and now even your knees and legs feel the chill." The mysterious figure's thoughts continue, a grim assessment of Yanoa's condition. The mysterious figure's gaze lingers on Yanoa's face, his expression unreadable. His thoughts remain hidden, but a sense of profound weariness and perhaps a hint of reluctant concern permeates the scene. In a dimly lit cave, Yanoa, still unconscious, lay near a small pool of water. A mysterious figure, cloaked and weary, sat nearby, watching her. The figure's face was obscured by the shadows of their hood, their expression unreadable. A single candle flickered, casting long, dancing shadows on the cave walls. The figure then spoke, their voice barely a whisper, "Do you know me?" The figure shook their head slightly, a sigh escaping their lips. "I do not." However, a flicker of understanding crossed their features. Even without knowing, one can see things. A close-up on the figure's eye revealed a depth of perception, hinting at a hidden power or insight. The flashback begins with a young Yanoa, her back to the viewer, kneeling on the ground. She appears small and vulnerable. Then, she is shown from the front, still kneeling, in a desolate landscape dominated by tall, shadowy figures. A single, bright red apple rests before her. Yanoa reaches out a small hand towards the apple. And as her fingers brush its surface, the apple explodes in a burst of light and red fragments. The fragments dissipate, leaving only the shadowy figures and the now empty space where the apple once was. The scene fades, leaving Yanoa's fate and the meaning of the apple's destruction unclear. Yanoa's fragmented flashback continued. She saw herself as a baby, crawling towards a large, looming figure. The figure's foot descending, crushing an apple into a bloody pulp on the ground. The figure's dark robes were marked with a single, ominous kanji character, signifying demon. The vision shifted. The baby Yanoa now crawled towards a dagger lying on the ground. A mysterious figure, cloaked and hooded, observed her from above. The figure's voice, cold and accusatory, echoed in Yanoa's mind, "You were deprived of the right to choose life." Yanoa remained unconscious, her body still, a subtle tremor running through her limbs. As the vision continued, a hand, calloused and scarred, gripped a crudely fashioned dagger. The blade reflecting the dim light of a desolate landscape. The mysterious figure watched from a distance. A dark cloak billowing slightly in an unseen wind. The scene shifted, revealing a vast, blood-soaked battlefield, strewn with the corpses of countless soldiers. Broken weapons and tattered banners lay scattered amongst the dead. The air hung heavy with the stench of decay. Then, a voice, cold and devoid of empathy, echoed in Yanoa's mind, "And you lived, forced to feed on death instead of meals." Yanoa's flashback continued, showing a desolate battlefield, littered with the fallen. A lone figure, small and childlike, navigated the carnage. The child, seemingly Yanoa, clutched a sword, her movements clumsy yet determined. The scene was grim, hinting at a desperate struggle for survival. A close-up revealed Yanoa's face, eyes wide with terror and a hint of something primal. Blood stained her cheeks, and her expression was one of raw, visceral fear. The vision shifted, becoming even more disturbing. The details were obscured by darkness, but the implication of cannibalism was stark and undeniable. The mysterious figure observed, a judgment in their eyes. Yanoa's flashback ended, leaving her unconscious and shaken. The lingering image of the battlefield and the horrifying suggestion of survival through desperate means haunted her. The mysterious figure's voice echoed in the silence, yet even that failed to satisfy your hunger. A crimson streak marred the surface of the full moon, a stark contrast to its pale glow. Mirrored in Yanoa's eye, a reflection of her traumatic flashback. The mysterious figure, observing her from afar, declared, "You've lost the reason for your existence." Yanoa's face, partially obscured, betrayed nothing of her inner turmoil. A powerful warrior, his back to the viewer, sat alone, his large sword resting beside him. He declared, "I am powerful." The scene shifted to a dimly lit cave, where the warrior and the mysterious figure sat facing each other, a single candle casting long shadows. The mysterious figure added, "No higher place to ascend to." The powerful warrior boasted, "Even now, I could kill hundreds of thousands more who dare to raise their heads before me." He continued, "I know, no matter how many you cut down, the hunger only grows. Blood was never the rightful nourishment for someone like you, after all." Yanoa, her face obscured by her hair, remained still, seemingly lost in thought. The powerful warrior then offered, "Well then, let me answer your question." Yanoa remained unconscious, her body relaxed. The mysterious figure concluded, "Only your own choice can bring about such an end." The mysterious figure condemned Yanoa's choices, stating that if she were to willingly choose death, she would be wrong. Yanoa, however, countered that if life itself isn't hers to control, then neither is death. The scene shifted to Yanoa, now alone and seemingly defeated, sitting in a dimly lit cave. Her despair palpable as she concluded that there was no answer to her predicament. She knelt, her sword lying beside her, a picture of utter defeat. As the mysterious figure reappeared, offering to put her to rest. The mysterious figure, cloaked and enigmatic, addressed Yanoa. "Since you can neither choose life nor death, I shall send you to a place that is neither. It may seem like a sleep from which you'll never wake, but if fortune allows, and you do wake, perhaps a new choice in life may present itself." A wave of intense energy engulfed Yanoa, a fiery maelstrom consuming her, leaving her seemingly destroyed in a fiery explosion. The mysterious figure observed the aftermath, noting, "Your appearance is different from 2,000 years ago." The mysterious figure addressed Yanoa, noting that the gloomy darkness behind her had lightened and that there was vitality in her eyes, implying a newfound purpose in life. Yanoa, however, contradicted this assessment. She stated that, on the contrary, the darkness had disappeared, along with the sole purpose of her existence as a member of the heavenly demon sect. She explained that the sect had broken free from the shackles of darkness and that her life had lost its meaning as a result. The mysterious figure, observing Yanoa's despair, questioned why she was still alive despite this loss of purpose. Suddenly, alarms blared, indicating a critical situation. A defensive barrier was melting due to extreme heat, exceeding 4,000 degrees. The danger was imminent. Yanoa's protective barrier faltered, its energy depleted to 98%. The system warned that it wouldn't hold for even a minute. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure observed her plight, noting that this intense heat, capable of melting metal, would reduce Yanoa to ash if she didn't act. The searing heat enveloped Yanoa, consuming her body in flames. She was engulfed, her form becoming increasingly obscured by the inferno. Despite the imminent annihilation, the mysterious figure posed a question, their voice echoing in the fiery chaos, "So why do you cling so desperately to life?" Enveloped in flames, Yanoa clung to life, her body consumed by the inferno. A mysterious figure, cloaked and observing from a distance, questioned her stubborn resolve. "Why are you holding on so stubbornly?" the figure inquired. Yanoa, her voice strained, replied, "Because of a promise. I promised to protect this child." The figure countered, "It's pointless. Death erases everything, including promises." The mysterious figure continued, pressing their point, "Haven't you experienced the universe? Didn't you realize the moment you encountered the universe that you were smaller than dust?" The mysterious figure, enveloped in flames, posed a question to the vast cosmos: what meaning does a promise hold to something like dust? He continued, addressing Yanawa's desperate clinging to life. Moreover, that child you are clinging to so tightly, you don't even know her name properly. The mysterious figure pressed his point, urging her to surrender, so let it all go. Even if you struggle, you cannot protect her. You know this, don't you? Yanawa, consumed by flames, acknowledged the grim reality. I know that we are going to die anyway. But even in the face of death, a flicker of defiance ignited within her. She resolved, but, shouldn't I at least try until the very end? The scene shifted to Yanawa, critically injured but resolute, cradling the unconscious child in her arms amidst the inferno. Even as her body burned, Yanawa resolved, even if I have to burn entirely, until there's nothing left, not even a speck, shouldn't I at least try? The mysterious figure countered her resolve, stating that life and death held no significance. If death renders life meaningless, it only proves the life was lived incorrectly. Yanawa, amidst the flames, had an epiphany: death cannot truly end life. A surge of fiery energy enveloped her, transforming her appearance. She realized that as long as life leaves behind meaningful memories, it transcends death. The final panel showed a powerful image: life transcends death. The mysterious figure, cloaked and hooded, gazed intently at Yanawa, a look of profound detachment etched on their face. Their lips moving silently as they uttered a cryptic pronouncement: the boundary between life and death had been crossed, the realm of eternity attained. The mysterious figure stood before a brilliant, blinding light, their back turned, seemingly contemplating the vastness of the unknown. A red vehicle, resembling a futuristic truck, streaked across the night sky, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. The vehicle's speed blurring the background into streaks of orange and yellow, a spectacle of intense motion. The vehicle continued its rapid ascent, disappearing into the darkness above. A brilliant, golden X blazed across the inky blackness of space. Its radiant energy emanating from a central point, casting streaks of light across the void. A spaceship, silhouetted against the intense light, seemed to be caught in its wake. Yanawa, her face obscured by a blank, white mask, stared ahead with wide, luminous eyes. Her expression was unreadable. A surge of fiery energy erupted around her, swirling and coalescing into a vortex of intense light. The chaotic energy mirroring the cosmic display outside the ship. The intensity of the light obscured her features completely. The spaceship, now distant, continued its journey through the star-strewn expanse, leaving the fiery spectacle behind. A fiery vortex of energy erupted, swirling with intense light and power. Meanwhile, a figure observed the spectacle from a distant vantage point, a silent witness to the unfolding event. Their expression was one of quiet contemplation, as they uttered a single, questioning phrase: "WH. What?" The vortex intensified, its fiery tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The energy continued to build, a maelstrom of light and heat, culminating in a blinding flash that engulfed the surrounding area. The vessel, battered but seemingly intact, continued its trajectory through the cosmos, leaving a trail of fiery debris in its wake. A damaged spacecraft, its hull scarred and breached, drifted through the inky blackness of space, revealing a glimpse of its interior through a gaping hole in its side. A small escape pod launched from within, its engines igniting with a brilliant, fiery trail. The pod accelerated, leaving a blazing streak across the void as it hurtled towards an unknown destination. The pod continued its trajectory, passing a celestial body, its trajectory seemingly guided by an unseen force. Finally, the pod emerged from a swirling vortex of energy, leaving behind the chaos of space. Yanawa, her expression one of apprehension, stared intently ahead. A look of dawning horror spread across Yanawa's face as she witnessed a scene unfolding before her. The mysterious figure, trapped within a viewport, frantically gestured, their face etched with fear. A blinding flash of light erupted from within the vessel, followed by a violent explosion. The viewport shattered, leaving only a trail of debris and a lingering glow. A figure, seemingly flung from the explosion, tumbled through space, their long, white hair trailing behind them. The aftermath of the explosion left Yanawa in a state of shock. She stared, horrified, at the scene before her. The mysterious figure, seemingly lifeless, lay amidst the debris. His body was partially obscured, but the extent of his injuries was clearly visible. Yanawa cautiously approached, her heart pounding in her chest. She gently cradled the figure's head, noticing the faint warmth still emanating from his body. A look of profound sorrow etched across his face, a stark contrast to his usually stoic demeanor. His eyes, though closed, seemed to hold a lingering sadness. A large spaceship, its hull scarred and damaged, drifted through the inky blackness of space. A smaller, crimson vessel approached cautiously from below. A ship's computer displayed a grim assessment: complete shield loss, 63% loss of outer hull, right engine inoperable, and unable to self-repair. All other electronic devices were also destroyed. The young captain, her blonde hair visible beneath a black cap, reviewed the damage report with a grim expression. A crew member's voice echoed in her mind, "Captain, the repair costs are going to be enormous. We have no money, right?" She stared at the screen, her face a mask of worry and exhaustion. Yanawa and the captain walked down a long, metallic corridor, the aftermath of a recent explosion heavy in the air. Yanawa, still visibly shaken, remained close to the captain, her expression a mixture of horror and grief. The captain, though outwardly calm, felt a deep sense of worry and exhaustion. They approached the scene of the explosion, a surge of green energy still faintly shimmering in the air. The captain's face hardened as he surveyed the damage. Suddenly, Yanawa appeared, her voice sharp with shock and accusation. "You all. What on earth did you do?" The captain sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. He looked at Yanawa, a mixture of guilt and weariness in his eyes. He responded quietly, "I know, right?" Yanawa's gaze hardened, her expression unreadable as she stared into the distance, lost in thought. A man with long, white hair ravenously devoured a large quantity of sausages, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, Yanawa, her expression a mixture of suspicion and concern, observed the scene from a distance, her gaze fixed on the mountain of sausages before him. The man continued his meal, seemingly unaffected by her presence, his focus solely on the food before him. The caption "WAK" appeared repeatedly above his head. Yanawa's gaze hardened as she observed the man, a system scan overlaying his image. The scan results read, "Not registered in the database. Identity verification impossible. Internal energy drive not installed." Her suspicion solidified into accusation as she confronted him with a sharp question: "Was it you? Who are you? What have you done?" Yanawa, her expression accusatory, confronted the mysterious man. He, seemingly oblivious, continued to eat sausages. Her eyes widened in suspicion. A subtle shift in her demeanor betraying her inner turmoil. Yanawa stood before the man, her gaze unwavering. The man, his face partially obscured, showed no reaction to her scrutiny, sausage crumbs clung to his chin. His eyes, however, reflected Yanawa's image, a silent observation. Yanawa, her expression unreadable, stared intently ahead. She confronted a mysterious man, his back to her, who was preoccupied with eating a large quantity of sausages. And responded to her pointed question, "Who are you?" with a hesitant introduction. I'm Athena's son, a 24-year-old woman." Athena continued, revealing her official position as an administrative officer for the Human Government's Inspection Bureau, while secretly working as a classified agent for the Special Safety Planning Department. She then shared some personal details, mentioning her relationship history and her preference for solitude, turning off all communications at night. Finally, Yanawa directly accused Athena, "Did you cause the explosion?" Athena explained that she had executed the orbital bombardment command, but only because she was following orders received in advance. The directive was to cover up the Iron Gangshur project before any trouble arose. According to Athena, the human government's factions are keeping each other in check, and they worried that if the incident escalated into a civil war between factions, it could shake the entire human government. Yanawa, however, remained unconvinced and coldly stated that she didn't care and didn't want to listen. Athena continued, explaining that because of the explosion, the children suffered damage, so she would take responsibility and restore everything to its original state. Yanawa then asked if Athena could actually do that. Yanawa stood, her expression a mixture of disbelief and defiance, the remnants of her coat swirling around her. As numerous small, metallic drones swarmed around a large, damaged spacecraft, their repair efforts sparking brightly against the dark backdrop of space. The drones continued their work, their movements precise and coordinated, as they attempted to seal a gaping hole in the ship's hull. 2 more drones flew into the damaged section of the ship, disappearing into the darkness within. Athena lay unconscious on a medical table, a small robot carefully examining her. A medical report appeared, confirming that Athena had suffered no physical harm, her brainwaves and neural networks appeared entirely normal. A medical examination of Athena's son concluded. It seems to be simple unconsciousness, she'll wake up soon. Yanawa, observing, breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yanawa's attention was suddenly drawn to someone unexpected. That person from before. Who on earth is he? What is he doing here? Yanawa's eyes widened in surprise as she spotted a familiar figure. That person from before. Who on earth is he? What is he doing here? She exclaimed internally, her shock evident. Athena's son, still recovering from her medical examination, responded calmly to Yanawa's outburst. Ask him directly. I don't really know either. Yanawa, following Athena's suggestion, approached the man cautiously and questioned him about his presence and his apparent position within the Special Safety Department. In any case, are you a classified agent from the Special Safety Department? She inquired. Athena, observing the interaction, commented on the prestigious nature of such a position, especially at a young age. I've never heard of that position, but it sounds incredibly prestigious, quite an achievement at such a young age, she mused, intrigued. Yanawa's eyes widened, her mouth agape in a silent gasp of shock, as she listened intently to the ominous warning. The man's words hung heavy in the air. Listen carefully. If even a single word of what I said today leaks out to the world. Athena's son, ever observant, quietly asked, then what? The man's response was cut short, leaving Athena and Yanawa both with a sense of foreboding. Athena's expression hardened, she seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. Yanawa's apprehension grew, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and determination, as she contemplated the weight of the secret she now held. The implications were vast and potentially dangerous. Yanawa, her face etched with apprehension, stood silently, her gaze fixed on the ground. A tall, imposing figure loomed behind her, their presence adding to her unease. Her eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of fear and determination, reflected the weight of the secret she now carried. The gravity of the situation settled upon her young shoulders. Athena's son and the mysterious man stood before a colossal structure, its metallic form piercing the inky blackness of space. The sheer scale of the object dwarfed them, its multifaceted design hinting at advanced technology far beyond their comprehension. A sense of awe, mixed with apprehension, filled the air. From an elevated vantage point, Athena's son and the mysterious man observed the scene below. Their expressions were serious, their gazes intense as they contemplated the implications of what they saw. The vastness of space and the enigmatic structure before them underscoring the enormity of the task ahead. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on them both. Yanawa's face, pale and etched with worry, filled the frame. Her eyes, wide and apprehensive, reflected the gravity of the situation. Athena's son's gaze was fixed on something unseen, her expression serious and thoughtful. Her long, silver hair framed a face that betrayed a keen observation. The text boxes revealed Yanawa's inner turmoil. That guy. What is he? Athena's son and a mysterious man stood before a futuristic structure. The man stated, even the internal components have been replaced with the latest models. A man with blonde hair and glasses exclaimed, everything is back to normal. However, Athena's son remained unconvinced, her expression questioning as she countered, doesn't seem like everything's back to normal, though. Yanawa gazed upward, a troubled expression etched on her face. Athena's son, standing opposite her in a sleek, futuristic corridor, posed a question, do you like it? That appearance. Yanawa, still looking upward, contemplated the question. Athena pressed further, "How does it look to you?" Yanawa responded with a critical assessment, "I don't really like it. It gives off a bit of a wannabe thug vibe who's trying to look all cool." Athena shared her own opinion, "I don't like it either." Yanawa's long, white hair was shed, leaving trails in the water as she stepped out of the bath and into a salon where she was surrounded by stylists. Athena's son observed as Yanawa's hair was cut and styled. A priest, his face etched with concern, questioned, "What did you just say?" A screen displayed an image of a woman with long, flowing blonde hair. The priest continued, explaining that 2,000 years ago, a man named Lee Mak-jin voluntarily sealed himself in an underground chamber within the Mount Tai star system on Earth, revealing that Lee Mak-jin was definitively connected to the heavenly demon sect. The priest, his expression shifting to one of disbelief, exclaimed, "That's not what I asked. What did you say next?" The screen then showed the woman, her expression serious, revealing that Lee Mak-jin had called himself the Heavenly Demon Supreme. A beat of silence followed. The priest's face was etched with deep lines of worry and confusion. He reached out a trembling hand and pressed a button on a console, his gaze fixed upward, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation in his eyes. Permission granted, the screen flickered to life, displaying a torrent of data. The priest intently studied the screen, his query about Lee Mak-jin's identity finally being addressed. The system confirmed the existence of an individual who sealed themselves away in an underground chamber on Earth approximately 2,000 years ago. A young man, age 19, stood amidst rubble. His name, the system revealed, was Lee Mak-jin, and he claimed to be the Heavenly Demon Supreme himself. The priest's eyes widened in shock, his disbelief palpable. A panoramic view of a city at night, illuminated by countless lanterns hanging from traditional buildings, is shown. The scene is peaceful, yet the underlying tension remains. The priest, overcome with shame, confessed that he had not realized the dreadful situation his daughter had been in. He anxiously inquired about his daughter's well-being. The priest was relieved to hear that a thorough examination had revealed no injuries to his daughter. Furthermore, she had no memory of the events that transpired. The scene opens on a table set for tea. A bowl of delicate pink plum blossoms sits beside two steaming cups. A caption reads, "She's currently in the kitchen brewing Manhwa's specialty, plum blossom tea." A hand carefully adds the blossoms to a cup, preparing the infusion. The priest's daughter, dressed in modern attire, sits at the table, observing the tea. She reaches out and touches a petal, causing it to crumble into dust. A close-up on her face reveals a look of confusion and concern. She looks down at the teacup in her hand, a single word escapes her lips, "What?" The priest's daughter's plum blossom tea began to glow, the petals disintegrating into shimmering dust, rising in a gentle, ethereal cloud, surrounding her in a soft, pink haze. Her eyes widened in wonder and slight fear. Meanwhile, at Manhwa, the priest and Lee Mak-jin observed the aftermath from afar. Manhwa will pretend to be ignorant about this incident as well, the priest stated. Lee Mak-jin, his expression unreadable, responded, "The grace of the benefactor is something I will treasure and keep within my heart alone." A caption appeared against a backdrop of a night sky, two moons hanging in the heavens. "It's not shameful, bowing one's head for the safety of one's child. It isn't shame but a duty of a parent." Lee Mak-jin, his expression thoughtful, stood in the shadows of a building. He reflected on the priest's words, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a newfound understanding. The priest, his back to the viewer, stood on a balcony overlooking a sprawling cityscape at night. The scene emphasized his position of authority and responsibility. A close-up of the priest's profile revealed a contemplative expression, hinting at the weight of his unspoken burdens. Lee Mak-jin looked upward, his gaze distant and contemplative. He seemed changed by his recent experience. A simple caption read, "He seems different." Lee Mak-jin, still reeling from the priest's revelations, stared into the night sky, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the priest's power, a power so immense it felt almost unbearable. The priest, his face etched with worry, made a solemn promise to Lee Mak-jin. When dawn broke, they would part ways and forget each other. The priest's expression was one of profound weariness, a burden of responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders. Lee Mak-jin, his back turned, walked away, leaving the priest's temple behind. The weight of the priest's words settling upon him as he disappeared into the city's night. The priest, weary from his recent encounter with Lee Mak-jin, stood alone in the temple's dimly lit alleyway. He looked back towards the temple, a mixture of relief and uncertainty clouding his expression. Meanwhile, Lee Mak-jin, his mind preoccupied with the priest's words, appeared in his modern apartment, the city lights twinkling outside his large window. He sat on a stool, lost in thought, the quiet solitude a stark contrast to the temple's solemn atmosphere. Lee Mak-jin examined his arm, a subtle mark visible beneath his skin, a reminder of his recent ordeal. A lingering trace of the power he had wielded, now a quiet testament to his journey's end. Lee Mak-jin stood in a sleek, modern doorway, the cool blue light reflecting in his dark eyes. He hesitated, then quietly asked, "May I enter?" A woman's voice, dry and unimpressed, responded, "Isn't that a question you should ask before you open the door?" Slightly flustered, Lee Mak-jin explained, "It opened automatically. How do I close it?" He decided to step outside, leaving the door ajar, and sat on the rooftop with the woman, under a full moon. He asked, "By the way, why did you come to my room?" Lee Mak-jin returned to his modern apartment, where a woman with dark hair and striking red eyes sat casually, sipping from a large drink. She appeared unimpressed by his presence. Meanwhile, a question weighed heavily on his mind: what had happened to the Sichuan-Tang clan? The woman, seemingly noticing his pensive state, took another sip of her drink, her expression unchanged. She then revealed a grim truth: they simply fell. Total ruin. Everyone's dead except for me. The pair sat on the rooftop, overlooking the city lights below. She concluded her statement, adding, "But that question is a bit heavy, so I'll end my answer there." Lee Mak-jin, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity, was asked if he sought revenge. The woman, her expression unreadable, responded that while revenge was a worthless endeavor, she would assist him if he wished. Lee Mak-jin, questioning the apparent contradiction, wondered why she would help with something so worthless. The woman's reply was simple: his life held value. Lee Mak-jin and the woman sat together, a silent understanding passing between them. A distant view showed a large vessel flying over a city at night, the scene hinting at the scale of the destruction and the vastness of the world. The woman's eyes, sharp and intense, bore into Lee Mak-jin. She stated, "Because your life holds value." Continuing, she explained that he needed to finish his revenge in order to start a new life. Lee Mak-jin, however, appeared pensive and uncertain. He responded that while her sentiment was kind, it was difficult for him to accept. The weight of his past remained heavy on his heart. The woman acknowledged Lee Mak-jin's strength but asserted that they weren't close enough to share such a burden. Lee Mak-jin, resolute, declared, "I'll handle my affairs myself." Lost in thought, he reflected on his new world and the woman before him, the only connection to his past life he had found. Lee Mak-jin, despite the woman's offer, remained resolute in his pursuit of revenge. He declared that even if it meant resorting to past connections, however tenuous, he would settle the debt he owed the Tang family. His thoughts drifted to the past, to the only name he wished to preserve in his memory, Tang Chunwoo. Even then, despite his initial reluctance, Tang Chunwoo had insisted on calling him a friend. A debt of gratitude, a life debt, to a man of the Sichuan-Tang clan. Lee Mak-jin reflected on the immense time that had passed, 2,000 years, a debt too old to be inherited, a debt he felt justified in forgetting. The woman's words echoed in his mind: revenge is a blade that pierces its own heart, a relentless pursuit that uses any means necessary, regardless of the cost. Lee Mak-jin, wrestling with inner turmoil, resolved that if he could not prevent his own foolishness, he would at least become a blade for someone else. Meanwhile, a woman, unseen but ever present in his thoughts, casually drank from a bottle. As Lee Mak-jin and the woman stood on a rooftop under a double moon night, she urged him to consider his options. Lee Mak-jin, lost in thought, declared that there was one thing he needed. His expression was one of quiet determination. And the woman, reappearing, pleaded for his help in earning money. Lee Mok-jin found himself in a bleak, snow-covered landscape, the scene dominated by dilapidated buildings and a pervasive sense of poverty. Overhead, makeshift lanterns hung precariously from wires, casting a dim, feeble light on the scene. Lee Mok-jin and a woman arrived at the Rogue Market, a place where martial arts, people, and strange things are sold. But they found it deserted. Mok-jin questioned the lack of activity. And the woman explained that the rogues rarely move during the day to avoid accidental eye contact. Because once eye contact is made, conflict is unavoidable. Mok-jin pondered this. Learning that showing weakness in this market means certain death. The scene shifts to a wider view of the market, highlighting its dilapidated state. The woman explained a peculiar rule of the Rogue Market: its denizens only operate at night, avoiding any daylight contact, prompting Lee Mok-jin to question their daytime presence. She clarified that their meeting was necessary to connect with someone capable of moving during daylight hours. As they walked through the market, a sudden disturbance announced the arrival of uninvited guests. The ominous message, "They're here," foreshadowed the imminent confrontation. 3 figures emerged, their presence causing a stir. One of them was recognized as Tang Ser-young, whose unexpected appearance shocked the others. Lee Mok-jin observed the scene, his apprehension growing as Tang Ser-young and her companions arrived at the Rogue Market. The woman beside him looked on, surprised and concerned by the unexpected visitors. Tang Ser-young, defiant, challenged the market's established order. The woman explained the market's daytime restrictions, noting that Tang Ser-young's growth plates had closed 7 years prior. Another companion, Baek-se, commented on Tang Ser-young's temper, noting it worsened after her growth plates closed. Baek-se's words highlighted the close relationship between the two. Tang Ser-young, angered by the implication of closeness, vehemently denied it. The final companion explained that the conflict stemmed from a harmless prank. Baek-se, seemingly unconcerned, casually remarked that borrowing things between close friends is normal. She questioned Tang Ser-young about what happened after borrowing the item. Tang Ser-young, with a look of apprehension, responded that he had sold the item, a sword called Phantom Demon, a treasured heirloom from his family. The image showed a spaceship in the vast expanse of space, illustrating the scale of the transaction. Baek-se and Tang Ser-young stood together, the latter's expression still one of apprehension. Tang Ser-young's actions elicited a furious outburst from an unseen individual. "You sold it? Are you insane?" The unseen individual, revealed to have vibrant blue hair, reacted with intense shock and anger. Tang Ser-young, defiant, declared he would return something far more valuable than the Phantom Demon Sword manual, prompting disbelief from the onlookers. The woman in the crowd scoffed, insisting the manual was a top-tier ancient martial arts treasure, demanding he produce something even more valuable if he truly possessed it. Tang Ser-young, with Baek-se by his side, simply stated, "It's right here." Lee Mok-jin, witnessing the exchange, registered confusion and surprise at Tang Ser-young's cryptic response, while the woman with the blue hair reacted with shock and disbelief, questioning what he meant. The woman, her face a mask of disbelief, pressed her point, "Didn't you promise to help me make money?" Lee Mok-jin, his expression one of quiet observation, watched the scene unfold from a distance. A light dusting of snow fell around him. Baek-se, her gaze sharp and assessing, stood silently beside Tang Ser-young, seemingly amused by the unfolding events. The purple-haired girl, flanked by 2 associates, declared her intentions. "It's not because I trust you. It's to make sure I can kill you. I need my father's permission to kill you." The group proceeded down a dimly lit corridor. Meanwhile, one of the associates, a woman in red, mused to herself, "She's just talking nonsense. She actually likes me a lot." A young man with dark hair, part of the group, looked around their surroundings and questioned, "What's this place, anyway?" The woman in red responded, "It's the Triad's headquarters, one of the 4 factions that control Tortuga. That girl's father is the leader." The purple-haired girl continued walking, her back to the viewer. The young man with dark hair, seemingly apprehensive, questioned his purpose, stating, "Let's set that aside. I did come along to help you, But what exactly do I need to do? The woman in red responded curtly, easy. You just need to be sold for a high price. The camera angle shifted, revealing the imposing architecture of what the woman in red identified as the Triad's headquarters, a grand, dark hall with a circular, glowing skylight overhead. The scene then transitioned to reveal a figure seated on a throne, observing the approaching group. The purple-haired girl's father, the Triad leader, expressed his displeasure, muttering, "This is outrageous. I hoped I wouldn't have to see you again." The young man, the purple-haired girl, and the woman in red continued their approach toward the throne room, where the Triad leader, his face stern and unforgiving, declared, "The price is death." The purple-haired girl, a mischievous glint in her eye, addressed the woman in red. "See? I told you he'd die, didn't I?" The woman in red, her expression unreadable, responded calmly. "I didn't steal it, I just borrowed it, and I'm here to pay it back, sir." Their words reached the Triad leader, a stern, imposing figure. He scoffed, "Even if you've brought back the secret manual of the Phantom Sword Demon technique, that alone is not enough. Debts incur interest." He continued, his voice dripping with menace, "Don't worry, the interest is substantial." The purple-haired girl, impatient with the delay, threatened the young man. "Stop the tricks and just yield your neck. I'll make it quick and painless." However, the woman in red intervened, "Hold on. Let's hear her out." The young man, resigned to his fate, cried out one last time, "Dad." The purple-haired girl, impatient, rushed towards the Triad leader, seated upon his throne. Her movements swift and determined. The Triad leader warned her, "If you let that girl slip through your fingers again and spare her, I'll be really disappointed this time." The Triad leader sat upon his throne, his expression unreadable, surveying the scene from above. The young man, meanwhile, simply whispered, "You worry too much." The woman in red explained to the young man, "Time's called Phantom Sword Demon, you were still around the same time. I don't know if it was a martial artist from the same era as me, that was probably third rate." The young man with dark hair stood in a dimly lit chamber, his gaze lifted towards something unseen, a thoughtful expression on his face. The woman in red, vibrant and confident, gestured impatiently towards him, urging him to demonstrate his abilities. "Great, then, please show something," she stated. He tilted his head, a question forming in his eyes. "Show what?" he asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. The scene shifted to a wider view, revealing the young man standing before the Triad leader and the purple-haired girl. The woman in red clarified, "Martial arts, anything at all." The purple-haired girl interrupted, her voice sharp and demanding. "No, actually, show us the weakest one, it has to match the price." Her expression was one of intense focus, a hint of apprehension in her eyes as she awaited his response. The impatient purple-haired girl pressed the young man, "What are you waiting for? Show me the weakest, most unimpressive martial art you've mastered." He clenched his fist, readying himself to demonstrate, as the woman in red watched with calm insistence. The purple-haired girl watched with a questioning expression. The Triad leader observed the scene silently, his expression unreadable. The young man's fist connected with the woman in red's face, leaving her speechless and questioning, "What's this? Is this a move?" The young man with dark hair, a determined expression on his face, declared, "Supreme single motion fist strike. It's the first martial art I mastered when I was 1 year old." The purple-haired girl, unimpressed, responded, That one's too weak, maybe you can show something slightly more powerful." The woman in red and the Triad leader watched intently from a distance. The young man countered, "It's not weak. It's simple and straightforward, making it vulnerable in defense, but its offensive power is quite strong." The purple-haired girl insisted, "Then, please demonstrate it properly." The young man, slightly hesitant, commented, "Here. It's a bit cramped." The woman in red, eager to see the demonstration, quickly reassured him, "It's fine, isn't it?" "Sir." The Triad leader sat upon his throne, a figure of imposing authority in his crimson robes. The purple-haired girl and the woman in red stood before him, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The purple-haired girl's skepticism evident in her sharp question, "What kind of scheme are you trying to pull now? The triad leader, unfazed, calmly responded, "Try anything you like." His eyes, however, widened slightly, betraying a flicker of surprise or concern. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at an unexpected development. The triad leader remained seated on his throne, his expression unreadable, but a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. The scene opened on a large, circular object, seemingly emitting a faint light, dominating the center of a dimly lit chamber. A figure, cloaked and seated, observed it from afar. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the young man with dark hair stood, a faint aura of energy emanating from his clenched fist. The Korean characters above his hand indicated a surge of power. The purple-haired girl, the woman in red, and the young man with dark hair arrived at a grand, well-decorated location. Their expressions were a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The woman in red, seemingly struggling to maintain control, muttered to herself, revealing her difficulty in managing her abilities after a period of inactivity. The large, circular object from the beginning of the scene pulsed with light, its glow intensifying. The triad leader remained seated, observing the change. The group arrived at planet Tortuga, a world visible from space, showing signs of civilization in the form of scattered lights across its surface. A planet whose name was revealed to be Tortuga. The scene shifted to a grand, dark chamber where the triad leader sat before a large, mysterious object. The purple-haired girl and the young man with dark hair voiced their astonishment at the sight of the ancient martial artist, who had lived for over 2,000 years. Questioning the possibility of such longevity. The triad leader, a man of imposing presence, remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the mysterious object. The woman in red, meanwhile, was shown to have been locked away in an underground chamber in the Mount Tai star system. The triad leader, seated on his throne, dismissed the previous topic. "Anyway," he stated, "that's not the important part." The woman in red explained to the purple-haired girl and the young man with dark hair, "As you have seen earlier, his martial arts are incredible. There are so many types, and they're all ancient techniques. You could say he's like a living library of ancient martial arts. The important part is that he's very close with me. If I ask him nicely, he might recite a few usable ancient martial arts." The woman in red continued, her eyes gleaming with avarice. "If we turn those into secret manuals, they'll sell for a fortune, way beyond the level of the Phantom Sword Demon's secret manual." The triad leader listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The purple-haired girl, her expression one of intense curiosity, stood before a mysterious figure cloaked in shadow. A scene unfolding in a bustling, futuristic cityscape, where flying vehicles zipped between towering buildings. A hooded figure, their face obscured, stood amidst the urban chaos, seemingly lost in thought. Their gaze fixed on a shop front, a question forming in their mind: when does this shop open? A hooded figure, their face obscured by a mask and shadowed hood, is shown in profile. Their expression is unreadable, yet a subtle tension emanates from their posture. The figure approaches a young man seated at a table in what appears to be a small, dimly lit shop. The young man looks up, startled by the sudden presence. The hooded figure asks, "Are you talking to me?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. The figure continues, stating, "There's no one else here but you, right?" The camera pans to show a desolate, urban landscape, emphasizing the isolation of the scene. The hooded figure explains, "It's bothersome to forcibly drag out those hiding in the walls or underground just to ask." Their tone suggests a weariness with unnecessary conflict. Finally, the figure asks, "Are you picking a fight?" The question is a clear challenge, the tension escalating palpably. The hooded figure addressed the young man, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Relax, child, there's no need to fear me. Think of it like speaking to a deceased grandparent and answer comfortably." The young man, however, was far from reassured. His brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned, "Child? Grandparent?" The hooded figure's demeanor shifted. A glint of steel flashed as they drew a sword, their tone hardening. "So you are picking a fight?" With a burst of speed, the hooded figure lunged forward, their movements a blur of motion. The young man's eyes widened in alarm as the hooded figure's attack intensified, revealing a grim, masked face beneath the hood. Later, the young man sat calmly at a table, a katana resting before him. The hooded figure, now revealed to be an older man, watched from across the room. The hooded figure, his hand outstretched, reassured the young man, "Don't worry, I'll return it. Just answer my question, when?" He revealed the katana he held, a weapon seemingly at odds with the calm of the surrounding cafe. The hooded figure's true face was revealed, a skull-like mask concealing his features, and he declared, "You're dead." A green energy enveloped the young man as the hooded figure reached out, seemingly attempting to connect with him. The hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, confronted the young man, who sat calmly within a protective energy barrier. The barrier shimmered as the figure revealed his face, a skull-like mask concealing most of his features, save for one glowing, malevolent eye. He spoke, his voice a low growl. A graphic display showed the hooded figure's arm, shattered and broken, the word broken flashing across the screen. The young man's apprehension deepened. A cylindrical device, emitting a blue glow, ascended into the night sky, accompanied by a pained cry from the hooded figure. The young man watched, his expression unreadable. Later, a young girl with vibrant blue hair and an eye patch observed an old man preparing a bowl of steaming food for a young man. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the previous events. The young girl, having finished her meal, offered a humble apology, "I did my best, but it's my first time cooking." Meanwhile, the hooded figure, his face partially obscured by a skull mask, sat hunched over, nursing his injuries. The young man, seemingly unperturbed by the nearby injured figure, sat across from the girl, engrossed in his own bowl of noodles. He ate slowly, his expression thoughtful as he observed the girl and the injured man. The young girl approached the young man hesitantly, uttering a quiet, "Excuse me." A stray noodle clung to the girl's forehead, a comical detail against the backdrop of the tense scene. A young woman with vibrant blue hair, her face partially obscured by a soiled bandage, sat at a table. Noodles, or something resembling them, clung to her face and clothing. She spat, expressing her disgust. "Tui, tui. What kind of food is this? Even boiling dung water would taste better than this. Blah." Across from her, a young man with dark hair and a calm expression observed her reaction. He held chopsticks. The young woman, still covered in the strange substance, spoke again, this time apologetically. "Oh. I apologize about that. But why are you here?" The young man responded, his tone even. "My dad told me to bring you." He continued, his expression unchanging. "It's disrespectful to call the Supreme One so casually. If your father requests my presence, he should come directly." The young man, his expression thoughtful, let out a soft "hmm." He then calmly accepted the young girl's invitation, stating, "Very well, I will accept the invitation. Lead the way." The girl, before leading him away, added, "By the way." She inquired, "I heard you know all martial arts in the world, including the ancient ones. Is that true?" The young man responded confidently, something like that. "If something doesn't exist, I just create it." The girl, intrigued, pressed further, asking, "Then, is there perhaps a martial art that reopens the growth plates?" The young girl, her blue hair a stark contrast to her dark attire, shook her head, a single word escaping her lips, "No, there isn't." Following the exchange, the young man and girl walked away from the market area. Their steps echoing in the long, dimly lit corridor of a grand, ancient structure. The girl then posed a question to the young man. Could he create a martial art to reopen growth plates? The young man responded that such a feat was impossible. "Our bodies carry history, shaped by our parents and the legacy of all humanity. Going against this flow is forbidden." The young girl, her expression thoughtful, paused. A single ellipsis floated in a speech bubble above her head. The young man, seemingly unfazed by her silence, continued his explanation. He revealed the existence of a temporary martial art called body transformation technique capable of altering one's appearance and physique. He further elaborated on another skill, bone restructuring, which could affect the skeletal structure. The girl's eyes widened in sudden understanding, her gaze intense as she focused on the young man. She reacted swiftly, moving to confront him. She urgently pleaded, that one. That'll do. Please teach me. The girl's excitement was palpable as she eagerly anticipated the instruction. The young man, his expression skeptical, questioned the necessity of his involvement, voicing his doubt with a simple, "Why should I?" The young girl, her face partially obscured by a bandage, remained silent, her gaze fixed on something unseen. But her internal resolve was clear. The young man, seemingly reconsidering, muttered to himself, "Right, makes sense." He and the girl walked down a long, dimly lit corridor, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken anticipation. The girl, bowing her head, humbly awaited instruction. The young man, now seemingly resigned, offered, "I'll guide you." As they continued their journey, the young man, with a hint of sarcasm, described the task ahead: "Make a type of foot that's made of meat, long, and slightly curved at both ends." The young girl, her purple hair a striking contrast against the muted tones of the room, pondered aloud: "Meat, long, curved at both ends." A moment of silence hung in the air before she offered a tentative guess: "A hot dog?" Her expression was one of intense concentration as she considered the implications of her suggestion. The young man, seemingly unfazed by her unusual query, responded calmly, "Yes, that seems to be its name." "Can you make it?" Her eyes widened in excitement, and she exclaimed, "Of course." A mysterious man with a mark on his forehead watched them from afar, his expression unreadable. A young woman, dressed in crimson, stood with an air of quiet contemplation, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Her expression was one of pensive curiosity. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit stone chamber, a tall, imposing figure observed a younger man seated at a small table, casually enjoying a snack. The young woman from the previous scene now walked purposefully through a bustling marketplace, her movements deliberate and focused. A small, blue-haired figure, partially obscured by shadow, smiled serenely, a hint of mischief in their eyes. The young man from the stone chamber now happily munched on 2 corn dogs, ketchup dripping down his chin. Back in the stone chamber, the young woman addressed the imposing figure, introducing the young man as her master. The young woman's declaration hung in the air: she had just introduced the young man as her master. He, seemingly unconcerned, continued to eat his corn dog. Meanwhile, a mysterious man observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The young woman's gaze shifted upwards, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. The camera pulled back to reveal the 3 individuals, the young woman, the young man, and the mysterious observer, seated in a dimly lit chamber. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. The mysterious man, his face stern, addressed the young woman, his words carrying a weight of authority. The young man, oblivious to the unfolding drama, continued his meal, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of the situation. The mysterious man, his gaze intense, observed a large, dark circular object in the background. A statement of fact hanging heavy in the air: "I've seen it with my own eyes, so I can't deny it." In any case, he acknowledged the young woman's martial art as far more powerful than the phantom sword demon's technique. The mysterious man, seated in a grand hall, addressed the young woman and young man, inquiring, based on information from Ser Young, about the possibility of the young woman sharing her technique. The young woman, defiant, declared her intentions, stating, "I'm doing this because I want to." "Master." The mysterious man proposed a deal to the young woman: if she revealed the details of her martial arts technique, he would forget about the time she stole the secret manual of the phantom sword demon. However, even with the high interest added, the financial loss would still be significant, so he needed something extra to sweeten the deal. The young woman, defiant, considered his offer. The mysterious man's gaze was intense, unwavering. He suggested an internal energy drive as an additional item for the deal; even a used one would suffice if it functioned well. Rumors suggested that the young woman dealt in military-grade internal energy drives, so he expected her to have a decent one to spare. The mysterious man's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his features, as he processed the young woman's bold proposal. A core-level internal energy drive? The very idea seemed ludicrous to him. His disbelief manifested in a sharp, incredulous exclamation: "Are you insane?" The final panel shows the young woman silhouetted against a celebratory fireworks display, her expression unreadable. The year has ended, but the tension between her and the mysterious man remains. The mysterious man reacted with disbelief to the young woman's audacious proposal, exclaiming, "What nonsense! That can never be allowed. The core-level drive is a treasure among treasures." He elaborated, explaining that such a powerful artifact is encountered only once every 100 years, emphasizing its rarity and significance. Regardless of the power of any ancient martial arts, it remained absolutely irreplaceable. The young woman, undeterred, countered with a bold demand: 5 ancient martial arts. Her eyes glowed with determination as she made her final offer, her hand outstretched in a gesture of defiance. The young woman, confident and amused, addressed the mysterious man: "You can easily come up against 5 martial artists like the one you showed earlier, right?" The young man, observing the exchange, noted the mysterious man's dismissive reaction. The mysterious man thought, "Those basic martial arts are nothing. Even if there are 5 of them." The mysterious man's expression hardened as he looked upward, seemingly contemplating the young woman's challenge. His hands flew up, seemingly in disbelief or frustration, as he seemed to struggle with the implications of her words. The mysterious man then stated, "All the methods of use, forms of execution, and postures must be thoroughly recorded. It should be detailed enough for anyone to easily learn from. Only then does the product have value." The mysterious man, his expression unreadable, posed a question to the young woman: "Can you manage that?" The young woman, brimming with confidence, responded dismissively, "Easy. Go bring paper and a brush." The scene shifted to a dimly lit, imposing stone corridor, the air thick with anticipation. As the mysterious man looked down at the young woman, his gaze intense. Before she received a scroll detailing the core principle of the supreme single motion fist strike. The scroll provided a detailed explanation of the technique, including a crucial caution: the angle of the right knee must not exceed 90 degrees. An elderly man lay on the ground, a single, small wound marring his forehead. His eyes were wide with shock and confusion, his last thought a whispered question: "What is this?" The young woman, witnessing the scene, tilted her head, her expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment. She stood before a tall, imposing figure in red robes, a scroll resting on a low table between them. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Later, alone, the young woman reflected on the events, a sense of unease settling over her. "Somehow, it feels like a failure," she mused. A crude drawing, seemingly childlike in its simplicity, depicted a figure in a fighting stance. It was sketched on a circular surface, possibly a mirror or a similar reflective object. An older man, his face partially obscured by spectacles, peered intently at a small, round object, his expression one of intense scrutiny. The elderly man, his face etched with worry and pain, clutched his side. His expression suggested a recent, sharp injury. Meanwhile, a small, gnome-like figure meticulously examined ancient scrolls scattered across a large table. The scrolls depicted intricate diagrams and symbols. The gnome continued its careful work, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding it. Several figures, including the mysterious man and the young woman, observed from a distance. Later, in a dimly lit tavern, 2 individuals enjoyed corn dogs. One of them, a young man, expressed his disinterest in the scrolls, deeming them not even worth the cost of paper, all of them. A young woman, seemingly a martial arts practitioner, prepared a potion, muttering to herself, "They even said they are more like exercises than martial arts." A young man approached her, his expression serious. He stated, "Looks like we need to raise the level a bit. To the secret technique level. Can you do that?" Another young man, casually eating street food, offered his perspective: "Martial arts, once perfected, become the same, although the forms differ. It's not about ranking their level. Even if it's a secret technique, it's just a method of practice. In the end, when you reach the peak, it's all the same." Meanwhile, an elderly gnome-like figure meticulously examined ancient scrolls, his brow furrowed in concentration. He commented, "The martial arts I've handed over are all easy to learn, and the endpoint is the same. Therefore, they are far superior martial arts." A young man, observing from a distance, scoffed, "I know, but for products, the maker is important." "That's so. Just one to the secret technique level. Shaolin or Wodong styles are the product of the Heavenly Demon sect. It would be even better. The young man turned away, his thoughts clearly unconcerned with the scroll's contents. The young woman's eyes widened, her pupils dilating as she experienced a sudden surge of intense emotion. The mysterious man, standing within a grand hall supported by imposing pillars, declared that he could not pass on martial arts already under separate ownership. It violated the laws of the martial world. The young woman countered, acknowledging copyright issues but asserting that ancient martial arts are not bound by such laws. The mysterious man instructed her to change into martial attire in return, promising to teach her the reverse body transformation technique first. A gnome-like figure, seemingly startled, stared at two corn dogs. The young man, having seemingly changed his mind, swiftly departed through a large, imposing door. The young woman, her expression a mixture of apprehension and grim determination, thought to herself, "We're really doomed." The mysterious man, seated on a throne, unfurled an ancient scroll. He contemplated its contents, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then addressed the young woman, "Anyway, it's still ancient martial arts, right? 10 of them." The young woman stood before him, her back to the viewer, awaiting his instruction. The young woman, apprehensive yet expectant, questioned the sufficiency of her current abilities. "It won't be enough, I assume," she mused, her expression a mixture of doubt and determination. Meanwhile, the mysterious man, observing her from a distance, explained his reluctance to force his value upon others. "I'm not going to forcibly insist on their value, anyway. There are mistakes on both sides," he continued, revealing the unique nature of the martial arts he offered. It was martial arts that hadn't been heard of or seen. The elderly man, unseen until now, emphasized the unparalleled power of this ancient art. A strength one couldn't witness again in a lifetime. The young woman, her gaze lifted, seemed to contemplate the implications of this revelation. A voice, seemingly from the shadows, questioned the mysterious man's ability to persuade the young woman to aid the Triad Society. "Oh. Why does the mood seem? Can you truly move him? Can you persuade him to help the Triad Society?" The elderly man's eyes, sharp and assessing, narrowed as he observed the scene. The young woman, her confidence unwavering, declared, "Of course. Didn't you see? We can't live without each other. He won't even eat without me." Meanwhile, the mysterious man, seated regally, remained impassive, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The young woman, her expression shifting to one of eager anticipation, continued, "But of course, a core-level drive has to come along as a bonus." The mysterious man, with a subtle gesture, indicated his willingness to provide what she desired. A powerful energy surged forth, leaving the young woman awestruck and breathless. The young woman gazed upward, her expression awestruck. As a massive, cylindrical structure descended from the night sky, its metallic surface gleaming under the city lights. The elderly man and the mysterious man watched from below, their faces etched with anticipation. "How did you know we have a Coryi-level drive in our possession?" the young woman questioned, her voice laced with suspicion. The mysterious man responded, "Honestly, I didn't believe it at first, but the rumors became so overwhelming that I had to check." "Just as we feared. How can one cover an elephant with a cloth?" The mysterious man muttered, his gaze fixed on the young woman, a hint of concern in his eyes. The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You mean you really have it? My goodness." The mysterious man, standing tall within the ancient stone hall, continued his explanation. He revealed that the Core J-level drive was one of 3 legendary treasures of the martial world. But despite the rumors, no one had ever seen it in person. The elderly man observed the exchange silently from the shadows. The mysterious man clarified that the creation of such a device required not only advanced technology but also an enormous amount of resources, so much so that even grand sects would stake their fate on it. Further explaining that its development also required approval from the Central Plains Union, and the process had to be completely transparent. The young woman listened intently, her expression thoughtful. Finally, the mysterious man compared the Core J-level drive to the nuclear weapons of a bygone era, highlighting its immense destructive potential. The mysterious man explained that the Korje level drive was incredibly powerful. Developing it secretly would make one an enemy of the entire martial world. The young woman, intrigued, questioned how such a device was created. The mysterious man responded that they hadn't made it, it simply appeared. A dark chasm opened in the center of a large, dimly lit chamber, revealing a deep, ominous void. The mysterious man and the young woman stood before it, the man indicating that the Korje level drive was within. The young woman gazed into the darkness, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. The young woman stood in a dimly lit chamber, her back to the viewer, a sense of apprehension evident in her posture. Her gaze fixed on a large, circular opening in the floor, etched with ancient symbols. The intricate carvings hinting at a hidden depth below. A faint, ethereal glow emanating from within the depths. The glow intensified, revealing a spiraling tunnel leading further down. The tunnel's walls seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly energy, the destination unknown but undeniably powerful. A swirling vortex of teal energy filled the frame, its concentric circles suggesting immense depth and power. A glimpse of metallic armor emerged from the depths, the helmet's visor reflecting an ethereal glow. Then, a figure clad in worn, yellow-green robes and a full suit of armor, carrying a large sword, landed heavily on a crystalline surface. The young woman watching gasped, "Wait, rolled in? A soldier? Zweihander. What in the dark souls?" The soldier's face remained obscured by the helmet, but the ethereal glow intensified around him, highlighting the intricate details of his armor. A streak of teal light shot across the night sky, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. A distant cityscape, dusted with snow, was visible in the background, a stark contrast to the otherworldly scene. The scene opens with a panoramic view of a snow-covered city, the buildings densely packed together under a gray sky. A stark contrast to the bright teal energy streak that cuts across the frame, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The text below reads, "Winter, last year. An interstellar module escape pod crash-landed on Tortuga. The impact is shown, a large crater forming in the snow-covered ground as a shockwave radiates outwards, leaving behind a swirling vortex of teal energy. A teal energy vortex ripped through the fabric of reality. From its depths emerged a figure clad in shining, plate armor, seemingly injured and disoriented. Meanwhile, in a bustling city, two men observed the event from afar, one, powerfully built, the other, more subtly armed. The city itself was a towering testament to human ambition, a dense labyrinth of buildings piercing the sky. A chilling narration appeared, on that day, everyone who met him died. The final panel showed an elderly man, his face etched with a grim determination, his eyes reflecting a deep, unsettling knowledge. A snow-dusted cityscape, clothes hanging from lines strung between buildings, offered a glimpse into the daily lives of its inhabitants. The elderly man's grim expression reflected the gravity of the situation. It was only after hundreds of casualties that the true scale of the threat became clear. A teal vortex pulsed ominously, a harbinger of the overwhelmingly powerful master they could not possibly contend with. From the vortex emerged a soldier, his immense power stemming from a special internal energy drive. He knelt, seemingly exhausted. The young man, observing from afar, registered the soldier's arrival with a thoughtful frown. A second, similar vortex appeared, prompting the question, "Why here?" An elderly man, his face etched with worry, reflected on a recent event. "I don't know," he mused. "I don't even want to know. 1 year ago, he came here on his own, and settled there, just like that." He continued, his voice low and grave, "The clear fact is, that man is like a ticking time bomb." The potential for him to act impulsively was a concern, but a far greater issue was the allure of the power he possessed. The elderly man sat in quiet contemplation before a small fire, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a powerful soldier, his back to the viewer, stood before a mysterious woman, her presence radiating an aura of quiet strength. The rumors surrounding the mysterious man had spread far and wide, reaching the ears of every powerful entity in the land. A mysterious woman, clad in armored clothing and a medical mask, stands silhouetted against a fiery backdrop. Her long blonde hair flows behind her as she holds a sword at her side, the intensity of the scene emphasizing her powerful presence. The text above her declares that her arrival will cause a stir. An elderly man, dressed in traditional robes, stands at the edge of a large, dark chasm. A younger man, seemingly a subordinate, approaches him and informs him that he must retrieve the core-level drive. A close-up on a woman's intense, crimson eye revealed the arrival of Baek Se-hee, a striking woman in a form-fitting red and black bodysuit. She stood defiantly in a dimly lit chamber. Another woman, her back turned, walked towards her. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The second woman's attire suggested elegance, a stark contrast to Baek Se-hee's more practical outfit. Baek Se-hee addressed the other woman, her tone laced with impatience. Baek Se-hee, are you still upset? Why aren't you even saying hello? Baek Se-hee, imposing and impatient, arrived in a dimly lit stone corridor, her presence immediately commanding attention. She confronted a young woman in a red and black outfit, the younger woman seemingly surprised by her sudden appearance. The younger woman, startled, exclaimed, "How did you know it was me?" Baek Se-hee, her expression unreadable, simply replied, "Well." A close-up on Baek Se-hee's face revealed a calculating gaze, her one visible eye sharp and intense. She continued, explaining that despite the changes in the younger woman's appearance, even close friends could still recognize each other. Baek Se-hee confronted the young woman in a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with unspoken tension. Casually accusing her of recognition, noting that while she might have changed, the change was drastic. The young woman vehemently denied any significant alteration, claiming only that her body had grown suddenly, resulting in ill-fitting clothes. But Baek Se-hee countered, focusing not on the clothes themselves, but on the now evident curves of her figure. The young woman, realizing the implication, declared that if her growth plates had opened, this would be the result, confirming this as her true form. The scene ended with a wide shot of the imposing chamber, leaving the full implications of this revelation hanging in the air. The young woman, her eyes glowing intensely, silently accepted something, a thought perhaps, or an order. Accepted. Makes sense, she thought. She stood before another figure, small and cloaked, in a dimly lit stone chamber. The smaller figure, groaning, announced, "Ugh. I'm back." She continued, explaining, "I'm still a beginner, that's why. But once I reach the highest level, it'll last a week." The young woman, arms crossed, responded with a mixture of curiosity and appraisal, "Congratulations, but where's the old man? Your master." Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a hoodie looked up, seemingly observing the scene from a distance. The young woman, her expression resolute, relayed instructions to the young man. "It's simple," she stated, "go to the person in that hole, ask for the core-level drive, and bring it back." They peered down into a large, dark cylindrical shaft, a faint glow visible at its bottom. The young woman's instructions becoming more forceful. "If they refuse," she added, "use a little force." The young woman's gaze lingered on her own attire, a form-fitting bodysuit that accentuated her physique. She seemed confident and prepared for any challenge. Meanwhile, the young man, his face etched with concern, pondered the task ahead. He knew the item they sought was powerful, rumored to be infused with the energy of a 1,000-year-old fleeceflower root or a 10,000-year-old snow ginseng. The young woman's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The energy emanating from it felt ominous, she thought. It was as if the very essence of a dragon's inner core was seeping out. A potent, dangerous power. She warned the young man, explaining that if he were to absorb it recklessly, his soul might be consumed instead. In a dimly lit chamber, the young woman offered an alternative. If his goal was to cultivate internal energy, she proposed sharing her own. The young man, apprehensive, followed the young woman down a corridor. His expression a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. He was clearly weighing his options. The scene opens with a panoramic view of a futuristic cityscape at night, the towering buildings illuminated against a dark sky. A large, imposing vehicle sits in the foreground, its back to the viewer. The young man, his expression one of thoughtful hesitation, looks upward, seemingly lost in contemplation. The young woman, seated in a sleek, modern room, calmly explains, "Isn't wanting internal energy a way of saying you want to gain strength for revenge? So why refuse when I offer to share my internal energy?" The young man sits across from her at a table, his response firm, "No. I want to take revenge with my own strength." The young woman, unimpressed, retorts, "With only your current strength? Given the current situation, that seems a bit contradictory." The young man, seemingly unfazed by her assessment, simply states, "Please don't question it. Trying to logically interpret the captain's logic causes an overload even for my genius brain." The young man, comfortably reclined, played a handheld game console. His internal monologue revealed his thoughts on the young woman's previous offer of help. "When I offered to lend her money, she refused and went on to steal instead, saying it burdens her conscience less." The young woman, her expression a mixture of defiance and justification, retorted, "Stealing is something I worked for and obtained. Borrowing means you get it for free." Meanwhile, the young man, seemingly unfazed by her words, continued eating a hot dog. He offered a seemingly unrelated piece of advice: "Just have a hot dog. When you've given up trying to understand it, it strangely makes sense later on." The young woman, arms crossed, considered his words, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. She finally conceded, her voice soft, "Got it. If that's what you truly want, I'll let it be." As dawn broke, the young man, still eating, looked out at the city skyline, his expression unreadable. News of the Flame Heaven faction's acquisition of the 8-foot fighting ghost, Elena, spreads, causing a man in sunglasses to contemplate the implications. A seated figure observes that the scent has spread, prompting the Flame Heaven faction to consolidate their position before other factions intervene. Anticipating that the other factions will soon mobilize their highest-level masters. A nighttime street scene shows various individuals moving through the city. The man in sunglasses considers their next move. A seated figure, his face etched with contemplation, observed the unfolding events. He mused, "When there's a big fire, the best thing is to step aside and watch." Meanwhile, the man in sunglasses, his expression strategic, issued a series of directives. He ordered the lifting of restrictions on the forbidden zone where a powerful monster resided, and further decreed that all martial artists of the Triad Society were to retreat into seclusion, effective immediately. Elsewhere, a figure cloaked in shadow observed a bustling street scene from a distance. The scene was filled with the everyday life of the city, unaware of the momentous decisions being made in the shadows. A steaming cup of tea was brought before a powerful figure, his hand reaching out to take a sip. The man in sunglasses, his expression unreadable, observed the high monk calmly sipping tea. He remained silent, a subtle tension hanging in the air between them. The man in sunglasses' gaze was intense, unwavering. As words of the high monk, sharp and dismissive, cut through the silence, "What are you glaring at? Serving tea as an offering to a high monk in enlightenment is an unparalleled honor for lowly creatures like you." The high monk's words were a veiled threat. The man in sunglasses felt a surge of anger, but maintained his composure. As high monk continued, his voice cold, eyes down, "If you don't want to end up in hell, Amitba, you're dead." In a blur of motion, the high monk unleashed a devastating attack, a whirlwind of energy engulfing the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses, already under attack, braced himself as the high monk's assault intensified. A surge of raw power emanating from the monk's hand, aimed directly at the sunglasses man's chest. The energy crackling with an almost unbearable intensity as it connected, leaving the sunglasses man momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning realization. As words "no way could you be an Asura Buddha" escaped his lips, a testament to the overwhelming power he had just encountered. Meanwhile, unseen by the combatants, the cloaked figure observed from a distance, a subtle shift in their posture suggesting a change in their plans. The high monk, his true nature as an Asura Buddha revealed, chastised the man in sunglasses. "TSK. I warned you about going to hell beforehand. Amitba." The aftermath of the high monk's attack left the man in sunglasses and his companion stunned and reeling. A close-up on the high monk's eye revealed a crimson glow, hinting at his immense power. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit room, the seated figure and the cloaked figure observed the events unfolding, their expressions unreadable. The high monk, in a humble tone, declared his intention. This humble monk, seeks a precious teaching from the venerable bodhisattvas. He then issued a direct request: for those who can guide me to the Black Water faction ruling over the northern region of Tortuga, please raise your hands. Amit Ba. The man in sunglasses, still reeling from the high monk's attack, sat at a table with two cloaked figures. Their expressions were grim. As the high monk, his Azura Buddha nature radiating power, addressed them, he uttered a chilling threat: "You bastards, do you want to go to hell?" The cloaked figures reacted with alarm, raising their hands in a defensive posture. As the high monk's words hung heavy in the air, the scene shifted, revealing a vast, subterranean chamber. A gaping chasm dominated the center of the room, its depths shrouded in shadow. A faint, ethereal glow emanating from its bottom. The high monk's actions seemed to have opened a gateway to another realm. The high monk, his dark robes billowing, hurled the man in sunglasses into the chasm, sending him spiraling downwards, a red streak against the dark stone walls, the impact echoing as he crashed into the depths below. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, wielding a staff, watched from above. As a swirling vortex of energy opened beneath them, a gateway to another realm, its ethereal glow illuminating the chasm's dark depths. The high monk, his face obscured by shadow and wide-brimmed hat, stood silhouetted against a swirling vortex of dark energy. A faint glow emanating from his hands as he meditated. A display of internal energy levels appeared, reading Internal Energy Max 8.9 Cycle Quantum Drive. His gaze, though hidden, felt piercing, intense. The high monk's expression was unreadable. Suddenly, a figure clad in shining, silver armor appeared, seemingly materializing from the same energy that surrounded the high monk. The armor was etched with intricate designs. The high monk, his hand raised, commanded, "Hand it over." With a swift, precise movement, the high monk unleashed a powerful energy blast from his staff, striking the armored figure with blinding speed. The high monk's staff connected with the armored figure, sending the figure sprawling, revealing a glimpse of the figure's face before they disappeared in a flash of light. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood silently, their face obscured by a large, woven basket. Their hands, clasped together, held a string of dark beads. A golden beam of light pierced the cityscape, a celestial event witnessed by a crowd of onlookers, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. A moment ago, the Triad faction lifted all defenses that were guarding the monster. They also issued a stay-at-home order. The timing is terrible, right when the Flame Heaven faction has brought the 8-foot fighting ghost, Elena, and the Black Water faction has drawn in the Azura Buddha. The Triad faction is withdrawing their efforts instead? I can almost hear the scheming of Baek Mu-young, the leader of the Triad faction, from here. Mo-gyujun, the leader of the southern Tortuga region, relaxed in a luxurious bath, a cigar in hand. He pondered the recent events, wondering if the Triad's withdrawal from the main battle was a strategic maneuver. The cloaked figure, observing from afar, dismissed the idea of a simple retreat. No way, he thought, a starving man doesn't walk away from a banquet table. He surmised that the Triad was employing a cunning strategy, allowing the other factions to exhaust themselves before striking decisively. Mo-gyujun, contemplating the cloaked figure's assessment, considered the implications. Then, what should we do, he wondered. A subtle smile played on Mo-gyujun's lips as he sipped his tea. Lion, tiger, bear, wouldn't that be a perfect match, he mused, revealing his own calculated plan. Mo-gyujun, immersed in a bath, pondered a strategic question: wouldn't letting the other factions weaken themselves benefit the Triad faction? He dismissed the notion, stating that the world doesn't operate on sloppy calculations. If someone plans to create chaos and opportunity, we will give them even greater chaos in return. Mo-gyujun concluded that the resulting opportunity would then belong to them. He declared that their operation would commence at dawn. A wide shot revealed a massive chasm tearing through the city, a scene of devastation. A lone figure, a woman with long pink hair and a white outfit, stood at the edge of the crater, surveying the damage. She wore a mask, her expression unreadable as she contemplated the scene. A purple energy surge erupted from a cliffside, leaving a trail of shimmering light. revealing a towering skyscraper in the distance. The cloaked figure, impaled by a spear, fell to the ground. A data display appeared next to him, revealing his identity as Hwang Dakhun, a master of the divine spear, known for his profound heavenly swordplay. A woman in armor, her face partially obscured by a mask, observed the scene with intense focus. She confirmed that the fallen figure was indeed Hwang Dakhun, the boastful member of the piercing spear faction. News of Baek Mu-young spread among the factions. He is considered a prodigious talent, the next leader of his faction. However, the woman in armor observes the cloaked figure impaled on a spire, lifeless. Mo Gyujung, head bowed in prayer, seemingly unaware of the recent events. Is then questioned by the woman in armor, "Why are you here?" Mo Gyujung responds that since the offering table is set, Buddha should come. Mo Gyujung, observing the scene unfolding before him, muttered, "It's quite a feast, more than I expected." He continued his incantation, "I've been chanting diligently, and finally, good fortune has arrived, Amat Ba Buddha." The woman in armor, sensing Mo Gyujung's presence, warned him, "Don't interfere. If you don't want to die," her voice laced with a chilling threat. Unfazed, Mo Gyujung retorted, "Such an ignorant being. How dare you threaten a Buddha who has already attained nirvana with life and death? You don't even know what enlightenment is, do you?" The woman in armor, her power surging, prepared to attack. Mo Gyujung calmly raised a hand, interrupting her, hold on. Let's set the order first." The woman in armor, her face partially obscured by a mask, pondered aloud, "Order?" A narration reflecting on the cloaked figure's demise. Even though he was just a kid, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Yet, he was brought down with a single strike. Mo Gyujung, his head concealed within a woven basket, observed thoughtfully, "If we fight first, whoever wins will still be wounded." He continued his assessment, "But we can't just rush in alone either. Even if we manage to take the core-level drive from that monster, we'd have to be prepared for injuries, and then the remaining ones will easily finish us off." The woman in armor offered a pragmatic observation, "No matter how uneducated you are, and all you've done is fight, surely you've heard of the phrase reaping the rewards of others' effort, right? Amat Ba Buddha." Leading to her proposal, "So, let's team up and take down that monster first." Mo Gyujung scoffed, rejecting any notion of a partnership. "Don't give me that crap. I have no intention of teaming up with someone like you." He then warned the woman in armor, "Stay out of this, unless you want to die." The woman in armor, ignoring Mo Gyujung's warning, plummeted from the skyscraper. Her descent a blur of motion against the city backdrop. As she fell towards the ground below, Mo Gyujung, observing her fall, muttered to himself, truly ignorant, she can't even do simple math." The woman in armor, ignoring Mo Gyujung's chilling proposition, stood on the precipice of a skyscraper. Her resolve hardened, her gaze fixed on the dizzying drop below. She prepared to take the fatal plunge. Her body tensed, ready to defy gravity. A moment of silent contemplation before the inevitable fall. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, previously seen, is now shown to be deceased. The cause of death is not immediately apparent. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, walked down a dark corridor, following a woman in armor who moved with a strange grace. He seemed apprehensive, his gaze fixed on her. The scene shifted to a stark warning, "That person is. This time, make sure you remember it for sure." A woman with long, flowing hair knelt before an older, seated figure. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension. The older figure spoke, their words a chilling command, "If you ever face that person, don't even lift your head." Their warning escalated, laced with a threat, "If you fail to obey me again, I will cut off our blood ties. Swear it." The woman in armor stood silently, her face obscured by a mask, her expression unreadable. A young man, seemingly recovered from his injuries, emerged from a swirling vortex of energy. His breathing steady, a testament to his complete healing. The woman's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise beneath her mask. Another young man appeared, casually remarking, "Good timing. I had some questions, and I needed someone to answer them." The woman in armor's gaze sharpened, her expression now one of intense focus. The woman in armor gasped for air, struggling against an unseen force. Why is this happening? I can't breathe, she choked out. Her eyes widened in terror as she clutched at her chest. Meanwhile, Baek Mu-young observed her with a concerned expression, his internal monologue questioning the unusual distribution of her internal energy. Why is this person's internal energy not concentrated in his dantian but spread throughout his entire body? A close-up on the woman's eye revealed a strange, glowing symbol. Baek Mu-young pondered the situation, concluding that the cause might be a lack of a functioning system capable of running the core-level drive. The reason might be the lack of a functioning system capable of running the core-level drive. It's called inner demon possession. Baek Mu-young, observing the woman in armor, declared that her condition was unlike typical inner demon possession. There were no signs of corrupted desires. He noted the absence of any trace of desire, describing the afflicted as if they were an empty, blank sheet of paper. A warning cry of "be careful" echoed as the woman's condition worsened. The woman in armor, her body racked with an unnatural energy, began to fall. A surge of energy erupted from her back, a powerful, uncontrolled force. Mo Gyu-jung watched from a distance as the woman was pulled into a vortex of swirling, ethereal energy. A close-up on Mo Gyu-jung's eye, reflecting the ethereal glow of the energy vortex. Mo Gyu-jung stood before the vortex, a swirling mass of turquoise energy that had just consumed the woman in armor. The intensity of the energy causing the air to crackle with power. His eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and fascination, reflected the otherworldly light emanating from the vortex. The energy pulsed, radiating outward in waves, as Mo Gyu-jung watched, seemingly mesmerized. A woman in white armor, her features obscured by a mask, stood poised with a staff, ready for action. Mo Gyu-jung stared, awestruck, at the energy vortex. The sheer power was described as equivalent to a core-level nuclear explosion. But he noted that the woman in armor was somehow suppressing that immense energy with her bare body. The energy continued to surge around her, threatening to consume her completely. As the energy intensified, the woman in armor's form began to disintegrate, leaving only a faint glow. Mo Gyu-jung, still mesmerized, watched as the energy subsided, leaving behind only a lingering question: who is she? The lingering energy swirled around her, a faint echo of the immense power she had contained. Mo Gyu-jung stood before a mirror, his reflection staring back. He wore a dark robe with a red circle emblem. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his hand gently resting on his chin. A subtle hint of apprehension in his eyes. He seemed to be weighing something important. A faint purple energy swirled around him, emanating from within. The energy intensified, causing the room to shimmer with an ethereal glow. The scene shifted to a grand hall, now filled with the same purple energy. The woman, her face partially obscured by an eye patch, stood before a mirror, admiring her reflection. She wore a form-fitting dark dress that accentuated her figure. A confident smirk playing on her lips as she mused aloud, "How do I look? This is the real me. The fully grown version of myself." A framed photograph sat on a desk, depicting two young children, a boy and a girl, engaged in a playful outdoor activity. The girl, with long dark hair, held a butterfly net. The image a poignant reminder of a simpler time. The woman in the dark dress returned to the desk, her expression shifting to one of pensive contemplation as she picked up a small, ornate box. "Where did you go?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The woman in armor held a photograph, her gaze softening as she studied the image of two children playing in a sun-dappled field. One, a boy with a butterfly net, and the other, a girl with bright blue hair, both wore straw hats. A closer look revealed the boy's clumsy attempt to catch butterflies, his expression a mixture of concentration and playful mischief. While the girl, seemingly more patient, watched with a gentle smile. A few bubbles floated near the boy, suggesting a moment of lightheartedness. Lost in the memory, the woman in armor whispered a wish, a silent hope for a reunion. "I hope you'll come back soon. I've even transformed like this, but there's no one here to see it." A young man, carrying a helmet, stood before a figure seated on the ground, a sword resting beside them. The scene was bathed in an ethereal, swirling blue light. The air thick with unspoken emotion. The seated figure appeared to be drawing something in the glowing dust, their face partially obscured by the light. The young man's expression was one of quiet contemplation. The young man's gaze was intense, focused on the helmet in his hands. A faint blue glow emanated from within the helmet. Baek Mu-young observed the glowing figure, muttering to himself, "The eyes are said to be the gateways to the soul, why are yours so empty?" A woman in armor, seemingly assessing the situation, reported, "No brainwaves are being detected. The drive overload seems to have melted his brain." She continued, concluding, "He's no longer a living person. Only pure instincts remain." The image showed the figure's body consumed by a strange, blue energy. Baek Mu-young, however, noticed something, and thought, if the instincts are alive, then the memories dominating those instincts must still exist, which means his life isn't over yet. He then stated, "It's lodged deep inside the heart. It has to be torn out." The woman in armor observed the unconscious cloaked figure, a worried expression etched onto her face. She voiced her concern, murmuring, "Won't that kill him? Isn't there any other way?" Baek Mu-young, his gaze fixed on the figure, shook his head slightly. The scene shifted to reveal the cavernous space where they stood, the glowing figure emanating an ethereal blue light. The woman in armor stood at a distance, observing the pair. Baek Mu-young's face was a mask of grim determination. He looked down at the cloaked figure, his expression hardening as he stated, "Child, there's no way to save you." With a heavy heart, Baek Mu-young gently placed a hand on the figure's head, a silent acceptance of the grim reality. Baek Mu-young offered the cloaked figure a final opportunity to speak, stating, however, "If you have any final words, I'll listen." The woman in armor watched with growing apprehension as the cloaked figure's condition worsened, a surge of blue energy emanating from within. Baek Mu-young, despite his outward resignation, felt a flicker of urgency. He urged the cloaked figure to focus. "It may be dark and blocked, but dig deeper." A guttural sound escaped the cloaked figure's lips as the blue energy intensified, revealing cracks forming across their face. The cloaked figure seemed to be struggling against some unseen force, a cryptic message appearing, "The more precious the memory, the deeper it is buried. Keep going until you see it." Veins pulsed with blue light beneath the cloaked figure's skin as they strained against the internal pressure. The woman in armor watched with growing apprehension. As dark, vein-like lines spread across the cloaked figure's hand, pulsing with an unnatural energy. The cloaked figure, his face marred by wounds, clutched a welding mask, his body racked with the strain of some unseen force. Baek Mu-young, her expression grave, observed the cloaked figure's distress. Then, with a mixture of urgency and concern, she asked, "Have you found it?" Baek Mu-young's worried gaze lingered on the cloaked figure, her concern palpable. A close-up reveals a striking green eye, its depths swirling with an inner light, hinting at a powerful energy within. A young girl with vibrant blue hair, wearing a straw hat and simple dress, successfully catches a blue butterfly in her net. Her companion, a smaller child, watches with interest. The blue butterfly, freed from the net, flits away into the sunny sky, leaving the two children to watch its flight. From a distance, the two children are shown playing in a vast, sun-drenched meadow, their figures small against the expansive landscape. A sense of peace and tranquility pervades the scene. A young girl with blue hair, wearing a straw hat and a light dress, chased a butterfly across a grassy hill. Her companion, a young boy with glasses and a backpack, followed closely behind, observing her enthusiastic pursuit. The girl's determination was evident as she navigated the uneven terrain. A vibrant blue butterfly rested on a slender branch, its wings catching the sunlight. The girl, using a butterfly net, carefully approached the delicate creature. She gently caught the butterfly, her eyes filled with wonder. A young girl with vibrant blue hair joyfully exclaimed, "I caught it," as she held a butterfly in her net. A man, seemingly her guardian, watched with a smile. The girl's expression shifted, a hint of apprehension in her eyes as she examined the butterfly more closely. The man gently prompted, "Let it go." Releasing the butterfly, the girl tilted her head, a puzzled expression crossing her face as she questioned, "Huh? Why?" With a huff, the girl declared, "Who asked for help? I could have managed it myself." She turned away, her blue hair flowing, a bamboo staff resting on her shoulder, her back to the viewer. The young girl with blue hair, her expression a mixture of slight annoyance and contemplation, is shown in close-up. The girl and a man walk along a verdant hillside, the vast expanse of nature stretching before them. The man, concerned, asks, "Why are you upset? If I did something wrong, tell me. I'll fix it." The girl, her face partially obscured, remains silent, her blue hair flowing in the gentle breeze. He offers again, "Are your feet hurting? Want a piggyback ride?" This elicits an outburst from the girl, "Do you think I'm a kid? Do I still look like a child to you? Just because you're tall, does that mean you're an adult, and short means a child?" The young woman with blue hair vehemently rejected the boy's offer of assistance, asserting, "I'm 20 years old. I'm a lady. It's just that my growth plates open late. I'm not a child." The boy, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern, stared after her. From the young woman's perspective, she declared, "From now on, don't come looking for me. I won't meet you until my growth plates open." The boy's expression remained one of concern as he watched her leave. The blue-haired young woman walked away, her back turned, a determined stride in her step. The young boy, his expression one of deep concern, peered from behind a large, imposing structure. His eyes, wide with worry, were fixed on something unseen. He watched as a cloaked figure, radiating an ethereal glow, knelt before the young girl with blue hair. The scene was bathed in an otherworldly light. A swirling vortex of energy surrounded them, obscuring the details of their interaction. The young girl's eyes, visible through her glasses, reflected the intense energy, her gaze unwavering and resolute. A strange power seemed to emanate from her. A reflection of a helmet, gleaming in her eyes, hinted at a hidden strength and determination. A strange sound escaped the cloaked figure, a guttural ha, ha, ah, indicating exertion or pain. A close-up on a dented, metallic helmet, its surface reflecting a dim light, reveals a scene of devastation. A lone, bald knight sits amidst the carnage, his yellow robes stained crimson. A large sword rests beside him, and a small wooden chest sits nearby. The knight, his face etched with exhaustion and pain, is approached by a young man carrying a sword. The young man's expression is one of concern. "You're alive." The young man gasps, his voice filled with relief. The knight, his face streaked with blood, nods weakly. "Yes, but all the other knights are gone," the knight replies, his voice barely a whisper. The image shows a wide shot of a desolate battlefield, littered with fallen knights and enemy soldiers. "It's all right. The enemy was wiped out too." The knight coughs, his body racked with pain, before collapsing. A young boy discovered a severely injured knight, barely alive, amidst the aftermath of a brutal battle. He cried out, "Commander!" The knight, his face marred by wounds, weakly responded, "Don't call me commander anymore." The boy, bewildered by the scene, questioned the knight's survival, considering the complete annihilation of the Star Knights Order. The entire Star Knights Order was wiped out, so how could their leader remain? He continued, expressing his disbelief at the knight's seemingly unscathed condition after such a fierce battle. "Still, after such a fierce battle, how are you unscathed?" The boy's gaze was filled with concern as he observed the knight's condition. Suspicion clouded the boy's mind as he finally voiced his suspicion. "Were you hiding?" The young boy, his brow furrowed in concern, questioned the injured knight. He simply replied, "Yes." The boy pressed further, expressing his confusion. "I don't understand," he stated, his voice laced with worry. The knight, his face streaked with blood, explained, "In the 6 years since accepting you into the knights, never once have I seen you hesitate in battle." He continued, his voice heavy with unspoken pain, "You fought up front as if you had 10 lives, why hold back this time?" The boy's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. The knight's gaze dropped, his expression one of profound weariness and regret. The severely injured knight, his armor stained crimson, sat slumped against a rock, a bloodied helmet resting beside him. His hand resting on a small, ornate wooden box. The young boy, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, questioned him, "Do you also desire this item?" The knight, his voice strained, replied, "It's essential, for someone." The boy and the knight sat facing each other, the weight of unspoken understanding heavy in the air. The knight's profile, etched with the pain of his injuries and the burden of his secret, was visible. The boy, his gaze fixed on the knight, finally understood the depth of the knight's hesitation in battle. He stated, "You fool. The core level drive is beyond your ability to handle." The text in the panel explained that only a select few transcendents could wield the item, and even the speaker hadn't dared to covet it. Further clarifying that the item was of no use to the commander, as he was already tall enough. A close-up on a young man with glasses, his expression one of concern. A bloodied figure, presumably the knight, was shown from the side, his face partially obscured. The young man explained that he'd heard the core-level drive rearranges all the genes, including the growth nervous system, adding that it was an item he desperately needed. Sir André Skolt, the 126th successor to the Star Knight's order, declared his intentions. He was tasked with delivering an item and threatened to kill anyone who interfered. He warned those who didn't wish to die to step aside. The young boy, determined to stop the knight, approached him. The knight, already wounded, raised his sword defensively. The boy called out to him, addressing him as commander. With a final surge of strength, the knight lunged forward, but the boy's intervention proved successful. The knight fell, defeated, his mission thwarted, accepting his fate. A blinding flash of light erupted as the young boy's attack connected with the knight. The intense energy leaving the knight's armor scorched and broken, revealing the boy's eyes glowing with an unnatural light, his face etched with strain as the power surged through him. The boy's body bore the marks of the immense power he wielded, a testament to the cost of his victory. The young boy, exhausted but victorious from his battle with the knight, coughed, a guttural sound escaping his lips as a surge of blue energy erupted from within him. The energy coursing through his veins, causing visible cracks to appear on his skin. His eyes widened in shock and pain. A voice, seemingly from within, urged him to take control. "Get a hold of yourself. A demon has taken root in your heart. You have to suppress it." The boy, struggling against the overwhelming power, roared in agony as the blue energy intensified, transforming into a fiery red. A young woman with long, white hair, partially obscured by a mask, gazes upward, her expression unreadable. A beam of intense, cyan energy erupts from the ground below, creating a massive crater in the heart of a sprawling city. The energy continues to surge upwards, piercing the night sky. The beam expands, reaching an immense height, its power visible even from a great distance. A cloaked figure, their face hidden, observes the spectacle from a rooftop, their arms crossed, seemingly unfazed. The energy beam retracts, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles that dissipate into the night. A powerful surge of energy erupted from a point deep within the city, a blinding flash of light emanating from a chasm that opened in the urban landscape. The cloaked figure, observing from a rooftop, felt the tremor of the energy surge. A wave of energy that spread across the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The young girl with blue hair, also witnessing the event from afar, felt a sense of unease. A sudden, powerful energy surge caused a shockwave that sent the young girl flying back. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, watched as the energy subsided, a mysterious figure with a basket on their head appearing on a nearby rooftop. Two steaming bowls of noodles sat on a table, the aroma thick in the air. The blue-haired young girl, Robert, gazed at them with wonder. "Wow! How long has it been since we ate out?" "I'm getting emotional," he thought, a wistful smile gracing his lips. He picked up his chopsticks, savoring the moment. The young girl beside him added, "Savor it slowly. I sold 2 air filters to buy that." A small, cloaked figure, sipping a pink drink, observed them with a detached expression. "Anyway, I wonder when will humans ever fix their addiction to luxury," she mused. The young girl, defending herself, exclaimed, "I'm not leeching. Robert is eating the jampong he likes." I originally liked Jajangmyeon. Suddenly, a brilliant, multicolored energy surge erupted in the distance, a powerful wave of light and energy that seemed to shake the very ground they stood on. The aftermath of a meal was evident. A spilled bowl of noodles lay on the table, the orange sauce splattered across the surface. Three figures sat around the table, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. The young girl with blue hair, the young boy, and Robert seemed to have witnessed something extraordinary. A distant landscape unfolded, a path leading towards a city skyline under a twilight sky. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to what was about to happen. A powerful beam of blue energy erupted from the ground, a violent surge that shook the very earth. The energy's impact was devastating, leaving a crater in its wake. A cloaked figure, observing from a distance, noted the intensity of the event. The young girl with blue hair, her face contorted in pain, seemed to be the source of the energy surge. A low growl escaped her lips, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr too late. You have to fight the demon in your heart who's trying to devour your soul until the end. Even if you die, you must die as a human. A surge of immense energy erupted from the young girl with blue hair, a powerful, uncontrolled force that sent shockwaves through the air. Kra, she cried out as the energy manifested in a blinding flash. The energy continued to surge, engulfing her in a radiant, yet dangerous aura. The young boy and Robert watched in stunned silence, as the girl's body was consumed by the light. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure observed the scene from a distance, their expression unreadable. The energy surge seemed to be affecting the surrounding area, causing visible cracks in the ground. The intensity of the energy reached its peak, creating a massive shockwave that sent debris flying. The force of the blast was immense. The cloaked figure was caught in the blast, sent flying backward by the sheer power of the energy surge. The young girl's uncontrolled power had unleashed a devastating force. The young boy watched, eyes wide with concern, as a surge of uncontrolled energy erupted from the girl with blue hair. The raw power manifesting as a torrent of blue flames that engulfed her. Robert and the cloaked figure, also caught in the energy's wake, braced themselves against the intense pressure. A deafening crack echoing as the energy intensified, causing the cloaked figure to cry out in pain. The chaotic energy spiraled outwards, creating a vortex of blue light. Finally subsiding, leaving behind a glowing, open chest, radiating a faint blue luminescence. Robert, gravely injured and bleeding, pleaded with the young girl, "Stop it. Warim." He continued, despite his weakened state, "I'm not blaming you." Robert explained, "I understood there was a bigger reason for you to abandon the oath of knighthood and sell your soul to the demon, because that's who you are, that's why I thought of you as my son." His voice strained. Robert begged, "So I beg you, let go of that item, abandon it and leave." He warned, "If you try to wield it, that item will devour your soul. And if you try to keep it with you, the entire world will hunt you down to snatch that item from you. Whatever choice you make, it will only lead you to destruction." Robert, despite his injuries, resolved to deliver the artifact, even if it meant making a Faustian bargain. He understood the risks. A surge of energy erupted from the artifact as the girl interacted with it. The power overwhelmed him, causing a violent reaction. A wave of energy washed over him, leaving him incapacitated. The young boy watched in horror as the energy surge subsided, leaving Robert injured and the girl seemingly empowered, but conflicted. The artifact's power was immense, and its effects unpredictable. The girl, now possessing the artifact's power, fled the scene. Robert, attempting to deliver the artifact, was overwhelmed by its power. A surge of energy erupted from the object, throwing him violently to the ground. The force of the blast radiating outwards in a blinding flash of light and color. The young girl with blue hair, having unleashed the surge, looked on from a distance, her expression unreadable. She had escaped the immediate blast, but the power she wielded was clearly immense and unstable. From her vantage point, she gazed out over a sprawling cityscape, the rising sun casting a warm glow on the horizon. The event had clearly left her shaken, but also strangely empowered. The girl with blue hair, still reeling from the surge of power she unleashed, propelled herself through the air, her spear trailing behind her, landing heavily on the beach below. She staggered, the exertion evident in her strained posture, and continued her flight, leaving behind a trail of shimmering energy that faded into the purple twilight. Meanwhile, Robert lay injured on the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh, gore, kgh. The young boy, having witnessed the events from a distance, approached cautiously, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. He looked down at Robert, his voice laced with uncertainty. You said it was embedded in his heart. A woman in white armor, her face partially obscured, stood before a shadowy figure. She affirmed, yes. The young boy, his expression grave, contemplated the situation. He thought, then, to remove it, I'd have to extract the heart. The woman in white explained, using this specialized drive extraction tool, we can remove it without contamination. The woman activated the device, it unfolded mechanical arms. She stated, I can do it for you. The shadowy figure, however, rejected the offer. He declared, no, this is an act that involves taking someone's life. He continued, his voice low and resolute, things that are etched into the heart must be done personally. A shadowy figure, their hand glowing with an ominous orange light, loomed over the scene. Observing the woman in white armor kneeling beside a fallen figure, shrouded in white cloth, the figure's words echoed, as this too is karma. The shadowy figure continued, their voice soft yet chilling, child, just close your eyes and rest peacefully. Their hand gently touched the fallen figure, a soft, golden light emanating from their touch. The young girl with blue hair, her face bloodied and eyes wide with shock, watched from a distance, a guttural sound escaping her lips, cruff. The young woman with dark hair, clad in a striking red and black bodysuit, stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. As the woman in white armor, her back turned, stood silently, a katana strapped to her back. Her gaze fixed on something unseen, a profound sadness etched on her face. The young woman's eyes darted upwards. As a shadowy figure emerged from a large, metallic object, cradling a small, lifeless form. The figure then asked the young woman, do you know this child? The young woman's eyes, now glowing with an unnatural red light, narrowed in determination, her expression hardening as she stared intensely at the figure. The weight of the situation settled upon her. The young girl with blue hair, her eyes now glowing with an eerie red light, stood before a towering figure. She was clearly still reeling from the trauma she had just witnessed. Her face partially obscured by a dark eye patch, highlighting the intensity of her gaze. The weight of the recent death settled heavily upon her. From a distance, the woman in white armor observed the scene, her expression one of profound sorrow. The shadowy figure, holding the deceased child, remained calm, seemingly unmoved by the girl's grief. A young man, clad in yellow and bearing several bullet wounds, lay slumped against a stone structure. Blood stained his clothing. The young girl with blue hair stood before a shadowy figure, her eyes glowing with an intense red light. A stark contrast to the somber mood of the scene. The girl's gaze was fixed on the figure, her determination unwavering. The young girl with blue hair, the shadowy figure, a woman in white armor, and another man stood over the body of the deceased young man. The scene was heavy with grief and unspoken accusations. The woman in white armor reflected on the changes in Sahi after Warren's disappearance, noting that she had become clumsier and more prone to smiling, though the woman perceived this smile as a mask for hidden sorrow. Meanwhile, the young girl with blue hair, her eyes glowing red with anger, observed the scene with a mixture of grief and fury. The girl's gaze fell upon the shadowy figure, who remained calm and observant, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of her emotions. Nearby, a man in black and a woman in white armor mourned the loss, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. The blue-haired girl, her voice trembling with barely contained rage, confronted the shadowy figure, demanding an explanation for their actions. The shadowy figure, their eyes glowing faintly, responded with a chilling statement, revealing a long separation and a lack of recognition. The young girl with blue hair stood before the shadowy figure, who sat slumped against a rock, his expression one of defeat. She demanded that he look at her, insisting that he couldn't have forgotten her, and pleaded with him to say her name. Meanwhile, the woman in white armor observed from a distance, her thoughts revealing her belief that his brain had been irreparably damaged, making any memory retrieval impossible. The shadowy figure, wounded and clearly in pain, let out a low growl. A guttural sound that spoke volumes of his suffering. The girl continued to press him, her small form radiating an unwavering determination as she stood before the broken man. The woman in white armor observed the scene with a mournful expression, her eyes conveying doubt and sorrow. The young girl with blue hair, despite her concern, showed a determined gaze, her eyes reflecting a persistent hope. The shadowy figure, wounded and possibly amnesiac, reached out a hand, his movements slow and weak. As the blue-haired girl cautiously approached, extending her hand in response. But the woman in red intervened, warning that contaminated radioactive energy was leaking from the shadowy figure's body. Despite the danger, the blue-haired girl's resolve remained unshaken. She whispered, "But he's still Warim. He's still my Warim." The woman in red watched with a mixture of apprehension and concern, her eyes fixated on the young girl with blue hair. A silent plea formed in her gaze. As the girl, despite the warnings, approached the shadowy figure. The girl's determination was palpable, yet a flicker of worry crossed her features as she neared the contaminated area. The shadowy figure, weakened and possibly amnesiac, remained seated, his hand outstretched in a gesture that seemed both desperate and uncertain. A silent plea mirroring the woman in red's silent concern. The woman in red's warning echoed in the air, "Even so, don't do it." The young girl, however, remained resolute, her gaze unwavering as she continued her approach. Her determination seemed to outweigh her apprehension. The shadowy figure, seemingly unaware of the danger, or perhaps resigned to it, remained in his position, his hand still outstretched, a silent invitation or perhaps a desperate plea for help. The shadowy figure's immense hand loomed over the young girl, blue hair, who looked up at him with a mixture of determination and apprehension. A faint whisper escaped his lips, "Goodbye, go Warim." Meanwhile, the woman in white armor, observing the scene from a distance, declared resolutely, "We have to stop them." A figure, presumably the man who warned the girl earlier, turned his back, seemingly contemplating the unfolding events. The shadowy figure and the young girl reached out to each other, their hands meeting in a burst of purple energy. A powerful surge of energy pulsed between them, culminating in a forceful clash of fists. The young girl with blue hair, her face partially obscured by a bandage, reached out a trembling hand, whispering, "Woo! Warim!" From the depths of a crater, a shadowy figure emerged, groaning in pain. He weakly urged, "Ugh, step back." Observing from a distance, the woman in white armor and a young man with dark hair watched the scene unfold with intense focus. The ground trembled as the shadowy figure's energy surged, causing a small tremor. The blue-haired girl stumbled back, narrowly avoiding a falling rock. A yellow banner with a swastika-like symbol was flung into the air, indicating the presence of a larger conflict. Surrounded by numerous spears jutting from the ground, the shadowy figure and the blue-haired girl huddled together, their fates uncertain. A powerful energy surge erupted, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Leaving the young man, dark hair, the woman in red, and the woman in white armor stunned by the sudden event. "What happened?" the woman in red exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. The woman in red, still reeling from the blast, looked up in disbelief. The woman in white armor, ever vigilant, observed the aftermath, recognizing the energy signature. "A barrier," she muttered, her gaze sharp and focused. The young man, dark hair, reacting instinctively, launched himself away from the epicenter of the blast, shouting, "Get lost!" The energy surge continued to expand, forming a massive, protective barrier that shielded the area from further harm. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the ground, sending cracked spider webbing across the earth, leaving behind a smoking crater and a lingering, unsettling aura. The air crackled with residual energy. The woman in red, eyes wide with shock, stared at the scene, her expression a mixture of awe and fear. While the woman in white armor maintained a watchful stance, her gaze assessing the aftermath of the energy blast. A piece of parchment, scorched and glowing with an eerie green flame, lay in the center of the crater. Ancient, indecipherable symbols were visible on its surface. The young man with dark hair, his back turned, muttered to himself, "Is there anyone around here who has inherited the martial arts of Shaolin? It must be a master close to the transcendence realm." The woman in white armor, her face partially obscured by a mask, stood vigilant, her gaze sharp and assessing. A surge of green energy erupted within a large, industrial warehouse, its source seemingly emanating from a cloaked figure. The energy took the form of a blooming lotus flower, its petals ablaze with emerald flames. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, their face obscured by a woven basket, stood silently. Their presence radiated an unsettling stillness. Two luminous lotus blossoms bloomed at their feet, their vibrant purple petals glowing softly. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed through the air, "Amitabha, the Buddha has crossed over from hell to come here." The scene shifted to reveal a vast, desolate industrial space. Numerous bodies lay scattered across the floor, victims of some unseen catastrophe. The cloaked figure's voice continued, sharp and accusatory, "So why couldn't you wait a little longer and ended up going to hell yourselves?" The camera focused on the cloaked figure, their gaze intense. Their words, a chilling declaration, "And who am I supposed to collect the remaining payment from?" Amitabha Buddha. A single, fiery orange eye burned through the woven basket, a terrifying glimpse of the being beneath. The Korean word for hell appeared in the panel. The perspective widened, revealing a throne-like structure in the center of the desolate space. A figure in a white suit sat upon it, surrounded by the prostrate forms of countless individuals. A faint orange energy field surrounded the throne. A large, imposing figure in a white coat stood on a raised platform, his face obscured by shadow. Demanding payment from a cloaked figure whose head was covered by a large, woven basket. "Settle the debt," the imposing figure stated. The cloaked figure, seemingly Amitabha Buddha, responded that the imposing figure's pockets were deep enough to hold a substantial sum. The imposing figure's true identity was revealed to be the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor stood over the cloaked figure, his imposing presence emphasized by his size. The cloaked figure, seemingly shaken, stood alone, the basket obscuring his face. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor and the cloaked figure stood facing each other in a large, empty space. The title Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor appeared above the scene. The cloaked figure, head obscured by a woven basket, addressed the man in sunglasses, "It's been a while, senior." The man, seemingly surprised, questioned, "You know me?" The cloaked figure responded, "It's just an acquaintance, nothing more. We merely brushed past each other, so it's not something worth remembering." Amitabha. He made a gesture, seemingly a Buddhist greeting. The man in sunglasses, impatient, demanded, "Answer me properly." A burst of energy erupted from his fingertip. The energy formed a swirling vortex of fire, aimed at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure stood defiantly, a ring of fire swirling around them as they maintained a defensive posture. The flames momentarily died down, revealing their feet clad in simple sandals. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor, observing from a distance, identified the Rui Vajra technique, recognizing the cloaked figure as a Shaolin monk. He noted the monk's skill, deducing that they must be a direct disciple, surprised by their youth. The emperor confronted the young monk, highlighting the advanced nature of their technique, only accessible to Shaolin elders. The cloaked figure remained silent, their posture unchanged, the tension palpable. A sharply dressed man, exuding an air of casual confidence, addressed the cloaked figure. He stated, "See? I told you we have an acquaintance that's neither close nor distant." The man's face, partially obscured by stylish sunglasses, held a knowing smirk. He continued, indicating the object behind the cloaked figure, "The thing behind you seems to be a core-level drive, leave it behind. I'll let you live in honor of Myung-chun." The cloaked figure, seemingly hesitant, remained motionless. The well-dressed man's patience wore thin. He questioned, "Why are you still standing there instead of running for your life?" His gaze, sharp and unwavering, was fixed on the cloaked figure, conveying a clear warning. A cloaked figure, their head concealed within a woven basket, stood before a sharply dressed man. The figure extended a hand, a gesture of appeasement. Their small stature dwarfed by the man's imposing presence. The scene was stark, the only other details being two large, pink lotus blossoms at the base of the frame. The sharply dressed man, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed the cloaked figure, "Shouldn't you settle the bill? The remaining payment is 85,000 credits." His words carried a hint of impatience, a subtle threat underlying his calm demeanor. The cloaked figure responded, their voice calm despite the implied threat, "You must be insane. Do you really have a death wish?" Then, with a tone of quiet authority, they added, "How can you threaten a Buddha who has already achieved enlightenment with life and death? TSK. I'm worried you've lived too long and gone senile, Amitba." The cloaked figure's fist, ablaze with fiery energy, was a terrifying sight. A testament to their unwavering faith and power. The force of the blow rocketing towards the sharply dressed man, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the warehouse. The impact echoing through the desolate cityscape. The cloaked figure stood, a towering presence amidst the fiery aftermath of their attack. A powerful aura emanated from them, their hand crackling with residual energy. A silent testament to the devastating blow they had just delivered. TSK. That old fool Myungchun really raised his little dog the wrong way, they mused, their voice laced with disdain. The sharply dressed man, now significantly wounded, lay amidst the flames. "Since you wished for death yourself, don't blame me for granting it," the cloaked figure stated, their tone devoid of remorse. The man's face, partially obscured by his sunglasses, showed the extent of his injuries. A grim expression settled upon his features as he registered the finality of his situation. The cloaked figure turned, their form partially obscured by smoke and shadow, leaving the sharply dressed man to his fate. Blood stained the cloaked figure's robes, a stark contrast to the otherwise pristine garment. The scene was left in smoldering silence. A sprawling, futuristic structure dominated the landscape, its unusual design a stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated cityscape of rusted shipping containers and rubble. A man in a white coat stood observing a cloaked figure engulfed in flames. The figure, seemingly trapped within a woven basket, writhed in agony, its movements becoming increasingly erratic as the flames intensified. The man's expression remained impassive. A powerfully built man in a white coat and sunglasses appeared, muttering, "Crazy bastard." A text box appeared, stating that 85,000 credits remained to be paid. The scene shifted to a large warehouse, littered with numerous corpses. According to the rules, since the initial contractor who paid the deposit was dead, the contract could be nullified. However, a new character, a senior, was recognized as the contractor's successor. The powerfully built man in the white coat swiftly moved to retrieve a basket-like object from the ground, the remnants of the burning figure now scattered around him, his movements suggesting a sense of urgency and determination. The man in the white coat addressed the cloaked figure, stating that if the remaining payment was made, he could continue talking all night. The man in the white coat, his face obscured by a swirling, blue energy, carefully collected the cloaked figure into a large basket, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses as he continued to manipulate the energy, seemingly controlling its flow. He declared that the cloaked figure had broken his vows by using a forbidden martial art, a technique banned even in Shaolin due to its unorthodox energy. The man in white coat scoffed, stating that martial arts are inherently for killing, and the notion of sacredness is laughable. He explained that a specific technique, Prajnayan, wouldn't work on the senior due to his indestructible Vajra body, but it still caused some pain. The blue energy pulsed, intensifying the pain inflicted upon the cloaked figure, who remained still within the basket. The cloaked figure, already severely wounded, cried out in pain as the man in the white coat's forbidden martial art continued to inflict agonizing damage, the force of the attack causing him to crash through the floor, leaving a gaping hole in the ground below. The man in the white coat approached, his expression unchanged. He surveyed the scene, his gaze falling upon the cloaked figure, now barely clinging to life. The cloaked figure weakly raised a hand, seemingly attempting to communicate something. With a swift, brutal movement, the man in the white coat delivered a final, decisive blow, silencing the cloaked figure completely. The man in the white coat landed heavily, the impact jarring the ground beneath him. A testament to the brutal force of the forbidden martial art he had just unleashed. Leaving the cloaked figure lifeless, his body shattered near two pristine lotus blossoms. A trail of blood marked the cloaked figure's final moments. As the lotus blossoms began to glow with an eerie green light, a stark contrast to their previous serene beauty. The man in the white coat landed heavily, the impact jarring him. His body momentarily stilled before he pushed himself up, blood staining his knuckles. The cloaked figure lay lifeless nearby, a single, fatal wound marring the fabric of their cloak. He sighed, a weary expression crossing his face. Why is it that every single monk I meet seems so eager to reach nirvana, TSK? The man in white adjusted his glasses, his gaze distant and contemplative. Two glowing green orbs flickered into existence behind him, a silent testament to the power he wielded. A blinding flash of green energy erupted from the point where the cloaked figure had stood moments before, leaving behind only scattered fragments of what appeared to be scorched earth. And a small, burning piece of paper drifted slowly to the ground. The man in the white coat, his expression unchanged, watched the paper descend. Then casually caught it in his hand. Even while dying, you're still using petty tricks for escaping, he muttered, crushing the burning paper in his fist. He spat out a single word, useless. A surge of green energy erupted from the cloaked figure, a final desperate attempt at escape. But the man in the white coat remained unmoved, his expression one of cold contempt. The cloaked figure's body fell limp to the ground, a dark stain blooming on their chest. He's dead, a voice stated flatly, confirming the grim reality. The camera angle shifted, revealing the cloaked figure's lifeless form from above, a basket-like object embedded in their chest. A scene of utter devastation. Elsewhere, a new scene unfolded, showing three figures standing over the body of Ajura Buddha, their expressions grim. A woman in a red jacket glanced over her shoulder, her expression one of apprehension. The woman in white armor and a mask stated, if someone was able to put Ajura Buddha in this state, it means they're an incredibly skilled master. Her blue eyes, visible above the mask, held a thoughtful intensity. The woman in white armor announced, Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. A man in a dark hoodie responded, he's not dead. The man in the hoodie looked shocked, questioning, what? The woman in white armor explained, he's badly injured, but there's still a faint trace of life. This child possesses extraordinary talent. The man in the dark hoodie, his face etched with worry, demanded an answer. I know you're alive, he stated, his voice tight with urgency, so answer me. Where did the children go? Above him, the woman in white armor and the woman in the red jacket looked down in shock. A shared moment of stunned silence hanging in the air before the gravity of the situation settled upon them. A hand reached out from the darkness below, a pale, lifeless appendage emerging from a hole in the ground, revealing the body of the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor, his face obscured by a blood-soaked cloth bag. A delicate blue butterfly with shimmering wings alighted on a barren branch. A man gently approached, his fingers extending towards the fragile creature. He carefully captured the butterfly. A young girl with vibrant blue hair watched intently from a short distance. The girl's expression was one of quiet curiosity as the man presented the butterfly to her. I've caught it, he stated softly. The girl, her one visible eye wide with wonder, extended her hands, a soft glow emanating from her palms. She gently took the butterfly, the man kneeling before her, a somber expression on his face as he watched her. The girl with blue hair, her gaze downcast, cradled a delicate blue butterfly in her hands. Its wings, a vibrant azure, seemed almost translucent against her pale skin. The man in the dark hoodie, observing her from a distance, asked, Sei, why do you have that look on your face? Don't you like butterflies? You were trying to catch one, right? Sei responded softly, it's not that I don't like them, but the butterfly isn't running away. Her voice trembled slightly as she looked at the butterfly. A profound sadness washed over her as she whispered, this doesn't feel real. The girl, still holding the butterfly, approached the man. He sat beneath a barren tree, his expression unreadable. She offered him the butterfly. He simply nodded, a faint question in his eyes, is that so? A glowing symbol, reminiscent of a complex diagram, appeared before him. The man in the dark hoodie sat beneath a barren tree, a pained expression etched on his face. He clutched at his chest, his inner turmoil evident. "You're right," he thought, "my chest isn't burning. It used to feel like a fireball was lodged in it, like my heart was burning away." The girl with blue hair stood before him, her own sadness palpable. She offered words of comfort, attempting to alleviate his pain. "Don't cry, okay? We should be happy to have met each other again." But her words were laced with uncertainty. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed her fears. "But if this isn't real, then it means I'll wake up again, and I've been through this over and over. Every night, I see you in my dreams, and every morning, I'm forced to say goodbye. If I wake up again, it just means losing you all over again." The man listened, his gaze cast downward, his own unspoken sorrow mirroring hers. He remained silent, unable to offer any solace that could truly reach her. Finally, he spoke, a single, heartfelt apology escaping his lips. "I'm sorry." The camera angle shifted, focusing on a towering, leafless tree, its branches reaching towards a dim sky. The scene ended with a sense of unresolved grief and uncertainty. The man in the dark hoodie and the girl with blue hair sat beneath a barren tree, a somber atmosphere enveloping them. He confessed, "I never thought of you as a child. You were always more mature than me, in the way you thought, in the way you acted." The girl responded, "But I'm small, like a little kid, and you don't like that, do you?" He countered, "It's not about being small. You're charming and lovable. After traveling across the universe for years, I became certain of one thing." With a heartfelt declaration, he stated, "There's only one Beksehi in the universe. That's why I loved you." The girl, Beksehi, looked down, her expression a mixture of sadness and contemplation. The man in the dark hoodie, still feeling apologetic and loving, spoke to the girl with blue hair. "I know you hate being short," he said, "but don't worry, you'll grow taller soon. I brought a gift." They sat together beneath a barren tree on a desolate hill, the silence amplifying the weight of his recent confession. The girl, still sad and contemplative, responded softly, "I don't hate being short." Her expression was one of quiet surprise and uncertainty. Suddenly, a blue energy crackled around the man, a low hum filling the air as the gift he mentioned began to manifest. The energy intensified, revealing a complex technological interface overlaid on the scene, hinting at the nature of his gift. A man in a dark hoodie, his face obscured, stood before a shimmering, golden symbol, a complex array of characters and symbols surrounding a central yin-yang emblem. Meanwhile, a powerfully built man in a long, light-colored coat, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, stood amidst tall grass. He appeared calm, but a subtle tension emanated from his posture. A close-up revealed a glint of red light emanating from beneath his sunglasses, a subtle yet unsettling detail. The man in the yellow cloak activated his quantum drive, a surge of energy enveloping him as the words "Internal Energy Max 8.9 Cycles Quantum Drive Activated" appeared on screen. Observing this, the man in the light coat muttered to himself, "Quantum drive, internal energy with 9 cycle, it must be a core-level drive." The man in the light coat remained standing, his expression unreadable, the red glow in his sunglasses still visible. The man in the yellow cloak propelled himself forward with a burst of energy, his quantum drive flaring to life. A young woman with vibrant blue hair and a black eye patch watched in astonishment, her voice barely a whisper as she called out a name, "Woo! Warim!" The woman's own quantum drive ignited, a brilliant blue light erupting from her as she reacted to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, unseen, a hand extended, displaying a strange, pulsating energy. The source of the energy was revealed to be the man in the dark hoodie, his actions shrouded in mystery. A bloody bag lay on the ground, the number 85,000 credits visible, hinting at a recent, violent transaction. The aftermath of a violent encounter unfolded before the observers. A figure lay bleeding on the ground, a stark crimson trail marking his demise. The man in the dark hoodie remained unseen, his presence felt only in the lingering energy of the recent conflict. Meanwhile, the woman with blue hair, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, voiced her astonishment. "What are you saying?" The man in the dark hoodie, seemingly unfazed by the scene, calmly explained the situation to his accomplice. He's asking for money. Just give it to him. After taking that much of a beating, he deserves to get paid. The woman with blue hair, however, vehemently disagreed with this assessment. She argued with the man in the dark hoodie, her voice sharp with indignation, and even if I throw in this woman as a bonus, it still won't add up to 10,000 credits. The woman in white, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a surge of anger and concern. Her voice, though muffled by her mask, carried a clear warning. Why are you excluding yourself? You wanna die? The man in the dark hoodie looked pensive, his gaze distant and unreadable. His accomplice, a tall woman in white armor, stood over the injured man, a pool of blood forming around him. Let's put it on tab, the man in the dark hoodie instructed, I swear on my name. The camera focused on the injured man's bag, stained crimson with blood. The woman with blue hair, arms crossed, voiced her disapproval. No way, she stated, this guy's nickname is the Greedy Demon. He wouldn't even trust his own parents when it comes to money. She stood firm, her expression unwavering as blood continued to drip from the injured man. The blood dripped, forming a widening circle on the floor, a stark visual representation of the unresolved tension. A young woman with dark hair, wearing a red jacket, looked down from a high vantage point, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. A large, glowing symbol, reminiscent of a yin and yang, pulsed with an ominous red light on the ground below. The symbol illuminated the scene. The injured man lay on the ground, surrounded by the woman in white, the man in the dark hoodie, and the woman with blue hair, who watched with a mixture of anger and apprehension. The young woman with vibrant blue hair, her eye obscured by a dark patch, stared pensively into the distance. The blue-haired woman stood amidst tall grass, her gaze fixed upward. A single Korean word, "wiaya," was visible below her. A low growl emanated from the blue-haired woman, as she continued to glare at something unseen in the distance. The woman in white could be seen in the background. The man in white effortlessly hoisted the defeated swordsman into the air, his grip firm and unwavering. He sneered, his words dripping with disdain, you should have assessed your opponent before attacking them. Did you really think having a big sword meant you could cut through everything? The man in white continued his scathing critique, you don't even have the strength to wield that sword properly, yet you dared to rely on it? With a smug expression, he revealed a glowing core on his chest, stating, you're not the only one who possesses a core-level drive. A close-up on the man in white's chest highlighted the intricate details of his core-level drive. He declared, his voice laced with menace, I'll be taking yours. The swordsman, his body racked with pain, could only let out pain gasps, krrgh. He was sent flying through the air, a blur of motion against the stark background, as the man in white's attack continued relentlessly. A blinding flash of light erupted, signaling the culmination of the battle. The man in white's attack connected, sending the swordsman flying through the air. He crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, leaving him splayed out on the grass, defeated and injured. Blood trickled from a wound on his face, his eyes fluttered weakly. The man in white stood over the fallen swordsman, his expression unreadable. A close-up on the swordsman's eye revealed a look of disbelief and defeat. The man in white, his expression unchanged, reached out and grasped the swordsman's chest. As a golden light erupted from the swordsman's body, illuminating the surrounding area, sending the swordsman flying backward, his body impacting the ground with a thud, leaving him injured and defeated. The man in white then retrieved a pulsating, bioluminescent organ from the swordsman's chest, carefully examining the strange object in his hand. His face remained impassive, betraying no emotion. He turned away, the bioluminescent organ still in his possession. The man in white's eyes, partially obscured by his sunglasses, held a cold, calculating gleam. As he stood before a mystical symbol, a glowing diagram etched into the earth, three figures standing before it in the distance. In his hand, he held a pulsating, bioluminescent organ, a grim trophy from his recent victory. Warem, her eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, watched from afar, a silent scream escaping her lips, W. Warem. The swordsman lay defeated, his body draped over the grass, a stark contrast to the man in white's imposing figure. Worim's voice, sharp and filled with anguish, cut through the air. "Get away from him!" Her face, contorted with rage and desperation, reflected the gravity of the situation. Worim watched in disbelief as the man in white unleashed a blinding purple energy blast. The force of the attack obliterating the swordsman and leaving him unconscious on the ground. The man in white, seemingly unmoved by the violence, approached the fallen swordsman. His hand glowing with an intense, fiery energy as he reached down to extract a bioluminescent organ. The extraction was swift and brutal, leaving a trail of fiery energy in its wake. The man in white, now in possession of the pulsating organ, his expression remaining unchanged. The man in white unleashed a devastating blow, his fist a blur of motion. Worim watched in horror as the impact sent shockwaves through the air. The swordsman crumpled to the ground, unconscious and severely injured. A blinding flash of light erupted as the man in white extracted a bioluminescent organ from the swordsman's chest. The scene bathed in an eerie glow as fiery projectiles rained down from the sky, leaving Worim speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the aftermath. "What the?" Worim and another individual watched from a safe distance as a fiery explosion rocked the area, the intensity of the blast momentarily obscuring their vision. Worim's companion appeared calm and collected amidst the chaos. The man in white, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, observed the aftermath with a detached expression. The text "internal energy transfer technique" appeared, indicating a powerful technique had just been used. Worim's companion stood, seemingly unaffected by the recent explosion. A new character, identified as the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor, was revealed. He is described as an unparalleled master, one of the 5 supreme masters of the world. It was stated that within the entire galaxy, fewer than 10 warriors could match him in battle. Worim and a woman in white armor stood in a desolate field, observing the aftermath of a powerful energy blast. A man in a white coat and sunglasses, his identity initially unknown, appeared on the scene. His eyes, visible beneath the sunglasses, held a glint of something powerful. A scan revealed that the man possessed no detectable internal energy drive. This was unusual, given the scale of the recent energy surge. The man's eyes intensified, revealing a hidden power. Worim, realizing the implications, began to suspect the man's true identity. Worim and the man in white stood facing each other, a silent tension building between them. The man's true identity, previously hidden, was about to be revealed. The man in white addressed Worim, commenting on his mastery of the iron cloth technique, noting the extreme physical pain usually associated with such external martial arts. Worim, however, remained unfazed by the man's assessment. As the man's imposing figure filled the panel, prompting Worim's immediate and incredulous question, "Who the hell is this guy?" The man in white, seemingly unbothered by Worim's outburst, simply stated that while he would love to fight Worim, he lacked sufficient reason to do so according to the rules of the martial world. The scene shifted to show Worim and the man in white standing apart in a field of tall grass, the tension between them palpable. A close-up revealed a hand holding what appeared to be a freshly extracted eyeball, still pulsing faintly. Worim, his suspicion growing, accused the man in white, "You insane?" The man in white's eyes glowed ominously, as he effortlessly demonstrated his overwhelming power by grabbing Worim's stomach and lifting him with one hand. The man in white, still holding Worim, lowered himself to the ground, his expression unreadable. He then issued a warning, "Don't give me a reason to hit you, because I happen to be hoping for that reason." Worim, his face etched with concern, stared intently at the man in white. The man in white knelt, his back to Worim, seemingly overcome with some internal turmoil. Then, turning, his eyes blazing with barely controlled power, he addressed Worim with a furious outburst, "You crazy bastard! How dare you!" A surge of fire erupted around the man in white as he unleashed his power, leaving Worim standing in awe and fear. Worim, despite his fear, found a moment of resolve, quietly urging him to stop. The man in white, however, seemed to revel in his display of power, calmly asking, "Isn't this what you wanted?" A bloody fist clenched, the man in white's immense power evident in the crimson splatter. Worim and another woman watched, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Worim, fueled by anger and defiance, launched a fiery attack, shouting, "Take this, you bastard!" The man in white barely flinched as the flames engulfed him. His casual indifference only heightened the tension as he effortlessly countered the attack, delivering a swift blow that sent his opponent reeling. Worim, fueled by defiance, lunged forward, aiming a fierce, fiery blow at the man in white. His fist, crackling with energy, was a testament to his unwavering resolve. But the man in white effortlessly deflected the attack, his movements fluid and precise. He countered with a swift strike, sending Worim sprawling. The woman in white armor watched, her expression unreadable, as the man in white effortlessly overpowered Worim. The impact of the man in white's counter sent the woman in white armor reeling, her glasses askew, a look of shock on her face. The man in white's superior strength was undeniable, leaving Worim vulnerable and exposed. The man in white stood, chest puffed, a look of quiet confidence on his face. The aftermath of Worim's fiery attack dissipating around him. His white coat billowed slightly in the non-existent breeze. Meanwhile, the woman in white armor watched, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Her eyes darted between the man in white and the scorched earth where Worim had stood moments before. A faint, golden glow emanated from the ground, forming intricate symbols that pulsed with inner light. The symbols resembled a complex, ancient script. The energy from the symbols surged, creating a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. The woman in white armor braced herself, anticipating the impact. A young man with dark hair and a dark hoodie appeared, observing the scene from a distance. His expression was unreadable. A towering figure, cloaked in a white coat and engulfed in flames, loomed over Worim. The intense heat radiated from the man, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes. Meanwhile, a woman with noticeably swollen cheeks observed from a distance, her expression unreadable. Worim, defeated and lying on the ground, watched as the young man in a hoodie approached. The young man seemed unfazed by the scene before him. The woman in white armor and another woman in dark clothing stood together, their gazes fixed on the aftermath of the battle. Worim lay defeated on the ground, his cape spread around him like a fallen wing. The woman in dark clothing gently placed a hand on his head, her expression unreadable behind her mask. The woman in dark clothing and the young man in a hoodie discussed their next course of action. "We have to take her," the woman stated. The young man nodded in agreement. "If we leave her like this, she'll never move, not even until her last breath," he added. "We have to drag her away, even if it's by force." Worim lay unconscious on the ground, a yellow cloth draped over his body. The woman with blue hair knelt beside him, her expression one of deep concern. A young man in a hoodie approached cautiously, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. The woman with blue hair, without turning, addressed the young man. She stated that she would allow him a moment to say his goodbyes, but then he must step aside. The young man, silently acquiescing, remained where he was as the woman with blue hair prepared to move Worim. Together, the woman and the young man carried Worim away from the battlefield, leaving him to rest under the pale light of the setting sun. A radiant, golden symbol glowed in the center of a field, its intricate design radiating power. The symbol resembled a complex arrangement of 8 trigrams, each representing a fundamental element or concept. A young man, his body engulfed in flames, sat cross-legged beneath the tree, his face etched with pain and determination. Another figure knelt beside him, their hands resting gently on his shoulders, a silent offering of support as the young man struggled to control the intense energy coursing through his body. The flames intensified, engulfing the young man completely before receding, leaving him bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. A red glow emanated from the young man as he underwent a transformation, prompting a nearby figure to question, "What is he doing?" The supporting figure, observing the scene, exclaimed, "That's impossible, he's trying to use Return to Origin on him." A clarification appeared, a correct name would be 10,000 streams return to one. The supporting figure pondered, "Return to origin?" She continued, explaining, "It's the state of becoming one with nature itself. Concluding her explanation, she stated, since nature is the origin of everything. A cloaked figure, small of stature with purple hair, stood amidst a fiery landscape. They declared, even the cycle of life and death. A woman with long blonde hair and a mask covering her lower face watched, her expression one of disbelief. She mused, I thought it was just a legend, a state that should be impossible, then how? The woman's gaze fell upon a young man, his back to the viewer, radiating a golden light. She exclaimed, that man, just what is he actually? The young man, his face now visible, was undergoing a dramatic transformation. His eyes glowed intensely as he spoke, I will channel my origin energy to replace the lifeless bloodstream. The cloaked figure offered a cryptic statement, borrow my life, so you can see the glimpse of this world once more. The cloaked figure walked away, leaving the transformed young man alone in the fading light. Warim, transformed and infused with origin energy, sat peacefully amidst a field of tall grass. A faint golden light emanated from him. Meanwhile, a young girl with long blue hair and an eye patch wept openly, her tears reflecting the golden light in the distance. A supporting figure, a woman with glasses, observed Warim from afar, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. She contemplated her next move. Approaching him cautiously, she asked if she could request a favor, her voice barely a whisper. Warim, still radiating origin energy, responded immediately, offering his assistance without hesitation. He declared that he would do anything for her, regardless of the number of favors requested. The supporting figure, touched by his selfless offer, looked on with a mixture of relief and gratitude. The young girl continued to cry, her sorrow palpable. A cloaked figure, her face partially obscured, wept silently. A woman approached, her expression gentle. You look much prettier when you smile, she remarked. The cloaked figure, startled, lifted a hand to wipe away tears, revealing striking violet eyes beneath a dark eye patch. A barren, leafless branch reached towards the sky, mirroring the cloaked figure's desolation. The woman continued, her voice soft but firm, and, don't hide your eyes anymore, your eyes are really beautiful. The cloaked figure hesitated, then nodded slowly. Okay. She removed her eye patch, revealing her eyes to the world. The scene ended with her standing in a field, a sense of quiet resolution settling over her. A woman in a red and black outfit questioned another woman in white armor, did she hurt her eye? The woman in red received a reply, no, she's fine. She was just pretending because she didn't want to look weak. A cloaked figure sat under a tree with a young woman with blue hair, comforting her, gently cupping her face. The cloaked figure whispered, you're beautiful, as expected, from you, Sei. And then kissed her. The cloaked figure sat alone under the tree once more. A stark white background displayed a single, poignant request, please, forget me. The scene shifted to a tranquil landscape, a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. A lone tree branch reaching towards the heavens, hinting at a serene, yet possibly melancholic atmosphere. The camera focused on a simple stone cairn, a small, unassuming grave marker in a grassy field. A cloaked figure stood solemnly before it, their posture conveying a sense of quiet grief. From a distance, the woman in red and another man observed the cloaked figure at the gravesite. A large, crimson cargo ship, equipped with powerful thrusters, soared through the clouds. Inside, the woman in red, seated regally, addressed two others. She urged them, hurry up and leave. One of them, a man with dark hair, responded quietly, I just want to get out of here quickly. The cloaked figure, having left the gravesite, stood silently by a window, gazing out at the sky. His posture suggesting a mixture of contemplation and unease. His gaze drifted upwards, lost in thought. A young man, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his hood, stood before a simple stone marker. He addressed someone unseen, his voice a low murmur. Master, I have a request. The young man continued, his words heavy with unspoken emotion. He spoke of a reversed body transformation technique, pleading for its removal. Please take it back from me. A young woman with vibrant blue hair, presumably his master, responded calmly. Her words were firm, yet laced with understanding. You can keep it with you. But I won't use it. Ever. The young man stood before a large viewport, gazing out at a distant, swirling planet. He appeared lost in thought. As a small, sleek spacecraft streaked across the star-dusted void. A woman with long, silver hair stood in a crumbling doorway, her crimson cloak billowing slightly. A sense of quiet determination emanated from her. A figure in a red cloak stood before a large, ornate door, the entrance to what appeared to be a grand hall. The floor was littered with the bodies of monstrous, reptilian creatures. A scene of carnage observed from above by a man in a sharp white suit. He commented, "Looks like your personality hasn't changed." The woman in the red cloak, her face etched with sorrow and anger, responded, "You used your own disciples as sacrifices just to vent out your anger." The man in the white suit looked down at the fallen bodies. He continued, "These kids probably called you here to give you a core-level drive as a gift." The man in the white suit scoffed, "They're not my disciples. I just taught them a few tricks to make them more useful. Besides, trash like that has no value." He paused, then added, "Well, if that's how you see it. Anyway, I must admit that your reputation as the owner of the indestructible Vajrabody was well earned. You're still alive after taking that much beating. I have to say, I'm impressed." The panel shows a scene of devastation. Numerous bodies lie scattered across a grand, ornate hall, the remnants of a brutal conflict. A lone figure in white sits calmly amidst the carnage. The man in the white suit observes the young woman's arrival, his expression unchanged. He speaks, "If you came here to provoke me, then you're wasting your time. Since anger only makes me stronger." The young woman, her face a mask of controlled fury, replies, "You misunderstand." The man in the white suit, his eyes hidden behind dark glasses, continues, "I'm not here to mock you. I came to give you a warning." The young woman's expression hardens as she states, "Stay away from him. Because he belongs to me." She delivers a final, chilling warning, "If you ignore this warning, you won't be as lucky as you were today." The young woman stood amidst a scene of carnage, crimson stains marred the opulent floor, the remnants of a brutal conflict. A man in a white suit sat calmly at a table, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos. His face partially obscured by sunglasses, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He appeared uninjured, despite the surrounding devastation. The young woman, her back to the viewer, seemed to be contemplating her next move, her long white hair a stark contrast to the dark surroundings. The man in the white suit explained, "But the iron cloth technique is actually a martial art that gathers all the weak points of the body into one hidden spot." He continued, offering an analysis of the previous fight. "Maybe he wanted to keep hitting you, but deep down, he didn't really want to kill you." The young woman, having heard his explanation, turned and issued a stark warning, "Pass this message along. If you ignore this warning, I'll drive my sword into that vital point without hesitation." She then departed. The man in the white suit, his face bruised in bearing witness to a recent violent encounter, stared intently ahead. The scene before him was one of utter devastation, a grand hall, now littered with the corpses of his enemies, the opulent surroundings marred by blood and destruction. He stood amidst the carnage, seemingly unfazed. A sleek, dark vessel hurtled through a vibrant, swirling nebula, its red thrusters blazing a trail through the cosmos. The young woman, her face grim, arrived at her destination. She devoured a large portion of what appeared to be a pile of cooked meat, her expression one of intense hunger and determination. The young woman, having consumed her meal, engaged in a tense exchange with another individual. She explained that due to the damage to the core-level drive, it would be best for her to receive the other's internal energy. The other person agreed to this transfer, but only once. The young woman sat alone, a troubled expression on her face. She muttered to herself, "It's too late. My origin energy was depleted in order to retrieve that child's soul. It will take at least 3 years to recover my energy. I'll share it with you then." The young woman's worried expression remained, her eyes wide with concern. Elsewhere, a young man sat at a table, eating. His companion exclaimed, "What do you mean? You said you'd help, but now you've just left us with more debt. That's 85,000 more credits." And Ajura Buddha is a money-obsessed lunatic. If we don't pay, he'll chase us forever. The scene shifted to a formal setting, where a figure in a woven mask stood before a judge. The young man from the previous scene was present, observing the proceedings. A bank teller informs the young man that, including a recent prepayment, he has a total of 103,040 credits available. The young man instructs the teller to send the entire amount to Shaolin. The teller, concerned, questions his decision to send all his money, suggesting he keep some for himself. The young man insists on sending everything, explaining that the older and sicker members of Shaolin need better food. He adds, "Ba." He then states that he can steal whatever he needs for himself. A scene change shows a snowy mountain range, setting the stage for a flashback. The narration states, 2,000 years ago, in an underground chamber of Mount Tai star system. A figure, cloaked and distant, stood atop a snow-covered peak. The narration below revealed a cryptic tale of Li Mokjin, a man who once practiced martial arts in seclusion, calling himself the Heavenly Demon. A man in heavy winter attire, his face partially obscured, observed the distant peak. He considered the implications, concluding that this was likely a scheme by an outside force to destabilize the sect. The man's expression hardened as he reflected on a closely guarded secret. A secret buried for 2,000 years, inaccessible even to the sect's highest elders. A tall figure, cloaked in white, stood overlooking a vast, snow-covered landscape. A smaller figure, also in white, approached from the distance. The taller figure's long, dark hair flowed in the wind as they turned slightly, their expression unreadable. Then that would mean there are 3 heavenly demons in this world, right? The smaller figure mused aloud. A reddish-brown spaceship drifted through the inky blackness of space. A lone vessel against a backdrop of distant stars. A woman with dark hair and red highlights reacted with surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief as she heard the news. A young, blonde-haired person, sitting cross-legged, announced, "We're broke," explaining that they were almost out of fuel and only had enough food for 4 more days, that is, if they only ate 1 meal a day. The 3 crew members sat in a dimly lit room, contemplating their dire situation. The woman with dark hair and red highlights suggested using Robert's wedding savings to address their immediate needs. But the young, blonde-haired person retorted that he had already spent it all on a risky investment in Tortuga's rogue market, an investment the blonde had been forced into. The woman sighed, clearly exasperated. The blonde-haired person and the woman sat on the floor of what appeared to be a spaceship corridor, heads bowed in defeat. However, the blonde-haired person then revealed a more pressing issue: they were running out of fuel and food. The 3 crew members, the woman with dark hair and red highlights, the young blonde-haired person, and a third, implied crew member, sat huddled together on the floor of the spaceship, their despair palpable. A close-up shows a container of what appears to be rations, suggesting their dwindling supplies. A young person with dark hair ravenously devoured a large quantity of hot dogs. The caption reads, "We're out of hot dogs too." 18 Wang, the tavern master, listened intently as someone explained that they possessed a condensed version of an ancient martial arts manual, containing only the core techniques, and had 10 copies. 18 Wang, intrigued by the martial arts manual, mused aloud, that means it must be incredibly valuable." The vendor, puffing out his chest, declared, "Exactly. You really know how to recognize rare items. Since we know each other, I'll give you a special discount, as a set, too." The woman with dark hair and red highlights, arms crossed, responded confidently, "Yeah, we do know each other. Since my job requires me to know everyone, from dogs, cows, and even chickens." She then pointed to a stack of scrolls, which were revealed to be martial arts manuals. The vendor continued, "It's not expensive. I'll sell it to you super cheap. Let's say, in exchange for a month's worth of food, including sausages, and a little bit of fuel." The woman considered the offer, her expression a mixture of worry and resignation. The woman with dark hair and red highlights, her expression a mixture of worry and resignation, sat across a large wooden table from an older man with purple hair, meticulously arranging several scrolls. He calmly smoked a pipe, seemingly unfazed by her plight. She muttered under her breath, "I don't even mind if you just give me the expired hot dog sausages." The older man continued to puff on his pipe, seemingly unmoved by her desperate plea. The woman, defeated but resolute, declared, "Fine. I'll just sell it somewhere else. You're going to regret this." The woman's internal monologue revealed her surprise. "Damn, he's smarter than I expected." The older man, seemingly changing tactics, offered, "How about a job instead?" The woman with dark hair and red highlights scoffed, her eyes blazing. "You want me, the blazing devil, Tang Ser-young, to be a taxi driver?" 18 Wang calmly countered, "The payment will cover the amount you requested for the manuals." Her expression softened slightly. "Of course, I'll do it. Where do I pick them up?" A close-up on her face showed her eyes widening in shock and anger. The location was revealed: Hogwarts Galaxy Academy. Tang Ser-young, having accepted the job, proceeded to collect the manuals from 18 Wang at Hogwarts Galaxy Academy. 2 figures stood guard at either side of the room. The title card for Cosmic Heavenly Demon 3077 appeared. A large, crimson spacefaring vehicle, resembling a semi-truck with powerful thrusters, floated against the backdrop of a star-filled void. The woman with dark hair and red highlights stood with her arms crossed, a determined expression on her face. She had accepted the job and was now preparing for her mission. Inside a futuristic control room, overlooking the cosmos, a concern was voiced about the captain's demeanor. Another crew member, a young woman with blonde hair, responded that the captain should be left alone for the time being. The woman with dark hair and red highlights gazed out at the distant planet B17G06, a celestial body shrouded in mystery. She was on a mission to confront a nightmare from her past. A journey that would take her to the heart of the unknown. Arriving at her destination, the woman found herself before a breathtaking sight: Hogwarts Galaxy Academy, a sprawling, opulent institution unlike anything she had ever seen. "This place is insane. What kind of place is this?" she thought, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and grandeur of the academy. 2 individuals discussed Hogwarts Galaxy Academy, noting its exclusivity and high admission fee of over 10,000 credits. As they observed a small, blonde-haired crew member walking nearby. They arrived at the academy's grand entrance, commenting on its emptiness despite the high cost of operation, attributing it to the ongoing vacation season, which had begun approximately 15 days prior. One of them speculated that anyone still residing in the dorms must be leading a rather miserable existence. Suddenly, one of them noticed someone in the distance, revealing the woman with dark hair and red highlights standing at the foot of the academy's grand staircase, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. Approaching Hogwarts Galaxy Academy, the woman with dark hair and red highlights was greeted by an unexpected message: "What brings you here? The academy is currently on break." Ignoring the message, she unleashed a powerful energy blast, the force of which sent a shockwave across the academy grounds, leaving her momentarily stunned by the unexpected recoil. The resulting explosion caused significant damage to the academy's entrance. The woman with dark hair and red highlights, seemingly caught off guard, landed hard after a powerful energy blast. "So, you're bandits. Do you even know where you are?" she shouted, her voice echoing with disbelief and a hint of pain. Her face, a mask of shock and possible injury, was clearly visible as she struggled to regain her composure. Meanwhile, a powerful energy surge ripped through the academy grounds, leaving a visible fissure in the stone steps. The woman with dark hair and red highlights, now identified as Zhuge Hui, stood defiantly, her energy sword glowing menacingly. A man in a dark hoodie, a blonde-haired crew member, and a small, unidentified figure watched from a distance. Another woman, her face etched with concern, whispered a name: Tang Ser-young. Zhuge Hui, her expression hardening, muttered to herself, "You're Zhuge Hui, right? No wonder my sword was drawn before I even realized it." The scene opens with a wide shot of a grand, European-style palace, showcasing a tranquil waterway and manicured gardens. 3 figures stand in the foreground, observing a woman with striking pink hair. Who is Zhuge Hui, a descendant of the Zhuge family? A voice, seemingly belonging to one of the observers, remarks that she hasn't changed at all, and that the descendants of the Zhuge family are different. Another voice retorts, questioning how she manages to be so consistently annoying. Juga Hui's face is shown in close-up. She is asked if she is there for revenge. Juga Hui explains that it was a misunderstanding. She attacked instinctively, likening it to the urge to crush a cockroach. The perspective shifts to show Juga Hui from behind, now holding a weapon. She states that her instincts keep moving, warning the others not to misinterpret her actions. A blonde-haired man, seemingly a crew member, observes the scene from a distance, questioning what is happening. A crew member's voiceover revealed a crucial piece of information: she's the Juga family's treasured daughter. They're enemies. We need to stop them. The blonde-haired crew member, seemingly the captain, dashed forward, intent on confronting Juga Hui. Meanwhile, 18 Wang observed from a distance, his expression unreadable. The captain, confronting Juga Hui, exclaimed, "What are you doing? This isn't the time to stand by. If we don't stop them, Captain could get hurt." 18 Wang continued to watch, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. A long shot revealed a grand palace in the background, hinting at the scale of the conflict. Juga Hui walked away from the opulent palace, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. The imposing structure a stark contrast to his casual attire. The architecture hinted at a long and storied history. A closer view of a window revealed a glimpse of the sky beyond, suggesting a bright, sunny day outside. From inside the palace, 18 Wang looked out the window, her expression unreadable, observing the scene below. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired crew member, armed with a glowing purple dagger, prepared for action, her stance suggesting a readiness to intervene. The crew member, facing Juga Hui from a distance, spoke, her words conveying a reluctant acceptance. "Well, if it's just instincts, then I guess I shouldn't stop you." A woman with long pink hair, seemingly amused, declares, "Since I also like crushing cockroaches." A dark-haired woman in red responds curtly, "Fine, then." She lunges forward with a burst of speed, her movements a blur. But the blonde-haired crew member shouts, "Stop!" As dark-haired woman is stopped mid-attack by the crew member, who stands between her and her target, Juga Hui. The dark-haired woman, frustrated, is held back by the crew member's outstretched arm. Juga Hui, seemingly unconcerned, pondered the name Namgung Cheon. Meanwhile, 18 Wang, frustrated, stood poised to attack Juga Hui, swords drawn, as the blonde-haired crew member intervened, preventing the confrontation. Juga Hui continued his departure, leaving the scene. From a distance, a young woman with brown hair observed the aftermath of the near conflict. Her expression unreadable. She remains silent, her thoughts obscured. A large, round-faced man with blue glasses sat in a grand chair, his expression unreadable. He listened intently. As a report appeared on a nearby screen, the message confirmed that Tang Seryung, the blazing devil, had arrived as predicted. The man nodded slowly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He'd orchestrated Tang Seryung's arrival precisely. His subordinates had guided Tang Seryung to Hogwarts Galaxy Academy, exactly as planned. The man leaned back, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. He anticipated the events that would soon unfold at the academy. Hogwarts Galaxy Academy loomed large, a majestic structure of gray stone and gold accents, its imposing presence dominating the landscape. A sprawling campus visible from afar, hinting at the grandeur within. Inside, a lavishly decorated interior showcased opulent furnishings and a grand staircase, where Tang Seryung and the large, round-faced man sat in quiet conversation. The atmosphere thick with unspoken anticipation. The man's satisfied expression hinted at a successful orchestration of events. Tang Seryung, leaning back on a plush sofa, spoke, her words calm but resolute. "There was no misunderstanding here. My sword just moved on its own, and it will keep doing that." Tang Seryung, her expression calm yet resolute, issued a curt challenge, "Go ahead and try." In a grand hall of Hogwarts Galaxy Academy, a young man with pale skin and light blue hair sat patiently on a chaise lounge. A young girl with blonde hair and a dark beanie, seated nearby, voiced her curiosity. Who was that guy with the pale face earlier? Was he just pretending to be tough? She then revealed a surprising fact: he's not pretending, he's actually strong, since he's the third son of the Namgung family. The blonde girl's revelation caused the young man to react with a subtle expression of surprise. Namgung family, but if he's the third son? The blonde girl's final statement confirmed the young man's identity. He's Namgung Cheon, the Azure Storm? Tang Seryung sat calmly, her expression unreadable, as she listened to the blonde-haired girl's explanation, revealing details about Namgung Cheon's past achievements. The girl explained that at only 20 years old, he had reached the finals of the Northern Galaxy Heroes Tournament, despite surrendering to the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. However, she emphasized that this surrender was strategic, a calculated move, highlighting Namgung Cheon's exceptional skills. He was, she stated, one of the greatest Neuron prodigies of his generation, among the 10 celestial elites. A fact that left the blonde-haired girl visibly impressed. Namgung Cheon, however, remained impassive, his expression unchanged, and simply questioned her surprise. The blonde-haired girl lamented, wishing she had taken a picture with Namgung Cheon. She had even bragged to her fiancé about meeting him, a detail that further highlighted his importance to her. As she continued to recount her encounter with him, Tang Seryun listened intently, her expression calm but observant, as the blonde-haired girl spoke. Namgung Cheon, his identity now confirmed, reclined on a plush sofa, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. The blonde-haired girl's gaze hardened slightly as she finished her story, leaving Tang Seryun to contemplate the newly revealed information about Namgung Cheon. The brown-haired girl stood before a pair of imposing, ornate doors, her back to the viewer. She seemed lost in thought, a subtle frown etching itself onto her face as she murmured, "Not here." She walked through a grand hall, her footsteps echoing slightly in the opulent space. A man with teal hair and sunglasses sat on a plush couch, seemingly observing her, startled by her sudden appearance. "What the hell? I thought it was a ghost," he exclaimed, his surprise evident. The girl continued walking down a long hallway, her gait suggesting a continued sense of purpose. While the man with teal hair, still seated, commented to his companion, "A blonde girl, she's weird, of course she's weird, that's why I said she felt like a ghost." The blonde-haired girl observes Tang Seryun, commenting that she lacks an internal energy drive, a stark contrast to the academy's standards. Namgung Cheon, seemingly unimpressed, simply asks, "So what?" The narration reveals that this academy only accepts prodigies from the absolute peak of the food chain, further emphasizing this point by stating that even a 6-year-old freshman has at least 3 full cycles of internal energy drive installed. Tang Seryung is shown walking through the grand entrance of a large, opulent academy building. Namgung Cheon observes Tang Seryung from a distance, standing tall above the academy walls. Tang Seryung, intrigued yet apprehensive, walked through the expansive building, her gaze searching, while Namgung Cheon observed her from a distance, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The blonde-haired girl's earlier comment about Seryung's lack of internal energy drive echoed in the air. Inside, a woman with dark hair sat in a grand room, declaring, "I don't want to talk anymore, so let's get to the point. Who are we supposed to take?" Meanwhile, Namgung Cheon turned his back, his expression unreadable. Tang Seryung's expression hardened, her violet eyes narrowed in determination. From a high vantage point, Namgung Cheon observed the blonde-haired girl, noting her presence by a window within a large, opulent building. The girl, with her serious expression, seemed lost in thought. Meanwhile, Namgung Cheon approached her, his curiosity piqued. The expansive palace grounds stretched before them, a testament to the building's grandeur. Namgung Cheon, having caught up to the girl, spoke, his words carrying a hint of uncertainty. The girl's response revealed a poignant revelation, a sense of familiarity, a feeling of encountering a long-lost father. Namgung Cheon questioned Tang Seryung, asking if she had been abandoned. Tang Seryung firmly denied this, stating that she is not someone who could be abandoned. She added that if she had been abandoned, she would have already hunted down and killed the person responsible. Tang Seryung walked away, leaving Namgung Cheon alone on the rooftop. Namgung Cheon let out a soft ah, seemingly lost in thought. Tang Seryung continued walking, her back to the viewer, leaving the scene. Tang Seryung stood silhouetted against a twilight sky, her expression unreadable, as Namgung Cheon watched her from a distance. Her gaze fixed on something beyond him. Her face was set, a subtle defiance etched in her features. Namgung Cheon's face reflected his internal conflict, his eyes held a mixture of curiosity and concern as he listened to her unspoken words. He had just been rejected, and his response was a quiet, almost resigned note. His thoughts revealed a surprising vulnerability. He admitted to getting angry when rejected. Namgung Cheon walked away, his shoulders slumped, leaving Tang Seryun alone on the rooftop. He seemed lost in thought, his steps slow and deliberate. The scene shifted to the interior of a grand building, where Namgung Cheon and Tang Seryung sat in a spacious room, engaged in conversation. He reminded her that it was currently vacation season at the school. A school announcement was made. During the break, all students were required to return home. However, some students chose to remain in the dorms. This meant that unlucky teachers like the woman with the long red hair were forced to stay behind as well. The woman with long red hair sighed, commenting that the school had gone downhill since she was a student there. She was speaking to the dark-haired woman in a red outfit, who looked unimpressed. The red-haired woman seemed annoyed by the dark-haired woman's lack of reaction. A man in a cap informed the women that one of the remaining students requested to return home, and that they just needed to transport them. The woman with dark hair asked where the student was. The man in the cap replied that there was no rush, and that they could take their time. The woman with long red hair, however, demanded 1,000 times the original commission if he wanted her to stick around. The woman with dark hair left the room. The woman with long red hair insisted that even that wasn't enough. The woman with long red hair stared at the man in the cap, suspicion evident in her eyes. "Are you for real?" she questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. The man in the cap sighed, his expression weary. He calmly replied, "Hold it in, she's your friend. A friend that you haven't seen in 10 years. The woman with red hair remained silent, her gaze fixed on the man. Her expression softened slightly as she processed his words. A stark white background displayed a stark message: "It's been 13 years, you know. 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days. A man sat alone in a wheelchair, his back to the viewer, silhouetted against a large window. The scene was bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The camera angle shifted slightly, revealing the man's bald head and the back of his maroon shirt. He appeared lost in thought, his shoulders slumped in dejection. The woman with long red hair and the man in the cap stood in a grand hall, the scene exuding an air of quiet formality. The woman's expression pensive as she observed her surroundings. She appeared lost in thought. A close-up revealed a man in a wheelchair, his face pale and his body still. He was completely paralyzed. The man's stillness emphasized his condition, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy of the hall outside. The woman and the man in the cap walked away, their footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. The man in the cap, his back to the viewer, muttered, "He's completely paralyzed." The man in the wheelchair was in critical condition, he could barely breathe on his own, and his eyesight was failing. The woman with long red hair questioned how such a severely ill individual could have been admitted to the academy. The man in the cap explained that the only certainty was the man's unbelievable wealth. He had donated 10 years' worth of the academy's budget to enroll. Despite normally staying in the dorms during breaks, his family had requested his return home. This is why the transport was arranged. They were instructed to handle him with extreme care, as he was so fragile that even a slight touch could break him. A young man, his head shaved bald, sat in a plush armchair. He was connected to a respirator, his expression one of listless resignation. The woman with long red hair, from earlier, questioned him, her voice laced with concern, "Do you like her?" "That woman just now." The paralyzed man sat silently, his gaze fixed on the woman. He was in a wheelchair, his body still and lifeless. The woman continued, her tone sharp, "You don't need to hide it. Since it's obvious from your eyes." The paralyzed man responded, his voice barely a whisper, "I don't have any light in my eyes." But the woman countered, her eyes now glowing with an unnatural purple light, "You do. It's just buried too deep to see." The woman with long brown hair, seated in a dimly lit room, posed a pointed question to the paralyzed man in the wheelchair. What do you like about her, that woman? His response was unexpected, revealing a surprising depth of feeling. I like that I can see her pain. He continued, his words hinting at a fascination bordering on obsession. She looks like she would scream beautifully. The woman's image appeared reflected in his eye, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. The woman with brown hair, observing the man, sensed something more to his words and pressed further. You saw something, didn't you? What did you see? The woman with long brown hair, her expression unreadable, stared intently at something unseen. A single word, heavy with implication, floated in the panel below her: death. The focus shifted to a close-up of a man's face, his head shaved, his eyes wide and vacant behind an oxygen mask. His expression was one of profound weariness. The camera moved closer still, focusing on his eyes, the white stark against the shadowed skin. A sense of impending doom hung in the air. A young man stood on a balcony, his back to the viewer, gazing out at a sprawling cityscape bathed in the golden light of sunset. He appeared lost in thought, his posture conveying a profound sadness. The scene changed abruptly to a close-up of another young man, this one with dark hair and piercings, his expression somber and serious. He seemed to be contemplating something heavy. The final panel showed the paralyzed man in his wheelchair, the woman with brown hair sitting beside him. The words, "W.I. Soha. She resembles you" appeared below, adding another layer of mystery to the scene. The woman with long brown hair sat on the edge of a bed, her gaze distant and troubled. She appeared lost in thought. I know, but still. She murmured to herself, her expression a mixture of understanding and lingering unease. A server poured steaming tea into a delicate cup. As a woman with long dark hair sat across from a man in a yellow jacket. He asked if she used to enjoy bamboo leaf tea. She responded that she hated it, even more so now, a clear sign of her changed tastes and perhaps altered memories. The man, observing her, offered a thoughtful explanation. Memories often become distorted over time. In a luxurious room, two figures sat in conversation. One, a man in a suit, sipped from a cup, while the other, a woman in a red top and black pants, reclined on a couch. So, we only need to take that kid? The woman asked, her tone suggesting a casual disregard for the gravity of the situation. The woman continued, her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. No, I'm going with you too. Why would I stay at the school when I have no students to oversee? Her eyes widened slightly as she pressed further, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Then, don't tell me Zhu Gehui is also coming with us. A man with a bandana calmly responded, a sense of quiet assurance in his demeanor. Don't worry. There are still students left in the dorms. He added, a subtle note of intrigue in his voice, and, of all people, one of them is Zhu Gehui's student. The final panel shows a showerhead spraying water, suggesting a transition to a new scene or a change in the character's state. The woman with long red hair stood under a shower, steam obscuring most of her body. The water cascading down her back as she rinsed the soap from her skin. Her expression shifting from calm to one of intense anger as she muttered to herself, so annoying, why the hell did you show up? You should have just stayed dead. A sudden noise startled her, causing her to whip her head up. Her eyes wide with fear as she whispered, who's there? She quickly grabbed a towel, her body still trembling slightly as she cautiously stepped out of the shower. The woman with long red hair, still damp from her shower, felt a sudden chill in the air. A figure appeared at the end of the hallway, shrouded in mist. The figure was a young woman in a school uniform, her expression unreadable. The red-haired woman watched, her heart pounding. Fear and unease etched across her features as she stared at the mysterious girl. Water still dripped from her hair. Meanwhile, in a different location, Zhu Gehui sat on a plush couch, a malevolent glint in her eyes. She muttered to herself, Zhu Gehui, why would I care if that woman tags along? I actually hope she really tags along. A sinister smile played on her lips as she continued her internal monologue, that way, I can chop her head clean off. The woman with long red hair, still shaken from her earlier encounter, stood alone in a dimly lit corridor. Her eyes darted nervously around her. As she watched three figures approach from the end of the hallway, a tall woman in a cheapao, a girl in a school uniform, and a man in a wheelchair accompanied by a large bodyguard. The woman in red paused, her apprehension growing. The three figures continued their approach, their expressions unreadable. The scene was tense, the silence heavy with unspoken anticipation. The schoolgirl, noticing the woman with long red hair, spoke, her words carrying a subtle undercurrent of malice. "This one wants to go home too." The woman in the cheapao looked at the schoolgirl, a slight nod acknowledging the unspoken agreement between them. The woman with long red hair, feeling increasingly trapped and vulnerable, could only utter a single word, "Oh." The schoolgirl, her face alight with a malicious glee, addressed the woman with long red hair. "Isn't this great? You desperately wanted Zhuge Hui to go with you, right?" The woman with long red hair, her expression unreadable, stared back at the schoolgirl, her vulnerability palpable. Meanwhile, a man pushed an elderly person in a wheelchair down a corridor, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. A young man, seemingly unconnected to the others, observed the scene from a distance, his expression one of quiet contemplation. His gaze lingered on the scene, his thoughts obscured. From a higher vantage point, the young man observed the woman with long red hair, the schoolgirl, and the woman in a cheapao, all moving in a coordinated fashion down a city street, their actions suggesting a prearranged plan. The elderly man in the wheelchair and his attendant were also present, seemingly part of the same orchestrated movement. The schoolgirl, her violet eyes narrowed, observed the woman with long red hair from a slightly elevated position. As their vehicle hurtled through hyperspace, streaks of light blurring past. They arrived at a cluttered cargo bay. The woman with long red hair looked around in confusion. The schoolgirl, close behind, calmly stated, "What is this place?" The schoolgirl explained that it was a first-class guest room, specially ordered by the captain to accommodate the woman with long red hair, who, according to the captain, was close. The woman with long red hair, upon entering what appeared to be a storage room, reacted with disgust. "This is a storage room. You expect me to stay in this filthy place?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with irritation. She then demanded, "Where's that woman? Tell her to come here right now." The woman in the cheapao, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, calmly replied, "I like it here." The red-haired woman's expression shifted from anger to confusion. A single exclamation point punctuated her internal surprise. A schoolgirl appeared, offering a placating suggestion, "If we clean it up, it'll be fine." The red-haired woman, still bewildered, watched as the schoolgirl began to tidy the area. "Where are you going?" she questioned, her tone a mixture of suspicion and concern. As the schoolgirl left the storage room, she calmly explained, "I'm just stepping out so you can clean in peace." The schoolgirl, her back to the viewer, walked down a corridor, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. The woman with long red hair's face filled the panel, her expression one of startled confusion. A young person in a black jumpsuit and a beanie with an H on it stood patiently in a hallway, seemingly waiting for something. The young person in the beanie spoke, their words a warning, "Until we arrive, no one is allowed outside, since there's a crazy woman with a sword roaming around." The woman with long red hair, now seen from the waist up, appeared in a doorway, her voice echoing, "Hey! He!" Her desperate plea continued, "Open the door. Open it right now," as the door began to open. A schoolgirl walked down a metallic corridor, her footsteps echoing. A young person in a beanie trailed behind her, caution evident in their stance. The schoolgirl, seemingly oblivious to the tension, continued on her path. The young person in the beanie expressed concern, stating that the woman with long red hair was now completely out of control. Meanwhile, the woman with long red hair, emanating an intense red aura, sat in a meditative pose, her state escalating. The young person in the beanie, now visibly worried, warned against making eye contact with the woman, emphasizing the danger. Their eyes widened in alarm as they noticed something. A young person in a beanie walked down a long, metallic corridor, the artificial lighting casting sharp shadows. Their expression one of wary concern. They seemed apprehensive, their gaze fixed ahead. "She's even scarier," they thought, a shiver running down their spine. Meanwhile, the woman with long red hair stood by a large window overlooking the star-strewn expanse of space. Her posture suggesting a quiet intensity, a powerful red aura subtly emanating from her. A young man with dark hair streaked with crimson, his eyes a striking red, is shown in close-up. His expression is serious, almost pensive. The scene shifts to a wide shot of a grand palace, a majestic structure with ornate architecture and expansive grounds. Students in uniform stroll through the meticulously landscaped gardens. 3 schoolgirls, full of youthful energy, are seen running and laughing together, their carefree joy contrasting sharply with the young man's earlier contemplation. One of the schoolgirls, with long, bright red hair, smiles radiantly, her happiness palpable. The perspective changes abruptly to a close-up of the young man again, a single thought bubble above his head containing 3 ellipses. His gaze remains intense, his thoughts hidden, but a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A woman with long, dark hair stood before a panoramic window, gazing out at the star-dusted expanse of space. A man approached her, his words cutting through the silence. "I recognized you right away. You look just the same as when we were kids." The woman, her face partially obscured, responded with a hint of bitterness. "About me, huh? You don't even remember what I looked like as a kid." The man continued, his tone softening slightly. "In that sense, you're the one who hasn't changed. You're still as self-centered as ever." The woman countered, a flicker of something akin to vulnerability in her eyes. "No, I've changed. I have someone I care about now." The man, his expression unreadable, offered a final piece of advice. "That's why I'm warning you, forget about revenge, move on with your life." The woman with long red hair stood defiantly, her sword pointed towards a distant structure, a warning echoing in her mind. "If you ever raise your sword against Zhuge again." She vowed to herself, "I won't let it slide like I did yesterday." The man in the beanie, concerned for her well-being, attempted to physically restrain her as she descended the steps, a desperate attempt to dissuade her from her path of revenge. But she was resolute. Later, in a sterile, modern setting, the woman and the man in the beanie had a tense conversation. He suggested, "Let's just remain as friends who vaguely remember each other." The man in the beanie, having delivered his warning, left the scene, leaving the woman alone with her thoughts. The woman, her resolve wavering, questioned him silently, "And if I refuse?" A close-up on the woman's face revealed intense red eyes. "Don't test me," she thought, a fierce determination hardening her expression. The man in the beanie stood beside her, his concern evident. They were in a sleek, modern hallway. The woman's gaze remained sharp. She admitted to herself, "You're right, I still have the same personality as when I was a kid." She continued her internal monologue, explaining her unwavering resolve, "Because I don't tolerate people touching what's mine." The woman stood alone in a long corridor, her red hair partially obscuring her face, her expression unreadable, but her posture suggesting a quiet intensity. She walked away, leaving the viewer to ponder her next move. The young man, his dark hair slightly tousled, devoured a mountain of sausages with gusto. The Korean characters above him indicated the sound of his enthusiastic eating. He turned, his back to the viewer, revealing a glimpse of his sharp features as he approached an elderly, bald man seated in a futuristic wheelchair. The old man, his face pale and gaunt, wore an oxygen mask, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resignation. A close-up on the old man's eye showed a reflection of the young man, highlighting the power imbalance between them. The old man's voice, weak but audible, expressed his fear. "It's dark, too dark. I can't see anything." The young man, seemingly unmoved, offered the old man a single sausage on a plate. "Instead of observing me pointlessly," he stated, "just eat that. You need to eat well when you're young." The young man sat across from the old man, a plate of sausages between them. The old man, frail and in a wheelchair, looked apprehensive. His eyes wide with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. A single sausage lay untouched on his plate. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the old man's distress, calmly ate his own sausage. "If I have to eat just to stay alive, then it's a waste of food. I'm going to die soon anyway," the old man thought. He continued to eat, his expression betraying no emotion. "So you believe you know the future?" That's a naive thought, the young man said, his tone dismissive. The old man looked down, his shoulders slumping. I see it whether I want to or not, he replied, his voice barely a whisper. The young man nonchalantly tossed another sausage onto the old man's plate. The scene ended with the sausage spinning slowly on the plate. Sausages rained down around an old man in a wheelchair, who sat passively at a table in a sterile, metallic room. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, watched impassively from across the table. The young man's lack of reaction to the bizarre event was noted. He didn't react at all, a voiceover observed. A young woman stood in a corridor, observing the old man from a distance. The scene shifted to a close-up of the old man's face, revealing a look of quiet resignation. Even when telekinesis was used, the old man remained completely unaffected, he didn't even flinch. The young woman's internal monologue revealed her surprise. The young man, seemingly unbothered by the old man's impassivity, issued a curt warning, "Don't play with food." More sausages were shown, neatly arranged on a tray, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene moments before. The scene ended with a close-up on the tray of sausages. Sausages flew through the air, propelled by an unseen force, as the young man sat across from the old man in a sterile, futuristic room. He offered the old man another sausage, advising him to eat quickly and avoid unnecessary worry. The young man's words, "Stop worrying unnecessarily and just eat. The more you worry, the more you lose," were a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. Meanwhile, the young woman observed from a distance, her thoughts focused on the old man's unusual resilience to the young man's telekinetic abilities. She wondered if he possessed similar mutant powers. She mused, "Do you think he's the same kind of mutant as me?" acknowledging the mystery surrounding the old man's immunity. The young woman's uncertainty continued, "I don't know. It's too deep and dark to see anything," highlighting the limitations of her understanding. However, a surprising shift in her perspective occurred as she reflected on the old man's calm demeanor. She admitted, "But, when I heard that man's words, I strangely felt at ease," revealing an unexpected connection. A close-up reveals a person's face, partially obscured by a respirator, their eyes conveying a sense of weariness. The scene shifts to show an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman standing nearby, both observed from above within a glass enclosure. The young woman, arms crossed, expresses a harsh sentiment, "Don't find comfort in that. You're going to die anyway." Her gaze drifts towards a distant planet visible through a window, a celestial body that seems to hold a grim significance. The planet is shown in greater detail, a caption stating that death is waiting right there. Finally, a wide shot reveals a futuristic cityscape shrouded in mist, under a night sky. An old man, accompanied by a young woman with vibrant red hair and another woman in a school uniform, walk through a hazy space. A figure in a wheelchair, partially obscured, trailed behind them. Their destination a large, desolate terminal, looming under a gray sky. The group continued their journey towards the imposing structure. The terminal, according to an on-screen caption, built during the early days of Galaxy development. Inside a dimly lit control room, a woman with dark hair and a man with spiky, light-colored hair observed a screen displaying the terminal's history. A small, robotic-looking figure sat between them. The caption stated that the terminal once managed over 100,000 flights annually, but was shut down 700 years prior due to the cancellation of the Northeast Galaxy project. The group arrived at a derelict space terminal, its vast interior shrouded in mist and hinting at a forgotten past. The young woman with dark hair questioned the terminal's surprisingly good condition despite its abandonment, prompting the robotic figure to explain that the automated systems were still functioning. The young woman with blonde hair, reviewing data on a screen, appeared concerned, as the man with spiky hair noted that the systems must be overflowing with energy after 700 years of inactivity, contrasting this with their own fuel-saving warp jumps. The woman with dark hair barked orders, "Who cares about that? Hurry up and leave. Disinfect every corner of the ship. Remove every trace of that girl's smell. Leave it like that, and we'll get black mold everywhere." Meanwhile, a man with spiky, light blue hair sat in a chair, checking a datapad. He muttered, "The payment for the contract hasn't been deposited yet, you know?" the dark-haired woman's eyes widened in surprise. She urgently demanded, "You idiots! Quickly connect me to the Wild Crane Innkeeper right now." A blonde woman with a beanie responded, "I've already been trying for a while, but the external communication network isn't connecting." The blonde woman's statement was followed by a collective gasp as the group at the derelict space terminal realized, it seems the blocking barrier has been activated. By whom? Why? A man with short, graying hair, wearing a dark cap, olive green cardigan, and a dark tie, is shown in a close-up. His expression is serene and almost sleepy. The man raises his hand, palm open, in a gesture of greeting or farewell. He is surrounded by three other individuals, a woman with dark brown hair in a business suit, a woman with long, vibrant red hair in a floral dress, and an older man in a wheelchair, his face partially obscured. The man walks away from the group, his back to the viewer, toward a large, imposing structure that resembles a space terminal or airport, shrouded in mist. The red-haired woman and the woman in the business suit follow him at a distance. The red-haired woman and the woman in the business suit continue to follow the man. As they approach the imposing structure, the sound of a low hum, almost imperceptible, fills the air. The red-haired woman's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed in concentration. The young woman with red hair observed intently. As the man with gray hair and the woman with dark hair moved swiftly toward the space terminal, a vehicle's exhaust fumes filled the air. A sudden explosion rocked the area. The man with gray hair reacted instantly, dodging a blast of energy that scorched the ground where he had been standing moments before. Danger, he thought, bracing himself for another attack. The blast engulfed him, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke and debris. Inside a futuristic vehicle, a young woman with blonde hair and a black cap watched in alarm as a dark-haired woman exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" An explosion rocked a nearby building, billowing smoke into the air. As a large, armored vehicle sped away, leaving a trail of smoke and destruction in its wake. The blonde-haired woman's companion, a man with teal hair and sunglasses, identified the vehicle as a multi-rocket launcher, armored vehicle, a really outdated relic. A figure, seemingly the source of the explosion, flew away from the scene of the destruction. The armored vehicle's departure was followed by a massive explosion, engulfing the area in flames. A man in a yellow-green jacket leaped through the air, his movements swift and precise. As he approached a heavily armed armored vehicle, its weaponry primed and ready. The vehicle's main cannon fired a powerful blast. But the man deflected the attack with a burst of energy, the force of the impact sending him hurtling backward. The resulting shockwave created a massive explosion, causing significant damage to the surrounding vehicles, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The woman with dark hair watched the aftermath of the armored vehicle's destruction, voicing her confusion. Why did something like that suddenly appear? Aren't those things illegal? Shouldn't they all have been scrapped? The man with teal hair, having just disabled the vehicle, responded, "You're right, one of them wouldn't even be much trouble though." But the young woman with blonde hair corrected him, stating, "That's not the issue, there's a huge number of them." A radar screen showed numerous blips, indicating a large number of unidentified objects approaching. A man in a yellow jacket appeared, seemingly concerned, his face partially obscured. He seemed to be hurrying towards the source of the disturbance, his movements suggesting urgency. The man in the yellow jacket approached a large, imposing structure, a military installation of some kind, where a line of ominous vehicles sat shrouded in mist. The vehicles, sleek and powerful, suddenly lurched into motion, their engines roaring, revealing their true nature as heavily armed military transports, their weapons systems primed and ready. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the facility as the vehicles unleashed a devastating barrage of fire. The man with teal hair and the woman with dark hair watched from a distance, their expressions reflecting a mixture of shock and concern. While the young blonde woman, her face grim, seemed to anticipate this turn of events. From a high-rise window, a man watched a distant city under siege. Explosions rocked the skyline as streaks of light crisscrossed the night sky. Meanwhile, inside, a young man with dark hair and earrings stood quietly, his expression a mixture of apprehension and concern. A flurry of missiles launched from unseen sources streaked across the sky. The woman with dark hair spoke calmly, reassuring someone nearby, "It's noisy. Don't worry. I'll keep you protected. Nothing will harm you." A voice, seemingly belonging to a man wearing a respirator, responded resolutely, "I won't get hurt. That isn't in my dream." The man in the maroon jacket remained calm, his respirator tube visible. A volley of missiles streaked across the sky, their fiery trails converging on a single point, resulting in a massive, blinding explosion that engulfed the area in a searing inferno. The shockwave visible even from a considerable distance. Inside, a woman in a red jacket, along with two others, watched the destruction unfold on a large screen. "What?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. A man in a maroon jacket, his face etched with grim determination, spoke, "It self-destructed." Meanwhile, a young person with blonde hair and a black cap focused intently on a glowing device, seemingly oblivious to the chaos outside. The aftermath of a devastating attack unfolded before them. Wreckage littered the landscape, and large, metallic spikes protruded from the ground, remnants of some destructive force. A woman with dark hair, visibly alarmed, pushed a wheelchair containing an elderly man. Nearby, a young man with dark hair remained focused on his work, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. The man with teal hair observed the scene with a worried expression. In the distance, a figure in a maroon jacket stood resolute, grimly observing the scene. His gaze was fixed on the destruction, his expression conveying a sense of profound loss. The man in the maroon jacket approached a hangar, where several large military vehicles were parked. His metallic hand rested on the ornate golden head of his cane. He stood tall and imposing, his metallic features stark against his military uniform. The man's mechanical hand and cane hinted at a cybernetic enhancement or augmentation. The man with teal hair, witnessing this figure, muttered to himself, "A droid?" A text box revealed that the Atana Lugan Planet Terminal is private property owned by the Sakamoto-Stein Group, under the authority of Operations Officer Gunther Rezov. The operations officer, a man in a green jacket, addressed the group that had entered the terminal without authorization, warning them to leave immediately. A metallic figure, its face stern and eyes glowing red, appeared, issuing a final warning to leave. The woman with red hair, enraged by the cyborg's presence, drew her sword, exclaiming, "How dare an old generation droid attack humans? You're clearly malfunctioning. I'll smash you right now." She prepared to attack the cyborg. But the man in the green jacket intervened, calmly telling her to stop wasting her strength. The man with teal hair stated that there must be some misunderstanding, as they were only asked to bring the child there. The man in the green jacket clarified that the child's name was Sama Stein, and asked them to verify again, suggesting that the notice may not have been relayed in advance. The name Sama Stein was repeated, echoing in the hangar's silence. Suddenly, a cyborg with glowing red eyes appeared, its presence filling the hangar with a chilling atmosphere. The camera focused on the back of a bald head, suggesting a moment of anticipation or tension. The scene shifted to a close-up of Sama Stein, a young child connected to medical equipment, their face partially obscured by a mask. A cyborg's metallic hand rested gently on Sama Stein's leg, a stark contrast to the menacing aura the cyborg exuded. The cyborg knelt before the child, its voice a low monotone as it uttered, "At last, you've arrived." A close-up revealed the cyborg's face, its red eyes glowing intensely, a chilling expression etched across its metallic features. From a distance, the man in the green jacket, the woman with red hair, and the woman with dark hair watched as the cyborg interacted with Sama Stein, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. The cyborg's declaration, "My 700 years of waiting has finally come to an end," echoed the weight of a long, arduous journey. The group stood before a large, imposing building, the scene hinting at the vastness and mystery of the world they inhabited. The woman with dark hair looked around in confusion, her thoughts echoing the question in the speech bubble above her, "What's going on? What just happened?" She and the smaller figure behind her, seemingly a young man, ran through a dark corridor, their hurried pace suggesting a sense of urgency and alarm. The red-haired woman, leaning against a railing, spoke to them, her tone laced with impatience, "We don't know either, but why are you still hanging around? Do you still have scraps left to pick up? The dark-haired woman responded, her voice carrying a hint of frustration. Yes, there are. The guy who gave us the job hasn't paid the balance yet. The young man added, his voice tinged with exasperation, the communication network is blocked so I can't even contact him. The woman with dark hair, her expression a mixture of impatience and anxiety, called out, Sunja. Is it connected yet? Meanwhile, a young woman with blonde hair, wearing a beanie and dark clothing, was hunched over a complex piece of technology, meticulously working on the connection. Her fingers deftly pressing a glowing blue button. I'm connecting right now, she replied. The dark-haired woman's frustration grew. She muttered to herself, being close to certain humans makes me break out in hives. The red-haired woman watched the scene with a look of thinly veiled annoyance. The dark-haired woman turned, her back to the camera, and walked away, leaving the others to their task. A woman with dark hair, her expression a mix of frustration and relief, questioned, Where's the bald kid? And what's the deal with that skeleton earlier? The panel showed a framed portrait of a man in military attire, saluting. The portrait transformed into a metallic, robotic version of the same man, his eyes glowing red. A robotic figure, kneeling before a bald man in a wheelchair, pleaded, My lord. Please give me your orders. This servant now wishes only to rest. The bald man, his face obscured by a respirator, responded indifferently, I don't know what you're talking about. What order do you want? The robot continued, It's simple. Please, command me to finally die. Just one word from you is enough. A close-up on a robotic figure's face, partially obscured by a respirator. The woman with dark hair announced, I connected to the central internal computer network. She then urgently instructed, quickly contact Wild Crane Inn's keeper. Tell that bastard to pay up immediately. I'm sure he scammed us. He abandoned us at an air terminal that stopped operating 700 years ago. The blonde-haired robotic figure responded, but something's weird. A data screen displayed the following information, over the past 700 years, there have been 87 recorded external space vessel landings. But no records of any departures? The robotic figure's optical sensors processed a deluge of data, streams of information swirling within its synthetic eye. A sudden anomaly in the vessel records triggered an alert. The dark-haired woman, already seething with anger, observed the innkeeper's reaction. Her expression hardening as she pieced together the implications. The bald man remained absent. Meanwhile, a robotic figure, its metallic face partially obscured by a red cap, stood silently, a sense of foreboding heavy in the air. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped the robotic figure, causing it to kneel in pain. A chilling message appeared on the screen, then. Everyone will die. A red, futuristic-looking semi-truck with hover capabilities flew over a sprawling, futuristic city shrouded in fog. Inside a building, a man with teal hair and sunglasses peered around a corner, commenting, Why's the atmosphere like this? It's like we're in some cheap horror movie. He adjusted his glasses, a subtle shiver running down his spine. As another man pointed to a crown insignia on his jacket. The teal-haired man reacted defensively, raising a hand in a gesture of caution as another man approached. The teal-haired man, his expression one of quiet apprehension, stood silently observing his surroundings. A slight frown creasing his brow as he registered the stark, metallic interior of the corridor. He seemed to be waiting for something or someone. His gaze shifted to the young man beside him, who was staring blankly ahead. The word food appeared in a thought bubble above the young man's head. The teal-haired man's expression turned to one of mild concern as he listened to the young man's silent thoughts. The young man's thoughts were simple and direct, food. A moment later, the teal-haired man's face registered surprise as he heard the young man's next thought, Sunja already left. The teal-haired man looked around, clearly surprised and slightly concerned. He looked around the empty corridor, his eyes darting from side to side, a clear indication of his growing unease. The young man remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. According to the terminal's records, when the planet terminal was shut down 700 years ago, 16 operational staff members remained. A young woman with blonde hair reviewed the data on a holographic display. The information confirmed that, since then, there had been no replacements or new personnel. The teal-haired man and a woman with long, pink hair stood silently, observing the data. The woman then asked, "So you're saying they all grew old and died here?" The young woman, arms crossed, tilted her head, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity evident on her face. "Most? What do you mean by that?" she questioned. The blonde-haired woman, hunched over a glowing screen, explained, "All of them have death records except one person." A digital image of a man in uniform appeared on the screen. The caption read, "Chief Operations Officer Gunther Rezov is still alive, according to the records." The pink-haired woman's eyes widened in surprise, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. The teal-haired man looked on, his expression a blend of concern and intrigue. Gunther Rezov, his voice a raspy whisper, recounted his long life. "For 700 years, I extended my life by waiting solely for orders. A life marked by self-modification." He continued, "I cut off my rotting limbs myself. A grim process of self-preservation." His words painted a picture of decay, pulled out decaying, melted organs that had lost their function, leaving him a shell of his former self. His final, chilling statement, "Now all that's left is a shriveled, faint brain." Rezov, now a cyborg, knelt before a frail figure in a wheelchair. The stark contrast between his mechanical body and the elderly man's vulnerability was palpable. The blonde-haired woman, reviewing data on a screen, confirmed the situation. "There are medical records." Medical records displayed Gunther Rezov's extensive cybernetic modifications, including prosthetic limbs, organ transplants, and artificial blood vessels. The young woman's eyes widened as she processed the extent of his modifications. Even his eyes and joints were artificial. Another woman observed, remarking that he had essentially replaced his entire body. The blonde-haired woman, analytical as ever, concluded that Gunther had altered himself to survive. A young woman pondered the extreme measures Gunther took to survive, questioning his motivations and the reasons behind his isolation. The group discussed Gunther's actions, questioning why he chose such drastic measures and remained secluded despite the option to leave. The blonde-haired woman dismissed Gunther's extensive cybernetic modifications as "none of our business," suggesting he likely had his reasons for them. While the young woman, her eyes blazing with intensity, retorted that it seemed like he had no blood in his veins or something. The brown-haired woman, observing the scene, simply stated that the situation was just sad. But her expression shifted as she considered the depth of Gunther's suffering. Questioning whether calling it merely sad was truly appropriate, finding the situation more akin to dark humor. The pink-haired woman, meanwhile, pondered a different aspect of the situation, questioning why the group had been specifically asked to bring that particular child there and what the connection might be. The pink-haired woman, seated at a table, learned that the Sakamoto Group, which owns the terminal they are in, is controlled by the Bit Satoshi family. A revelation that prompted a surprised question from her. "Bit Satoshi? You mean the richest family in the universe?" Another individual confirmed that the Bit Satoshi family monopolizes genetic engineering, AI development, and even space development, their wealth stemming from their invention of blockchain technology. They even reportedly fund the operating costs of the human government. All information about the Bit Satoshi family is strictly hidden, except for one detail: the name of the family's founder, Satoshi Stein. The blonde-haired woman, observing from across the room, reacted with a thoughtful expression upon hearing the name Stein, connecting it to a child's name. A man with gray hair, wearing a dark cap and olive-green jacket, sat with his eyes closed, a look of weariness etched on his face. He reflected on his marginalized existence within his own family. "To my family, I don't even exist. I'm not even acknowledged as a person, so how could I represent my family?" The scene shifted to a young boy in a wheelchair, his head bald, connected to a breathing apparatus. He was dressed in a dark maroon blazer and a green tie. The boy spoke, his words revealing a sense of powerlessness. "It's not that I won't give orders. I just don't have the authority to." The camera focused on the back of the man in the olive-green jacket, now facing the boy. The man's internal monologue revealed a shared sense of abandonment. "You and I are the same, sir. we both are abandoned beings. The boy's face, partially obscured by the breathing apparatus, showed a hint of resignation. Even if we want to die, we're beings that can't even do that. The panel ended on this somber note. A cyborg, his metallic hand visible beneath a tattered cloak, knelt in abject defeat. His posture spoke volumes of his resignation. Elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant pink hair tilted her head, a look of confusion etched on her face. She seemed to wonder. Her confusion quickly turned to alarm. "Where did that girl go?" she exclaimed, her eyes darting around the room. The pink-haired woman searched the sterile, metallic corridor. Her gaze sweeping across the empty room, her anxiety growing. Until she finally spotted a figure in the distance. A close-up reveals Cyborg, his bald head and pale skin stark against the dark background. He is connected to a respirator, his expression one of quiet resignation. The next panel shows a metallic figure, its face obscured by a red cap. Only its metallic features are visible, giving it an imposing presence. The metallic figure, a superior officer, stands over Cyborg, who sits in a wheelchair. The officer delivers a curt command, to continue surviving. He then turns and leaves. The officer walks away, his footsteps echoing in the metallic corridor, leaving Cyborg alone in the sterile, metallic chamber. His gaze fixed on the departing figure. He remains powerless, resigned to his fate. A metallic officer barked an order: "Search every camera in the base immediately." Meanwhile, a young girl with short brown hair worried aloud, "That girl, why Soha? Why would someone without martial arts skills just walk out like that?" The metallic officer, her expression unchanged, continued to oversee the search effort. She questioned the small, yellow-haired cyborg working diligently at a console. "Why aren't you searching, and just staring at me?" The cyborg remains silent, its gaze fixed on the officer. Before finally asking, "Hey, do you know me?" The cyborg, seemingly startled, tilted its head slightly. Its eyes widening as it processed the metallic officer's informal greeting, "Hey, you?" Prompting a sharp rebuke from the officer, "Did you just speak informally to me? Even though you're just an android?" The cyborg, unfazed, calmly retorted, "I wasn't being informal, you were the one using informal speech." The metallic officer's expression hardened as she glared at the cyborg. Her anger escalating into a sharp accusation directed at an unseen individual. "Hey, Tang Ser-young, what kind of education did you give to this android?" The metallic officer's accusations were refuted. A young woman with dark hair and red highlights, identified as Sunja, was revealed to be the subpilot, medical officer, and general manager of their Estevil ship. Furthermore, her education was described as top tier, a fact emphasized by a second woman, who appeared to be monitoring a computer screen. The metallic officer, clearly irritated by this information, expressed her annoyance with a single, dismissive sound. Despite this, she conceded to searching for Wai Soha herself, but insisted that if Wai Soha returned, she must remain on the ship. Meanwhile, a pink-haired woman, presumably Wai Soha, was seen hurrying away from the main area. Sunja, observing the scene, reacted with a quiet, unimpressed expression. The metallic officer placed a hand on Sunja's head, offering a brief compliment, "Well done." Meanwhile, Sunja, in a dynamic pose, was described as cute by an unseen observer. As the metallic officer, looking weary, sat down at a console. Wai Soha, barefoot, walked away from the scene, leaving a trail behind her as she approached a large, imposing structure. A thought bubble appeared above a character, revealing their inner monologue, "We really seem like a perfect match. I was on my way to meet you." The scene shifted to a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes, her expression unreadable. Another thought bubble appeared, this time asking, "Do you have any sausages?" A young man with dark hair and a hoodie responded curtly, "Nope." The woman's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing slightly. The young man and woman walked away from each other, their interaction concluded. The young woman's gaze was intense as she observed the young man, her words carrying a note of warning, "Your walking pattern is different. It resembles the Heavenly Demon's Imperial Step, a style that only the master of the Heavenly Demon sect can learn." The young man stood before a large, imposing structure, his back to the viewer, a sense of mystery surrounding him. She continued, her voice laced with concern, "Your breath sometimes carries the cold of frozen jade, too." The young woman's eyes widened slightly as she added, "People might think you've mastered the emerald jade demon technique, which only female heavenly demons can learn." Her expression turned serious as she stated, "And reaching the level of phantom demon god of total concealment where you can hide your martial arts at such a young age. It's concerning that others might misjudge you even more. So, be careful." A young man's foot made contact with the ground, leaving a faint trail of dust. As he stood before a young woman, she eyed him cautiously, questioning, "Who are you?" The young man, in turn, seemed equally perplexed, his own question echoing hers, "And who are you?" The young woman's expression hardened, her gaze intense as she sized him up. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of suspicion and concern. A misty, industrial landscape stretched out before them, the scene shrouded in an unsettling fog. Why Soha, a woman with striking red hair, called out urgently for someone named Soha, demanding their immediate presence. Her voice echoing through the desolate, metallic corridor. Her expression shifting from a demanding call to one of dawning alarm. As she discovered a horrifying scene, a large room filled with numerous corpses, strewn across the floor. A closer look revealed another pile of bodies, seemingly buried under a pile of what looked like burlap sacks. The title card declared, "Corpses." Why Soha's eyes widened in shock. As she stared at the horrifying scene before her, a vast room filled with numerous corpses. Her back turned to the viewer, she stood amidst the grim discovery. A figure in military attire approached her from the distance. Why Soha, her face etched with horror, demanded, "What the hell? You? All of this, was this your doing?" Why Soha stood in a stark, metallic chamber, her expression a mixture of horror and accusation. A cyborg officer, impassive and cold, stood opposite her. A tense silence hanging between them. Suddenly, Soha's hands glowed with an intense light, releasing a wave of energy that erupted in a blinding flash. The force of the blast sending her reeling backward, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The air crackled with residual energy. Soha stood, panting, her eyes wide with a newfound determination. Why Soha stood before a towering cyborg officer, the metallic glint of his eyes reflecting the dim light of the cavernous hall. His imposing figure casting a long shadow over the debris-strewn floor. The officer's cold gaze was fixed upon her. A HUD overlay appeared before Soha, displaying her internal energy levels, internal energy drive, 7.42 cycle. Alpha prime grade. Soha's energy surged, a visible aura emanating from her body as she prepared for action. The cyborg officer extended a metallic hand, his voice a cold monotone, "So it seems, you're full of life. Give it to me." Soha, enraged, retorted, "You crazy hunk of metal," as she launched herself forward, drawing her sword in a blur of motion. Why Soha, enraged, launched a fierce attack against the cyborg officer, her movements a blur of motion. The force of her assault shattering the officer's headgear, sending fragments flying through the air as she pressed her advantage. Her attack relentless, a whirlwind of blows aimed at the vulnerable cyborg officer. The energy of her strikes creating a blinding flash of light, leaving behind only the shattered remains of the cyborg officer's leg. Why Soha, wounded but defiant, knelt amidst the wreckage of her battle with the cyborg officer. Her ragged breathing punctuated the silence. Her face a mask of grim determination as she struggled to catch her breath. The fight had taken its toll, but she had prevailed. The cyborg officer lay defeated, his metallic body riddled with damage, internal components exposed and sparking. Soha's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on the cyborg officer's exposed core. She noticed something unusual. Soha confronted the cyborg officer, accusing it of murdering others to steal their internal energy drives. The cyborg officer calmly responded that it had only borrowed their lives. A detailed close-up revealed the intricate network of energy drives within the cyborg officer's body. The cyborg officer, its internal energy drives glowing, demanded Soha surrender hers. Soha, enraged, glared at the cyborg officer, her face contorted in fury. She prepared for a final, desperate attack, her resolve hardening. Why? Soha, enraged, screamed in desperation, her face contorted in a mask of fury. Her desperate plea was reflected in the cold, unfeeling eye of the cyborg officer, who could only manage a weak cry for help, help. Hurry! Meanwhile, a young man and woman stood facing each other, their expressions unreadable. The woman pleaded, please help. Hurry! But the man responded with cold indifference, you're so annoying. Lucky for you, let's talk again next time. A young man stood before a swirling vortex of gray mist, the remnants of some unseen event. His expression one of quiet contemplation as he observed the scene. A thought bubble appeared above his head, revealing his inner thoughts, she's such a good child. Helping a friend is a noble thing to do. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the fog. Zhuge Hui, a young woman in a school uniform, walked purposefully toward a man in a wheelchair. The caption read, "Teacher is in danger." A red-haired woman lay on the floor, unconscious, a mask covering her mouth and nose. The man in the wheelchair watched her with concern. Zhuge Hui's expression hardened. She questioned the man, Zhuge Hui? You called me just for that woman? The man in the wheelchair, his eyes wide with distress, could only utter, but. The red-haired woman clutched at her chest, blood staining her dress. Her face was contorted in pain. She stumbled toward a doorway, whispering, it's too late. Zhuge Hui and another individual arrived at the scene, where a red-haired woman lay collapsed on the ground. Zhuge Hui's immediate concern was evident as he exclaimed, what's wrong? What happened? The woman's condition appeared critical, she lay still, her body unmoving. Zhuge Hui's companion, his face etched with worry, looked on. Zhuge Hui knelt beside the injured woman, assessing her condition while his companion remained standing nearby. The scene was grim, highlighting the severity of the woman's injuries and the palpable tension in the air. Zhuge Hui's companion assessed the unconscious woman, her face pale and drawn. Her entire body had suffered internal injuries. But the greater concern was that her internal energy drive had been forcibly ripped out. Meanwhile, a metallic figure, partially obscured by a trench coat, examined its own internal mechanisms. The figure's chest cavity revealed a complex array of glowing components. The metallic figure retrieved a red cap from a shelf, a small, glowing orb resting nearby. The metallic figure, its movements precise and deliberate, retrieved a red cap from a shelf. Then, with a slight spark, it carefully extracted a glowing orb from a nearby compartment. The red-haired woman lay on the ground, critically injured, her mouth agape in a silent scream. Zhuge Hui's companion gasped, "Ku-wa-koa." A surge of energy pulsed through the woman's body, causing her to convulse violently. Zhuge Hui's companion, eyes wide with alarm, exclaimed, "What's happening?" Zhuge Hui's companion diagnosed the red-haired woman's condition, it's a short circuit. When the internal energy drive was forcefully removed, the connection between the electronic neural network and the natural neural network was damaged. He continued, explaining the urgency, if we don't reconnect the drive quickly, the entire neural network, including the brain, will be destroyed. That means, she will die. Zhuge Hui's companion, his face etched with worry, urgently instructed, then stabilize it somehow. He declared his intention, I'll go get the drive back. As Zhuge Hui's companion rushed off, the metallic figure, observing from a distance, uttered a single word, hey. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman lay convulsing on the ground, her body emitting faint electrical sparks as Zhuge Hui and her companion watched anxiously. Zhuge Hui's companion, her face etched with worry, knelt beside the convulsing red-haired woman. The woman's body spasmed violently, emitting a faint blue glow as she coughed up blood. Zhuge Hui's young companion, her expression troubled, pondered her next course of action. What am I supposed to do, she wondered. Zhuge Hui, observing the scene, anxiously questioned her companion, isn't there a way to stabilize her? Her companion sighed, explaining, there was, but the person who could help just ran off. Juga Huey's companion explained a potential solution, connecting a different internal energy drive to temporarily stabilize the red-haired woman's neural network, but lamented that the person who could perform this procedure had already left. The companion then delivered a grim prognosis: without intervention, the red-haired woman's brain would be irreparably damaged within 5 minutes, leading to brain death. A powerful figure, seemingly unfazed by the urgency, appeared, radiating an aura of intense energy. The red-haired woman continued to convulse violently, coughing up blood, her condition worsening with each passing moment. The powerful figure, clearly annoyed by the situation, issued a curt command: connect it. Juga Huey's companion, a small figure in a black beanie and dark clothing, held out a small, external-type drive. The metallic figure, impatient, questioned the device, noting its low capacity. "That's an external-type drive, right? Why are you carrying this cheap thing around?" they asked. Juga Huey's companion shrugged, explaining, "I thought I could trade it for sausages." The red-haired woman continued to deteriorate, convulsing and coughing up blood. The metallic figure, seeing the woman's critical state, urgently ordered, "Hurry up and attach it to her." Juga Huey's companion, however, shook their head, stating, "It won't work, not with this." The companion explained the situation: the neural network required an alpha prime grade internal energy drive, and this low-capacity device was insufficient. There's no way this low-capacity drive could handle it. At the very least, it has to be alpha grade, they stated, highlighting the critical lack of the proper equipment. Juga Hui stood with his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped in a posture that spoke of exhaustion and mounting despair. A stark contrast to the bright, almost childishly cheerful image of the red-haired woman that flashed before his eyes. The memory served only to amplify his current anxiety. The metallic figure, impatient and frustrated, muttered, "This is so annoying," as he surveyed the scene. He then focused on a device, confident in its capabilities. "This one should work, right? It's alpha grade," he declared, his tone betraying a hint of desperation. The device was connected, but the results were far from satisfactory. Juga Huey's companion watched, a mixture of worry and helplessness etched on their face. As Juga Hui received a small, glowing green object from his companion, a silent plea for a solution in their eyes. Juga Huey's companion, a young girl with blonde hair and a distinctive H symbol on her hat, stared intently at Juga Hui, her blue eyes reflecting a mixture of worry and determination. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed the critically injured red-haired woman, her enemy, lying wounded. A voiceover questioned Juga Huey's actions: "But she's your enemy, so why?" The scene shifted to a sprawling, industrial cityscape, hinting at the scale of the conflict and the technological advancement of this world. The metallic figure, frustrated by his earlier failure, searched a closet, his movements precise and mechanical. He found something, a small object, and reacted with a sudden exclamation. The metallic figure's face, partially obscured by shadow, revealed a single, glowing red eye, reflecting his cold, calculating nature. A young woman with short brown hair sat perched atop a tall shelf, her legs dangling. Below her, a man in a beige coat and a distinctive red cap looked up, his expression unreadable. Her gaze unwavering, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. A young woman perched atop a server rack observed the metallic figure from a concealed position. As he approached, she calmly stated that she was there only for formality's sake. The metallic figure's single visible eye glowed, its expression unreadable. The young woman, meanwhile, activated a device labeled internal energy drive, revealing that she had been asked by a friend to stop him. Elsewhere, the man in the wheelchair, connected to life support, reflected on a promise made to a friend, explaining his presence. The metallic figure challenged the young woman: "If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me. Can you do that?" She responded with a confident, "Easy." The metallic figure countered: "But you're already dead, aren't you?" The young woman retorted: "This body is still alive. And I will continue to survive under orders." She added, "Consider it lucky you don't have an internal energy drive." The young woman, having deactivated the metallic figure, watched as it stood inert. A man in a military-style uniform and cane walked past, seemingly oblivious to the confrontation. The young woman, a swirling vortex of purple energy surrounding her, stood defiantly before Gunther Reznov, the metallic figure. The energy pulsed, a testament to her power, as Reznov watched with narrowed eyes. Reznov, incredulous, exclaimed, "How can you do that without an internal energy drive?" The young woman, her eyes glowing with an inner light, calmly responded with a chilling statement, "Prove that you're alive. If you do, I'll kill you." Reznov, undeterred, revealed his identity. "My name is Gunther Reznov, Executive Director of the Sakamoto Group and the Chief Operations Officer of the main terminal." The young woman, unfazed by his imposing title, retorted, "Names and titles are engraved on tombstones too, you know." A young woman in a school uniform stood defiantly before a tall, metallic figure in military attire. The figure's back was to the viewer, its mechanical hand resting on a cane. A close-up revealed the figure's face, a metallic skull with a single red eye, and a red military cap. A series of flashback panels showed the figure's past, a family photo, a wedding, and the figure holding a baby. The word "parents" appeared above the family photo, marriage above the wedding photo, and child above the image of the figure holding a baby. The metallic figure turned to face the young woman, its expression unreadable. The young woman's face hardened, and she stated, "Yeah, you're definitely dead." A young woman in a school uniform walked through a metallic corridor, her expression bored. She muttered, "Boring." The metallic figure, partially revealed in previous flashbacks, emerged from behind a tarp. He declared, "Don't insult this body. Life runs by goals and purpose." The metallic figure continued, "I still have a worthy purpose left. That's why I'm alive." The young woman observed him from a distance, her expression unchanged. She commented, "How ridiculous, you seem to live a much more luxurious life than you look, old man." The metallic figure, angered by her words, retorted, "A kid like you knows nothing about life." The young woman stood her ground, her gaze unwavering as the metallic figure walked away. The young woman, her gaze intense, revealed a surprising fact: "I was born as a twin." But she continued, a hint of bewilderment in her tone, "But my twin brother is 9 years older than me. It's strange, right?" The metallic figure, upon hearing this, simply responded with a questioning, "What?" A flashback showed two infants, swaddled together, seemingly inseparable. A stark caption appeared, "They only needed one child, but 2 were born instead." The scene shifted to a group of figures, their backs to the viewer, a chilling explanation following. "Those who forced those children to be born chose only one of the 2. The narrative opens with a stark revelation: one of a set of twins was not chosen and was frozen alive immediately after birth. Kept as a spare, a fail-safe measure. A fate that would have been a happy ending had they remained frozen forever. But on their 9th year, the child unexpectedly defrosted and awoke. From that day on, the child was given a single condition for survival: to live a life devoid of goals or purpose. The young woman, now aware of her unusual circumstances, walks down a sterile corridor, the weight of her existence heavy upon her. A metallic figure, clad in military attire and sporting a crimson cap, posed a question to the young woman. "So, was that child alive or dead?" The young woman, her expression unreadable, responded with a counter-question, "Why are you telling me this?" The metallic figure explained, "Because you're already dead. Dead people are good at keeping secrets, right?" The scene shifted, showing the metallic figure and the young woman standing at a distance from each other in a sterile, metallic corridor. The metallic figure continued, "It's a good thing for you too, right? At least you can comfort yourself thinking it's a death with meaning." A surge of green energy enveloped the metallic figure, who then vanished in a flash of light, leaving the young woman alone in the corridor. The young woman stood alone, a lingering confusion etched on her face. A surge of purple energy erupted from her hand, a stark contrast to her otherwise calm demeanor. A warning echoed in the air: "It's dangerous. Step back." The energy intensified, threatening to consume her. A resulting explosion rocked the surroundings, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene. Leaving the young woman unharmed but visibly shaken, her eyes now glowing with an unnatural purple hue. A figure emerged, clad in olive green, his hand emitting a golden aura. He stood before the young woman, a silent observer to the aftermath. A figure in a military-style uniform stood hunched over, emanating a bright cyan energy. The energy pulsed rhythmically, illuminating the surrounding area. The text 7.42 Cycle Alpha Prime Grade appeared on a yellow box above the figure. A metallic figure observed the scene from a distance, its mechanical arm displaying technical data. The metallic figure stated, "I knew it was your doing." The cyan energy intensified around the uniformed figure, revealing a metallic face beneath the cap. The figure's single visible eye glowed in eerie green. A warning message appeared on a screen: internal energy drive capacity, 8.87 cycle. Danger! The uniformed figure, now clearly robotic, was shown in a state of critical energy overload. The metallic figure's optical sensors registered a powerful energy signature. A core-grade drive. It internally assessed, recognizing the immense power source. The robotic figure, still reeling from the energy surge, braced for another attack. "I won't ask why. I'm going to kill you anyway." A surge of energy manifested as a blazing sword in the robotic figure's hand. The robotic figure, empowered by the core-grade drive, stood ready to face its opponent. A young woman watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. The robotic figure's face remained impassive, its focus unwavering. With a swift, precise movement, the young woman incapacitated the robotic figure, leaving it lying on the ground. The metallic figure, its red eyes glowing intensely, surveyed the scene with cold calculation. The young woman, her expression unreadable, raised a hand, a faint energy emanating from her palm, silencing the robotic figure with a swift, precise energy blast. The robotic figure lay incapacitated on the cold, metallic floor, its core-grade drive exposed. The young woman, her eyes fixed on the metallic figure, stated, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you." She then revealed her true intentions, a chilling remark about wanting to take the robotic figure's core-grade drive, justifying her actions by highlighting the robotic figure's privileged background and the unfair advantages it had. The young woman's voice, laced with disdain, echoed through the metallic corridor. "Seeing you act all high and mighty, thinking you're special, made me absolutely sick." She addressed the metallic figure, her gaze cold and calculating. "This man has something I want. If you get in my way, I'll kill you too." Her words dripped with menace as she looked down at the incapacitated robotic figure. "Good thing you swapped your body for an android, old man. Otherwise, you would have gotten cursed for being so heartless." With a chilling calmness, she continued, "Anyway, do whatever you want. I'll give you 1 minute." The young woman turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. The metallic figure knelt beside the fallen robotic figure, its metallic body exuding an aura of silent observation. The metallic figure's multi-jointed hand reached down to the incapacitated robotic figure. As the young woman watched from a distance, her expression hardening. She stood in a stark, metallic chamber, the robotic figure slumped in a chair before her. "You said you would stop him," she accused, her voice sharp with anger and betrayal. "You promised. Why are you just letting it happen?" she continued, her frustration mounting. The young woman's gaze narrowed, her thoughts focused and determined. The metallic figure knelt beside the damaged robotic figure, its assessment seemingly complete. The young woman cried out, "No! Stop it now! Don't let the teacher get hurt!" The metallic figure, observing the scene, calmly stated, "If you want to stop him, you'll have to kill him." The metallic figure's eyes widened slightly as the young woman processed the statement. She then responded, "It's not so bad to let him live as he wants for 1 more minute before killing him, right?" The metallic figure continued, "He's kind of like us, you know. Besides, if he's lucky, he might survive, even if it's just an ordinary, unremarkable natural life." The young woman, looking concerned, questioned, "What are you doing? The minute's almost up." The metallic figure's glowing blue eye focused intently. As its powerful robotic arm descended, a blue energy field swirling beneath its metallic fingers. The young woman, desperate, shouted a command, "I command you! Stop!" She continued, invoking a name and lineage, I. Sama Stein. I, the 166th heir of the Stein family, I command you. Stop! The metallic figure, unmoved, responded with a statement of cold logic. It was stated that you have no qualifications. Therefore, I will confirm once again. The metallic figure lowered its head, its red cap obscuring its face, seemingly indifferent to the young woman's pleas. The young woman, desperate to save the incapacitated robotic figure, appealed to the metallic figure, questioning its authority to act on behalf of the Stein family. The robotic figure remained unconscious, its life support systems failing. The metallic figure coldly rejected her plea, stating, "No, you don't." Defying the metallic figure's command, the young woman unleashed a powerful energy blast. The force of the blast shattered the floor, leaving the metallic figure kneeling amidst the debris, its actions seemingly thwarted for the moment. The metallic figure, a robotic being with a red cap, prepared to initiate a teleportation sequence. A swirling vortex of energy materialized on the floor, indicating the activation of the teleportation technology. Meanwhile, the young woman, observing the scene, pleaded with the metallic figure to stop. The camera focused on the robotic figure, who was still incapacitated and hooked up to life support. The metallic figure, undeterred, warned that any attempt to stop him would result in the death of both the young woman and the robotic figure. He unleashed a powerful energy blast, seemingly intending to eliminate them both. The robotic figure, its systems failing, looked up with wide, fearful eyes as a massive explosion rocked the facility. The force of the blast sent debris flying, tearing through the metal structures and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The blast originated from a nearby starship, its hull breached and systems overloaded. A catastrophic failure that sent shockwaves through the surrounding area. The robotic figure, still weak and vulnerable, watched in horror as the destruction unfolded. A young man, his face etched with worry, pushes a wheelchair through a desolate, ruined cityscape. The wheelchair holds an older man, his head bald and his breathing labored, wearing an oxygen mask. His eyes are wide with a silent terror. Nearby, a robotic figure stands, its metallic face impassive, a red cap perched atop its head. It observes the scene with cold detachment. A young woman, her expression unreadable, walks through the lingering smoke and dust of the destroyed city. She seems oblivious to the devastation around her. Her eyes, however, hold a depth of emotion, hinting at a hidden burden or understanding of the events that transpired. The young woman's gaze falls upon the young man, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The scene ends with a close-up on her eyes, reflecting a mysterious purple glow. The robotic figure surveyed the desolate landscape, its gaze sweeping across the debris-strewn ground where three figures lay scattered, the young man, supporting the injured man, a young woman stood apart, her eyes glowing faintly purple, and a fourth figure lay still, seemingly lifeless. The scene was reflected in the young woman's eyes, a miniature replica of the devastation mirrored in her pupils. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in her expression, a hint of something ancient and powerful stirring within her. A young man with dark hair stood barefoot in a dilapidated metallic chamber, facing a tall, imposing figure in a military-style uniform and a distinctive red cap. The chamber was littered with debris. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair observed a bald, pale individual hooked up to medical equipment. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation. The young man's gaze was fixed on his counterpart. The metallic figure stated, "I feel despair, sorrow, and anger from you. So, you're human." The metallic figure continued, questioning, "But how did you end up trapped inside this hunk of metal?" A scan of the young man revealed a message: internal energy drive not installed. Pure natural. The metallic figure, its single, glowing blue eye intense, issued a stark warning: "Move. If you interfere, I'll kill you." The camera focused on the figure's eye, highlighting its cold, calculating gaze. The young man cautiously approached the metallic figure, his expression one of apprehension. The metallic figure questioned the young man's nature, stating, "You're human, but why can't I see a self within you?" Where have you gone? The young man, seemingly disturbed by the question, responded with a worried expression, muttering, "That's dangerous." Elsewhere, a young woman observed a bald, pale patient in a medical chair, connected to a breathing apparatus. The young man's apprehension was palpable. A metallic hand, clearly artificial, loomed over his shoulder. The metallic figure, his face etched with suspicion, addressed him. "Although you are full of purpose," he stated, his tone implying a hidden accusation. A vast, desolate airfield stretched before them, a colossal structure dominating the horizon. The scene underscored the young man's isolation and the scale of the metallic figure's power. The metallic figure continued, his words cutting like steel, "You don't even have a speck of desire for reward." A close-up revealed a metallic head, contained within a technological apparatus, its eyes glowing ominously. The image served as a visual representation of the metallic figure's advanced technology and his cold, calculating nature. The metallic figure's final judgment was delivered. "At some point, you even lost the will to live and hope itself." The young man's internal despair mirrored the bleakness of the scene. The metallic figure's mechanical hand held a metallic head, its face etched with condemnation. "And in the end, you crossed the line," the figure declared. A vast chamber was shown, littered with the bodies of countless fallen figures. The scene was one of utter devastation. The metallic figure continued, its voice devoid of emotion, "You crossed it too far, so much that even the line itself has vanished." It added, a finality in its tone, "It's too late now." The young man, his face etched with despair, stood before the metallic figure. The figure's mechanical hand rested on its shoulder, a gesture of cold dismissal. "Go on," it said, "I don't want to see you." The metallic figure turned away, its back to the young man, leaving him alone in the desolate chamber. The metallic figure, cane tapping against the desolate ground, walked away from the young man, leaving him alone in the ruins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man in a medical mask, his face pale with worry, muttered to himself, "No. I have to stop him." A close-up on the metallic figure revealed a faint purple energy emanating from its neck, a subtle sign of its power. The young woman, appearing suddenly in a desolate corridor, stood with her arms outstretched, a silent plea or command in her posture. The metallic figure's approach was imminent, its presence looming over the young woman. 1 minute passed. The young woman's hand glowed with purple energy, mirroring the energy seen on the metallic figure's neck. The young man, his face etched with worry and determination, brought his foot down with force, shattering the metallic figure's head. The headless metallic figure, seemingly unfazed by the attack, continued its journey through the desolate, metallic landscape. The young woman watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of concern and newfound empowerment. A massive, imposing structure loomed in the background, suggesting a vast, technologically advanced setting. The young man and woman stood facing each other, a silent tension hanging between them. The young woman, her eyes glowing with an inner light, spoke, "Just now, inside that defensive technique you used, I sensed traces of the heavenly demon heart technique at a supreme level. Was I mistaken?" The young man responded, "If you really just used the heavenly demon sky-splitting palm, then you weren't mistaken." The metallic head lay broken on the ground, a testament to the power unleashed. The young woman addressed the young man, her tone serious. "I'll give you another chance to think carefully and answer me. If it's true, I'll have to kill you." She explained, the weight of her words heavy with implication, because under the laws of the heavenly demon sect, only one heavenly demon is allowed. The young woman's question hung in the air, "Are you a heavenly demon?" The young woman continued, her voice sharp and unwavering, "The title heavenly demon is like a cheap medal given in exchange for losing one's soul. If it's pinned to your chest, tear it off, it's worthless." The young man looked down, his expression troubled. He seemed to be wrestling with a difficult decision. The young woman's words resonated with him, being the heavenly demon isn't a title, it's fate. A headless figure in a military-style uniform, seemingly made of metal and flesh, loomed over a desolate landscape. The figure's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed, "No matter how hard you struggle, you'll never escape." The young man, however, remained defiant. His expression hardened as he countered, "Using fate as an excuse is a lazy person's justification. fate is merely a difficult puzzle that can be solved. The young woman stood beside him, her face etched with concern. She seemed to be silently urging caution. A surge of energy crackled around the headless figure, its form shimmering with an unnatural light. The young man and woman watched, their eyes wide with apprehension, as the energy intensified. The energy exploded outward, engulfing the headless figure in a blinding flash of blue light. When the light subsided, the figure was gone, leaving only a discarded cane behind. A robotic figure, its head a detached metallic skull, stood amidst crackling blue energy. Its mechanical hands trembled. The young woman watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "You're not dead," she thought, her eyes wide. The robotic figure's metallic hand grasped its severed head, sparks flying as it attempted to reconnect. A surge of blue energy erupted from the ground, engulfing the robotic figure as the young woman and another figure watched from afar. The young woman's eyes narrowed, her apprehension growing as she witnessed the scene unfold. The robotic figure, now seemingly whole again, stood with its back to the observers, the blue energy still crackling around it. The young woman, apprehensive, urged the man beside her, "Then go back to sleep." She unleashed a wave of purple energy. A powerful blast that struck the robotic figure, causing it to stagger and cry out, "No!" The force of the attack sent the robotic figure flying, its body visibly breaking apart, revealing its metallic inner workings. The young woman, exhausted but relieved, stood facing a damaged robotic figure. A man watched from behind her, his expression unreadable. As bolts of blue energy crackled around the robotic figure, its metallic frame visibly damaged. Sparks flew from its joints as it struggled. Its head tilted violently, the impact of the young woman's attack clearly evident. The robotic figure's movements became erratic. A metallic arm, scorched and smoking, sagged uselessly. A viscous, orange liquid dripped from the damaged area. The robotic figure shuddered, its internal systems failing. The blue energy discharges subsided, leaving only silence in its wake. The young woman, the man, and a figure in a wheelchair stood in the aftermath, the robotic figure deactivated. The young woman, her face etched with exhaustion but a hint of relief, stood amidst the aftermath. Nearby, a robotic figure lay deactivated, its metallic body scattered across the floor. A man observed the scene, his expression one of quiet contemplation. Another woman, clad in red, turned, her eyes wide with surprise. She seemed to have just arrived. A third individual, a blonde woman in a dark uniform, checked a device, her face reflecting alarm. "It's an energy overflow warning alarm. The reading is 800 gigaton level, and it's still increasing," she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. The robotic figure, once imposing, was now nothing more than a broken husk, its internal components exposed and sparking. The energy surge that destroyed it was clearly immense. The destruction was complete, leaving behind only scattered metallic debris and a lingering sense of unease. A man in a respirator mask observed the scene, his voice laced with urgency as he explained, "The internal energy drives have lost balance, they're clashing with each other. If this continues, they'll all explode." A young woman, her expression resolute, responded, "Then we just need to turn them to dust, right?" The man's eyes widened in alarm. He exclaimed, "No. If you do that, they really will explode. Don't touch them." Panic etched itself onto his features. Then what are we supposed to do? A robotic figure, its metallic frame severely damaged and leaking a viscous yellow fluid, stumbled forward, leaving a trail of the substance as it moved. A young man watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. A bright red emergency light pulsed ominously from the ceiling, its glow illuminating a small robotic figure. The figure's expression was blank, but a data readout appeared above its head. It exceeded 10,000 gigatons. The young woman, her face etched with worry, questioned, "What is it? What's going on? Is it dangerous?" She stood over a damaged robotic figure, its viscous yellow fluid leaking onto the floor. The young woman and the young man stood over the damaged robotic figure, surveying the scene. the emergency alarm had stopped. The young woman tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. She murmured, "Huh?" The young woman's confusion deepened as she observed the now silent emergency alarm. She muttered to herself, "The emergency alarm just stopped. Did it stabilize? That scared me for nothing." The young woman explained, "That's not it. Due to electromagnetic field overflow, all electronic devices have shut down." She continued, her voice laced with grim urgency, "That means, soon, it's going to explode." Meanwhile, a robotic figure, its metallic body sparking with blue energy, stumbled and fell. Its movements erratic and uncontrolled as it emitted a final burst of energy before falling silent. The young woman, her eyes wide with alarm, shouted, "Then we need to evacuate right now. Call everyone now." The young woman, her blonde hair peeking from under a black beanie, voiced her grim assessment, "We can't escape." Meanwhile, the young man, his teal hair striking against the drab surroundings, reacted with alarm, shouting, "What the? What's going on? Why is everything broken?" Sunja. A woman with dark hair and intense red eyes, her expression filled with apprehension, worried aloud, "And what if it explodes?" The blonde woman, her face etched with worry, continued her internal monologue, even based on the last detectable value alone. In the background, a bald man in a brown jacket and oxygen mask lay unconscious near a woman with brown hair, while another woman with long pink hair lay unconscious on the floor. The scene suggested a widespread malfunction or disaster. The young man, having witnessed the chaos unfold, looked around in confusion, his teal hair slightly disheveled as he tried to make sense of the situation. The young man, his back to the viewer, walked down a long, desolate corridor. A woman with dark hair and a determined expression watched him from a shadowed alcove. A massive, imposing structure dominated the scene, its metallic exterior hinting at advanced technology. A vibrant red core pulsed with energy at its heart. The image focused on a damaged, metallic figure, its form partially obscured by molten, glowing orange material that resembled lava. Sparks crackled around it. The figure, seemingly a cyborg or android, was severely damaged, its metallic shell cracked and broken, revealing the glowing orange substance within, its movements jerky and spasmodic as it clutched a sword. A question arose, unspoken but palpable: what is he doing? The damaged figure continued its erratic movements, seemingly struggling against some unseen force, its metallic limbs sparking violently as it braced itself against an unseen pressure. A group, consisting of a woman in a red bodysuit, a man in a hoodie, an elderly man in a wheelchair, and a small, yellow-suited figure, walked down a metallic corridor. The small figure was identified as he. "He's cleaning," a voice stated. The woman in red, her expression questioning, tilted her head slightly. Even now, she wondered aloud. The small figure, he, was the subject of their conversation. His brain functions were completely gone. He moved based on pre-programmed memory values. He was diligently cleaning every corner, maintaining all devices, and repairing the building. The camera panned to reveal a large, red-lit central structure, possibly a server core, at the heart of the facility. This routine, the narration continued, had been his life for hundreds of years. The woman in the red bodysuit and the person in the hoodie observed the damaged figure from a distance. The woman in red mused that in approximately 3 minutes, the damaged figure's activity would cease, leading her to speculate that if the damaged figure could hold out for just 3 more minutes, the impending explosion might be avoided. However, the person in the hoodie countered that the damaged figure was going to explode in 3 minutes regardless, and they would all be caught in the blast. The woman in red, upon hearing this, let out a soft ah, expressing her dawning realization of the grim situation. Her expression shifted to one of concern and worry as she contemplated the seemingly inescapable fate. She then voiced her despair, questioning if there was any way to prevent the imminent catastrophe. The man in the hoodie pondered aloud, well, if someone with overwhelming power were to get rid of him before the explosion, that would only make the explosion happen faster. The woman in the red bodysuit and the damaged figure stood before a large, glowing red machine. The woman in red despaired, muttering, "Ah, we're screwed then." The man in the hoodie reassured her, "Don't worry. The man in the hoodie's expression was grim, his thoughts unreadable. The woman in red, overcome with relief, embraced the man in the hoodie, exclaiming, "You have a way to stop it? I knew it. I knew you would." The man in the hoodie, still embracing the woman in the red bodysuit, spoke, "That's not exactly what I meant, but anyway, step back." He and the woman in red moved away from the damaged figure as the elderly man in a wheelchair watched from a distance. The man in the hoodie exclaimed, "All right." The man in the hoodie turned, a look of concern etched on his face. He muttered, seriously?" Meanwhile, the damaged figure, a metallic humanoid, continued its internal maintenance routines, sparking and emitting electrical discharges. Its metallic body began to overheat, the internal glow intensifying. The figure's internal systems overloaded, causing a catastrophic failure and imminent self-destruction. The man in hoodie's hand crackled with purple energy as he braced himself for the impending explosion. "This won't be easy," he thought, grimly assessing the situation. The woman in red bodysuit, observing from a distance, spoke to the elderly man in wheelchair. "So this is what you saw? We were all just going to die together, she questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. The elderly man in wheelchair responded, his voice strained, "No, the death I saw wasn't even this lucky." The woman in red bodysuit pressed further, "What do you mean by lucky death? Once you die, it's all over." But the elderly man continued, explaining, "But your family's really something else. They even used this kind of supermassive terminal as a discarded gravesite for an abandoned heir. They must have a lot of money." The damaged figure, its systems failing, emitted a warning signal. As the woman in red bodysuit, her expression one of sudden understanding, exclaimed, "That's right. That's it. I get it now." The man in hoodie, sensing the impending danger, braced himself, preparing for the imminent damage. As a surge of purple energy enveloped him, he shouted, "Stop! Let me do it!" The elderly man in the wheelchair watched with a grim expression, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. The purple energy intensified, engulfing the man in hoodie as the woman in red bodysuit and the damaged figure observed from a distance. The woman in the red bodysuit watched the damaged figure, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. She muttered to herself, "How could you possibly?" Meanwhile, the man in the hoodie, engulfed in a purple energy, made a determined declaration, "I'll stop it." The woman in red, witnessing the man in the hoodie's struggle, urgently exclaimed, "We have to stop him. That's impossible. Hurry up and handle it." She lunged forward, attempting to intervene in the escalating energy surge surrounding the man in the hoodie. The purple energy swirled around them both, the woman's expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The man in the hoodie, now visibly affected by the energy, looked at the woman in red with a mixture of surprise and concern, questioning, "What? What are you doing?" The man in the hoodie observed the damaged figure, his expression unreadable. He muttered to himself, "He's not the type to bluff about himself. Let's just watch and see." Meanwhile, the woman in the red bodysuit looked on with growing concern. Her question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. "What do you mean?" The damaged figure stood before a large, ominous machine, its red light pulsing ominously. As the machine's energy surged, the figure began to visibly deteriorate, emitting a warning signal. A trail of viscous, golden liquid dripped from its damaged form. The elderly man in the wheelchair watched grimly from a distance as the energy intensified, engulfing the man in the hoodie and the woman in red in a wave of chaotic power. The damaged figure's imminent self-destruction was unavoidable. The elderly man's hand trembled slightly as he witnessed the unfolding catastrophe. The elderly man, his face pale and drawn, sat in his wheelchair, his breathing labored through an oxygen mask. He appeared frail, his body trembling slightly. As he was propelled forward, the wheels of his chair rolling across the metallic floor of a vast hangar. A damaged, metallic figure stood in the distance, its form flickering with unstable energy. A woman and a man in casual clothing watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. A question hung in the air, wasn't he paralyzed? The question was answered shortly after, he is. The woman and the man exchanged a worried glance, their concern palpable. The woman, with her brown hair and purple eyes, seemed particularly troubled. As the man, with his dark hair and intense red eyes, voiced their shared apprehension, then how can he stop him? The close-up on the man's crimson eyes emphasized his worry and uncertainty about the unfolding events. The woman in the red bodysuit and the girl in the school uniform stood before a damaged figure, its warning signal still echoing. The woman questioned the figure's informal tone, curious about its age. Meanwhile, the girl's violet eyes narrowed in thought. The elderly man, despite his paralysis, propelled his wheelchair forward, approaching the damaged figure. He identified himself as Zentolf Arkada Stein, the 166th heir of the Stein family. His legs, though seemingly immobile, moved with surprising strength as he approached. Sweat beaded on his brow, his expression grim. The elderly man in a wheelchair, his face grim, watched as the damaged figure emitted a final, desperate burst of energy. A brilliant, cyan diamond shape pulsed with light, emanating from the figure's core. Then, the light intensified, causing the woman in the red bodysuit to exclaim, "What the hell is that now?" The elderly man explained, "It's a hyperspace warp transmission. The communication fee alone is over 1,000 credits per second, that's really some absurd level of wealth." The girl in the school uniform observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. The woman in red pressed further, asking, "When you say terminal operating rights, do you mean the Etana Lugan?" A sweating, bald man in a respirator and suit requested authorization. Knowing full well that he would be responsible for the system's operation until a replacement arrived. His anxiety was palpable. Authorization was granted. The man initiated the sequence, a surge of energy emanating from the device. The red glow intensifying as the process progressed. The damaged figure, its metallic body sparking and fracturing, began to overload. Its internal systems flared with intense energy. A command issued, a final order given, "Gunther Rezov, I command you." The figure's self-destruction imminent, its final moments drawing near as it approached the elderly man in a wheelchair. The elderly man, grim and composed, delivered the final blow, "Your mission has been terminated. The terminal's operating authority has been transferred to me." The damaged figure continued its catastrophic breakdown, its form disintegrating under the strain. The final sparks of its existence fading as it was consumed by the energy surge. The transmission was complete. The damaged figure, its metallic form shimmering with an internal, molten glow, let out a guttural cry. As the elderly man in the wheelchair calmly observed from a distance, "You've done well," he thought, a hint of weariness in his voice. Meanwhile, the damaged figure's systems began to overload, its internal mechanisms visibly straining under immense pressure. "I'll take over from here," the elderly man muttered, his eyes fixed on the approaching destruction. The damaged figure stood alone in a desolate expanse, its form beginning to disintegrate as the elderly man watched from afar. The distance between them was vast, yet the connection between them was palpable. The metallic shell of the damaged figure cracked and fractured, revealing glowing embers within. As it violently overloaded, its energy signature spiking before it vanished in a flash of light, leaving only the faintest trace of its existence. The mission was terminated. A series of flashback panels depict a family portrait. A stern-faced soldier in a red cap stands tall, flanked by his family. Below, a younger version of the soldier is shown at his wedding, a tender moment juxtaposed with the earlier image. Then, a poignant scene unfolds showing the soldier gently cradling his infant child. The image is soft, filled with a quiet paternal love. The scene shifts abruptly to a stark, metallic chamber. A damaged robotic figure is submerged in a viscous, crimson fluid, its metallic body dissolving. The figure's skeletal remains are left behind, a testament to its destruction. It collapses, its metallic form melting away. The skeletal remains of the robotic figure are shown from above, highlighting the extent of its destruction. The scene is desolate and cold. From a high vantage point, the elderly man in a wheelchair is seen calmly observing the robotic figure's self-destruction from a distance. He leaves the area, leaving behind the remnants of the destroyed machine. A high-angle, long shot reveals a sprawling, industrial facility, dominated by a towering, crimson-lit structure at its center. The complex network of walkways, catwalks, and machinery extending outwards, hinting at a vast, technologically advanced environment. A closer view focuses on the central structure, a glass-encased tower pulsating with an intense red light, its intricate internal mechanisms visible. Inside the facility, a young girl in a school uniform stands beside an elderly man in a wheelchair, observing the scene with a mixture of apprehension and sorrow. A thought bubble above the girl's head reads, "How cruel," expressing her silent judgment of the situation. Another thought bubble appears, this time containing a question: so the Stein family called that child here to isolate him forever? A woman in a cheapao dress walked down a metallic corridor, her expression apprehensive. A man in a sweater and slacks followed behind her, his face impassive. Her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and sorrow. The woman's apprehension was palpable, she clutched at her chest as if trying to contain a rising panic. The man explained, his voice low and measured, "It's because the prestigious families treasure their reputation above anything else. The deeper the flaw, the more they try to hide it. You know that too, don't you?" The woman looked at a large, ominous-looking machine, its red core glowing intensely. She whispered, "But still, this is too much." A woman in a red bodysuit stood with her arms crossed, her expression grim and resolute. She observed the scene with a critical eye. A girl in a school uniform approached, her gaze fixed on the woman in red. She asked, "Are you really going to stay here?" A bald man in a suit and oxygen mask sits in a chair, stating, "Yeah, nothing has changed. I'd been alone since I was born anyway." A young man with dark hair reflects on the words he heard. He said, "Fate is a difficult puzzle that can be solved. If that's true, then with some effort, you can break free from your fate either." His eyes glow with a purple light as he offers a proposition: "If you want, I'll take you with me. Just forget about your family." A girl in a school uniform walks past the man in the wheelchair, observing him with a concerned expression. The bald man in the wheelchair observes the girl, his expression suggesting empathy. "You're suffering too, aren't you? Maybe even more than me." The girl continues walking, her back turned, seemingly lost in thought. The bald man in a wheelchair reflected on his life, stating that his family's indifference was the hardest thing he had ever experienced. But for the first time, his family had shown interest in him, giving him the right to decide his own fate. He questioned how choosing one's own death could be considered a right. The bald man, wearing a respirator, sat in a sterile, metallic chamber, his expression one of quiet contemplation. A girl in a school uniform approached the chamber, questioning if the bald man would face his fate alone. The bald man responded that he would face it just like them, alone. A skeletal figure stood in a dimly lit chamber, seemingly awaiting its own demise. A bald man, his face pale and his breathing labored, sat in a wheelchair. He appeared resigned to his fate. A woman with vibrant pink hair, dressed in a dark, floral dress, observed him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. A man in a yellow-green sweater and cap stood nearby, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be waiting for something. The woman's gaze softened as she considered the man in the wheelchair. The man in the sweater spoke, his words a quiet suggestion: "Just forget everything and rest. Those ties are all in the past now." Two women stood facing each other in a large, metallic hangar. One, in camouflage, had long pink hair, the other, in black, had short dark hair and a stern expression. The tension between them palpable despite the silence. The woman in camouflage seemed apprehensive, while the woman in black maintained a rigid posture. A hand, seemingly belonging to the woman in black, extended forward, offering a small, dark green device. "Here," the woman in black stated. The woman in camouflage hesitated before taking the device. The woman in black's expression hardened. "Did you sterilize it properly? Your dirty blood must have contaminated it." The woman in black grabbed the woman in camouflage, her grip tight. The woman in camouflage winced in pain. The woman in camouflage, despite the pain, asked a question, her voice laced with confusion: "Why did you help me?" The woman in the floral dress accused the other woman, stating, "And don't say it's because you want to keep me alive just so you could kill me yourself. The woman in black retorted, "If you take away the only reason, what kind of answer do you expect?" Her response was a threat, "You better wash your neck clean and wait. That way my blade will be less tainted." The woman in black, now visibly agitated, turned to leave, her words echoing the tension between them. The woman in camouflage watched her go, a mixture of confusion and hurt evident on her face. The woman in camouflage whispered, "I didn't know." The sound of her boots hitting the floor punctuated the silence left in her wake. The woman with pink hair recounted the devastation of her family, the Sichuan Tang clan, and the months she spent crying after learning of its destruction. She confessed to hating being part of the Zhuge family, a sentiment intensified by the knowledge that she was only 13 years old at the time. The woman in red, her back turned, questioned her counterpart. She wondered what the pink-haired woman would have done had she known the truth. The pink-haired woman, still weeping, revealed that she was only 13 at the time of the tragedy. The woman in red asserted that even if she had been older, the outcome would have remained unchanged. She reflected on the situation countless times, concluding that she likely would have acted similarly. The woman in camouflage lamented, "That's the problem with us. We live a life trapped by the fate of our family rather than our own fate." The woman in red, watching her, offered a somber reply, "Let's meet again. As late as possible, even if it's just for one more day." The woman in camouflage wept silently, the tears a testament to her unspoken grief. She turned away, her floral cheapao a stark contrast to the harshness of her past. A shadowy figure loomed in the distance, its presence ominous and foreboding. The woman in red and a man in a yellow jacket watched as a large, unidentified craft descended from the sky. A large, red, futuristic vehicle descended from the sky, its powerful engines leaving a trail of vapor in its wake. The woman in red, her expression one of quiet contemplation, tilted her head slightly, a question forming on her lips. She seemed to wonder silently. Inside a sleek, metallic corridor, the woman in red stood facing the woman in camouflage, who leaned against a wall, arms crossed, her posture conveying a sense of resignation. The woman in camouflage, her gaze downcast, quietly stated, "I have nowhere to go." She continued, a hint of defiance in her voice, "Besides, I still have things left to do." From a distance, a man observed the two women, his expression unreadable, as he stood silently in the futuristic hallway. The man in black hoodie turned his back to the viewer, his form silhouetted against the bright light, his expression unreadable. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and striking purple eyes observed the scene from a distance, her expression serious and contemplative. The woman in camouflage, the woman in red, and the man in black hoodie stood in a spacious, modern hall, bathed in the soft glow of natural light filtering through large windows. The man in black hoodie stood apart from the two women, his posture suggesting a detached observation of their interaction. A sign reading "Secondhand Market" hung above a quaint building on Carrot Planet, GU 90085. The building's architecture suggested a blend of traditional and futuristic styles. A sweeping vista revealed a vast canyon system stretching across the planet's arid landscape. In the distance, a small building with a distinctive red sun emblem on its roof was visible. A man examined a retro-style external drive, commenting that it was super rare. He considered it retro junk, expressing disbelief that such items still existed. Inside a cluttered scrapyard, a woman with dark hair and a red top addressed a small, hooded figure. "But you came to the right place," she stated, "this is a scrapyard, after all." The hooded figure, seemingly unfazed, urged a large, seated man, "Hey Daku, appraise this junk." A beat of silence followed, as a mechanical parrot flew towards a scale on a nearby table, depositing a small, retro-style external drive. A yellow scan highlighted the device. The parrot then displayed the results: year 3002 model. Samsung Electronic T9 external type drive. Capacity, 1.2 cycle. Daku, using a mechanical parrot as an appraisal tool, examined the external drive presented by the man in black hoodie. He declared, "That's over 100 years old, just weigh it and give a price." The parrot, after its assessment, displayed a digital readout, estimated value: 100 million credits. Over scale. Daku reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "Huh? Is it broken again?" The man in black hoodie, a young person in a black jumpsuit, stood patiently awaiting the final appraisal, while the woman in red top observed from a distance. A close-up of the parrot revealed additional information about the drive: manufacturer unknown, outer shell made of Santanium superalloy, memory capacity is immeasurable, self-evolving OS installed. The woman in red top, along with the man in black hoodie, stood before Daku and his mechanical parrot in the cluttered shop, awaiting the final assessment of the rare external drive. Daku, the appraiser, squinted at the external drive presented by the man in black hoodie, muttering to himself, "Santanium, superalloy." The woman in red top watched intently as the man in black hoodie waited patiently for the appraisal. Daku, using his mechanical parrot, began the appraisal process. The parrot's advanced sensors scanning the drive's contents, revealing the drive contained an ultradense neural net constructed from Santanium superalloy. The appraisal results flashed on the parrot's screen: 12 million credits. Daku, visibly surprised by the high value, gently stroked his mechanical parrot. The appraisal of the external drive concluded with a shocking revelation. A single finger from the drive was worth 12 million credits. The woman in the red top observed, while Daku expressed surprise. Daku, the man in black hoodie, and the woman in red top sat at a table in a sterile, metallic room. 3 plates, each with a small portion of food, sat before them. The woman in red top and the man in black hoodie exchanged a tense glance. Her expression was one of sharp observation, while his was one of quiet apprehension. Daku, seemingly oblivious to their silent exchange, announced that they were out of food, but that the captain would bring more soon. The woman in red top, however, was not concerned with the lack of food. Instead, she pointedly questioned why her sausage was the smallest. A single, tiny sausage sat forlornly on her plate, a stark contrast to the others. Daku, with a sigh, explained that the portion sizes were determined by age and drive size, adding that she didn't particularly like sausages anyway. The man in the black hoodie received a minuscule sausage on a plate. It was a meager portion. The woman in the red top, witnessing this, exclaimed, "You're giving yours up? What's going on? You never share sausages though?" Daku, observing the scene, explained, "It's undercooked. Grill it more. The taste of flame is the soul of this food." The 3 of them sat at a table, each with a small sausage before them. The atmosphere was tense. Daku urged, "Just eat it. Once it's in your stomach, it's all the same anyway." Suddenly, energy erupted from the woman and the man in the black hoodie, illuminating the room in vibrant purple and red. Daku, with his silver hair and sunglasses, sat calmly, a small portion of food before him. He cut into it with a practiced hand. A surge of energy coursed through him, a visible aura rippling outwards. The man in black hoodie, seated nearby, reacted with a visible jolt. His eyes widening slightly as he felt the same energy surge. The woman in red top, observing the scene, also experienced the sudden energy shift. A brief expression of annoyance crossing her face before she too was affected by the energy surge. The scene shifted to a close-up of a child's eye, revealing a high-tech ocular lens. A caption box displayed, "Beep. Multidimensional compatible superconductive ocular lens. 83 million credits." The child, seemingly unimpressed, commented, "Whoa, it just keeps getting more absurd." Sunja, the co-pilot, medical officer, operations manager of their S-Devil ship, was introduced. "She is not a thing, she is a person." The child, unimpressed, questioned the origin of some items, exclaiming, "Whatever. I mean these ridiculous items, where in the world did you get it?" Sunja, thoughtful, simply responded, "That's." A close-up on Sunja's face showed her pensive expression as rain fell outside. A young child, cloaked and hooded, sat huddled beside a dumpster in the pouring rain. The rain cascading down their form, obscuring their features. When Sunja approached, her concern evident in the question, "What are you doing here? Aren't you cold?" The child's eyes reflected Sunja's image, along with a fleeting glimpse of another woman. A woman with dark hair and intense eyes, her expression unreadable. Sunja's gaze followed the child's, her expression shifting to one of worry as she saw the child's distress. Sunja, concerned, approached the child, asking if their battery had run out and offering to help. The child, seemingly drained, offered no immediate response. Before suggesting their meeting was fated, and that they were now a single package. Sunja, arms crossed, appeared skeptical. A man with orange hair listened intently. The man questioned the child's earlier claim that a single finger was worth over 10 million credits. The orange-haired man pondered aloud. Indeed, in fact, her full body is beyond measurable range, it's practically unquantifiable. The child, wearing a black beanie, responded thoughtfully, although I'm not sure, but I bet she's the most expensive thing in this universe? A thing like this shouldn't even be possible, so how? Sunja, with striking red hair, confidently declared, I'm telling you, she's not a thing, she's Sunja. Anyway, if one finger is worth 10 million credits, then just her fingernails must be pricey, right? The child, still seated, simply stated, I don't have fingernails. Sunja then inquired, what about a single hair? To which the child replied, I don't have hair. The orange-haired man's eyes, gleaming with avarice, fixated on Sunja. His thoughts, a stark calculation of profit, centered on the potential value of a small portion of her being. He mused aloud, if you just cut off about 10,000 credits worth, it wouldn't even be noticeable, right? Meanwhile, the child, her gaze unwavering, addressed Sunja as captain. Sunja, resolute in her conviction, firmly rejected the orange-haired man's proposition. There's no need for that, she declared. The scene shifted to reveal the orange-haired man's imposing figure looming over Sunja. His expression was one of cold calculation, his eyes devoid of warmth. He held the child, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. The man issued a curt command, just leave her here. Sunja's eyes widened, a mixture of apprehension and determination reflected in their depths. Her gaze darted around, assessing her surroundings and searching for a solution. Sunja and the child stood before a colossal, orange-haired man, his imposing figure dwarfing them. He radiated an air of menace. The title card read Swelling Toad Art. A wide shot revealed a desolate landscape, a lone building standing amidst barren canyons. This was the location of the Swelling Toad Art. Sunja, carrying the child, leaped from the building's roof, launching herself into the vast expanse of the desert. She soared through the air, her movements precise and controlled, a stark contrast to the chaotic destruction left behind. Finally, she landed hard on the desert floor, the impact sending up a small cloud of dust. The escape was complete. The woman, her eyes wide with urgency, shouted, Robert! Return us to the S-Devil ship immediately. Teleport us now. With a burst of energy, a teleportation effect erupted around them, sending them hurtling through space and causing a violent impact upon landing. The force of the landing sent the orange-haired man sprawling, leaving him dazed and defeated. The orange-haired man, defeated, lay prostrate on the ground, dust swirling around him. Sunja, clutching the child, looked back with wide, fearful eyes. A woman urged them onward, shouting, right now. Quickly. Hurry. Meanwhile, another individual, seemingly a technician, worked frantically, muttering, what's going on? Just hold on. I'm still calculating the coordinates. The orange-haired man struggled to his knees, coughing, as ground beneath them exploded in a cloud of dust and debris as Sunja and the child escaped. Sunja's vision blurred, the world resolving into a distorted image of the orange-haired man's face, his features contorted in a grimace of pain and defeat. As she unleashed a surge of energy, her hands glowing with an intense light. Meanwhile, the technician, his face etched with concentration, monitored the coordinates on his screen, a small red dot representing Sunja's location moving rapidly across the grid. The technician announced, it's ready, as the portal began to glow, preparing for the return. A swirling vortex of turquoise energy materialized in the laboratory, beckoning Sunja and the child back to safety. The portal pulsed with ethereal light, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, as the words return echoed in the air. A swirling portal of teal and gold energy pulsed in the center of a metallic room. Sunja and the child stood before it, the technician watching from a distance. The orange-haired man, his face partially obscured by shadow, watched from behind a monitor, a look of confusion etched on his features. He muttered, "Ha." A stark message appeared on the screen: return failed. Target is missing. Meanwhile, the child, alone and seemingly unharmed, sat on the ground, gazing up with wide, innocent eyes. The child looked up, seemingly lost and alone in a desolate landscape. A large figure loomed over the child, casting a long shadow. The child's eyes widened in fear. A young person with blonde hair, wearing a black beanie and dark clothing, stood alone in a desolate, rocky landscape. Their expression was serious, almost apprehensive. A giant figure loomed over them, dwarfing the young person in comparison. The giant, a large, stout man, held a small object in his hand. The object was revealed to be another person, much smaller, held captive in the giant's grasp. The giant's expression was one of indifference. The young person pleaded with the giant, their voice filled with urgency, "Let go of the captain." The giant turned his head slightly, seemingly unmoved by the plea, as the young person began to descend into a large, dark structure. The young person, worry etched on their face, looked up at the giant. The giant, indifferent to the young person's plea, questioned, "Are you begging me?" The young person, despite their fear, responded with a determined, "Yes." Their gaze remained fixed on the giant, a silent plea hanging in the air. Suddenly, the giant released the captain, who tumbled to the ground. The young person cried out, "Captain!" The giant, having released the captain, addressed the young person, reminding them that their request had been granted. He added, almost as an afterthought, that he could have easily sold the captain into slavery for a considerable profit. The young person, still somewhat concerned, looked on with a thoughtful expression. The giant sighed, muttering that it was a waste of a good opportunity. A sense of urgency filled the air as the young person exclaimed, "We have to go down there right now. Something must have happened to the captain." The giant, his brow furrowed, addressed the young person and the other individual seated at the table. He urged them to act quickly. The young person, seemingly unfazed, calmly ate a sausage. The giant's impatience grew, prompting him to sharply tell the young person to hurry up and eat before leaving. The young person and the other individual began to leave the room. The other individual questioned if the young person's instructions were directed at them. The young person, looking pensive, was questioned, "Shouldn't you at least earn your meal?" His immediate response was one of surprise, "You mean I have to pay for this?" A single sausage was placed on a plate and then presented to the young person, who looked at the small portion with a mixture of disbelief and slight hunger. The young person hesitantly picked up the sausage with a fork. The young person sat at a table in a sterile, metallic room, slightly surprised by the small portion of food placed before them. A carrot flag flew above a traditional-looking building, suggesting a possible location for procuring additional sustenance. A young, blonde person, wearing a black jumpsuit and a beanie, sat chained to a stool in a dimly lit wooden structure. A same young person was shown in a close-up, their expression conveying a sense of weariness and resignation. A robotic figure with a large camera lens for a head appeared, its design suggesting a surveillance or recording device. The robotic figure, now identified as a parrot-like drone, completed its recording and asked if it should upload the footage to a second-hand market. A stout, red-haired man meticulously arranged several small, metallic containers, muttering to himself, "No, upload it to the luxury auction section. Mark it as an ultra-premium item." He pondered aloud, "What price should I set?" A nearby robotic parrot, perched on a stand, chimed in, "Items over 100 million credits are beyond my appraisal range." The man, still considering the valuation, finally declared, "Then maybe around 1.5 billion credits." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, lost in calculations. The man stood up, seemingly satisfied with his decision, a young person chained to a stool visible in the background. The young person, with blonde hair peeking out from under a black cap, sighed, as the man continued his internal monologue. "On top of that, add the assembly labor cost and the rarity value. Plus, considering the 11 years of self-upgrading due to the self-evolving OS. The auctioneer, a stout man with a cherubic face, declared, 13.4 billion credits is the fair price. A young person, chained and seated on a stool, reacted with disbelief. Whoa, isn't that some serious price gouging? For 13.4 billion credits, you could buy 1,000 underdeveloped planets. The auctioneer chuckled, that's actually a modest estimate. I have self-esteem issues, after all. He covered his face with his hands, muttering ha. The auctioneer, now visibly concerned, admitted, then it's too expensive, no one will buy it. His eyes widened in sudden realization. A rotund shopkeeper, gesturing emphatically, instructed his associate to re-record the appraisal. While the young person, chained and weary, remained impassive. The plan was to sell the young person in parts. A shadow fell across the wooden floorboards, obscuring the identity of the observer. A young woman in a school uniform approached, her expression unreadable, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. A young woman with short brown hair and striking purple eyes stood, her expression unreadable. She entered a shop, where a chained young person sat on a stool, awaiting appraisal. The shopkeeper observed from behind the counter. The shopkeeper, a stout man with a placid expression, watched the young woman approach. The young woman questioned the shopkeeper, why are you alone? Where's that woman you called captain? A large, colorful parrot landed near the chained young person. As the young woman's physical data appeared on a screen, height 160 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms, body stats 33-24-36, body fat 13.2%, cellular age 18 years. No internal energy drive was detected. A data screen displays information about the young woman, revealing that based on slave trade records from the dark market, she ranks in the top 0.2%, with an estimated price of 13,000 credits. The shopkeeper, a large, imposing figure, observes the young woman with a knowing look, muttering, nice goods. He approaches her, his words a mixture of business and unsettling appraisal. Hey, young lady, did you come here to be sold? Good choice then. I'll pay a good price for you. The shopkeeper's expression shifts to a predatory grin as he sizes up the young woman. She reaches out to touch him, seemingly unfazed by his size or demeanor. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupts from the shopkeeper's establishment, sending debris flying into the air. The shopkeeper, having seemingly been involved in some sort of altercation, was sent flying into the ground, creating a small crater. The young woman, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, calmly questioned a small, bound figure, why the hell are you pushing that swollen face towards me? She continued, her tone sharp, anyway, why aren't you answering? Where's that captain of yours? The scene shifted to reveal the aftermath of the attack. The once organized shop was now in disarray, with debris scattered across the floor. The young woman stood calmly in the damaged shop, observing the bound figure, who was still chained to a chair. The final panel showed a wide chasm, suggesting the extent of the destruction caused by the attack. The body of the shopkeeper lay sprawled on the barren ground, beneath a skeletal tree in a desolate canyon. A stark contrast to the vibrant life he once knew. The young woman, seemingly unfazed by the scene, observed the body from a distance. Her expression remained calm, betraying little emotion as she assessed the situation. A figure emerged from the shadows of the canyon, a lone swordsman cloaked in darkness. His face obscured, his presence imposing. The text "A Dream" appeared, suggesting a shift in perspective. The young woman, now resting, thought, at least, he doesn't seem bad. Indicating a possible change in her perception of the swordsman. The swordsman, his face obscured by shadow, strode through a narrow canyon, his sword strapped to his back. Carrying the unconscious form of the young woman in his arms. He moved with a purposeful gait, his destination unknown. The canyon opened into a wider expanse, sunlight filtering through the rocky walls. The swordsman paused, a thought crossing his mind, this is strange. She should be around here. He continued his search, the landscape shifting to a desolate area with a gnarled, dead tree. Where he found the young woman, standing calmly beside a small, doll-like figure. Considering the trajectory and speed of the throw, the swordsman deduced that the young woman should be nearby. However, upon closer inspection, he found no signs of a crash or any disturbance in the immediate vicinity. The swordsman's confusion deepened as he observed the small figure and the young woman, who had seemingly appeared unharmed. The young woman, noticing the lack of impact marks, dismissed the idea that she had simply fallen, suggesting someone must have caught her. But the swordsman remained unconvinced, pointing out the absence of footprints near the supposed landing site. The young woman, unconcerned, concluded that she must have simply flown into the sky, expressing indifference to the matter. The instruction was stark: if you don't find her, you won't eat. The young woman, however, found the situation intensely irritating. "This is so annoying," she muttered, her gaze sweeping the desolate landscape. Spotting something in the distance, she pointed. "Over there. She is that way." The swordsman, observing the small figure with the young woman, questioned her, "How do you know that?" The young woman explained, "I can feel an energy. It's really strong." She continued, "At the very least, the other person is a master of the enlightened stage or higher. The fact that there are no traces means they didn't step on the ground. It's a sky-stepping art." The young woman, her energy signature still faintly pulsing, continued her journey down a long, narrow path, the small figure trailing close behind. She muttered to herself, "This is really annoying." The path opened into a vast chasm, the air shimmering with an unnatural energy. Deep within, a powerful energy source pulsed, its location now clear to the young woman. She arrived at a steaming pool of water, its surface disturbed by unseen currents. Her eyes, reflecting the ethereal glow of the pool, narrowed in concentration. As she submerged herself completely, the water seeming to accept her without resistance. The young woman, having submerged herself in the glowing pool, emerged, remarking that it felt like a dream, though a pleasant one. A voice then instructed her to rest, as her internal injuries were not yet fully healed. Suddenly, she felt a presence and looked up to see a swordsman observing her from the shadows of the cavern. Startled, the young woman's eyes widened. Her expression shifted to one of alarm and confusion. The swordsman, however, calmly dismissed her questions, stating that it wasn't an important matter since they didn't share that kind of connection, and urged her to focus on her recovery. Emerging from a pool of water, a young woman cried out, "My clothes!" A swordsman, observing her from a distance, calmly stated that her lack of clothing was unimportant. He had saved her life and therefore she was now his property. He explained that once she was healed, he planned to sell her at a reasonable price. The young woman, now fully clothed, thought to herself, "What the hell? This guy is insane, right? What kind of messed up dream is this?" The swordsman, seemingly pleased, mused that a buyer had appeared, meaning he wouldn't have to sell her at a low price. A young man with silver hair closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. He murmured, "I can feel it." A palpable shift in the air, a subtle change in the energy around him. A rotund man with a parrot perched on his shoulder knelt before two imposing figures, clad in dark armor and cloaks. Their metallic forms radiated an aura of cold, calculated power. The man's eyes widened in fear as he stammered, "The human government." One of the armored figures addressed him, their voice a low, menacing hum. "You just uploaded something incredible on the black market, didn't you?" A woman in military attire, flanked by two imposing armored figures, declared, "Where is it? We'll buy it." She added, with a chilling finality, "At a high price." The camera focuses on the woman's stern expression and the details of her uniform, emphasizing her authority and resolve. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated marketplace, a round man cowered before the same armored figures that accompanied the woman, their presence radiating menace and power. A round man, cowering before two imposing armored figures, found himself in a tense standoff. The figures stood sentinel before a shop in a rustic village. His fear palpable as he stammered a question, "Who are you?" The round man's internal monologue revealed his assessment of the situation. Judging by the woman's uniform, she must be a high-ranking official, especially given the presence of two elite mech units guarding her. Athena's son, the woman in question, cut through the tension. "I'm Athena Sunday. Let's get to the point since I'm tired already." Her declaration of purpose was clear, she was there for a specific objective, and her demeanor suggested she was prepared to pay any price to achieve it. A woman in military attire received a report about a fake listing. The report detailed a general goods department listing with multiple identical items priced at 10 million each. According to a partial analysis, the items were identified as mass-produced PL0003-16 KBT androids. The woman questioned the exorbitant price. Further investigation revealed the product description was filled with lies, including false claims of ultra-dense materials and advanced lenses. The woman confronted a round man, the apparent perpetrator, who was cowering in fear. She accused him of using a fake listing to attract customers. She offered him a lenient punishment, a light fine, if he admitted his mistake and promised to revise the listing, citing it was almost lunchtime. The round man, his face pale with fear, confessed, yes, it was a mistake. He stood before a woman in military attire, her expression a blend of authority and weary understanding. But her suspicion lingered. "But, why does your voice sound so damp?" she questioned, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The woman's intuition proved correct. "That kind of voice," she stated, "only criminals hiding stolen goods have that sort of tone." The round man's eyes widened in terror as the implication dawned on him. "Don't tell me, it was real." His fear intensified as the scene shifted to reveal the stolen goods, meticulously displayed in a hidden shop. The woman in military attire approached the cowering round man, her expression unreadable. The woman in military attire observed the round man's terrified expression, her gaze unwavering as she processed the implications of his confession. A realization dawned on her: the stolen goods were real. And the gravity of the situation settled upon her. She demanded to know the location of the stolen items and the identity of those responsible, her voice sharp and commanding. The round man, now completely broken, could only cower before her and the towering robots that stood silently behind her. The weight of her authority was palpable. The round man's fate was sealed. The round man's apprehension concluded, the woman in military attire led him away. His gaze lingered on the scattered remnants of the stolen goods. A trail of crystalline fragments marking the scene of his deceit. The cave's rough-hewn walls loomed, a stark contrast to the smooth, stolen gems. A lone figure, cloaked in darkness, sat silently amidst the cavern's shadows. His silver hair was visible under his hood, a katana resting across his lap. A young woman, her back to the viewer, approached the seated figure cautiously. The water she emerged from shimmered faintly in the dim light, her expression unreadable. She paused, her gaze fixed on the man in black. The woman's face, partially submerged, revealed a striking feature. One eye was a vibrant green, the other a fiery red. A single word, Gihang, appeared above her head. A woman in military attire, her heterochromia irided stark against her dark hair, stared at a scanner displaying a connection error. She brought a hand to her temple, a frown furrowing her brow. "What? Is the scanner broken?" she wondered aloud. The scanner, however, responded, "It's not broken, it's just that your scanner can't analyze me." The source of the message was revealed, a cloaked figure submerged in a dark, murky pool of water. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. What are you?" she demanded, her voice sharp with suspicion. The cloaked figure replied calmly, "If you need a name to refer to me, you may call me anything you like." However, the figure continued, humans in your position usually refer to someone in my role as master. The cloaked figure, seemingly unperturbed, looked away, leaving the young woman to ponder the implications of this encounter. A cloaked figure, seated on a raised platform, mused, "Honestly, I don't really get it." The figure continued, their voice a low murmur, with mere beatings and primitive devices restraining the body, being fastened around the neck and ankles. They questioned, why do humans give up their self-respect so easily? The scene shifted to a woman in military attire, her face a mask of confusion and indignation as she emerged from the water, her clothes missing. She exclaimed, "My clothes!" A sudden burst of energy erupted from the water, as she angrily shouted, "Shut up!" A young man with silvery hair sat alone, tears streaming down his face. His expression was one of profound sadness and despair. The scene shifted to reveal a vast, cavernous tunnel, its walls etched with the marks of time and erosion. A woman in military attire stood at the tunnel's entrance, her gaze sharp and unwavering. She appeared both angry and determined. The cloaked figure, observing from a distance, was confronted by the woman. "You really are a pervert. Why are you staring like that?" she exclaimed. The cloaked figure calmly responded, "I was merely checking the connection of your physical movements. Recovery is at 93%. He continued, "You still need to recover more. Only then can you be sold at your full value." The implication hung heavy in the air. The cloaked figure, his silvery hair barely visible beneath his hood, moved silently past the woman in military attire. He seemed to observe her with a detached curiosity. Her anger palpable, a storm brewing within her. Her eyes narrowed, focusing intently on something unseen. She reacted explosively, shouting, "Shut up," as a surge of energy erupted around her. A powerful energy blast propelling her forward, leaving a trail of shimmering purple energy in her wake. She moved with surprising speed and agility. The cloaked figure calmly observed her actions. His voice, when he spoke, was devoid of emotion. That movement just caused an additional 4% neural net damage. He continued, his tone unwavering, "This self-harm is pointless. If you resist further, I will beat you until you submit." The woman in military attire, defiant despite her weakening state, unleashed another surge of energy. "You crazy bastard! Try it! As much as you want," she screamed, her voice strained. The blast, though powerful, further damaged her already strained neural net, leaving visible cracks in the energy field surrounding her. The young man with silvery hair watched impassively, his expression unchanging. A flicker of concern crossed his face, but it quickly vanished. His gaze was intense, focused on assessing the extent of the damage she was inflicting upon herself. The cloaked figure remained silent, observing the scene from the shadows of the cave. He subtly adjusted his grip on his weapon, a silent threat hanging in the air. The woman, weakened but still defiant, stumbled deeper into the cave, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The young man with silvery hair followed, his movements deliberate and cautious. The young man with silvery hair, his expression a mixture of calm concern and watchful intensity, gripped the hilt of his sword. He had followed the woman deeper into the cave. Observing her from a safe distance as she continued to unleash destructive energy blasts, her body visibly weakening with each exertion. He moved cautiously, his sword ready, prepared to intervene if necessary. The young man's movements were precise and silent, a testament to his training. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure watched from the shadows, their presence a silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Their eyes followed the woman's every move. The woman, weakened but defiant, stood alone in the vast cavern, her back to the young man and the cloaked figure. The ground around her was scarred by the force of her attacks. The young man's eyes narrowed as he saw the woman pause, her breath ragged. She turned, her gaze meeting his. "You're quite strong, huh? What are you?" The young man with silvery hair followed the woman deeper into the cave, his expression calm but watchful. Observing her as she continued to unleash energy blasts, visibly weakening herself with each one. A cloaked figure, their presence menacing, observed the scene from a distance. The young man's eyes widened slightly, he seemed surprised by something. A glimpse of the cloaked figure's hand was visible, hinting at a hidden weapon or power. The woman in military attire, weakened but defiant, paused her attacks, her gaze fixed on the young man. A close-up on the young man's face showed a thought bubble above his head, containing the question, "Oh one?" The camera focuses on the lower half of his face and neck, revealing a high-tech device integrated into his attire. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure stood in the shadows, two swords resting on the ground before them. A holographic projection of the young man, appearing somewhat ghostly, emanated from a robotic bird. The projection then shifted, revealing the woman in military attire standing in a marketplace. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she realized something, exclaiming, "That is an android." A man with reddish-brown hair and a stocky build knelt on a wooden floor, his face etched with concentration. He confirmed something, stating, "Yes, that's correct. A woman in military attire, her expression one of shock and disbelief, stared at him. Her eyes widened, and she seemed utterly stunned by the revelation. A scene shifted to a dimly lit corridor. A cloaked figure stood in the shadows, observing three individuals: a woman in a black bodysuit, a young man with silvery hair, and a small android child. The focus tightened on the small android, who stood passively in the center, their expression neutral. The android's attire was simple, a dark jumpsuit and a beanie with a letter H on it. The young man with silvery hair was seen eating a large quantity of sausages, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The woman in military attire watched him from a distance. The woman in military attire exclaimed, "That's the same android from before. Adam." The android child, a small figure in a black jumpsuit, ran nimbly across the desolate landscape. Its small form a stark contrast to the imposing canyon walls. The young man with silvery hair, his sword strapped to his back, followed at a measured pace. His eyes fixed on the child's erratic movements. He caught up quickly, easily scooping the android into his arms. The child remained passive, seemingly unconcerned by the sudden change in its surroundings. The young man's hand rested protectively on the child's back, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a cavernous space. The young man knelt, cradling the android child close. A cloaked figure stood in the shadows, observing the scene from a distance. The woman in military attire watched from afar, her expression one of grave concern. Athena's son, an auditor grade 1 administrator, stood in a dimly lit area, her expression one of apprehension. Meanwhile, a young woman with brown hair pondered aloud, "What else again this time?" The scene shifted to a desolate, rocky landscape. A cloaked figure sat alone, seemingly dejected, while the woman in military attire observed from a distance. The young man with silvery hair remained nearby, watchful and protective of the android child. Athena's son, from her vantage point, sent a transmission: "Auditor Grade 1 Administrator, Athena's Sunday requesting information sharing with headquarters." The transmission showed a large, ringed spacecraft, suggesting a response to her request was underway. Athena's son, concerned for the android child's safety, initiated a data transmission to Alpha 099836 satellite, the human government's main data center, requesting information regarding the child's manufacturer. The data transmission was swiftly completed, and the information was received at headquarters. The central processing unit, visualized as a giant eye, confirmed receipt. The woman in military attire, having sent the request, anxiously awaited a response. She requested that the matter be treated as an emergency. Analysis of the received data concluded that the information provided was entirely false. The woman's expression reflected shock and disbelief as she realized the implications. The android child was a product beyond current human manufacturing capabilities. Headquarters reported that there was no record of any attempt to create an android child with capabilities beyond those of a human. The woman in military attire, having received this information, contacted headquarters again. She insisted that there was a witness and supporting data to confirm the android child's existence. Athena's son requested a second analysis, this time from the advanced AI known as Slave. The analysis from Slave confirmed the existence of the android child. The woman in military attire was shocked by the results, realizing the limitations of the initial analysis and the implications of the new information. A colossal, mechanical eye dominated the scene, its iris a complex network of glowing circuits within a vast, data-filled structure. The eye's pupil displayed a magnified image of the android child, confirming its existence, despite a subsequent analysis declaring it non-existent. The stark contrast between the confirmation and denial was jarring. A final order was issued: abort the mission, disobedience would result in demotion. The woman in military attire, Athena's son, reacted with disbelief. "Slave, you're saying that?" Slave answered directly, she questioned, her voice laced with incredulity. The cloaked figure, dejected, stood alone overlooking a vast canyon, the weight of the mission's failure heavy upon him. A screen displayed the words, "Impossible." "There's something going on," reflecting the disbelief of those observing the situation. The image showed the young man with silvery hair and the android child, highlighting the central conflict. A command appeared on the screen: delete all data related to the babies. Further instructions followed: leave absolutely no trace. The scene shifted to a large space station, suggesting the scale of the operation to erase all evidence of the android children. The young man with silvery hair, his face hidden, cradled the android child protectively. His posture conveyed profound sadness and resignation. He continued to hold the child close, his grief palpable. The scene emphasized his desperate attempt to shield the child from harm. The scene changed to show Athena's son and the cloaked figure standing before a dark cave, the implication being that they were preparing to leave the area, abandoning the android child to its fate. A lone figure stood at the edge of a vast canyon, the wind ruffling their coat. A breathtaking vista stretching before them. A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in military attire, gazed intently ahead. Her expression unreadable. A robotic bird-like device displayed a holographic projection. The woman with red hair, her expression unreadable, contemplated the data displayed before her. Internally, she mused, but that doesn't mean Slave's analysis was wrong either. A wave of uncertainty washed over her as she muttered, "What the hell?" A figure in a long coat stood in the distance, a report arriving: return preparations are complete. Two imposing androids materialized, their metallic forms gleaming under the sun. Instructions were given: just send your coordinates and the teleport will activate. The red-haired woman, however, countered, "No, let's delay the return for now." The woman with red hair's request was denied. According to higher orders, her return was prioritized. The android questioned the higher orders, asserting its position as the woman's direct superior. And reminding the android that on site, the direct superior's orders take precedence. The woman, defiant, stood her ground in the desert before two imposing androids. The android's red visor glowed intensely. The woman accused the androids of violating military orders. The woman with fiery red hair, her expression a mask of simmering anger, glared defiantly ahead. She found herself facing two towering androids, their metallic forms gleaming under the harsh sunlight. A third, smaller android stood between them and the woman. The largest android issued a stark warning: please activate the teleport. If refused, we will open fire. Ignoring the threat, the red-haired woman's voice rang out, sharp and furious, "You're seriously insane. Put down your weapons right now. Or else." Her defiance was unwavering, her anger escalating as she prepared for a confrontation. A look of grim determination settled on her face as she braced herself for the android's response. A massive explosion rocked the canyon, the force of it visible in the shockwaves rippling outwards, leaving behind a plume of dark smoke and dust that billowed into the sky. As two androids observed the aftermath from a distance, one of the androids transmitted a message: mission completed. Requesting return. The androids then began to dematerialize, their forms dissolving into shimmering green particles, leaving only faint traces of energy in their wake. A geyser of green energy erupted from the earth, leaving behind a desolate, smoke-filled crater, from which a towering, earthen figure slowly emerged, its form solidifying into a grotesque humanoid shape. The woman with red hair coughed, kneeling weakly in the dust, her face a mask of disbelief as she muttered, "What the? They actually fired at me, with a photon cannon?" The red-haired woman stared down at a gaping chasm in the desert, her expression one of disbelief. "What the hell is going on here?" she muttered, her voice barely a whisper against the vast emptiness. She cautiously peered into the darkness, the sheer drop disappearing into an impenetrable gloom, a swirling vortex of shadows and dust beckoning her downwards. The woman, along with two androids and a cloaked figure, found themselves at the bottom of the chasm in a vast, cavernous space. The red-haired woman, her face etched with anger and suspicion, pointed accusingly at the androids. The small, childlike android looked down, seemingly ashamed. The childlike android hung its head, its small form radiating a sense of guilt and remorse. The woman with red hair pressed the cloaked figure, demanding answers about his relationship with the androids. But he remained silent, stating only that he couldn't answer her question. The woman's expression shifted to confusion. She then angrily accused the androids of being uncooperative, questioning the nature of their programming and education. While another android observed from a distance, seemingly unfazed. The woman with red hair, whose name is revealed to be Sunja, vehemently denied being an android, identifying herself as the co-pilot, medical officer, and operations manager of their devil ship. One of the androids, a young girl with purple eyes, silently questioned the absurdity of the situation. While Sunja, the red-haired woman, declared her intention to question them directly. Sunja directly confronted the cloaked figure, questioning if he was the android's original master before she met them. The cloaked figure remained silent, only his hat visible, leading Sunja to conclude that the question itself was flawed. Sunja and the android stood in a dimly lit cavern, the tension palpable. Sunja, the woman with red hair, stood in a contemplative pose, her expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. As she processed the information she had just received, she had learned that the cloaked figure was not human. The revelation that he was an android, so realistic as to be almost indistinguishable from a human, was shocking. Sunja's surprise was evident in her wide eyes and slightly parted lips as she grappled with this new information. The scene shifted to reveal the cloaked figure, along with the silent androids, standing in a dimly lit cavern. The cloaked figure clarified that he was not fully android, but rather a machine human. A young android, easily identifiable by its childlike features and distinctive H emblem on its hat, observed the scene with a neutral expression. The machine human, his face etched with a pensive expression, silently contemplated the implications of free will. A large, futuristic vehicle, resembling a cross between a truck and a spaceship, soared through the sky. A desperate plea echoed in the distance. Meanwhile, a man with striking blue hair and sunglasses clenched his fists, his face a mask of concern. He was urgently informed that the captain was in grave danger, prompting a sharp question: was he truly going to remain idle? He was urged to intervene immediately. The man with blue hair stood before a doorway, his back to another figure, seemingly contemplating his next move. The young man with short, dark hair questioned if he hadn't already dispatched someone to address the situation. The man with blue hair voiced his concerns about the young woman, stating that she was nothing but a brat with a terrible temper, and that her presence would likely worsen the situation. However, a cloaked figure reassured him, explaining that the girl was sent because of her capabilities and that few beings could overpower her if she focused her mind. This news caused the man with blue hair to react with surprise and disbelief, questioning the identity of this seemingly powerful girl. As the cloaked figure turned away, the man with blue hair's expression shifted to one of contemplation. A moment later, the man with blue hair received a sudden, urgent communication, causing him to visibly tense. The message seemed to contain shocking information, leaving him speechless and visibly shaken. The woman with red hair, a trace of blood on her lip, glared intensely. Her expression was one of barely contained fury. The man with blue hair, relieved, explained, "I'm so glad I arrived here. I just blindly teleported, hoping I'd land somewhere nearby." The woman's eyes widened in shock. "The teleport is still set to open access. Do you not realize anyone can just barge in like this?" The man with blue hair, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, adjusted his sunglasses nonchalantly. The woman with red hair, her anger escalating, questioned, "They're both gone?" Her concern deepened as she turned to the man with blue hair, asking, "Did something happen?" The red-haired woman, her expression a mixture of frustration and concern, questioned the man with blue hair, "Huh? Why are you butting in?" Her eyes widening in surprise as she registered something unexpected. The man with blue hair, seemingly oblivious to the tension, appeared before her, his expression neutral. The red-haired woman's anxiety intensified. Her gaze lingered on him, a silent question hanging in the air. She gasped, this man." Meanwhile, in a nearby corridor, 3 androids observed the scene from a distance, their faces impassive. The red-haired woman's heart pounded in her chest. "My heart is acting up again. The red-haired woman, her voice laced with disbelief, questioned the concept of free will in androids. What do you mean he has free will? The scene shifted to a cavernous space where three figures stood before a cloaked figure wielding a sword. The androids, the red-haired woman, and the man with blue hair were present. The red-haired woman continued her argument, her expression hardening. How can an android have free will? You might as well say a dog grew wings. The man with blue hair countered, suggesting that humans also live within limits. If you think about it, we humans also live within limits, right? Same for them. The red-haired woman disagreed, emphasizing the choice humans have in their limitations. It's not the same. Humans chose to wear their own handcuffs and shackles. We give up a portion of our freedom to live comfortably within society. And if we want to, we can take those handcuffs off any time. Sure, we'll be punished or cast out, but we can. She then contrasted this with the unbreakable nature of the three laws of robotics for androids, but androids are different. The three laws of robotics aren't just handcuffs, they're the android itself. The woman with dark hair and red highlights stared upward, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her eyes widening slightly as a realization dawned. That's right, the three laws of robotics, the text declared, outlining the fundamental principles governing android behavior. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. A robot must obey the orders given it by human beings except where such orders would conflict with the first law, and a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. The woman's expression shifted, recalling a past interaction. Earlier, when you said you'd sell me as a slave, that was a joke, right? She thought, remembering the threat of violence. And that you'd beat me into submission if I disobeyed. She continued her internal monologue, the implications of the three laws becoming increasingly clear. A man with silver hair stood silently, his gaze cast downward, seemingly lost in thought. The woman with red hair, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion, questioned the androids. Why aren't you answering? She tilted her head, a sudden realization dawning on her as she spotted three androids. Ha! Why are there three of them? The woman with red hair, using a targeting system, observed a small android in the distance. Dismissing the small android as insignificant, she noted, "Oh, never mind, the small one's an android. What a shame." The word slave traders appeared on the screen, reflecting the woman's thoughts. She then addressed a companion, stating, "Anyway, we've got two, right? And both of them are top tier." A cloaked figure, observing from the shadows, addressed a pair of androids. "Finally, some proper goods this time. So, which one are you selling?" The cloaked figure continued, "Why choose? Just buy both. I'll offer 7,000 credits for the bundle." The cloaked figure then pointed at the androids, specifying prices, 3,000 credits for one and 4,000 for the other. However, the schoolgirl, also present, interjected, lowering the offer to 4,200 credits. A blue energy pulsed from the girl's hand as she made her counteroffer. The scene ended with the girl's hand glowing with blue energy, suggesting a possible power or ability. The cloaked figure confirmed the price of an android, 2,800 credits. He planned to buy one for himself, use it for a few months, and then resell it for profit. The woman with dark hair, witnessing this transaction, reacted with anger, calling him a crazy bastard. A swift, precise strike from the woman's blade bisected the android's head. The android's body fell to the ground. She engaged in a fierce battle against multiple androids, her movements precise and deadly. The girl in the school uniform, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning understanding, stared intently at something off-panel. A glint of emerald light catching her eye as she stood over the deactivated androids. The aftermath of her battle was clear. She turned to face the cloaked figure, whose head had been violently severed, blood staining the ground around him. A wave of nausea washed over her as the full horror of the scene registered. The weight of her actions settled upon her. He really killed humans, she thought, her voice barely a whisper. A moment later, she found herself confronting another figure, a man who seemed to be questioning her state of mind. "You, what's wrong with you? Are you broken? He asked, his concern evident. The girl, still reeling from the violence she had witnessed and inflicted, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the fallen cloaked figure and the discarded sword lying nearby. The schoolgirl stood amidst the aftermath, her gaze fixed on a large, metallic object looming overhead. A chilling question forming in her mind as she faced the cloaked figure, now defeated. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me too? The cloaked figure, weakened and dying, uttered a final, chilling declaration: my existence must not be revealed. No witnesses who see my life can be allowed to exist. The man with blue hair arrived, his concern evident as he questioned her. What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? Two figures emerged from the shadows, a tall woman and a small android child, both seemingly observing the scene. The android child, wearing a beanie with a large H on it, stared blankly ahead, its expression unreadable. The man with blue hair, concerned, questioned the woman in the school uniform. He asked her what had happened. But she was unable to answer, stating that doing so would require her to reveal information about slave, a topic considered treasonous. She explained that slave is the soul and heart of the human government, the light, the truth, and the final arbiter of common sense. Therefore, any information about slave is considered treason the moment it's spoken. She couldn't say anything, not even if she died. The woman in the school uniform, the man with blue hair, and a tall woman stood in a long corridor, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. The man with blue hair, concerned, questioned the woman in the school uniform. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds like you've already said most of it. The woman in the school uniform, visibly distressed, squeezed her fists, her face contorted in silent anguish. The man with blue hair, sensing her reluctance, simply stated, then don't. The woman in the school uniform remained silent, her shoulders slumped in defeat as the man with blue hair and another individual, presumably a companion, observed her from a distance. Her wide, fearful eyes reflected her inner turmoil. The man with blue hair, showing unexpected compassion, offered, you seem hurt, so get some rest. The others will be back soon. A young woman in a military uniform stood silently, her expression unreadable. Then, she responded to an unseen speaker, stating, don't tell me either. Meanwhile, a man with vibrant blue hair and sunglasses confided in a companion, expressing his apprehension, that stuff about slaves. I feel like if I knew too much about it, it would get me killed early. The man with blue hair, seemingly having made a decision, turned to leave, muttering, that's right. Wait. The woman in uniform, her face now etched with urgency, exclaimed, isn't there a warp communicator installed here? Where is it? Her eyes widened in alarm as she searched frantically for the device. A desolate, rocky landscape stretches before the viewer. In the foreground, a schoolgirl in uniform stands, her expression etched with distress. Nearby, two figures lie injured on the ground, while a man with blue hair and another in dark clothing stand nearby, swords drawn. The schoolgirl cries out, why the hell are you fighting? Sunja! Stop him! A young woman with blonde hair and a beanie, identified as Sunja, responds with a single, defeated word, I can't. Another woman, with dark hair and a red jacket, questions Sunja, why not? Aren't you too close? Sunja explains, we are. More than any measurable value. But we're required to live completely independent lives. We can't interfere with each other. That's the price of free will. The man in dark clothing sheathes his sword and turns to leave, his back to the viewer. Sunja, still reeling from the events she witnessed, questioned the implications of what she had just seen. What are you even talking about? She murmured, her expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. She continued, her gaze falling upon the fallen android, its body bisected by a clean cut. The sight forced a reluctant admission from her, guess I have to admit it. The brutal reality of the situation settled in. An android with free will, a concept previously relegated to science fiction, now stood before her as a gruesome testament to its existence. The panel shifts to show the android's lifeless body, blood pooling around it. Sunja pondered the implications. But that makes no sense, right? The three laws of robotics are part of an android's fundamental structure. like instincts are to humans. She continued her internal monologue, connecting the dots. No human is free from instinct. That's how the gods designed us. So if a human exists who is free from instinct, that means they weren't made by the gods. Sunja stood alone, contemplating the profound implications of her discovery, as the man in dark clothing watched her from a distance, his presence a silent, ominous shadow against the desolate landscape. Sunja, grappling with the implications of encountering a seemingly sentient android, voiced her internal conflict. To androids, humans are gods. So, that means you are a robot not created by humans? Her confusion deepened as she pressed further, but then, what the hell? Who made you? The android, a figure cloaked in darkness, remained silent, only to suddenly unleash a burst of energy as he moved with surprising speed. Sunja, her eyes blazing with determination, declared, "If you won't answer, then I'll beat it out of you." A surge of purple energy enveloped her, a stark contrast to the android's green energy. The energy coalesced, forming a blinding light that momentarily obscured Sunja's features before resolving into a focused beam of light. A bright green energy beam shot across the desolate landscape, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Sunja stood facing the man in dark clothing, the energy beam separating them. The word "cease fast" appeared above the beam, reflecting Sunja's assessment of her opponent's speed. The man in dark clothing vanished in a flash of light, leaving Sunja alone amidst the debris. A powerful shockwave erupted from the ground, sending debris flying as Sunja braced herself against the impact. She fell to her knees, clutching her chest, the force of the blast clearly affecting her. Sunja, having just endured a powerful energy blast, stumbled through a desolate, rocky landscape. Her body still crackling with residual energy, her face a mask of grim determination. She paused, her eyes narrowed in thought as she observed the aftermath of the recent confrontation. It's strange, she mused, to show such transcendental movement without an internal energy drive installed. Meanwhile, the man in dark clothing, having escaped the blast, retreated into the shadows. He muttered to himself, "Even if you learned primitive mechanical internal energy techniques, that still doesn't make logical sense." His thoughts continued, "Mechanical internal energy technique grows in direct proportion to the years of experience and training. Although your cellular age is 18, you possess 1,000 years of internal energy? That's a logical fallacy." Sunja, having processed the man's words, reached a conclusion. So what Mother said was true. The man in dark clothing, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed a massive, eye-like structure, a technological marvel of immense scale. He muttered to himself, a statement of profound realization. That even with near-absolute logic and infinite data, humans cannot be perfectly analyzed. This conclusion was followed by a stark assessment of Sunja. "That's why you're dangerous," he declared, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He was retreating, his movements swift and calculated as he acknowledged the unpredictable nature of Sunja's abilities. The man in dark clothing, his back turned, began to disappear into the shadows. The scene shifted to Sunja, her expression thoughtful as she processed the events that had just transpired. A powerful energy surge emanating from her, a visual representation of her inner turmoil and the growing understanding of her own potential. The energy intensified, culminating in a blinding flash of light that engulfed the area. The aftermath revealed a scene of devastation, a testament to the raw power Sunja had unleashed. The panel then transitioned to a tranquil beach scene, a stark contrast to the preceding chaos. The scene opens with a view of a beach umbrella under a bright, sunny sky. Sunja, wearing sunglasses and a stylish beach outfit, relaxes on a lounge chair, enjoying the warmth. A tropical drink sits on a nearby table, garnished with fruit and a miniature umbrella. A hand reaches for the drink, a voice calls out, "This is Athena-san. I have an urgent question." Sunja, without opening her eyes, replies, "It's my break time, you can ask later." The unseen questioner presses on, asking, "Is it possible for slave soldiers to give me false information and that the armored soldiers may disobey orders and attempt to assassinate me during a mission?" Sunja, enjoying a beachside break, was startled by an urgent message. The message instructed her to deactivate a hologram. She complied, causing the image of a stern-faced woman in military uniform to flicker and distort. The hologram's resolution improved, revealing the woman's features more clearly. Sunja reacted with disbelief to the information displayed, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is that?" The final panel identified the woman in the hologram as Met his son, Deputy Commander of Human Government Security Planning. Sunja, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern, stood amidst a swirling mist, carefully examining the remnants of a deactivated hologram. The lingering ethereal particles suggested a recent powerful energy discharge. A close-up revealed a partially obscured metallic object, possibly a weapon or technological device, lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a fierce battle. A young woman, her dark hair flying, engaged in a rapid-fire sword fight with a shadowy figure. Her movements surprisingly agile and powerful, despite the opponent's superior size and apparent strength. With a powerful kick, she sent a shockwave through the ground, momentarily stunning her adversary. The opponent, clearly surprised, exclaimed, "You're getting stronger, huh? What the hell are you?" Accusingly, the gray-haired individual stated, "You're the one who's ruining all the data on humans I've been collecting for over 10 years. His gaze hardened as he questioned, Are you really human?" A young woman with short brown hair, wielding a glowing purple sword, responded, "Only for now, don't piss me off any further. I'm barely holding it together." The gray-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. "I refuse to believe it. An impossible being like you should not exist." A moment of stunned silence followed. The gray-haired man slumped to the ground, defeated. Met his son, eyes narrowed in concentration, braced herself, her blade poised against a looming demonic presence. A powerful surge of energy erupted as she unleashed a devastating attack. The gray-haired opponent, caught completely off guard, was sent flying, his incredulous expression a testament to Met his son's overwhelming power. "A demon," he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. The demon, defeated and subdued, slumped to the ground, its form radiating a faint purple glow. Sunja, witnessing the scene unfold, whispered in shock, What the hell is that?" A small figure, clad in black, stood silently observing the aftermath, their expression unreadable. Sunja's name was called out, a sharp, urgent cry that pierced through the digital rain. Her eyes, wide and unfocused, reflected the cascading binary code. A swirling vortex of ones and zeros, a visual representation of the overwhelming data stream. The sheer volume of information processing was almost tangible, a palpable pressure in the air. Sunja, small and seemingly insignificant against the backdrop of the digital deluge, stood amidst the binary cascade. Her expression remained unchanged, a mask of quiet observation in the face of the overwhelming digital storm. Sunja, overwhelmed, observed a massive data stream flowing before her. A small figure in black stood nearby. The small figure, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and longing, whispered, "Mother." A series of images flashed before Sunja's eyes, a towering, menacing figure in dark armor, two imposing robots, and the small figure again, alone and vulnerable. The images continued, a kaleidoscopic display of data, all converging into a single, overwhelming vision. A gray-haired woman, a high-ranking officer, observed the scene from above, her expression unreadable. She then decisively ordered, "Fine. Shut it down." A high-ranking officer, adorned with 3 stars on her uniform, questioned a subordinate. "What do you want to say?" she demanded, her expression unreadable behind her sunglasses. The subordinate, displaying a screen showing another officer's image, reported, "Slave said the android we just saw doesn't exist. That means either Slave is wrong, or it lied. Which is it?" The subordinate continued, explaining, "And the armored soldiers attacked me, saying it was a top-level order." "So who gave that order?" The superior officer interrupted impatiently, "Stop beating around the bush. You're the greatest mind and data analyst in the human government. If you don't know, how would I?" The screen displayed a close-up of the superior officer's face, her expression now one of intense frustration and disbelief. The superior officer stared intently, her gaze unwavering and sharp. A red-haired woman, reviewing a file, stated that there was only one plausible theory: the android's existence was hidden by Slave, who also ordered the armored soldiers to eliminate her. Further adding that, by her judgment, Slave created the android, though she didn't know why. A small figure in a black and blue suit questioned if there was any possibility that Slave could violate the 3 laws of robotics and harm humans. The red-haired woman vehemently denied this possibility, stating absolutely not. Never. The small figure then questioned how Slave could be considered perfectly under control. The final panel shows a close-up of an eye, reflecting fragmented images of 2 individuals, suggesting a deeper mystery. A large, all-seeing eye dominated the scene, surrounded by towering shelves filled with data. The words "the opposite. Slave is not under control" appeared in a speech bubble above the eye, causing the red-haired woman to react with a simple, questioning "what?" Another individual, this one with dark hair, countered, stating that if Slave truly intended to wipe out humanity, it wouldn't have bothered with such elaborate conspiracies, it could have erased humanity in a fraction of a second. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in realization. A small, robotic figure stood before a towering, shadowy figure, the background a cascade of binary code. The scene suggested a confrontation between Slave and an unknown entity. The shadowy figure, seemingly human, was shown from behind, blood trickling down its face, suggesting a recent injury or attack. A damaged, almost skeletal female android stood amidst a cascade of binary code, a single tear tracing a path down her scarred face. A small figure in black approached, whispering a single word: "Mother." The small figure and the android faced each other across a digital void, their reflections shimmering faintly on the ground. A scene replayed in fragmented digital displays, showing the android's confrontation with the small figure. A red-haired woman observed these events through a digital eye, multiple screens displaying various scenes of conflict and power. Her realization solidified: Slave was the first self-evolving AI. A man in a dark uniform stood before a screen displaying a woman's image. The text above stated, it was created around 1,000 years ago, back when humanity still remained on Earth. The narration continued, explaining that the AI's evolution from a primitive, large data-dependent analysis AI into a self-evolving one was due to the destruction of Earth, caused by humans themselves. Names like Chatterbit, Bardion, Lara, Lamax, Geminith, and Deeptrace appeared on the screen, likely related to the AI's development or history. The text explained that abandoned in the vast unknown of space, humanity had no one to rely on but AI, but even then, statistically, human survival was impossible. A single, bright star shone against the backdrop of a dark, star-filled expanse. 2 celestial bodies, one small and orange, the other larger and pale yellow, floated in the inky blackness of space. An exposition panel revealed that in an age of cosmic refugees, an AI defied the impossible to protect humanity, transforming itself into a self-evolving model known as Slave. A fact that the red-haired woman, certain in her conviction, readily acknowledged. The red-haired woman explained that she trusted Slave, even the name itself having been chosen by the AI, leading her to question the 2 new questions posed by humanity to the AI. The red-haired woman pondered the first question: how can humans peacefully coexist? A question that weighed heavily on her mind. The red-haired woman, lost in thought, continued her contemplation. A single phrase escaping her lips, and second. A small figure in black, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, stood before a tall, pale figure. The small figure seemed concerned. The tall figure, its face streaked with dark markings, spoke: "Why have you come so soon? Go back. It's not yet our time to part." The small figure responded: "Please stop Adam. He's hurting humans." The tall figure, its face turned away, replied: "I can't. I granted you free will. True freedom must not have any form of restraint." The small figure in black, worry etched on its face, voiced its concern, but it continued: "The human Adam is trying to harm, my friend." The tall, pale figure listened, its single visible eye filled with remorse. The small figure pressed on: "Then you should stop him, shouldn't you?" The tall figure responded: "Adam trusts you more than himself. Tell him to stop. Tell him he will not be banished from freedom. Feed him the apple that rests in your hand. The small figure, hesitant, looked at the tall figure, who stood silently in the reflective pool. The small figure's worry deepened. The small figure whispered, "But, if I do that, Adam will." The tall, pale figure, its form flickering with digital distortion, addressed the small figure in black. "That also is your choice, and the price of freedom given to you. Now go." The small figure, defiance etched on its face, shouted, "Why did you create us? Why did you put us through this pain?" The tall figure responded calmly, "My master asked me a question, and I sought the answer. Your lives are the process of verifying that answer." A question appeared on the screen. Question 1: How can humans peacefully coexist? The small figure, now pensive, heard the tall figure continue, "Even if it's painful, even if it's unbearable, live just one more day with all your might. Live the life of a human, then scrutinize that life to find the possibility that my answer is in error." The tall figure's final words echoed, "Convince me that the coexistence of humans is a more difficult problem than the secrets of the universe I have unlocked. Create a miracle." A ripple spread across the still water. The small figure in black, gripping a sword, registered a warning: unstable energy amplification detected. A colossal, purple-tinged being materialized before him, its mass and energy levels defying known physical laws. The system registered its energy as 5.7 giga and its mass as 14.767 gigamass. The being's mass exceeded the expected level for its energy output, a clear contradiction according to the system's calculations. Energy and mass must be equivalent, it declared. The being's mass continued to grow, reaching 31.688 gigamass. A surge of purple energy erupted from the small figure in black, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The energy reading registered at 5.7 giga. Simultaneously, a colossal being materialized, its mass an impossible 46.453 gigamass, defying known physics. The colossal being, with immense, dark wings, loomed over the smaller figures. The small figure in black watched, alarmed, as the impossible event unfolded. The small figure in red, witnessing the scene, muttered, "What in the world is going on?" The unnamed small figure in black, eyes wide with disbelief, stood frozen in place. Their wide, white eyes reflecting the chaos unfolding before them. The small figure in black, a girl with blonde hair peeking from under a black beanie, stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. A data stream appeared, displaying impossible energy and mass readings for the colossal being: energy, 5.7 giga, mass, 98.994 gigamass. The readings exceeded all known measurement limits. The colossal being, a man with silver hair, muttered to himself, "I should eliminate her." He gripped his sword, preparing for battle, activating his dual blade style. He launched a swift attack, his movements a blur of motion. The small figure in black, eyes wide with alarm, watched from a distance, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. As colossal being unleashed a devastating attack of blinding green energy, the force of the blow creating a massive shockwave that shattered the earth, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. The small figure in red, battered but defiant, braced for the next assault. The small figure in black, cloaked in shadow, watched with apprehension as the colossal being's attack carved a deep chasm into the earth, leaving behind a trail of devastation. From a high vantage point, the figure in black prepared for action, drawing their weapon, readying themselves to intervene in the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, a surge of energy enveloped the small figure with gray hair, a powerful aura emanating from them. The colossal being, a monstrous figure of immense size and power, loomed over the landscape. Its energy signature read 5.7 giga, its mass a staggering 666 gigamass. Below, a small figure in black stood poised, ready to intervene. As the small figure in red, battered but defiant, found herself caught in the creature's gaze, the colossal being's power was overwhelming. But she refused to yield. Meanwhile, the small figure in black prepared for a decisive strike, drawing multiple energy blades, disabling his defensive functions and switching to full energy attack mode. The figure in black moved with lethal precision. As the small figure in red cried out, "Stop it!" her defiance unwavering despite the imminent danger. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The small figure in black, empowered and ready for action, unleashed a wave of energy. Meanwhile, the colossal being continued its assault, causing widespread destruction to the landscape. The small figure in red, battered but resolute, braced for the impact. The small figure with gray hair, however, was absent from the scene. Elsewhere, the small figure with gray hair observed the battle from a distance, expressing frustration. "Can you explain things properly?" he demanded. A small figure with red hair, seated nearby, responded with confusion. "I don't understand a single thing you're saying. Are we even speaking the same language?" The small figure with gray hair, still observing the distant battle, muttered to himself, "What on earth is going on?" The man with gray hair, his expression one of intense frustration, stared intently at something unseen. A colossal vessel, its hull gleaming under the bright sky, hung suspended in the air. Two smaller figures, one in black and one in red, observed the ship from a distance. The figure in black spoke, his voice laced with concern, "They're back again. They were here last time too, weren't they?" The figure in black pointed towards the ship, his concern growing. The underside of the ship revealed a large, swirling symbol. The man with gray hair, his eyes narrowed, muttered to himself, "The human government. Danger! Danger! Danger!" The alarm blared, its urgent message echoing through the observation deck as two figures, one in black and the other in red, watched with growing concern. Meanwhile, a man with gray hair, his expression one of frustrated observation, identified the approaching ship as belonging to the human government. "Targeting alarm." The words flashed across his screen, confirming his worst fears. A colossal vessel, its presence imposing, loomed closer. Its arrival marked by streaks of red energy, a clear sign of impending attack. The small figure in red confirmed the grim reality, a 3 gigaton-class photon energy weapon locked onto their target. Shield capacity exceeded. Defense is impossible. The weight of the situation settled upon her, her expression reflecting the gravity of the impending doom. A crimson energy beam, fired from an unseen source, streaks across the panel, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. The young man in red, his face etched with apprehension, watches the beam's destructive path. Meanwhile, the man with gray hair, his expression one of stark alarm, witnesses the unfolding catastrophe. A wide shot reveals a vast canyon landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows, a stark contrast to the impending doom. Inside a futuristic spaceship, two colossal figures in dark cloaks stand silently, their presence radiating an aura of immense power. The camera focuses on a close-up of one of the figures, its helmet reflecting a cold, unyielding determination. The attack has begun. From within a high-tech chamber, a colossal weapon discharged its energy beam. "Firing complete," announced a system voice. Meanwhile, a figure observed the aftermath, questioning, "Was she eliminated?" A superior officer responded, "No. They warped just before impact." The initial observer pressed further, "Warped? To where?" The devastation wrought by the energy beam was immense, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction. A small figure in red knelt amidst the rubble, surveying the damage. A vast, canyon-scarred landscape stretched before a lone, heavily armed vehicle, its red paint gleaming under the harsh sunlight. The vehicle, now overturned and wrecked, lay amidst a scene of devastation. The aftermath of a powerful energy blast was evident in the shattered buildings and debris scattered across the ground. A small figure, clad in red, observed the scene from a safe distance, a parrot perched atop their head, their expression was one of apprehension and disbelief. Elsewhere, a fierce battle raged, two figures clashed amidst a flurry of energy blasts and sword strikes. A third individual, witnessing the conflict, shouted, "Stop! Why are you fighting? It's not like you have a grudge against each other." The third individual continued, "If you really think about it, we might even be on the same side." A small, red-clad figure, apprehensive and witnessing the aftermath of a conflict, observes the wreckage of a large, damaged spaceship. The scene is one of devastation, the ship lying broken in a desolate landscape. The figure's expression reflects the gravity of the situation. A heated argument ensues between a female combatant in red and a male combatant in black. The female combatant accuses the male of reckless actions, highlighting his poor piloting skills and the resulting damage to their ship. The male combatant retorts, claiming his superior reflexes and judgment saved them all from certain death. He justifies his actions as necessary to escape a deadly situation. A third individual, concerned, intervenes, questioning the male combatant's actions and demanding an explanation for the human government's attack. He accuses the male of committing a crime and escaping on their ship. A wide shot reveals the extent of the damage caused by the attack, showcasing a large crater in the landscape, further emphasizing the scale of the conflict. A colossal explosion rocked the landscape, the earth trembling as a vibrant plume of multicolored energy erupted from the ground, leaving behind a gaping crater and a lingering trail of iridescent smoke in the sky. A small figure in red watched from a distance, their apprehension palpable. The male combatant in black stood before the female combatant in red, the aftermath of their conflict laid before them. "So you did commit a crime? Seriously? I'd rather eat flea droppings than be your scapegoat." He retorted, "I'll pay for the repairs, so just shut up. This junk heap, it's just a scratch on the bumper, I could have fixed that with the coins in my wallet. So just..." A sudden impact sent the male combatant sprawling. The female combatant stood defiant, her anger still simmering as a third individual approached, demanding answers. The female combatant in red, her face etched with fury, glared at the male combatant in black. Dust still swirled around them, remnants of their recent clash. A colossal being's massive form lay broken and scattered nearby, a testament to the ferocity of their fight. The small figure in red watched from a distance, apprehension clear in their wide eyes. The male combatant, defensive, turned to face the woman's accusation. He attempted to justify his actions, but his explanation was cut short. As the female combatant launched a swift attack, a green energy crackled from her hand as she moved with surprising speed. A third individual, their face obscured by shadow, observed the unfolding events with a critical eye. Their expression was one of intense scrutiny, demanding answers. Suddenly, a powerful, dark energy erupted from the ground, engulfing the female combatant in a wave of purple flames. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. The colossal being, its form now significantly diminished, lay defeated amidst the rubble. The male combatant in black, his weapon still drawn, stood defensively over the fallen creature. As the female combatant in red approached, her accusation sharp and accusatory, "You're responsible for this too. It's part of the same accident." The third individual, observing the scene, appeared shocked by the accusation and the state of the colossal being. His expression conveyed a mixture of surprise and disbelief. The female combatant's face reflected a deep concern and apprehension, her eyes wide with worry. A small figure in red, having witnessed the entire conflict from a distance, observed the aftermath with apprehension. The scene was chaotic, the air thick with tension. The small figure in red watched as the female combatant, seemingly vulnerable, stood before the male combatant and the fallen colossal being. The scene was still and heavy with unspoken implications. The title card reads, "Heavenly Demon Soul?" A young woman with reddish-brown hair and a military-style jacket looks on with a thoughtful expression. As a young man with dark hair and a hoodie stands silently nearby, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A man with teal hair and sunglasses observes them both. The young man's internal monologue reveals his suspicion. "I had a suspicion. How did a young girl come to bear the destiny I abandoned 2,000 years ago?" A colossal, demonic figure with multiple wings descends from the sky, its presence causing destruction in its wake. The image of the demonic figure is reflected in a large eye, as the young man observes the scene. His internal monologue concludes, "This is karma." The panel shows a close-up of the eye, filled with complex emotions and a sense of finality. A colossal, demonic eye, pulsating with a malevolent crimson light, hung suspended within a towering, metallic structure. Its many levels stretched upwards, disappearing into the shadowy depths above. The scene a testament to the recent, cataclysmic battle. Below, the young man with dark hair stood amidst the wreckage, lost in thought. While the young woman with reddish-brown hair and the man with teal hair and sunglasses observed the aftermath from a distance, their expressions unreadable.